An Chen traversed into a fantastical realm, activating the sacred master system and inheriting the divine fire, which resulted in 3 years of blindness. Fortunately, he received diligent care from the villagers. In gratitude for their kindness, An Chen established a lecture hall in the village, aspiring to equip the children with practical skills for their future livelihoods. However, unbeknownst to him, all the students he taught were, in fact, various animals. Among them were a pangolin, a cheetah, a tiger, a sloth, a black bear, and a python, all captivated by An Chen's teachings, awakening their intelligence and evolving into cultivable spirit beasts. 2 years later, a geographical expedition team from the Dragon Kingdom arrived at the mountain of 10,000 ancestors, profoundly astonished by the scene before them. What? That figure wearing a straw hat and holding a bamboo pole is actually a pangolin? Goodness! Have you ever seen a muscular tiger walking upright and speaking? My heavens! That sloth is actually driving stakes and practicing Wing Chun. Oh my! That black bear is lifting a motorcycle for exercise. When this spectacle spread, the world erupted in excitement. The following year, as spiritual energy surged and anomalies emerged, foreign challengers appeared. A turtle, proclaiming itself as the turtle sage, emerged victorious against all adversaries and left behind a proclamation. Master An Chen, if you dare, come forth to battle. In a secluded village nestled within the Kunlun Mountains of the Dragon Kingdom, the gentle sound of flowing streams and the fragrance of blooming flowers created a paradise disconnected from the world. A resounding voice recited from a classroom. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow, the universe vast and ancient, the sun and moon wax and wane, the constellations align. At the lectern, An Chen listened with satisfaction as his students recited, nodding approvingly. Dressed in a faded garment, his tall and handsome figure was striking, though his eyes were obscured by a black cloth, rendering him blind. An Chen remained unfazed by this, having traversed into this world for 2 years. He had long since adapted. What warmed his heart was the presence of these delightful and lively children who accompanied him day and night, alleviating his solitude. He found joy in teaching, literacy, singing, and playing games. Time flew, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, with only 1 year remaining until the end of the 3-year period. In this final year, I must ensure these children grow swiftly. Otherwise, when spiritual energy resurges and anomalies abound, they may struggle to survive in the big city beyond these borders. An Chen pondered silently. His greatest aspiration was to cultivate these students into capable individuals, equipping them with skills for their livelihoods. For on the very day he arrived in this world, he had activated the Sacred Master System and opened a beginner's gift pack, receiving the inheritance of the divine fire. This inheritance proved to be formidable, as it nestled within An Chen's eyes, leading to his ultimate blindness, that he thus acquired 2 exceedingly significant pieces of information. The first is that the divine fire requires the essence of its host for its absorption and nurturing, a process that will take approximately 3 years. The second revelation is that after 3 years, the global revival of spiritual energy will occur, bringing forth bizarre phenomena and perhaps even an invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations. Following his blindness, An Chen received meticulous care from the villagers. In gratitude for their kindness, he established a lecture hall in the village, utilizing the Sage Master System to impart knowledge to the students. An Chen was eager for these students to swiftly acquire skills for survival, enabling them to navigate the impending era of catastrophe. However, An Chen was utterly unprepared for the revelation that his students were not human at all, but rather a collection of animals. Among those seated in the front rows were a young girl with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a serpent, a northeast tiger with bulging muscles, and an adorable girl with 3 white tails swaying behind her. The back rows featured even more fantastical creatures, including a golden monkey hanging upside down from a beam, reciting along with its peers, a drowsy black bear struggling to stay awake, and a sloth attempting to vocalize but failing to utter a word, while its hands practiced punches with remarkable speed. One iron-eating beast glanced at An Chen, and upon seeing that the teacher was not looking, quickly lowered its head to nibble on bamboo shoots, a straw hat resting on its desk. While these animals might seem ordinary, they exhibited remarkably human-like behaviors, with some even having taken on human forms. Clearly, they were a group of awakened spiritual beasts, each radiating an overwhelming aura akin to formidable demons, instilling fear and trepidation. Yet, despite their formidable presence, they could not affect An Chen in the slightest. In his presence, these powerful beings behaved as docile as children, obedient and respectful. Even the drowsy black bear refrained from resting its head on the desk, fearing the teacher's displeasure. They had followed An Chen for 2 years and were acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. On the very first day, he established a classroom and began his lessons with the 3-character classic. They awakened their intelligence one by one. From that day forth, all the students treated An Chen with the utmost reverence, fearing any form of transgression. Furthermore, An Chen subsequently taught them the 100 family surnames, 1,000-character classic, disciples' rules, and expanded wisdom, among others, leading to a staggering acceleration in their intellect and cultivation. In the days to come, An Chen also planned to instruct them in the Book of Luo, Qingnan Classic, Qimen Duanjia, Analects, and Tao Te Ching, among other profound texts that I hope they all achieve great success. There remains a little time before class concludes. Would you prefer to listen to a story or engage in a game? Instantly, a chorus of excited voices erupted from the audience. Teacher, I wish to hear the story. You haven't finished telling us Journey to the West yet. Let us not listen to a story. I want to play hide and seek with you. Teacher, it's so much fun. I also wish to partake in the bowing to heaven and earth game. Teacher, the weather today is splendid. How about we venture outside for some fun? Upon hearing this suggestion, An Chen pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. Very well. Since the weather outside is delightful, let us go for a stroll. Anyone who has not submitted their homework will be tasked with preparing meals for the entire month. The extraordinary group of mythical beings below erupted into cheers and jubilation. They had not accompanied their teacher on an outing for many days, and this newfound opportunity filled them with immense joy. As for the punishment the teacher mentioned, they were utterly unperturbed, for they were quite adept at cooking, fishing, chopping wood, and bricklaying, masters of the everyday tasks of life. Thus, the group of remarkable beings shouted with glee, akin to untamed horses released from their reins, and rushed out of the classroom. In the end, only a few majestic beings remained within the classroom. Among them was a beautiful young girl, half human and half serpent, with a white tail. She swiftly approached An Chen, linking her arm with his while emitting a sweet, charming laugh. Teacher, watch your step. Truthfully, I do not wish to go outside. I only want to play hide and seek with you. Whoever loses can impose any punishment they desire on the other. Chapter 2. Subverting the Imagination of the World. Upon hearing this, An Chen reached out and gently tapped the young girl on the forehead, admonishing her not to let her thoughts wander. You are still quite young. Focus on your studies and do not squander your time on games. The young girl, somewhat reluctantly, replied, All right, I understand. So, when I grow up a little, will I be able to play games with you every day, teacher? Just as An Chen was about to respond, a voice, as cold as an iceberg, echoed from behind. Xiaobai, do not be disrespectful to the teacher. A stunningly beautiful woman approached, her exquisite features captivating, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. She wore a sky-blue qipao, accentuating her graceful figure, with a bosom that seemed to defy the confines of her attire. Strikingly, a hint of azure scales appeared behind her ears, suggesting an incomplete transformation. At that moment, the woman's face was etched with frost. She cast a glance at the young girl and gently chided, The teacher endeavors tirelessly to impart knowledge to us every day. Do not cling to him endlessly. Let him have some respite. Then, her gaze shifted to An Chen's charming visage. The icy demeanor in her expression and eyes gradually melted away, transforming into an exceptionally gentle warmth, as if she would unhesitatingly comply with any request he made. What? I am not clinging to the teacher. I merely wish for him to accompany me in games when I grow up, the young girl retorted, stamping her foot in irritation, her eyes brimming with tears. Besides, it is not only you who cares for the teacher. I do too. Listening to the sisters bicker, a smile unconsciously crept across An Chen's lips. Since he began teaching, he often encountered this pair of sisters engaging in playful disputes. Initially, he would intervene with gentle words of comfort, but over time, he became accustomed to their quarrels and refrained from intervening, allowing them to squabble to their heart's content. After all, they always reconciled after their spats, their bond even stronger than before. Perhaps this is what they mean by fighting is a form of love? Noticing the teacher's smile, The young girl and the stunning woman exchanged glances, aware that he was merely observing their antics. Thus, after exchanging a few token insults, they ceased their bickering and flanked An Chen, speaking softly as they strolled outside together. Trailing behind An Chen were several animals, including a delightful girl with 3 tails, a descendant of the 9-tailed fox. She hopped along merrily, occasionally darting ahead to clear a large stone from their path, reminding him to watch his step. Teacher, there was a stone as big as that blocking the way, but I moved it so you wouldn't trip. Her voice was sweet and unmistakable. An Chen smiled and nodded. Thank you, Ali. You're welcome, teacher. The adorable girl beamed, her 3 tails proudly standing upright. It felt as if the most splendid praise in the world had been bestowed upon them. A fluffy little white rabbit, yet to transform, stood upright, striding like an adult, exuding an air of wisdom beyond its years. Adorned with a pair of sunglasses, whose origins remained a mystery, it trailed behind An Chen, swinging its front legs with an unexpected aura of a bodyguard. The final creature was a golden monkey, leaping about restlessly, never settling down. Each time it shifted its position, it paused momentarily, raising its head to gaze directly at the sun in the sky, as if inspired by the tales of journey to the west, aspiring to cultivate a pair of fiery golden eyes akin to Sun Yukon. Soon, An Chen and his students exited the classroom, stepping onto the verdant grass outside. The sun bathed An Chen in warmth, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Though his eyes were covered, he could distinctly sense the presence of obedient students surrounding him, all awaiting his command to disperse. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they would surely be struck with terror. Each student was an extraordinary creature, standing around An Chen like towering hills, casting shadows that obscured the sun while emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. This presence was potent enough to dim the celestial lights and cause the very earth to tremble. An Chen felt a sense of satisfaction at his students' compliance and smiled, saying, "You need not follow me any longer. Go about your own pursuits, and remember to capture the most beautiful scenery through your eyes." The extraordinary beings erupted in joyous agreement, exclaiming, "Very well, teacher. We shall busy ourselves with capturing the most splendid sights. I will tend to the vegetable garden and water the plants, and I will gather some wild fruits for you. Teacher, they are exceptionally sweet." Listening to the exuberant voices of his students, An Chen felt a deep sense of fulfillment and reminded them, "Be cautious, do not wander too far, and avoid venturing deep into the mountains. There are many frightening things there." Upon hearing this, the extraordinary beings burst into laughter. In the Kunlun Mountains, what could possibly be more terrifying than themselves? At that moment, a stunning woman spoke softly, her voice imbued with an unparalleled authority. Her words, aside from their impact on the iron-eating beast, left the other great demons awestruck. "Very well. Heed the teacher's words and disperse. Attend to your own matters." The great demons nodded in unison, scattering in various directions to pursue their tasks. Before long, peculiar scenes unfolded at the foot of the mountain. Beneath a stone bridge weathered by storms, the river flowed, crystal clear. In the middle of the stone bridge sat a black and white iron-eating beast, donning a straw hat and wielding a bamboo rod, which it used to dangle a piece of bamboo shoot on a fishing hook before casting it into the water. Nearby lay a flourishing vegetable garden, where a white elephant with a human torso stood upright, using its long trunk to draw water from the river, then dramatically spraying a cascade of droplets into the air. The sunlight refracted through the droplets, creating a magnificent rainbow, resplendent and enchanting. The majestic white elephant, while watering the vegetables, murmured, "Grow swiftly, so our teacher may have an abundance of vegetables to savor." Meanwhile, a sloth stood before a wooden post, extending its hands, and with astonishing speed struck the surface, its fists moving too swiftly for the human eye to perceive. In the yard, a treadmill operated at maximum capacity, astonishingly occupied by a cheetah engaged in exercise. Beyond these marvels, scenes unfolded of a bear felling trees, a Siberian tiger transporting bricks, and a peacock diligently preparing a meal. Undoubtedly, these occurrences shattered the conventional imagination of the world. Standing beside An Chen were 2 youthful maidens, who had long grown accustomed to such wonders. They accompanied him to a shaded patch of grass and settled down. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrance of blossoms, rendering the very air exquisitely sweet. An Chen, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you 2 sisters not seek a place to paint?" The younger maiden, upon hearing this, burst into a playful giggle, exclaiming, "Because I have already discovered the most beautiful scenery through my eyes." Her bright gaze met An Chen's, her white serpent tail swaying delightfully, clearly indicating her joyous mood. The elder maiden, with a casual glance at her sister, propped her chin on one hand, gazing at An Chen's face, and softly stated, "Teacher, I am still searching, and I harbor a question that I wish to seek your guidance on." An Chen, initially inclined to inquire about the younger maiden's notion of beauty, shifted his demeanor upon hearing the elder sister's question and replied earnestly, "Pray, tell me what your query is." The exquisite maiden, Xiaoqing, slightly raised her chin, glanced at her sister seated across from her, a subtle smile gracing her lips, before articulating her concerns. "Teacher, I wish to know." The younger maiden, Xiaobai, was immediately incensed, unable to suppress her annoyance, muttering, "You wretched sister, such a bothersome nuisance." Just as An Chen attentively listened to Xiaoqing's inquiry, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the dense thicket outside the small village. Soon, several figures emerged. The foremost figure raised a pair of binoculars and, upon spotting the nearby village, turned around in excitement, pointing and exclaiming, "Professor Chen, it has appeared. The legendary village has truly manifested." Chapter 3. The geographical expedition team was utterly astounded. What? Professor Chen and his team members were taken aback, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment and disbelief. Had they truly discovered that quaint village? They belonged to a prestigious geographical survey team from the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for its exemplary standards. 2 years prior, by a stroke of serendipity, Professor Chen stumbled upon a rather inconspicuous news article. The report recounted the tale of a shepherd boy who, having lost a black sheep, sought to venture into the depths of the Wanshan mountain range. Remarkably, upon entering, the boy encountered a small village, where wisps of smoke rose into the air, accompanied by the sounds of children studying. However, just as he was about to delve deeper into the village, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness and collapsed. At the time, this news generated merely a ripple on the internet, failing to create significant public discourse. After all, it was the 21st century, where belief in science prevailed. Yet, Professor Chen remained unconvinced that the article was mere fabrication aimed at sensationalism. He resolutely believed that the boy's account was indeed truthful. Hidden within the Wanshan mountain range, there might truly exist an undiscovered village. Given the ancient mysteries surrounding the region, which have persisted into modern times, it harbored many phenomena that eluded scientific explanation. Thus, nearing his 60th year, Professor Chen took the initiative to assemble an expedition team. Over the past 2 years, under the guise of geographical research, he led his team to traverse every peak within the Wanshan mountain range, determined to find that elusive village. Even a mere glimpse would suffice to affirm that the news was not a figment of imagination, granting him immense satisfaction. Alas, over the course of these 2 years, the expedition yielded nothing but disappointment, each attempt concluding in failure. However, today was different. Just as the team planned to circle their base camp without any lingering hope of discovery, they were unexpectedly met with delightful fortune, the sighting of that village. This revelation brought tears of joy to Professor Chen's eyes. "Quick, let me see," he exclaimed, swiftly seizing the binoculars from the deputy leader's hands, eagerly focusing on the distant landscape. Indeed, he immediately spotted the village, characterized by spacious courtyards nestled beside the mountains and rivers, exuding breathtaking beauty. Classrooms with white walls and black roofs evoked a strong sense of antiquity. Wisps of smoke gracefully ascended, suffusing the air with the essence of human life. Moreover, Professor Chen discerned several indistinct figures, some motionless upon a bridge, their activities unclear, others diligently bent over in the fields, planting rice, and even a few running on treadmills. The distance rendered their features indistinguishable, but despite this, the professor's hands trembled uncontrollably as he held the binoculars. He was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Truly, it was a moment of unparalleled excitement. After diligently searching for this quaint village for 2 years, I had almost resigned myself to the belief that it would remain lost forever. Who could have anticipated that a glimmer of hope would emerge? Indeed, they had found it. It is true. Everything reported in that news article is indeed accurate. Nestled within the Kunlun Mountains lies a hidden village, and we have uncovered it. How splendid! Professor Chen, brimming with excitement, adjusted his telescope and exclaimed with joy. The other team members, upon hearing the confirmation from Professor Chen himself, were overcome with unparalleled excitement and elation. They began to embrace one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces, celebrating this extraordinary moment. Oh, how the heavens have favored us. We have finally discovered that elusive village. The time and effort invested over the past 2 years have not been in vain. As cheers erupted from behind him, a smile of happiness and contentment spread across Professor Chen's aged face. He had endured countless criticisms and skepticism from colleagues and the public in his quest for this village. Some friends had even advised him to abandon what they deemed a futile dream, claiming it was merely sensational news, utterly implausible. Even if, hypothetically, a village truly existed within the Grand Mountain, it would likely be a desolate, uninhabited place. To this day, no evidence of living beings has been found within the Kunlun Mountains, where the geographical magnetic field is peculiar. Anyone who ventures inside invariably faints, only to be inexplicably expelled by an unknown force. Yet, Professor Chen remained undeterred, resolutely committed to finding the village, and now his aspiration has come to fruition. He could even envision the sensational uproar that would ensue upon announcing this discovery to the public. It would certainly ignite a fervor among the masses. With this thought in mind, Professor Chen let out a triumphant shout, gesturing exuberantly, "Let us go. Let us explore the village. Who knows what divine traces we may uncover divine." At the mention of this word, the deputy leader and other team members' eyes sparkled with excitement. As if invigorated by an unseen force, their exhilaration palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, they followed suit, engaging in animated discussions. "Do you think there will truly be relics of deities within?" one mused. "May the goddess bless me. I hope to see a divine being, even if a hem. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We still have no idea what lies within." Thus, Professor Chen led the way, parting the underbrush as he guided his team forward. Upon emerging from the thicket and traversing a forest, they arrived at the entrance of the village. From the doorway, they beheld figures toiling diligently in the fields, others watering the garden, and even a little rabbit leaping joyfully as it chased butterflies. Wait a moment. Why is that little rabbit wearing a pair of black sunglasses? In the next moment, Professor Chen and the numerous team members simultaneously widened their eyes, fixating intently on the little white rabbit, eager to behold it more clearly. However, the smiles that adorned their faces abruptly stiffened. In their minds, an identical thought surged forth unbidden. What on earth? A little white rabbit, donned in sunglasses, strutting about with an audacious gait, utterly indifferent to its surroundings? Chapter 4. Elephants gardening, pandas fishing, sloths practicing martial arts. Goodness, are they actually practicing Wing Chun? At that moment, Professor Chen and his team were utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. Was that truly a little white rabbit? If it were not, how could it possibly have such a coat of white fur and 2 upright ears? It was simply too bizarre. Little did this geographical expedition team know that the peculiar scene they were witnessing was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the next instant, the deputy leader swallowed hard, laboriously turning his neck to seek a different vantage point, hoping to clear his vision and empty his mind. To his astonishment, he caught sight of a figure standing in the vegetable garden, which turned out to be a white-toothed elephant with a human body. Goodness gracious! The deputy leader was instantly struck with fear, his heart racing, and his complexion paling, before he exclaimed a classic phrase of national pride. Professor Chen and the team were equally startled. They were about to admonish the deputy for his overreaction when, before they could speak, they saw him tremulously point a finger towards the garden, gulping audibly. "Professor Chen, have you ever seen an elephant that waters and cultivates vegetables by itself?" "What? An elephant that waters and cultivates vegetables by itself? Huh, don't be absurd. That is utterly impossible. Oh my goodness." Professor Chen and the team followed his gaze. Initially, they shook their heads in disbelief, scoffing at the notion. Yet, within mere seconds, they were all uttering exclamations of astonishment. Utterly flabbergasted. Before them, by the banks of a crystal-clear river, stood a white-toothed elephant, upright, using its trunk to draw water and irrigate the nearby vegetable garden. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an abundance of diverse vegetables thriving within the garden, each flourishing with lush leaves and robust fruits, eliciting an involuntary drooling response from the onlookers. This scene profoundly captivated the expedition team, igniting both their eyes and hearts with wonder. They gazed incredulously at the elephant. How could this be? A white-toothed elephant with a human body? Cultivating and watering vegetables in the garden? Good heavens! The vegetables grown by that elephant appeared even more delectable than those I have cultivated myself. This was utterly preposterous. the bespectacled little white rabbit, the gardening elephant. Oh my. I feel as though we have stepped into a realm of mythology on the verge of unraveling an age-old enigma. At this moment, Professor Chen steadied himself, clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement, murmuring to himself, "This is undoubtedly a relic left by the divine. Yes, these are the works of the gods." He swiftly turned to his team, urging them, "Quick, let us explore other areas to see if there are more of these extraordinary sights in truth." Even without his prompting, the team members had already begun scanning their surroundings, eager to uncover other wondrous phenomena. As anticipated, they were indeed discovered. And soon an array of incredulous exclamations filled the air. "My goodness, look over there in the fields. That figure is not human, but rather a magnificent water buffalo. And it is planting rice." Professor Chen, startled by this revelation, wasted no time and quickly turned his gaze towards the lush green rice paddies. Indeed, beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, with a gentle breeze carrying sweet scents, a sleek-coated water buffalo, resembling a diligent farmer, was busy sowing seeds in the field. From a distance, the rice paddies stretched in a unified expanse, the seedlings swaying rhythmically, exuding vitality and exuberance. A water buffalo farming, what a wondrous phenomenon! Professor Chen mused softly, his excitement palpable. Then, more astonished gasps erupted. Good heavens! The figure sitting in the middle of the stone bridge turned out to be a giant panda? Wait, what is it doing? No way. It is fishing and chewing on the fishing rod. Professor Chen quickly shifted his gaze down the river, where he beheld a stone bridge spanning the water, atop which sat a large panda, a delightful blend of black and white, resembling a small mountain. Moreover, it wore a straw hat and appeared to be relishing the bamboo rod in its grasp, seemingly about to finish it. Oh my! How adorable that panda is! Some female team members, captivated by the sight, felt their hearts melt, longing to rush over and embrace the panda, to stroke its soft fur. How could anything be so irresistibly cute? However, other team members held a different perspective, believing that this panda exhibited far greater intelligence than the other animals they had encountered. After all, how could it have climbed onto the stone bridge to fish? Professor Chen, too, observing the panda, felt a surge of excitement mingled with a hint of caution. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Since their discovery of this quaint village, everything had proceeded remarkably smoothly. The entire experience had been eerily serene, so tranquil that not a single sound had broken the stillness. This realization jolted Professor Chen, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Something felt amiss, but before he could voice his concerns to the other team members, more astonishing exclamations echoed around them. "My goodness! Look at that courtyard. It is filled with creatures that are not human at all. What? A cheetah is running on a treadmill, creating plumes of smoke? I'm losing my mind. That sloth is actually hammering? Wait, is it practicing Wing Chun?" As they comprehended the bizarre spectacle unfolding in the courtyard, Professor Chen and his team found their faces frozen, their expressions blank, questioning the very fabric of reality. Many among them gazed at the almost supernatural animals, mouse agape, unable to close them for what felt like an eternity. The scene before them was simply beyond comprehension now. It should be said that the scenes unfolding within this quaint village are profoundly challenging their established worldviews. Just as they were engulfed in astonishment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind them, reverberating like thunder, striking at the very cores of Professor Chen and his team, nearly shattering their composure. "Since you have discovered us, let us maintain silence and not disturb the teacher." Chapter 5. Who is speaking? Beneath the venerable ancient tree, slender roots cascaded down, intertwining to form a delicate fan, gently wafting the breeze. In the shaded grass, An Chen listened to the queries posed by Xiao Qing, suddenly feeling a refreshing coolness, unaware that the old tree was providing him respite. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, witnessing this scene, maintained their composure, clearly accustomed to it. "Teacher, my question is, when shall we finally emerge from this great mountain?" The enchanting Yi Xiaoqing gazed tenderly at An Chen, voicing a concern that had long troubled her. The youthful Yi Xiaobai, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively, muttering, "Why should we want to leave? Isn't it better to live here, always accompanied by our teacher? Besides, the humans outside." Upon hearing the term humans, Yi Xiaoqing's expression shifted subtly. She shot a warning glance at her sister and softly admonished, "Xiaobai, tread carefully with your words." "Oh," Yi Xiaobai, clearly aware of her misstep, pouted and fell silent. Although An Chen could not see Xiaobai's expression, he understood the sentiment she wished to convey. He smiled gently and remarked, Xiaobai's concerns are not without merit. Once you step beyond this mountain, you shall encounter myriad experiences. I hope that before that day arrives, you will both acquire a skill for survival. Yi Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired. So, does this mean there will come a day when we can leave this mountain? When might that be? Indeed, one day you shall both depart. An Chen affirmed with certainty. As for when that would be, he was acutely aware but refrained from disclosing it directly. He wished to spare his beloved students from undue pressure, aspiring only for them to learn as much as possible in the remaining year to master a wealth of knowledge. Thus, when they eventually ventured into the bustling city, they would be well equipped to thrive. An Chen shook his head, offering a serene smile. There is no need for you to know everything now. When the time is right, you shall naturally understand. That day approaches swiftly. Approaches swiftly? Yi Xiaoqing pondered thoughtfully. Nodding in realization that her teacher's words suggested their departure from the mountain was not far off. A satisfied smile graced her lips, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, radiant and unparalleled. Thank you, teacher. Yet, just as she opened her mouth to express her gratitude for An Chen's guidance, her expression abruptly shifted, and she lifted her gaze sharply towards the outskirts of the village. The warmth in her once gentle eyes transformed into a piercing intensity, penetrating the void as she beheld the geological expedition team concealed in the grass. At this moment, it was just before the expedition team discovered the small village. Sister, what is the matter? Yi Xiaobai noticed the sudden chill that enveloped her sister's countenance and could not help but inquire curiously. However, she quickly sensed the presence of a human group approaching the village from outside. Her complexion changed instantly, revealing a flash of anger as she exclaimed, They truly possess audacity. How dare they, Xiaobai? Yi Xiaoqing called out to her sister once more, urging her to keep silent and avoid revealing any slip in front of the teacher. Yi Xiaobai understood the gravity of the situation and immediately fell silent, though her face displayed a hint of concern. Ever since they became students of An Chen, they had adhered to the principle of respecting their teachers. Whether in An Chen's presence or behind his back, they had never uttered a single disparaging word about humanity. They feared, above all, that one day, should they speak ill of humans and have their teacher overhear them, they would no longer be permitted to remain students, which would be their greatest loss and regret. At that moment, An Chen's ears perked up, sensing something unusual, and he inquired, What has transpired? Yi Xiaoqing glanced at her sister. Instantly, Yi Xiaobai understood and quickly shook her head, saying, Nothing, just a few butterflies flew by, attempting to land on your shoulder, teacher. So I scolded them away. Ah, I see, An Chen replied with a reassuring smile. It was merely a few butterflies, it's no bother at all. My shoulders are not so fragile that they cannot bear the weight of a few butterflies. Should they come again, you must not chase them away. Understood, teacher. You once said that all beings possess a spirit and should be treated equally. Yi Xiaobai acknowledged with a sweet smile, linking her arm through An Chen's. Then glancing at her sister, Yi Xiaoqing nodded gently, tapping her forehead, and then summoned a stream of divine consciousness that soared above the grasslands, traversed rice fields and rivers, and directly entered a courtyard. Soon, a northeast tiger, walking upright like a fitness enthusiast with powerful muscles, emerged from the yard. It raised one of its paws, catching the stream of divine consciousness. After a moment of silent contemplation, the northeast tiger clasped its paws together in a respectful gesture towards Yi Xiaoqing, indicating that it understood what was required of it. Teacher, I am very curious to know what the most beautiful scenery in your heart is. Oh, teacher, I too wish to know. Will you share it with us? At the entrance of the small village, a sudden exclamation erupted. Ah! Professor Chen and his team were startled by the unexpected sound, each of them unable to suppress their screams. It was as if, in an utterly silent environment, a clap of thunder had suddenly resounded. That thunderous sound erupted right beside their ears, leaving them utterly shocked. They were almost paralyzed with fear, scrambling to flee the scene. Some timid female team members clutched the arms of their male counterparts tightly, nearly digging their nails into their skin. Meanwhile, some of the male team members quickly shut their eyes, while others were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They simply could not ascertain what further bizarre and terrifying occurrences might transpire in such an uncanny village. At last, the vice captain mustered his courage and, with a bold shout, exclaimed, Who dares to speak? If you have the audacity, step forward. A light, mocking laughter echoed in response. In an instant, A fleeting shadow appeared before the geographical expedition team. Professor Chen and the team members, roused by the commotion, gradually opened their eyes and gazed ahead. Upon witnessing the sight before them, their eyes widened in sheer astonishment, as though they had encountered a specter, their faces etched with terror and dread. Some of the female team members, unable to contain their growing fear, let out piercing screams. "Oh my goodness! A monster!" Chapter 6. Equip yourselves. We shall return under the veil of night. Before them stood a formidable creature, a muscular Siberian tiger, its arms prominently elevated. It rose to its full height, clad in a checkered garment that concealed its body below the arms. Its form was adorned with a coat of tawny and white fur, revealing a pair of piercing eyes, and a distinct character resembling the word king etched upon its forehead. At this moment, this imposing tiger fixated its intense gaze upon the expedition team before it, displaying a hint of displeasure. Without hesitation, it spoke with a commanding voice. "Do not raise such a ruckus. If you disturb my mentor, I shall cast you all away." Instantly, Professor Chen and his team were ensnared by the tiger's sharp gaze, their minds rendered utterly blank, unable to formulate words or reactions. Some team members nearly let their jaws drop to the ground. Good heavens! A bipedal, muscular tiger that could converse? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe such a thing. In this quaint village, a talking animal existed? No. This was far beyond an ordinary creature. It was an entity bordering on the supernatural, a veritable monster from legend. In the next moment, the team could no longer contain their overwhelming fear and astonishment, muffling their ears with both hands as they erupted into a cacophony of high-pitched screams. Some members stood slack-jawed, their eyes fixated on the tiger, their legs trembling uncontrollably, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing their cries, the tiger's displeasure deepened. Realizing its warning had fallen on deaf ears, it ceased its idle chatter, rolling up its sleeves, prepared to eject these intruders and ensure they did not disturb its mentor's meditation. As it stepped forward, an ominous aura began to emanate from it, as if it sought to engulf the world, revealing its terrifying visage. The tiger discerned that the leader of the expedition stood at the forefront, an elderly man. A memory of its mentor's teaching flashed through its mind. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Thus, it resolved to target the old man first, intending to cast him away. Professor Chen trembled in fear, yet his eyes remained fixed on the tiger, a mix of excitement and fervor illuminating his face. Clearly, his shivering was fueled by both trepidation and the exhilarating discovery of a new species. A talking tiger. This must be an experimental specimen left by the divine. Yes, it surely was. Perhaps within this little village, a living deity awaited discovery. As Professor Chen spiraled into fervent incoherence, his gaze suddenly locked with that of the tiger. Thunderous silence ensued. In that fleeting moment, Professor Chen felt as if his mind had been violently struck by a speeding object, plunging him into a state of utter blankness. And he sensed that his eyesight was rapidly fading. Horrific images began to materialize in his mind. A colossal, fearsome tiger, obscuring the sun with its presence, was slowly advancing towards him, its gaping maw agape as if it intended to consume him whole. Terrified, Professor Chen instinctively shut his eyes, his body trembling even more violently. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted in a quavering voice, "Run!" Upon opening his eyes again, he discovered that the terrifying imagery had vanished. When he turned to gaze into the eyes of the Siberian tiger, he was astonished to find a glimmer of amusement within them. A cold sweat broke out over him as he realized that the vision he had just experienced was not a mere figment of his imagination. It was a projection deliberately left by the tiger, having invaded his consciousness. Professor Chen comprehended fully that the tiger before him was immensely formidable, far beyond their capacity to confront. Thus, he swiftly turned to his fellow team members and bellowed once more, his voice nearly frantic, "Run for your lives." After issuing his warning, he was the first to pivot and lead the charge and retreat. What alternative was there, if not to flee from becoming the tiger's next meal? At first, the other team members were momentarily stunned by Professor Chen's initial cry. It was only upon his second shout that they snapped back to reality, each one exclaiming in panic about the monster, urging one another to run, while swiftly turning to escape. Some of the most tremulous members fled faster than anyone else, disappearing in a flash. From the moment Professor Chen initiated the retreat to when the entire team vanished from the tiger's view, no more than 10 seconds elapsed. The Siberian tiger observed the direction in which Professor Chen and the others had fled, a series of question marks forming above its head. It had yet to make a move. Merely emitting a hint of its presence was sufficient to scare the expedition team away. This was fortuitous, as it spared the disturbance of the teacher's meditation. Meanwhile, a cheetah exercising on a treadmill, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Tiger, who were those people that just entered?" "Perhaps they were an expedition team," came the casual reply. "And you sent them fleeing?" "Huh. They didn't even require my intervention. I merely cast a glance their way, and they scattered in terror, running faster than rabbits." "Goodness, Brother Tiger, can you go a day without boasting?" "Indeed, I cannot." The cheetah rolled its eyes in exasperation at the excessively self-absorbed tiger, feeling powerless in the face of such arrogance. Just then, a head suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes, ears perked up, adorned with sunglasses, and nibbling on a carrot. As it removed the sunglasses with its paw and took a bite of the carrot, it curiously asked, "Who just called for me?" The Siberian tiger nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it was probably Sister Sparrow asking you to help out in the kitchen. Be a good one and hurry along." "Silence. Do not call me good boy. That is a title reserved solely for teachers." "Very well, good boy." Once the expedition team had sprinted a safe distance away, Professor Chen and his colleagues finally exhaled a sigh of relief. They promptly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Who could have anticipated that the unexpectedly discovered village would be home to such an array of bizarre creatures, particularly the talking Siberian tiger at the end, which nearly sent their hearts racing out of their chests. It was an unforgettable moment, etched into their memories for a lifetime. Gradually, the team members regained some energy and spirit, engaging in animated discussions. Their voices were tinged with profound astonishment and disbelief. How terrifying! That Siberian tiger was truly fearsome. What on earth is the origin of that village? Why do all the animals within appear so remarkably altered? Did anyone manage to capture footage of those creatures just now? No, we were too engrossed in observing to take any pictures. Upon hearing the vice captain's inquiry, the other team members swiftly turned to Professor Chen, awaiting his decision. Chapter 7. The great beasts gather for evening study sessions? After all, he had searched for this village for 2 years. Professor Chen even yearned to witness the appearance of the living deity. If he could capture an image of that divine being, this journey would be utterly fulfilling. Professor Chen could not help but mutter to himself. Upon hearing Professor Chen's decision, although the other team members felt a tinge of fear, they resolutely agreed, hoping to capture some photographs. Indeed, only by photographing those creatures could anyone believe in the existence of this quaint village. Otherwise, no matter how fervently we spoke, few would take us seriously. By the way, have you noticed something peculiar? That Siberian tiger just referred to teacher twice in our presence. Could its mutation be linked to that teacher? Yes. Now that you mention it, I recall that the tiger indeed said it twice. Goodness, do you think it's possible that this teacher is, in fact, a living deity? A living deity? Upon hearing these 5 words, not only did the team members' expressions shift, revealing profound astonishment, but even Professor Chen was taken aback by this hypothesis. He had been so focused on capturing evidence of the deity's activity that he had overlooked the significance of the word teacher spoken by the tiger. At this moment, upon hearing his team members' reminders, Professor Chen slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming that if this conjecture held true, everything would make sense. The reason those animals had mutated was that they had received guidance from the deity. In other words, deities truly exist in this world, and they are concealed within that small village. Wow! After listening to Professor Chen's speculation, the other team members erupted in a chorus of surprise and admiration. Previously, they had merely speculated without any concrete evidence to support the existence of a deity within the village. However, now it was different. With the Siberian tiger's mention of teacher, there was a 98% certainty that the deity resided within that small village. In an instant, the team members became invigorated and excited once more, casting aside the dangers they had just encountered. For them, uncovering the existence of a deity was an epic-making endeavor. Professor Chen looked at his exuberant team members, feeling an immense sense of joy. I have a strong premonition that this will be our greatest achievement in the past 2 years. Perhaps it will be the pinnacle of our lives. Unsurprisingly, the team members were inspired by this declaration. Night soon descended upon the small village. The surrounding mountains and fields stretched out vast and silent. A gentle evening breeze swept through the rice fields, causing the seedlings to sway delicately. It glided over the river, where countless fish leapt from the surface, dancing in the moonlight. It passed through the vegetable garden, where the leaves glimmered, and the fruits gradually grew larger, ripening before silently falling to the ground. It rustled through the bamboo grove, producing sounds reminiscent of ocean waves. Finally, this soft evening breeze found its way into the courtyard, gently stirring An Chen's garments. For the past 2 years, his vision had been obscured. Thus, his students had taken it upon themselves to prepare dinner, each meal delightfully suited to An Chen's palate. What warmed his heart even more was their effort to cater to his tastes, bringing forth a delightful array of dishes for him to savor. One particular month remained etched in An Chen's memory, as the students managed to create a different dish every day. 3 meals a day for 30 days, a total of 90 meals, none of which were ever repeated. That month, An Chen had gained a full 10 pounds. Now, as he stood in the courtyard reminiscing about the meals prepared by his students, a warm smile graced his lips. Truly, they were a group of innocent, caring students. They treated him with such kindness that he resolved to dedicate the final year to teaching them to the best of his ability. Just as An Chen was lost in thought, his students emerged from the house one by one after finishing their dinner, each carrying a drawing board and a box of watercolor paints, clearly for the purpose of completing their homework. Earlier that day, An Chen had assigned them a task to capture the most beautiful scenery they encountered during their outings. However, in their excitement, they had forgotten about the assignment until they saw their teacher's figure at dinner. Fortunately, since the very first day An Chen began teaching 2 years ago, a rule had been established. After dinner, all students were required to engage in evening self-study. Thus, the students still had the opportunity and time to rectify their oversight. "Huge Tiger, what scenery do you plan to draw?" asked Cheetah, who was also walking upright, clutching the drawing board under his arm while tossing the box of watercolor paints with one paw, nudging the nearby Siberian tiger with curiosity. Siberian tiger glanced at him, a flicker of light flashing in his eye as he replied, "I never need to ponder when I draw. From the first stroke to the last, it flows seamlessly." "Huh. That is precisely why you always come in last during exams." Cheetah chuckled derisively. Without another word, Siberian tiger swatted at him with a paw, but Cheetah deftly evaded the blow. Meanwhile, little Rabbit held her drawing board high above her head, with the box of watercolor paints teetering atop it. As she wobbled into the courtyard to find a spot to sit, the golden snub-nosed monkey swiftly came beside her, using its tail to coil around the drawing board. The giant panda ambled into the courtyard, munching on freshly unearthed bamboo shoots, its paws empty, with nothing in hand. Behind him, a formidable black bear followed closely, astonishingly equipped with 2 drawing boards and 2 boxes of watercolor pens, resembling a devoted apprentice. At that moment, other great spirits such as the sloth, the peacock, the white-toothed elephant, and the mighty yellow ox gathered in the courtyard, settling down in anticipation of An Chen's instructions. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai appeared in the center, beaming with joy as they gazed at An Chen. Xiao Bai sweetly announced, "Teacher, all the classmates have arrived. We can commence our evening study session." Chapter 8. The last words of Professor Qin come. "Take a seat as well," An Chen beckoned to Xiao Bai, before turning his gaze towards the courtyard before him. Although his eyes were shrouded in darkness, his mind painted a vivid and lively picture. Before him sat a group of obedient and charming students, comfortably settled upon the soft grass. Each student had a drawing board positioned in front of them, accompanied by a box of watercolors. This was the most serene and beautiful scene An Chen could conjure in his imagination. He relished the warm atmosphere, a smile gently curving his lips as he spoke. "Do you all remember the assignment I assigned today?" Indeed, a chorus of youthful voices resonated throughout the courtyard, brimming with vitality and exuberance. A congregation of great demons sat orderly, eagerly responding. In the front row, there were smaller creatures, such as rabbits, golden monkeys, and adorable girls. In the middle sat animals of average size, like the sloth, peacock, and the 2 sisters, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. The back row was occupied by larger creatures, including giant pandas, Siberian tigers, black bears, and large cattle. Surrounding the courtyard were also a multitude of animals yet to awaken their intelligence, all drawn to An Chen's teachings. Among them were gracefully flitting butterflies, hummingbirds, cranes, lizards, and fireflies, filling the entire courtyard. Particularly, the fireflies gathered in swarms, floating in the air, emitting a dazzling light akin to a street lamp suspended above An Chen's head, illuminating the entire scene. The great demons seated on the grass had long since become accustomed to this. They were among the first to follow their master and the quickest to awaken their intellect, embarking on the path of cultivation. Thus, they understood that with their master's growing renown, an increasing number of creatures would flock to Kunlun Mountain. seeking to study under him. Even a year prior, they had heard of a group of snails and turtles making their way from the other side of the mountain, eager to pay their respects to the master. Alas, a year had passed, and they still had not caught sight of those snails and turtles. They pondered whether another year would bring them into view. As these great demons drifted into reverie, Xiao Bai's sweet voice chimed in once more. The teacher has asked us to illustrate the most beautiful scenery we have witnessed today. An Chen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, if anyone has completed their assignment, please raise your hand to inform the teacher. At once, the great demons before him exchanged glances, their eyes wide and unresponsive, enveloped in a shared silence of unspoken understanding. Some creatures exhibited signs of guilt. For instance, the little rabbit in the front row concealed its entire body behind the drawing board, hoping to evade the teacher's gaze. Meanwhile, the charming little girl hastily lifted her watercolor box to shield her eyes, apprehensive of being called upon by the teacher. Its three tails swiftly retracted, no longer swaying gently, exuding an air of impending confrontation. The formidable creatures squatting in the back row dared not glance at the teacher any longer. They averted their gazes, some gazing up at the starry sky, others counting ants, while some turned their attention elsewhere. All appeared exceedingly sheepish, equally apprehensive of potential reprimand from their instructor. Even the giant panda ceased its bamboo munching. In contrast, the two sisters, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, exhibited little trepidation. They continued to smile at An Chen. Earlier that morning, while seated on the grass conversing with their teacher, they had inquired about the most beautiful sight in his heart. Although they did not receive a definitive answer in that moment, it seemed as if everything had found its most splendid resolution within their hearts. Thus, at that instant, Yi Xiaoqing gazed tenderly at An Chen, her mind gradually conjuring an image she deemed the most beautiful. Without hesitation, she reached for the watercolor pencil case beside her and began to paint. Yi Xiaobai, seated cross-legged nearby, rested her chin in her palm, admiring her teacher's charming and handsome visage while rhythmically tapping the edge of her drawing board with her watercolor brush. As she observed, a bright spark ignited in her eyes, and she began to sketch the outline of a figure, which gradually became clearer. Finally, Yu Xiaobai smiled, radiantly joyful. She had discovered what she wished to portray. Wasn't this scene reminiscent of her school days when the teacher would call on students? An Chen smiled knowingly, stating that if no one completed today's assignment, it was perfectly acceptable for them to utilize this evening study time to depict the most beautiful scenery through their eyes, reminding them to raise their hands to inform the teacher once they had finished. Instantly, the group of formidable creatures sighed in relief. They then erupted into jubilant cheers. Oh yeah, thank you, teacher. Rest assured, I will complete my painting tonight. Wow, I want to depict this courtyard. None of you can steal my idea. Hey, that's a great thought. Thank you, dear. I shall also choose to paint this courtyard. Listening to the students' exuberant cheers, An Chen's smile deepened, and he chose to remain silent, allowing the students to focus on their artwork. Curiosity and anticipation welled within him, eager to discover what magnificent scenery his students would create. Just as An Chen was lost in thought about the images his students might conjure, a furry hand suddenly shot up. Then, the adorably clumsy voice of the giant panda rang out. Teacher, I'm done. Recognizing the voice of a student named Ming Gun, An Chen's face lit up with delight. Gun, you finished so quickly? All right, let me come over and see what you've created. Meanwhile, outside the base camp of the geographical exploration team, Professor Qin stood beneath a phoenix tree, making a phone call to his wife at home. Soon, the call connected. Before his wife could utter a word, Professor Qin, with a complex expression, interjected, My dear, refrain from speaking for the moment. Simply listen. What I am about to undertake is exceedingly perilous. Should any misfortune befall me, please convene a press conference and inform the reporters that within the Kunlun Mountains lies a quaint village, harboring a deity. Remember, it is imperative to disseminate this information. Chapter 9. Amidst a throng of formidable demons, there stood a solitary figure. Unexpectedly, the individual across from him paused for a moment, then yawned and remarked, I understand. Is there anything else? Not for now. Then I shall retire for the night. Dreams hold myriad wonders. Farewell. This madwoman, who had been his spouse for decades. How could she not trust his words at such a critical moment? It was utterly infuriating. No, he must share this news with his other friends, in case any misfortune befell him within. Just as Professor Qin was about to call his old friends, the voice of the vice captain suddenly rang out behind him. Professor Qin, we are fully prepared and can depart at any moment. Startled, Professor Chen paused to contemplate for a moment before stowing away his phone. Resolutely, he turned and declared, "Let us proceed. We shall capture the visage of that divine being." He realized that if even the woman he cherished most did not believe him, his old friends would surely be skeptical as well. Thus, rather than waste time on phone calls, it was far more prudent to gather evidence directly. He envisioned the moment when he would present those photographs and recordings, forcefully slapping them against the faces of his old friends, allowing them to witness the true essence of divinity. The mere thought of this scenario filled Professor Chen with fervor, rendering his steps noticeably lighter. Before long, the entire geographical expedition team had assembled. Each member stood tall, their faces aglow with excitement, adorned with various equipment. Some carried illumination devices, others bore cameras, and many were festooned with flashlights. They had truly brought every useful tool at their disposal. In response to Professor Chen's command, the team swiftly advanced toward the quaint village. 10 minutes later, they beheld the entrance to the village once more. The team members, even more exhilarated than during the day, felt as though they were on the verge of witnessing the divine being's presence. This would undoubtedly be the closest they would ever come to divinity in their lives. Professor Chen's spirits soared as well. Yet, he did not allow his excitement to cloud his judgment. He quickly regained his composure, raised his right hand, and executed a prearranged signal. Instantly, the team members behind him, without a word, crouched low, employing both hands and feet to inch forward. They endeavored to make not a sound, hoping to avoid startling the mutated creatures lurking within the village. This would also facilitate their forthcoming endeavors. Thus, the entire geographical expedition team began to crawl forward, drawing ever nearer to the village's entrance. The hope of encountering the divine was tantalizingly close. In the courtyard, An Chen approached the giant panda, listening intently to the delightful exposition, while simultaneously conjuring corresponding images in his mind. "Teacher, I have illustrated a verdant bamboo grove. With many tender shoots just breaking through the earth, they are absolutely delectable." Upon hearing the phrase "absolutely delectable," An Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. In his impression, the student known as Meng Gun was indeed quite the glutton, consuming the largest portions of food daily, and naturally, he was also the heaviest among them. Thus, when Meng Gun remarked that the bamboo shoots were delicious, An Chen felt no surprise whatsoever. He even smiled and nodded in agreement, stating that bamboo shoots paired with other dishes were indeed delectable, suggesting that they might incorporate this dish into tomorrow's meal. "All right, thank you, teacher," the giant panda exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly drooling at the thought. The other mythical creatures, upon witnessing this scene, erupted into laughter. Some grinned widely, others covered their mouths to stifle giggles, while a few chuckled heartily, showcasing a myriad of expressions. At that moment, An Chen, curious, inquired, "Aside from this bamboo grove, do you have other scenes you've painted?" "Yes, teacher," the giant panda replied, pointing to the canvas. "I also depicted the river in our village, which features a stone bridge. By the way, this painting shows me sitting on the bridge, fishing. I've caught many fish, and I plan to give them all to you." Upon hearing this, An Chen's mind conjured the image of a chubby student sitting on the bridge, excitedly jumping up every time he caught a fish, placing them into a bamboo basket before resuming his fishing. What warmed An Chen's heart was the thought that this student intended to share all the fish with him, never considering to keep even one for himself. An Chen was profoundly touched, a warm current flowing through him, making him feel enveloped in warmth. With such a caring student cherishing him, what did 3 years of blindness matter? It was all worth it. Thus, An Chen smiled contentedly and praised, "Wonderful. This painting is truly remarkable. I adore what you've created. However, in the future, if you catch a lot of fish, remember to save some for yourself and not give them all to me." The giant panda nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, teacher, I will heed your advice. But fishing is quite challenging. I haven't caught a single fish yet." The other mythical creatures found it hard to suppress their laughter, yet dared not reveal the truth, fearing the giant panda might retaliate violently. After all, this giant panda was the most powerful among them, and even the already transformed little Qing dared not act recklessly before him. Only the teacher could keep him in check. Thus, the other mythical beings stifled their laughter, unwilling to disclose the reality of the giant panda's fishing struggles. Upon hearing Meng Gun's lament, An Chen chuckled and reassured him, "Fishing is inherently a test of perseverance. Without a certain level of resolve and patience, one cannot expect to catch fish. Meng Gun, you have just begun to learn how to fish, so there's no need to rush. I believe that one day you will succeed. Thank you, teacher, the giant panda said, rising quickly, clasping his fists in gratitude for An Chen's guidance. No need for thanks. As An Chen had just uttered these words, he heard the gentle voice of Shao Qing resonate. Teacher, I have finished my drawing. Please offer your guidance. Oh, Shao Qing, do tell, An Chen replied, moving closer to Yi Shao Qing, gesturing for her to speak. Thus, while gazing at the painting on the easel, Yi Shao Qing began to speak with a smile. I have depicted the scene of our first meeting, dear teacher. At that moment, the geographical expedition team finally arrived at the entrance of the quaint village. They were hesitant to rise and peer inside, opting instead to crouch low and gaze into the courtyard. What they beheld next left them utterly aghast, their faces displaying profound shock. What? Amidst a throng of monsters, stood a solitary figure? Chapter 10. Is that young man a deity? From the vantage point at the entrance of the quaint village, one could distinctly observe a courtyard teeming with an array of mutated creatures. Among them were the little white rabbit, the white-toothed elephant, the ground sloth, and the giant panda, which the expedition team had encountered during the day. Additionally, there were unfamiliar beings like the three-tailed fox, the golden monkey, and the white serpent. Surrounding the courtyard was a dense congregation of various animals, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, all fixated on a singular direction, towards the figure they had glimpsed earlier. A young man clad in a white robe. To their astonishment, the expedition team noted a luminous golden sphere hovering above the young man's head. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a radiant orb composed of countless fireflies, casting an enchanting glow that illuminated the entire courtyard. The sight before them was so surreal that the team was rendered utterly speechless, as if turned to stone. Some members stood with mouths agape, gazing at the young man in white, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, as if they had encountered a divine miracle. Undoubtedly, the scene the expedition team witnessed now was far more profound than what they had observed during the day, profoundly challenging their perceptions and beliefs. Even Professor Chen was not exempt from this overwhelming revelation. As he beheld the white-robed youth among the fantastical creatures, he felt as if the very foundation of his worldview was crumbling before him. Could the rumors he had seen online be true? Is the culmination of science merely the realm of the metaphysical? How else could one explain the existence of this quaint village? How could the bizarre beings in the courtyard be rationalized? Suddenly, a voice of astonishment pierced the air, laden with disbelief. Wait, it was not just one voice. Look, next to the young man in white, there stands a woman in a blue robe, and seated before him are two girls. The deputy leader exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. My heavens, those two girls are not entirely human. They are half human, half monster. Professor Chen and his team were taken aback, their hearts racing as they instinctively glanced back at the young man in white. Indeed, they beheld a graceful woman clad in a blue cheetah standing beside him, animatedly discussing something while gesturing at a canvas. The specifics of their conversation, however, remained elusive due to the distance. Moreover, seated before the white-robed youth was a young woman with the upper body of a human and the tail of a serpent, playfully swaying her serpentine appendage, seemingly in high spirits. Lastly, there was an adorable girl beside the white serpent, proudly displaying three fluffy white tails. In that moment, Professor Chen and his team were once again left speechless. They had assumed that the mutated creatures they encountered earlier represented the pinnacle of mystery. Who could have anticipated this? What transpired in the yard that evening was an embodiment of true terror and mystery. No, it transcended mere mystery. It was an unprecedented miracle. Upon hearing this revelation, the team members were rendered speechless. What? That young man is a deity? Their disbelief was not aimed at Professor Chen's deduction, but stemmed from the incredulity that someone so youthful could possibly bear the title of a divine being. Some team members, unwilling to concede, were poised to argue. However, the spectacle that unfolded in the next moment silenced them completely. Goodness, look at that. One team member inadvertently glanced upwards and was immediately struck with fear, letting out a piercing scream. Professor Chen and the others quickly followed suit. Their gazes lifted towards the sky. Beneath the twinkling stars, dozens of slender willow branches glowed with an emerald light, gracefully traversing the night sky and hovering above the courtyard. One by one, these verdant branches descended, intertwining to form a fan, providing a cooling breeze for the young man in white robes. This mesmerizing scene left all the team members, including Professor Chen, utterly astonished and transfixed. Their mouths agape, They felt as though they were witnessing a fantastical performance. Overwhelmed by the bizarre and absurd nature of it all, some team members swallowed hard, their senses dulled by the evening's extraordinary revelations. Heavens! In the courtyard, myriad spirits bowed in reverence, and the ancient willow tree fanned the air, a miracle only a deity could manifest. Professor Chen's words were indeed true. That young man in white was truly a living god. If the events unfolding here were to be shared with the world, it would undoubtedly upend the entire perception of the Dragon Kingdom and perhaps humanity at large. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Professor Chen's voice suddenly broke through, brimming with excitement and urgency. "Where's the camera? Quickly, bring me the camera. What are you all dawdling for? Get to work and capture all of this. We are witnesses to the divine and will serve as its ambassadors in this world. Move, move, move." At the professor's urging, the team members awoke from their stupor and promptly sprang into action. Some even trembled with the camera in hand, clearly overwhelmed by exhilaration and anticipation. Professor Chen was right. They would become the first team in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed the world, to validate the existence of deities. Who could resist such an honor? However, just as Professor Chen and the team members began to pull out their cameras and phones in a frenzy to capture the moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. In the courtyard, An Chen stood beside Xiao Qing, smiling knowingly as she remarked that the painting depicted the scene of their first encounter. A warm memory blossomed in his mind. In the scene before us, he has just traversed into this realm for the third day, tentatively ascending a tree in search of fruit to satiate his hunger. However, in a moment of misstep, he loses his footing. Just as he braces for a fall that could leave him in disarray, he is unexpectedly enveloped by a soft arm, gently guiding his descent to the ground, unharmed. Ultimately, An Chen stands beneath the grand tree, clasping his fists in gratitude towards the graceful woman across from him, who promptly returns the gesture with a bow. The moment freezes in time. Yet, on the canvas before Xiao Qing, an entirely different scene unfolds. Chapter 11. The deathly gaze of the great beasts. The grand tree remained as lush and bounteous as ever. An Chen stood beneath its vast canopy. But before him stood not a graceful maiden, but a serpent of formidable girth, a vivid azure snake. Each scale upon its sinuous body shimmered with a chilling emerald luminescence, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. In that moment, the serpent reared part of its body, flicking its forked tongue as its dark crimson eyes regarded the blindfolded man before it with an indifferent scrutiny, seemingly deliberating whether to consume him. Yet, upon witnessing An Chen's respectful salute, the icy demeanor within its gaze dissipated like mist in the sun. After a few languid swishes of its tail, it retreated stealthily. This scene mirrored a cherished memory of Xiao Qing's first encounter with her master. Fortuitously, the master had not met a grim fate that day. Otherwise, her serpentine existence would have been irrevocably curtailed, devoid of any hope for transformation. A smile graced Xiao Qing's lips as she pointed at the content on the easel, elucidating. "Master, this is the very tree from which you once plucked fruit, and here you stand below it, while this is me." An Chen listened with a beaming countenance, nodding occasionally, affirming, "Indeed, it was just so. How remarkable that you remember so vividly." Seated nearby, Xiaobai pouted, muttering under her breath, "Humph. That wretched sister. I too shall earn the master's praise. I refuse to be outdone." At this, Xiao Qing cast a casual glance at her sister, clearly having heard the whispered complaint. The corners of her mouth lifted further as she nodded gently, responding, "Every day spent with the master is etched clearly in my memory." "That is well," An Chen replied with a warm smile. As the master's gentle hand caressed her head, Xiao Qing's entire being stiffened. Although it was not her first experience of such tenderness, each touch sent a shiver through her body, leaving her momentarily unmoored. In her mind, a cascade of fragmented memories surged forth, some remnants of her past experiences, others linked to the legacy and imprints of her kind. Each glimpse into these memories left Xiao Qing awestruck, rendering her utterly transfixed. This occasion was no exception. Xiao Qing stood there, entranced, her consciousness submerged in those vivid recollections, oblivious to the world around her. Meanwhile, the great beasts, Sanho the three-tailed fox, Heixiao the black bear, and Didi the earth sloth, watched with wide eyes, transfixed by the transformations unfolding within Xiao Qing. As An Chen's hand rested upon her head, azure scales began to emerge on the surface of Xiao Qing's body, forming a protective armor that enveloped her. Additionally, a radiant glow emanated from her brow, as if it were a conduit connecting heaven and earth, gradually absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to bolster the spirit dwelling within her mind. Simultaneously, an imposing aura emanated from Shaoqing, continuously escalating in intensity. Witnessing this transformation, the other great demons were enraptured, their eyes gleaming as if they had discovered a treasure of unparalleled worth, radiating dazzling and mesmerizing divine light. In each of their gazes, there was an unmistakable expression of envy, desire, and eager anticipation. Clearly, after receiving a gentle touch from their master, Shaoqing's cultivation had undergone a remarkable change, eliciting deep admiration from the other great demons, who yearned to take her place. After all, the master's voluntary touch was a rare and precious opportunity for them. For instance, Meng Gun Gun, who, 2 years prior, had been the first to attain sentience after receiving the master's caress, embarked on the path of cultivation. Likewise, a year ago, Xiao Bai, upon receiving the master's deliberate touch, had astonishingly broken through her shackles, ascending to a higher realm. Thus, the great demons present were acutely aware that receiving the master's touch offered a chance at tremendous fortune. One could not help but wonder what kind of fortune the second senior sister would receive this time. He was quite pleased with Shaoqing as a student. She was intelligent, ambitious, independent, and possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning. Such a student would undoubtedly thrive in a bustling metropolis. At that moment, the aura emanating from Shaoqing suddenly dissipated, and the glow from her brow ceased. It was evident that An Chen's hand had departed from her head, pulling her from that profound state of enlightenment. As Shaoqing opened her eyes, she felt as though the entire world had transformed. She could distinctly sense a surge of powerful energy within her, marking a significant advancement in her cultivation. It was hard for Shaoqing to believe that such a brief moment had surpassed the arduous efforts of over half a year. This realization filled her eyes with tears of joy, and she hastily clasped her hands in gratitude, bowing deeply to An Chen. Shaoqing expressed her heartfelt thanks for her master's guidance and assured him that the day would surely come. Simultaneously, the other great demons rose in unison, bowing to An Chen with clasped hands, declaring in unison that they would not disappoint their master's lofty expectations. Hearing their words, An Chen's smile broadened, and he joyfully repeated, "Good, good, good. You are all my most cherished students, and I eagerly await the day of your triumph." Observing the radiant smile on their master's face, the multitude of great demons joined in laughter. It seemed that bringing joy to their master was their greatest pride. However, just as the great demons were reveling in their merriment, the giant panda suddenly lifted its head, being the first to gaze beyond the small village. As if sensing something unusual, following suit, Shaoqing quickly looked up, her gaze aligned with that of the pandas. Clearly, both had noticed that someone was gradually approaching from outside the village. Soon after, Xiao Bai, the three-tailed fox, the earth sloth, the black bear, and the northeast tiger, along with other great demons, collectively raised their heads, fixated on the entrance of the small village. Their gazes, akin to a cascade of starlight, pierced through the darkness and fell upon the expedition team crouched at the threshold. Almost simultaneously, the members of the team raised their cameras and smartphones, directing their lenses towards the creatures in the courtyard, poised to capture one astonishing photograph after another. To their astonishment, in every frame, the animals collectively lifted their heads, emitting chilling and formidable stares, as if intent on blinding each member of the team. In the next moment, Chapter 12, all the photography equipment malfunctioned. Alas, in an instant, the team members, poised to capture the moment, erupted in a cacophony of cries, their hands trembling, nearly discarding their photography gear. They could hardly fathom the terrifying sight before them. Every creature in the courtyard had turned to face them, their myriad eyes, each a different hue, emanating an eerie luminescence in the darkness, reminiscent of death's gaze, sending chills down their spines and causing the hairs on their necks to stand on end. Some members were even overtaken by goosebumps, their hearts racing with frost-bitten dread. They could barely handle a talking northeast tiger. If the myriad of creatures in the courtyard decided to attack, they would surely be devoured without a trace. "Professor Chen, what should we do now?" a team member stammered, glancing anxiously at Professor Chen while clutching his camera, his hands quaking uncontrollably despite his efforts to steady them. His palpable fear was evident. Yet, Professor Chen remained silent, paralyzed by the thought of abandoning his camera and fleeing. It was not just him. The other members wore expressions of anxiety and terror, fearing that the creatures might surge forth at any moment and tear them apart. A short-haired female team member, unable to contain her terror, cried out with a quivering voice. "Wah! The creatures have discovered us. We are about to be devoured. I don't want to die here. I haven't even had a boyfriend or experienced a kiss yet." Upon hearing her lament, the other team members could almost visualize the gruesome scene of being devoured by those monsters, their faces paling, lips quivering, and fear intensifying. Professor Chen's hand, gripping the camera, shook incessantly. He too had not anticipated that they would be discovered just as they were preparing to take photographs. A sense of helplessness washed over him. After all, the talking northeast tiger had already instilled immense pressure and suffocation. Within that courtyard resided a multitude of creatures, over 1,000, in fact. The mere thought of them launching a coordinated attack was daunting. Even a single utterance from each could terrify a person to the core. However, Professor Chen was reluctant to concede defeat. This was a rare opportunity, one that might not present itself again for ages. Resolutely, he bit down hard and steadied his trembling hand with the other, casting a quick glance at his dispirited team. With a fierce growl, he commanded, "Silence. Now that they are aware of our presence, we must seize the moment to capture as many photographs as we can. Once we've finished, we'll make our escape. Do you understand?" The other team members, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this was their best course of action. They gritted their teeth and nodded, suppressing the fear that welled within them, while simultaneously picking up their cameras and phones to aim once more at the creatures in the courtyard. Some team members, their legs trembling, pinched their arms sharply, joining their companions in pressing the shutter. Yet again, an unforeseen event transpired. What on earth? How could the camera suddenly run out of battery? Goodness! The screen of the camera cracked? Ah, my phone has gone black. Heaven help us. All our photographic equipment has malfunctioned? A chorus of incredulous screams began to resonate. The team members stared in horror at their devices, overwhelmed by disbelief. Just moments ago, during their inspection at the base camp, every camera and phone was fully charged and showed no signs of damage. Now, as they prepared to capture the animals, all their equipment had failed. Was this mere coincidence? Clearly not. Even Professor Chen's camera was compromised by an invisible magnetic field, sparking ominously, prompting him to hastily discard it. In that moment, Professor Chen suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the formidable creatures before him, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His limbs turning cold, and his entire body trembling uncontrollably. A wave of despair and powerlessness washed over him. At that instant, Professor Chen comprehended that the beings seated in the courtyard were no ordinary monsters. They were highly intelligent entities of great power. How could their team possibly contend with such formidable foes? With this realization, Professor Chen began to accept the grim reality, understanding that no matter how reluctant he felt, his priority must be the preservation of his life and that of his teammates. With a trembling voice, he shouted, "Run. Run for your lives. Stop filming. Survival is paramount." The other team members, witnessing their equipment's demise, suddenly grasped the situation, recognizing the malevolent influence of the powerful creatures. At last, upon hearing Professor Chen's urgent call, they jolted into awareness, abandoning their fallen equipment and hastily turning to flee once more. Their movements were fluid and seamless as they sprang into action. However, just as they prepared to take flight at the fastest pace possible, a piercing scream, laden with terror, shattered the darkness at the village entrance. A snake. There's a snake. The other team members, startled by the exclamation, instinctively looked up to see the source of the cry. Yet, before they could fully raise their heads, they felt something slippery slithering up their pant legs. They quickly glanced down and beheld, illuminated by the moonlight, slender snakes wriggling across the ground. Some of these small serpents raised part of their bodies, fixating on the team members while flicking their tongues inquisitively. Some small snakes swiftly slithered over, burrowing into the pant legs of the team members and beginning to ascend. As they felt the chilling touch of the serpent's scales against their skin, the expressions of all the team members changed dramatically. Unable to suppress their terror, they erupted into screams. "Oh my goodness! 2 snakes have crawled onto my back. Goodness! 1 snake is trying to get inside my pants. Please, I beg you, think of a way to drive these snakes away. Oh no, Professor Chen, that northeast tiger has appeared again, and it's standing right behind you." What? The northeast tiger has returned. Instantly, Professor Chen's body tensed, every hair on his body standing on end. He felt a parching thirst, as if, in the next moment, he would be devoured by the tiger. Trembling, he slowly turned to look. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, An Chen faintly heard other sounds. Raising an eyebrow, he asked the students in front of him, "Shoo, did you hear those other sounds? It seems to be coming from the village entrance." Chapter 13. The rise of a meteor shower. Upon hearing her teacher's words, Yi Shaoqing immediately cast a glance at her sister. "Humph, it's me again. How utterly annoying." Xiaobai muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction, reluctantly raising a hand to call out loudly, "Teacher, I've finished my drawing too. Please come over and take a look at what I've created." An Chen had intended to listen to the students' feedback. However, upon hearing that Xiaobai had also completed her artwork, he pondered for a moment and concluded that the earlier noise was likely just a figment of his imagination. Thus he dismissed the thought. As he approached Xiaobai, he smiled and inquired, "So, Xiaobai has finished her drawing? Pray tell, what have you depicted?" He had always regarded this student as a little sister. Xiaobai was the lively spirit of the village, innocent and cheerful. Although she possessed a touch of petulance and stubbornness, An Chen believed that such traits were intrinsic to her character, infusing her with vitality and exuberance. Xiaobai pointed at her artwork on the easel, a mischievous smile gracing her face as she said, "Teacher, I've drawn a person. Can you guess who it is?" The other creatures, witnessing Xiaobai successfully diverting the teacher's attention, collectively sighed in relief. Otherwise, they would have been compelled to fabricate a benevolent lie to deceive the teacher, an action they deemed beneath them and utterly shameful. After all, in their 2 years of following the teacher, both their intellect and cultivation had undergone remarkable transformations. The teacher had always treated them with kindness and patience, never once losing his temper. Hence, they regarded him with utmost respect, daring not to defy him in the slightest. If one day the teacher were to discover their deceit, even if he were to forgive them, they would never absolve themselves, considering it a grave sin. Fortunately, in each critical moment, Xiaobai had stepped forward, rescuing them from one predicament after another. This made the other creatures regard her with a glimmer of gratitude in their eyes, acknowledging how increasingly adept she had become at redirecting the teacher's attention. Without a doubt, 2 words encapsulated it all: Xiaobai is beautiful. Humph. Xiaobai was acutely aware of her companions' gazes and their unspoken thoughts, causing her to huff slightly in irritation. She had no desire to be the scapegoat. Such behavior would be quite disrespectful to the teacher. Yet, every time she contemplated declining, she would recall that by acquiescing, she could bask in the warmth of the teacher's radiant presence. Thus, she found herself compromising time and again. Eventually, she developed a conditioned reflex. Just as earlier, when she received a knowing glance from her sister, she instinctively understood what was required and acted without hesitation. This made Xiaobai harbor a sense of disdain towards her own weakness, and she began to chastise herself internally, vowing not to be so disheartened any longer. She resolved to uplift herself, strive for strength, and fulfill her dream of soaring through the skies while riding her sister. However, upon catching a whiff of the sunlit fragrance emanating from her teacher, her eyes instinctively narrowed, and a gentle smile graced her lips, leading her to ponder that perhaps, should another opportunity arise, it might not be entirely out of reach. So, Xiaobai was indeed depicting a person? Upon hearing this explanation, An Chen immediately thought of Xiaobai's mother. Previously, he had heard from Shaoqing that both she and Xiaobai were raised solely by their mother. Unfortunately, one day, their mother abruptly vanished without a trace, leaving a profound sense of regret in their hearts. Reflecting on this, An Chen shook his head and began to voice his conjectures. Meanwhile, as the teacher conversed with Xiaobai, Shaoqing initiated her own actions. She glanced at the northeast tiger and the black bear, nodded slightly, and then fixed her gaze upon the village entrance. Her expression suddenly turned cold and sharp, her eyes gradually shifting to a dark crimson hue. Upon receiving the cue, the northeast tiger and the black bear wasted no time, turning to depart swiftly, soon vanishing into the night. When they re-emerged, they had already reached the village gate. At that moment, Professor Qin trembled as he slowly turned around, his eyes widening at the sight of the northeast tiger he had encountered earlier, noting the indifference and coldness reflected in its gaze. Instantly, his eyes grew wide in shock, his body shaking more violently, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, his legs felt as heavy as lead, rooted to the spot, unresponsive to his commands. Cold sweat broke out across his body, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, leaving him in a state of utter disorientation. What horrified him further was the emergence of a massive shadow that suddenly engulfed the northeast tiger and swiftly advanced, swallowing his legs, his abdomen. Ultimately, his entire form was ensconced in that shadow, engulfed in absolute darkness, devoid of any light. With a pounding heart, Professor Chen looked up to see a creature twice the size of the northeast tiger, the black bear, looming behind it like a mountain, gazing down upon him with an imposing presence. The piercing gaze emanating from its brown pupils was merciless, leaving Professor Chen aghast, his mouth agape, and his mind blank. His face drained of color, becoming pale as a ghost. At that moment, a chilling scream erupted behind him, imbued with profound fear and terror. My heavens! Is that the black bear? A being capable of crushing a cow with a single swipe? Professor Chen, run! Goodness! Why does the surface of these snakes radiate a dark red glow? Are they also preparing to mutate? Oh my! These snakes are flying. Ah, what on earth? I too found myself soaring into the air. Beneath the moonlight, all the serpents slithering on the ground underwent a remarkable transformation. Their pairs of pupils became infused with a dark crimson glow, and their bodies were enveloped in a shroud of the same ominous hue, as if they were being manipulated from afar. Shortly thereafter, a series of piercing sounds cut through the air. One by one, these serpents ascended into the sky, ensnaring the team members, who were lifted into the air along with them. This sudden turn of events sent the team members into a state of sheer terror, their faces paling in fear. They paid no heed to anything else, desperately thrashing about while shouting for help. Some members trembled so violently that they began to convulse, white foam forming at the corners of their mouths, as if they were on the brink of fainting. Professor Chen, of course, heard the screams of his team and felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and concern. He wished to turn and assess the situation. Gritting his teeth, he attempted once more to move his feet, and to his astonishment, he found that he could actually move this time. In that moment, tears of joy streamed down Professor Chen's face, for there was no sensation more exquisite than regaining control of his own body. However, just as he was about to turn around, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. This voice was not that of the northeastern tiger he had heard during the day. Thus, only one possibility remained. Hey, I must say, you lot are quite bothersome. You came by during the day, and now you dare to disturb our teacher again. Never mind. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Brother Tiger, let us take action. Throw them all out. Haha, here we go. That night, the satellites of the Dragon Kingdom captured an astonishing sight. In a certain location on Kunlun Mountain, a meteor shower unexpectedly erupted. Chapter 14. The most handsome and exceptional teacher in the world. Alas, that meteor shower arrived with great swiftness, only to depart just as rapidly. The entrance to the small village transformed from a cacophony of screams to serene tranquility. All radiance dissipated, plunging once more into a profound silence enveloped in darkness. Yet, two towering figures remained, shoulder to shoulder, gazing towards the vanishing brilliance of the meteor shower, occasionally nodding in apparent satisfaction with their recent masterpiece. The sole regret they harbored was that their teacher could not witness this celestial display. Oh, how wonderful it would be if the teacher could behold the fireworks we set off. Haha, don't worry, Brother Tiger. When the day comes that the teacher regains their light, we shall present an even grander display of fireworks for them to enjoy. This suggestion pleased the Northeast Tiger, who nodded approvingly, ready to share some ideas of its own. However, its voice abruptly faltered, and its eyes widened in shock, as if electrified, rendering its body rigid. Simultaneously, the mischievous chuckle of the black bear echoed in the Northeast Tiger's ears, causing its stiffened form to shudder violently. Brother Tiger, have you lost weight recently? There is hardly any flesh on your backside. Unbeknownst to the Northeast Tiger, the black bear's paw, which had previously rested upon its shoulder, had stealthily migrated to its rear, delivering a firm pinch. Aroo! In an instant, the Northeast Tiger let out a roar that reverberated through the mountains and rivers, infused with a deep sense of grievance. Following its outburst, the Northeast Tiger, seething with indignation, turned on its heel and swiftly vanished into the night. Clearly, the earlier meteor shower had captivated their attention, and they had all thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Moreover, they widened their eyes to witness a small interlude that ensued. As the black bear settled back down, the other formidable creatures surrounding it subtly shifted, discreetly moving their drawing boards aside. The black bear sensed something amiss and quickly scanned the area, only to be astonished to discover a clear space of approximately 1 meter around itself. This revelation left it tilting its head in confusion, as if adorned with a question mark. The sight of the black bear's bewilderment elicited joyous laughter from the other creatures. The northeast tiger, in particular, reveled in the triumph, feeling that the earlier slight it had endured was avenged by its companions. Haha, rogue bear, this is what we call hands off the tiger's backside. Amidst their laughter, the creatures cast glances at little Qing, their eyes betraying a hint of concern. The recent changes observed among the small snakes at the village entrance were orchestrated by little Qing in silence. Moreover, her spell had yet to reach completion. She needed to ensure that the expedition team, once dispatched, would land safely and without peril, thus bringing the matter to a satisfactory conclusion. At that moment, the enchanting girl Ollie cautiously approached the feet of Xiaoqing, her three tails wagging gently as she tilted her head up to gaze quietly at Xiaoqing. Her large eyes sparkled like crystalline water, pure and unblemished, reflecting Xiaoqing's figure with an inexplicable aura of docility and charm. Nearby, the lazy earth spirit cast a concerned glance at Xiaoqing, eager to express its feelings. However, as it opened its mouth to speak, it faltered after uttering a single word, leaving a prolonged silence in its wake. Most of the creatures surrounding the courtyard focused their attention on An Chen, while only a small fraction of them regarded Xiaoqing. At that moment, the sweet voice of Xiaobai rang out. She shook her head, refuting the teacher's earlier conjecture. No, teacher, the drawing is not of my mother, but of you. Upon examining the painting on the easel, it was indeed a portrait of An Chen, clad in a white robe, with a black cloth covering his eyes. He stood at a 3-foot podium, elucidating the 1,000-character classic, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Is that me? An Chen was momentarily taken aback by the revelation, then erupted into joyful laughter. He had not anticipated that, in Xiaobai's eyes, the most beautiful scenery was himself. This revelation filled him with surprise and delight. For a teacher, the greatest joy lies in witnessing the growth and success of their students, as well as earning their admiration and affection. Xiaobai's willingness to consider him the most beautiful sight was, indeed, the finest form of recognition and praise. With a cheerful smile, An Chen suddenly felt a spark of curiosity and asked, Xiaobai, what inspired you to draw your teacher? He yearned to understand how he was perceived in the eyes of his students. Upon hearing this, the other great spirits nodded in agreement, each beginning to share their thoughts. However, being mighty beings, they never forgot their past experiences, recalling them with remarkable clarity. Some of the more sentimental spirits felt tears welling in their eyes, believing that the gratitude they owed their teacher could never be repaid even over a lifetime. This conviction only strengthened their resolve to protect their teacher's peace and happiness for all time, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. What could be more fulfilling than receiving the love and respect of one's students? Thus, An Chen laughed heartily, his laughter soaring through the skies and dispersing the clouds above. Oh, how wonderful! With such adorable and obedient students like you, this lifetime is truly worthwhile. At that moment, the dark red glow emanating from Xiaoqing began to fade. Her pupils gradually returned to their original dark azure hue. Clearly, she had completed her spell, safely guiding the expedition team out of Kunlun Mountain, leaving the rest to their eventual awakening. The other great spirits, witnessing this, brightened their eyes, silently inquiring of Xiaoqing if she had indeed sent the team away. Xiaoqing nodded gently at them, signaling that they had all been sent off. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Ollie extending a tiny, snow-white hand, tugging at the corner of her garment, and uttering in a sweet, childlike voice, Sister Xiaoqing, does it hurt? Xiaoqing smiled softly. Bending down to scoop up the adorable little one, she playfully poked Ollie's nose with her finger and shook her head, saying, with Ollie by my side, I feel no pain at all. Really? Ollie's eyes sparkled, appearing even more luminous and clear. She waved her little hand enthusiastically, declaring that from then on, she would always be by the teacher's and Sister Xiaoqing's side. Clearly, in her heart, the teacher held the utmost importance. All right. Upon hearing Ollie's promise, Xiaoqing smiled and nodded. She turned to An Chen, her expression brightening further, and silently whispered to herself, how fortunate we are to have a teacher like you. The following day, outside Kunlun Mountain, on a vast expanse of grassland, a large group of people lay scattered about, surrounded by numerous cameras and mobile phones. A gentle morning breeze swept through, and after a night of unconsciousness, Professor Qin and his team finally opened their eyes, awakening from their slumber. Chapter 15. Return for a press conference. Unveil the little village. In an instant, the team members sprang up from the grass, their faces reflecting the terror of a nightmare just escaped. Some were drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air like parched fish, desperately trying to shake off the suffocating memories of the previous night. Others, while inspecting their bodies for injuries, erupted in cries of relief and exhilaration, overwhelmed by the joy of having survived. "Oh, how wonderful! I am unscathed," exclaimed one. "Me too. It seems those creatures bore us no malice. But I cannot fathom how those little snakes took to the skies and ensnared us all." Indeed, and the sheer power of that northeast tiger and the black bear was terrifying, to say the least. They grasped each of us effortlessly and cast us aside as if we were nothing. Is this truly within the realm of ordinary creatures? Remarkably, the last words we heard were uttered by the black bear. Thus, it stands to reason that these beings are not mere monsters. The incredulity of the situation left them astounded, grappling with the absurdity and the radical shift in their perceptions. As the team members engaged in fervent discussion, helping one another to their feet, Professor Chen, supported by the vice captain, managed to rise as well. Nodding thoughtfully, he proclaimed, "Indeed, those creatures are not ordinary beings, but rather extraordinary entities endowed with intelligence and wisdom." What? These beings possess wisdom? The revelation sent shockwaves through the team, evoking a sense of disbelief akin to listening to an ancient myth, distant and dreamlike. Yet, the presence of these formidable entities before them made the experience all the more surreal. As the collision of dream and reality unfolded, the team members stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Observing their expressions, Professor Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that their harrowing ordeal would encompass such a spectrum of emotions. Initially, the discovery of the quaint village had been a source of immense excitement, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the bizarre creatures that had frightened them away. When night fell, equipped with photographic gear to capture the divine beings and the great monsters, they were unexpectedly hurled out by the northeast tiger and the black bear. This left Professor Chen feeling a tumult of emotions, a sense of deep dissatisfaction at the thought of relinquishing the chance to witness a deity manifesting in the mortal realm. Yet, he understood that, with their current capabilities, re-entering the village would likely yield the same dismal outcome. "I must devise a plan to return," he murmured, racking his brain for a solution. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he struck his palm with a fist, exclaiming, "Eureka! We shall call for assistance." Yes, Professor Chen, filled with excitement, pondered the idea of summoning additional personnel, believing it essential for ensuring their safety and instilling courage to engage in dialogue with the divine. Without hesitation, he grasped the arm of his deputy captain and commanded, "Shall he swiftly retrieve my mobile phone? I must contact my old friends outside and request their immediate assistance." "Understood. I shall find it at once." The deputy captain, recognizing the urgency of the situation, turned and began searching the nearby grass without further ado. As they rummaged, they exclaimed, "Logically, the cameras and phones that fell from such a height should be shattered, right?" "Not necessarily. We plummeted from a great height and emerged unscathed. Thus, those cameras and phones may have survived as well. Indeed, my phone is perfectly intact. Remarkably, my camera is functional too, with a full battery and no black screen." Listening to his team's chatter, Professor Chen recalled the myriad legends surrounding Kunlun Mountain, murmuring to himself, "It appears to be a matter of the geographical magnetic field." He hurriedly retrieved his mobile phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and opened his contacts to call an old colleague. "Hello, Lao Chen, what is up? I'm about to head to class." "Lao Zhang, I found it. I finally located that small village mentioned in the news." "Really? I'll accompany you to the hospital sometime, but for now, I must attend my class." "Wait, Lao Zhang, don't hang up." Professor Chen stared in disbelief at the call interface, astonished that Lao Zhang had abruptly ended the conversation, mentioning a visit to the hospital. Frustrated, he dialed another old friend, this time applying his lesson learned. He refrained from mentioning the village discovery and instead posed a question. "Lao Chen, as a venerable professor at the Institute of Historical Studies, have you encountered any peculiar phenomena recorded in historical texts? Such as elephants cultivating crops? Anything else?" Professor Chen's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope as he eagerly recounted the bizarre scenes he had witnessed. Water buffalo transplanting rice, Siberian tigers conversing, and the earth itself practicing martial arts. "Oh, and it was performing Wing Chun." "Lao Chen, how long have you been experiencing these symptoms?" "Huh, not even you believe me. I assure you it is all true. There was even a giant panda fishing on that bridge." "Hello?" Lao Chen, with a sense of resignation. Professor Chen dialed a third number, contemplating that if even his closest companion, Lao Zhao, disbelieved him, then he would be in dire straits. Soon, the call connected, and an urgent voice responded, "Lao Qin, speak quickly. I am currently observing celestial phenomena from the astral platform, and the satellites have exhibited some irregularities over the past couple of days." Irregularities in the satellites? Could it be that some significant event is about to transpire? Professor Qin did not dwell on this matter for long, quickly stating, "Old Zhao, I have discovered a living deity within the Kunlun Mountains, along with numerous formidable demons. I understand you may find it hard to believe, but it is indeed real." "No, my dear brother, I believe you." Upon hearing Old Zhao's familiar voice, Professor Qin was nearly moved to tears. However, his moment of emotion was swiftly interrupted as the voice on the other end resumed. "Hello? Brother, what are you saying? The signal here isn't very good. I can't hear you clearly. Let us leave it at that for now. Remember, I absolutely trust you." Professor Qin was immediately left in a state of bewilderment. "The signal on the astral platform is poor? Huh? Who are you trying to fool? You old rascal?" The other team members, witnessing the fury radiating from Professor Qin, instinctively swallowed hard, a particular idiom surfacing in their minds. The vice captain, mustering his courage, asked, "Professor Qin, what shall we do next? These old scoundrels, when the situation is most critical, none of them are dependable." After a moment of indignation, Professor Qin cursed under his breath, placing his hands on his hips as he pondered. Upon hearing this, the team members instantly perked up, shouldering their cameras and lights, and shouted in unison, "Yes, Professor." As dawn broke, flowers swayed gently, and a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. After enjoying a breakfast lovingly prepared by Xiaobai, An Chen led a throng of students into the classroom. Today, he would commence teaching them the revered sayings of the sage, the Analects. Chapter 16. The blessings granted by An Chen. Confucius said, "Is it not a joy to learn and constantly practice what you have learned? Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar? Is it not the mark of a gentleman to remain unperturbed when others do not understand you?" On the podium, An Chen, clad in white garments and with a black cloth covering his eyes, was instructing the students below in reciting the opening lines of the Analects. Below the stage, a group of great monsters, as orderly as the day before, had formed into neat rows. Each of them wore an obedient expression, and as soon as An Chen finished reciting, they immediately joined in a harmonious chorus. Confucius said, "Is it not a joy to learn and constantly practice what you have learned?" The clear and melodious voices of the students, mingled with some tender and youthful tones, resonated throughout the classroom and beyond, carried by the morning breeze through the village, over the forest, and wafting across the expanse of Kunlun Mountain. Outside the classroom, a multitude of animals gathered, the same ones that had appeared the previous night, still devoid of intelligence and unable to articulate human speech. Among them were cranes, butterflies, and hummingbirds. Some stood at the classroom entrance, attentively watching the teacher at the podium. Others perched on the clean, bright windows, listening intently to the lesson, while others clung to the walls, utterly still, absorbing the sounds of reading emanating from within. These voiceless creatures, despite not having awakened their intellect, understood that entering the classroom was not a trivial matter. At the very least, they must first attend the lessons and successfully awaken their intelligence to gain the privilege of entering and sitting alongside the great monsters to listen to the teachings. Moreover, over the past 2 years, the students had reached a consensus. During lessons, whether inside or outside the classroom, absolute silence was to be maintained, or else they would face expulsion from their peers. Inside the classroom, An Chen listened to the students reciting, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a group of children shaking their heads and earnestly reciting the Analects. Each student appeared innocent and adorable, brimming with vitality, which brought An Chen even greater joy. Before long, the students completed the first line of the Analects. Little Bai, seated in the front row, eagerly raised his hand and asked, Teacher, what does the phrase you just taught us mean?" Instantly, the eyes of the other great monsters, apart from the black bear, sparkled with excitement, each mentally giving Little Bai a thumbs up. What an excellent question. In unison, they lifted their heads, eagerly awaiting the teacher's elucidation. And Chen, after a gentle smile, was prepared to explain the meaning of the phrase, even without Little Bai's prompting. "What a splendid question, Little Bai. Now, let me elaborate on its meaning for you." With the holy teacher system at his disposal, he had no worries about forgetting the original meaning of the phrase. At that moment, The interface of the holy teacher system within An Chen's mind displayed the entirety of the Analects along with relevant interpretations. This undoubtedly greatly facilitated An Chen's teaching. Even under the system's enhancement, every word that An Chen uttered seemed to encapsulate the essence of the Supreme Tao, filled with boundless profundity, inspiring and enlightening the great demons in attendance. They listened, utterly entranced, as if they could soar into the heavens on the wings of the wind. This left each great demon marvelously astonished, their eyes reflecting a blend of excitement and gratitude. Indeed, as they had surmised, whenever the teacher introduced a new scripture, they would gain unique insights, whether spiritual or corporeal. In an instant, the multitude of great demons gazed at the teacher's figure, increasingly perceiving it as inscrutable and profound. After all, nearly 2 years had passed since the teacher began instructing them. The fact that the teacher could still present novel knowledge, bestowing upon them abundant rewards, was nothing short of astonishing. In this world, perhaps only the teacher possessed such extraordinary abilities, just as the great demons reveled in their newfound insights. The panda seated at the back suddenly lifted its head, directing its gaze towards a red-crowned crane standing outside the classroom, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up its eyes. Yet, its action of munching on bamboo shoots flowed seamlessly, undeterred in the slightest. Following suit, the little green dragon in the front row also turned to look at the red-crowned crane. Other great demons, sensing something unusual, raised their heads in unison, fixing their attention on the crane. To their astonishment, the crane's head radiated concentric halos, reminiscent of raindrops falling upon a serene lake, gently rippling outward. Initially, a look of bewilderment crossed the crane's face, as it could not comprehend the transformation occurring within itself. However, this confusion swiftly gave way to clarity. At that moment, the crane acutely felt the weight of the great demon's gazes upon it, so overwhelmingly intense that it involuntarily shivered, awakening to its surroundings. Instinctively, it opened its beak, yearning to inquire of its companions about the recent events. Why were the great demons in the classroom all staring at it? Yet, as it turned its head, it was greeted by the astonished and envious expressions of its peers nearby. Moreover, when it opened its mouth, it sensed an unusual sensation in its throat, as if it could produce sound. This revelation startled the red-crowned crane profoundly. It finally grasped the reason behind its recent transformation. After listening to the teacher's exposition, it had awakened the long-coveted wisdom. Upon realizing this truth, the crane was overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling on its legs and respectfully bowing 3 times towards the teacher at the podium. When it raised its head, tears of profound gratitude welled in its eyes, etching this kindness into its heart. Subsequently, the red-crowned crane opened its mouth, eager to share its newfound voice with the teacher. Unexpectedly, a beam of azure light suddenly surged forth, enveloping its entire form and abruptly halting its attempt to speak. The other great demons, upon witnessing this astonishing turn of events, cast their gazes towards Shaoqing, perplexed by the nature of its actions. Under the watchful eyes of the other great demons, Shaoqing, with a serene expression, extended a hand gracefully towards the enlightened crane, gently beckoning it. Instantly, the crane ascended a fist's height above the ground, slowly gliding into the classroom. Observing this spectacle, the great demons within the classroom and the creatures outside were left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was this the manipulation of objects? Chapter 17. The Dual Rewards of the System. In the minds of Xiao Bai and the formidable demons like the Northeast Tiger, a thought suddenly emerged. They naturally understood the concept of controlling objects, a skill that could only be fully mastered by ancient alchemists, belonging to the realm of human practitioners. For these great demons, comprehending and mastering such a skill was nearly impossible. Who would have imagined that the second senior sister had actually succeeded in acquiring this ability? How astonishing! In an instant, many powerful demons' eyes sparkled with envy. Xiao Bai pouted, feeling a twinge of annoyance, as she did not wish to witness her sister grow even stronger. This would only increase the difficulty of fulfilling her own aspirations. How could she ride her sister to soar through the skies then? At that moment, a white mountain goat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and holding a scroll, murmured thoughtfully, "Could it be the boon bestowed by the teacher last night?" Clearly, she recalled the moment during evening study in the courtyard when the teacher had personally caressed the second senior sister's head. It was likely at that moment that the second senior sister had acquired the skill of controlling objects. Upon hearing this, the other demons were relieved. So, it was the teacher who had enlightened the second senior sister's abilities. It was no wonder. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in An Chen's ears. and a screen materialized in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for enlightening a student and acquiring a talent replication card. Congratulations to your student, Yi Xiaoqing, for comprehending the controlling objects skill and obtaining the lesser Zhoutian star array and 108 lesser Zhoutian star banners. An Chen was not at all surprised by the sound's emergence. In fact, over the past 2 years, every time he enlightened a student, he would hear the same notification and receive corresponding rewards. For instance, he now possessed a talent replication card, with 3 or 4 dozen others resting in the system's inventory, marking the largest collection of rewards he had amassed. Additionally, the inventory contained treasures such as the Thunderlight Sword, Dragon Whisker Scarf, and Primordial Yang Ruler. These artifacts were the fruits of An Chen's endeavors over the past 2 years, though he had seldom put them to use. Since inheriting the divine fire, An Chen had sensed that this world was far from simple, perhaps concealing true masters of cultivation. Coupled with the treasures bestowed by the system, his conviction in this notion intensified. Thus, he chose to remain in this village, teaching the students to read and write, imparting skills for their livelihood. When they eventually ventured beyond the mountains, they would be equipped to navigate the peculiar world that awaited them. Beyond the enlightenment of students, which granted system rewards, students could also earn corresponding rewards upon mastering a skill to its fullest. Skills such as cooking, fishing, farming, and gardening, upon verification by the system and confirmation of mastery, would yield certain rewards. Moreover, these practical skills were chosen autonomously by the students themselves. An Chen neither imposed strict demands nor pressured them. Rather, he encouraged their earnest efforts. This is precisely why, when the geographical expedition team arrived in this quaint village, they witnessed the extraordinary sight of elephants cultivating crops, pandas fishing, and sloths practicing martial arts. After hearing the system's notification, An Chen turned his gaze towards the luminous blue interface, which displayed only a single progress bar, enlightenment of students, 78,10,000. He stared at the number 78, utterly perplexed by its significance. Since he commenced his classes, this figure had gradually increased, and now, 2 years later, it had reached 78. Yet, An Chen still could not comprehend the true meaning behind this number. He felt no urgency to unravel this mystery, believing that when the time was right, the significance of this number would reveal itself. With a composed mind, An Chen rapped his knuckles on the podium and cheerfully announced, "We have just studied the opening lines of the Analects. Now, let us delve into the second sentence." At that moment, Xiaoqing retracted her right hand and nodded at the white goat, clearly acknowledging its statement. She then lowered her head slightly to meet Ali's pure, innocent gaze, smiled gently, and patted his head affectionately while attentively listening to the lesson. Ali blinked his sparkling eyes and earnestly nodded in agreement, swiftly turning to sit up straight. Resting his front legs on the desk and gazing attentively at the teacher at the podium, fully engrossed in the lesson, Xiaoqing also looked up at the teacher, poised to recite the second sentence of the Analects. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from beyond the village, violently shaking the hearts of all the great spirits. The tables and chairs they occupied, the ground beneath their feet, and the walls surrounding the classroom began to tremble violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake were about to tear everything apart. An Chen felt the tremor as well and was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He quickly reassured his students, "Do not be afraid. Please head outside the classroom." Instantly, the great spirits sprang to their feet, ready to obey their teacher's instructions, and exited the classroom. However, to their astonishment, the tremor was brief. It arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After a moment, calmness was restored. The tables and chairs ceased their shaking, the ground settled, and the walls stabilized, as if the earlier disturbance had merely been an illusion. The great spirits exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily frozen in place, utterly confounded by what had just transpired. It was not until a while later that the sound of Xiao by swallowing his saliva broke the silence. "Teacher, it seems that the tremor we just felt originated from the village entrance." A helicopter landed on the lawn, causing the surrounding grass to quiver in response. Then, 2 figures emerged from the cabin, bending slightly as they exited. It was none other than Professor Chen and Deputy Leader He Bin. After leaving the lawn, Professor Chen and the deputy captain settled into a sleek black sedan, embarking on their journey to the intended destination. As Professor Chen sank into the back seat, he intended to close his eyes and reflect upon the peculiar scenes he had witnessed the previous day. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was from the mother tiger. Initially reluctant to answer, he pondered for a moment before pressing the answer button, urging the caller to get to the point swiftly. A yawn punctuated the voice on the other end. "Old man, I can't believe you're still alive. This is quite remarkable. Tell me, where are you at present?" "Silver Star City. I lack the time for idle chatter, as I am about to hold a press conference. I intend to publicly disclose the existence of that small village." "Are you serious, old man?" "Ah. If you all doubt me, what choice do I have? I might as well reveal it outright." With his eyes closed, Professor Chen chuckled nonchalantly, adding, "By the way, do remember to check today's headlines. It is bound to feature me." After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, "Old man, you truly resemble the veteran general on the stage." Chapter 18. Within the Kunlun Mountains resides a living deity. "What do you mean by that?" Professor Chen exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice. "If you don't believe me, I can provide proof shortly." The person across from him suddenly burst into laughter, questioning, "What will you use as proof? A video?" Professor Chen was momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat and replied, "No." "How about photographs?" "None." "Then what about audio recordings? Surely you must have those." Growing impatient, Professor Chen snapped, "Enough of your incessant questions. If there is nothing else, let us leave it at that." "Wait. One last question. Where will you hold the press conference?" "At the convention center." At that moment, Bin, who sat in the passenger seat, stifled a laugh and turned to Professor Chen, reporting, "Professor, I have already contacted prominent media reporters from our country. We are merely awaiting your arrival." "Good. Thank you for your hard work." Professor Chen instantly felt invigorated. He was overwhelmed by a profound premonition that once the existence of that small village was made public, it would incite a tremendous social uproar, unleashing a wave of fervent public discourse and momentum. At such a time, the pressure would shift to the higher authorities, and he was certain they would not remain passive. They would undoubtedly dispatch some extraordinary individuals to venture into the Kunlun Mountains for investigation and verification. If those remarkable individuals uncovered even the slightest clue or confirmed the village's existence, it would validate all his declarations as truth. This would firmly establish his geographical research team as the first in the world to discover divine existence. As he contemplated this, the brilliance in Professor Chen's eyes intensified, and he felt as if he might ignite with fervor. In an old residential building, room 306 on the third floor, this old man, despite his age, still engages in childish antics and sulks. A woman, her hair a mix of black and white, adorned in a pair of reading glasses, bore a kind and gentle expression as she set down the phone, muttering in annoyance. She was none other than Professor Chen's wife, Ms. Jiao Chunling, who also held the title of professor. At that moment, she sat in a chair, gazing at a stack of documents on the table, lost in thought. Atop the pile lay a document boldly titled Summary of Extraordinary Events in the Kunlun Mountains. This compilation was meticulously prepared by her over the course of a single night. After receiving Professor Chen's phone call the previous evening, she had felt an uneasy tug at her heart and began to investigate and compile information regarding the news and historical events related to the Kunlun Mountains. To her astonishment, she indeed uncovered some intriguing clues. The Death Valley within the Kunlun Mountains was particularly enigmatic. Perhaps the scenes her husband witnessed were not mere fabrications. If they are not false, then they must be true. The impact and sensation that would ensue from revealing that small village would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Jiao Chunling recognized the gravity of this matter, immediately rising to retrieve her phone and contact her personal assistant. "Shaoli, could you please come and pick me up? I need to visit the exhibition center." Meanwhile, within the esteemed Qintian division of Jingzhou, a venerable elder with a flowing white beard stood atop the celestial platform. The cool breeze stirred his Taoist robe, causing it to flutter. With one hand clutching a feather duster and the other forming intricate hand seals, he furrowed his brow and recited, "The stars have shifted. It foretells either fortune or calamity. It appears that a significant event is on the horizon." The elder gazed upwards into the clear blue sky, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if capable of piercing through the void to behold the wonders beyond. He could even discern the satellites suspended in the heavens. Yet, if he ventured any further, a throbbing pain would bloom in his brow, rendering him unable to see any more. Evidently confident in his divination, the elder could not help but stroke his beard and smile, realizing that the secrets of yesteryear might no longer remain concealed. "Very well, let old Chen stir the pot first." Thus, the elder summoned a tall disciple with thick brows and full lips, clad in a blue robe. Upon receiving his master's command, the disciple was taken aback. Master, what if Professor Chen utters something earth-shattering? Unexpectedly, the elder merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction without uttering a word. That gaze, sharp as a sword, sent a tremor through the disciple's spirit, prompting him to bow and assure his master that he understood what needed to be done before he departed to fulfill his master's bidding. The elder's eyes glimmered as he whispered softly, "As long as I am here, even if old Chen were to pierce a hole in the heavens, what of it?" Moreover, what he witnessed in Kunlun Mountain may indeed be the truth. At the exhibition center in Silver Star City, the first-floor hall was brimming with renowned reporters who had arrived in haste, creating a bustling scene. They set up cameras and microphones, eager to pose a myriad of inquiries to Professor Chen of the Geographical Expedition team. Some reporters had already filled their notebooks with dozens of questions. Given the high esteem and authority of Professor Chen's expedition team, which rarely held press conferences, this opportunity for an interview was exceedingly rare and precious, and they were determined to seize it. Professor Chen has arrived. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in delight. Instantly, a palpable stir rippled through the crowd. All the reporters and photographers turned their gazes toward the same direction. Indeed, they spotted Professor Chen emerging from backstage, accompanied by the vice captain, confidently stepping onto the stage and taking a seat in the center. In that moment, the camera flashes erupted like fireworks. Some reporters, unable to contain their excitement, promptly launched into their questions. "Professor Chen, may I ask if this press conference is intended to reveal any extraordinary discoveries?" "Professor Chen, it has long been rumored that you have led an expedition into the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. What purpose motivates such an exploration? Today, is what you are prepared to disclose connected to the Kunlun Mountains?" Qin Zhengsheng patiently listened to the journalist's inquiries, refraining from interruption. Only when the ambient noise subsided did he nod and deliver a statement he had meticulously prepared. "The reason for gathering everyone here today is indeed to share some of my discoveries in the Kunlun Mountains. However, before unveiling these findings, I would like to present to you a piece of news." Qin Zhengsheng gestured towards the deputy leader on his right. He Bin immediately signaled an affirmative and pressed the remote for the projector. Thus, the assembled media representatives could clearly see a short video begin to play behind Professor Chen. The content of this video was a report from 2 years prior about a youth searching for sheep. As the short video concluded, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the journalists and photographers, leaving them puzzled about the relevance of this news. Could it possibly be intricately linked to what Professor Chen was about to reveal? At that moment, Qin Zhengsheng surveyed the reactions of all present and confidently articulated his discoveries within the Kunlun Mountains. "Ladies and gentlemen, the sole reason I have presented this news to you is straightforward. It is to highlight that within the vast expanse of our dragon nation, throughout over 5 millennia of history, numerous mysterious events have concealed myths or shadows of deities. Therefore, in pursuit of unraveling the veil of these myths, I led my team into the Kunlun Mountains and embarked on a 2-year exploration. Finally, just yesterday, we uncovered an astonishing truth. That is, within the Kunlun Mountains resides a living deity." Chapter 19. The mysterious cube descends, a glimpse behind the curtain. Oh my! Upon hearing this astonishing truth, every individual present was rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Professor Chen. The enigmatic allure of Kunlun Mountain was well known among the gathered journalists and editors, many of whom had grown up enchanted by its mythological tales. Yet, myths are but fables, seldom reflected in reality. The legendary figures within those stories, such as the Queen Mother of the West, the Yu, Ho-I, and Chang'e, were merely figments of folklore. And yet, today they have heard something extraordinary. Within the boundless mysteries of Kunlun Mountain resides a living deity? Could it be that the mythical characters have not departed, but rather have remained concealed within Kunlun, surviving to this very day? No, this cannot be true. After a brief silence enveloped the gathering, it was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. A female journalist sprang to her feet, her gaze fervently fixed on Professor Chen as she voiced her skepticism. "Professor Chen, pardon my bold interruption, but the truth you have unveiled is utterly astonishing. I must daringly inquire, how can you be certain that a living deity dwells within Kunlun Mountain? Did you and your team witness this firsthand? Or have you encountered something that led you to the illusion of a deity's existence within Kunlun?" Indeed, Professor Chen, this revelation is simply too extraordinary. Without tangible evidence, it may be challenging to convince us. Might you possess any proof to substantiate the existence of this living deity? If so, could you kindly present it for our scrutiny? Yes. Videos, photographs, or audio recordings. Anything that can corroborate your claim would be greatly appreciated. Professor Qin Zhengcheng had anticipated this scene. In truth, besides the living deity, my team and I discovered an astonishing multitude of animals within that small village. Thousands of animals? The journalists and photographers were once again left in a state of astonishment, feeling as though they were listening to a tale from the animal kingdom. Had it not been for Professor Qin's esteemed reputation as a leading geographic investigator in the country, who had contributed significantly to the exploration of the Dragon Kingdom, some reporters might have already turned away in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. First, a deity is discovered, and now thousands of animals? Even the most imaginative fabrication could not reach such extremes. However, in the next moment, these journalists and editors were met with even more surreal and fantastical revelations. Among these creatures were white elephants watering crops, giant pandas fishing with bamboo rods, water buffaloes planting rice, and even a talking Siberian tiger. Professor Qin was acutely aware that these journalists would likely find his assertions incredulous. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to share these astonishing facts, hoping to enlist the journalists' influence to unveil the secrets of that small village. This, he believed, would exert pressure on the authorities at Zhenan, prompting them to dispatch extraordinary personnel to explore and investigate Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, he could follow the members of the Yishur tribe back into the quaint village to meet the living deity. Suddenly, an eruption of incredulous gasps filled the air, clearly a response to the astonishing imagery conveyed by Professor Qin. What? Elephants cultivating vegetables and pandas fishing? Are these still mere ordinary animals? Surely, they must be a congregation of ethereal beings. Professor Qin, to be candid, we are immensely eager for the conference you are hosting, yet the claims you have made seem excessively absurd and outrageous. Thus, the purpose of your conference is to inform us that within Kunlun Mountain resides not only a living deity, but also an array of peculiar creatures? Where is the evidence? If you can provide relevant proof, we shall choose to believe you. Deputy Captain He Bin, unwilling to accept this scene, desired to clarify, to enlighten the reporters that indeed, a deity and a multitude of fantastical beings exist within that village. Their entire team had even been expelled by a Siberian tiger and a black bear. However, Qin Zhengcheng raised his hand to halt his words, asserting that there was no need for an explanation. They should merely relay what they had witnessed. As for whether the reporters would believe it at that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside the hall, declaring, "The evidence you seek is here." Following that, a youthful and vigorous voice proclaimed, "I represent the Qintian office and can attest to Professor Qin's statements." Instantly, all the journalists, editors, and photographers turned to look. Qin Zhengcheng, He Bin, and the other three significant figures from Silver Star City also stood, directing their gazes towards the entrance of the hall. At the Qintian office, atop the Sitian platform, an elderly man with a white beard had been meditating for approximately half an hour when he suddenly felt a jolt in his brow, a premonition of impending trouble. Hastily, he opened his eyes, gazing skyward, muttering in confusion, "Strange. The significant event I just calculated should have already occurred to old Qin. Why is it still?" Abruptly, his focus sharpened as he perceived a scene in the outer sky through his divine sense, and when it materialized in his mind, his expression shifted dramatically. He stood up abruptly, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is that? A cube?" In his mind's eye, a cube the size of a fist appeared, gleaming with a cerulean hue, plummeting from the outer sky. Swiftly, the blue cube breached the atmosphere, its edges igniting with a fiery red arc of light as it descended at an accelerated pace towards the ground. The shape of the cube was reflected in the old man's eyes, and he rapidly calculated the cube's eventual landing site. Upon deriving the final result, the old man's complexion transformed with alarm, and disregarding everything else, he turned and shouted urgently within the Qintian office, his voice laden with anxiety and concern, "Quick! Connect me to Chief Zhou. Something monumental is occurring. A grave matter is unfolding in Kunlun Mountain." Concurrently, in Jingzhou, at the headquarters of the Zhenan office, in an independently operated office, a series of urgent knocks resounded alongside the ringing of a telephone. Seated in an office chair was a middle-aged man clad in a blue suit. His eyes sparkled with determination, and his demeanor exuded calmness and poise as he simultaneously uttered "Come in" while answering the phone on his desk. At that moment, A well-dressed female assistant hurriedly entered the office, her expression fraught with anxiety as she attempted to convey a recent grave occurrence to the middle-aged man, Zhou Sisho. However, as soon as she began to speak, a single glance from him stilled her words, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on her forehead. The matter she had overheard was far too terrifying. "Junior, what has transpired on your end?" Zhou Sisho inquired in a low voice. Upon hearing the unfolding events, his countenance shifted dramatically. He rose and exclaimed, "Are you certain it is Kunlun Mountain? Excellent. I understand what must be done." With a decisive motion, Zhou Sisho placed the phone down and swiftly approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sky, where he indeed observed a blue cube plummeting rapidly. At that moment, the anxious voice of the female assistant echoed behind him. "Zhou Sisho? The monitoring command center has just relayed information that a satellite has detected a cube." "I have seen it," Zhou Sisho interjected, his fist striking against the glass as he commanded. "You must immediately execute 2 tasks. First, notify the Department of Anomalies to dispatch a team into Kunlun Mountain. We must acquire that cube at all costs." "Understood." Second, strive to contain the public discourse and ramifications of this incident within manageable limits. "Affirmative." Once the female assistant departed the office, Zhou Sisho continued to gaze out at the sky, lingering in silence for a considerable time before a voice imbued with profound perplexity emerged. "Why this time? Is it Kunlun Mountain?" Chapter 20. Global Focus on Mount Kunlun. Exhibition Center, First Floor Hall. As Qin Zhengshang gazed towards the entrance, his eyes were immediately drawn to his wife, who, accompanied by her assistant Xiaoli, strode in with purpose. Following closely behind them was a tall young man, clad in a flowing blue Taoist robe. Recognizing the young man as one of Lao Zhao's disciples, Qin Zhengshang couldn't help but chuckle, understanding Lao Zhao's intentions. At that moment, numerous reporters and editors recognized the elderly woman at the forefront as Professor Jiao Chunling from the Geological University of Longhua, a figure who had made indelible contributions to the nation. The young man trailing behind was also identified by several journalists as Zheng Jingming, a disciple of the head of the Xintian Division, Zhao Si. He frequently represented the Xintian Division at significant conferences and events, marking him as a person of considerable standing. This revelation caused the reporters to exchange astonished glances, taken aback by the unexpected presence of Professor Jiao Chunling and members of the Xintian Division rallying to support Professor Qin. Did it imply that Professor Qin truly possessed evidence confirming the existence of a living deity and a multitude of supernatural beings residing within Mount Kunlun? The air thickened with a flurry of rapid breaths and gasps of disbelief. If Professor Jiao indeed presented evidence, the realm of myth would transform into documented reality, shattering the perceptions and worldviews of everyone present. However, the majority of journalists approached the unfolding situation with a rational mindset, firmly believing that without tangible evidence, they could not easily accept such claims. Only upon witnessing undeniable proof would they dare to unveil this astonishing truth to the world. "What are you meddling for?" Qin Jingqing's expression darkened as he saw his wife standing before him. Professor Jiao cast a glance at her husband, shaking her head in silence. She then turned to address the reporters present, her demeanor composed. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have compiled some materials regarding Mount Kunlun for your perusal. Perhaps, after reviewing them, your perspectives may shift." The assistant, Xiaoli, promptly stepped forward to hand the documents to Hebin. Upon receiving the files, Hebin instinctively glanced at the old captain. "Qin Professor." Without hesitation, Qin Zhengsheng nodded, recognizing that the materials had been meticulously gathered by his wife through a long night of effort. In an unexpected turn of events, a male reporter, seizing the moment while Hebin distributed the documents, hastily retrieved his incessantly vibrating phone from his pocket and stepped aside to answer. Upon finishing the call, he stood utterly stunned. Shortly thereafter, several other reporters pulled out their phones, shocked by the furious voice of their superior on the other end of the line, rendering them equally astounded. The entire scene sparked a chain reaction of astonishment. One after another, reporters received calls from their superiors, informing them of the same astonishing event, leaving them utterly astounded and incredulous. Within them, a tempest of emotions surged. Suddenly, the first male reporter who answered the call reacted with fervor, bellowing, "Where's the photographer? Hurry! Come with me. Something monumental has occurred." His thunderous exclamation jolted the other reporters into action. They began shouting and directing the accompanying editors and photographers to swiftly grab their cameras and rush outside. For outside, An event of unprecedented magnitude was unfolding. Amidst the commotion, Qin Zhengcheng and Zhao Chunling, along with others, stood in the now eerily vacant hall, their eyes wide with disbelief. 3 large question marks loomed over their heads. Particularly, He Bin, after meticulously organizing his materials, looked up and was left dumbfounded. Where's everyone? Had he not caught a glimpse of Professor Qin and the others? He might have thought he had slipped through time. Witnessing the swarm of reporters rushing out, Qin Zhengxing felt his blood pressure rise in frustration. Never anticipating such a scene would unfold just as he was on the brink of success, he forcefully suppressed his anger and commanded, "Let us go. We must see for ourselves." As they exited, they discovered some photographers were feverishly capturing images of the sky, while some reporters excitedly reported into their cameras, "Greetings, dear viewers. We interrupt your programming for an urgent news update. Just moments ago, a Rubik's Cube fell from the sky." Qin Zhengcheng and his companions quickly looked upward, spotting a small black, generating flames from intense friction with the atmosphere, plummeting rapidly towards the Earth. The estimated landing site was indeed within the borders of Dragon Country. "My goodness, what is that? A Rubik's Cube?" Xiao Li, the young assistant, gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening with astonishment at the reporter's accounts. Beside her, He Bin was equally stunned, fixated on the cube, sensing impending calamity as he swallowed hard. The elderly couple, Qin Zhengxing and Zhao Chunling, stared unblinkingly at the small black dot, their pupils constricting with unease. After a minute of silence, they slowly began to process the unfolding scene. Zhao Chunling turned to her husband and remarked, "Dear, whatever happened to our headline news?" That morning, at precisely 10 o'clock and 10 minutes, an event transpired that left the entire Dragon Country in profound shock. Office workers, sipping their coffee, casually glanced out the window, only to be petrified into silence. Those hanging laundry on their balconies instinctively looked up, dropping their basins in sheer astonishment. Countless others halted their activities, gazing up at the small black dot with an overwhelming sense of unease and trepidation. The disturbance caused by that enigmatic cube extended far beyond the Dragon Nation. It captivated the attention of people across the globe. In an instant, a tumultuous undercurrent surged forth, drawing all eyes to the Kunlun Mountains of the Dragon Nation. Amidst the fervor surrounding the celestial cube's arrival, the entire Kunlun mountain range, after experiencing a swift yet fleeting tremor, quickly returned to its former tranquility. However, from an aerial vantage point, one could distinctly observe that in the vicinity of a mysterious and boundless village, a once vast and lush forest had been abruptly marred. A colossal crater had been formed in the forest's heart, reduced to a desolate expanse of charred earth. The edges of the crater flickered with sporadic flames, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning, which was overwhelmingly pungent. At the center of this abyss lay a 6-faced cube, quietly embedded within, radiating a brilliant cerulean glow, intermittently discharging arcs of electricity. On the surfaces of the cube, indistinct visages, neither entirely human nor beastly, began to materialize, their expressions shifting rapidly as if striving to break free from the cube's confinement. Suddenly, with a series of mechanical clicks, the cube began to tremble, producing the sound of gears in motion. Those visages, seemingly liberated, surged forth from within the cube with remarkable speed. At that moment, a jubilant voice resonated from within the forest. "Teacher, I detect a pungent odor. The source of the recent tremor must lie just ahead. Let us hasten to investigate." Chapter 21. The countdown to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Xiao Bai darted ahead, her speed remarkable. With a flick of her serpentine tail, she could leap several meters. At that moment, she coiled around a majestic tree, pointing eagerly towards the horizon, her curiosity palpable. However, she ultimately restrained her impulsive desire, awaiting the arrival of the teacher behind her. "Teacher, watch your step," came the gentle and delicate voice of Xiao Qing, contrasting starkly with her otherwise icy demeanor in front of other formidable beings. The giant panda, the Siberian tiger, and the black bear, 3 grand creatures trailing behind, were already accustomed to this peculiar dynamic, following the teacher at a leisurely pace. An Chen nodded, continuing forward while reminding Xiao Bai, "Do not wander off. Stay close to the teacher." Moments ago, a tremor had shaken the classroom, prompting An Chen to investigate the source of this unsettling sensation. The students expressed a unanimous desire to accompany him, yet An Chen declined the request of the entire class. The tremor had been too intense. Should it occur again, it could potentially rend the earth, posing significant danger. Thus, he selected 5 students, Gun Gun, Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, Xiaohu, and Dehei, to accompany him, leaving the others behind in the classroom. His choice of Gun Gun, Xiaohu, and Dehei was predicated on their considerable strength, which might prove advantageous in a critical situation. Xiaoqing, with her meticulous mind and agile physique, would be adept at leading everyone to safety should another tremor occur. As for Xiaobai, An Chen recalled how she had clung to his arm moments earlier, playfully expressing her desire to warm his bed in return for his kindness, eliciting a bemused smile from him. With a sister so adept at seeking affection, he had little choice but to allow her to join the group. Thus, Xiaobai forged ahead as An Chen guided the remaining students closer to the enormous pit. Suddenly, a flurry of movement signaled the approach of foreign creatures, faces that were neither human nor beast scattered in all directions, vanishing without a trace. At last, following the pungent scent, An Chen and the students arrived at the source of the tremor. Wow! Upon seeing the vast pit before her, Xiaobai's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Teacher, there is an enormous pit up ahead." Xiaoqing, who walked beside An Chen, halted, her body quivering momentarily before settling. She, too, was taken aback, never expecting to encounter such a significant pit within the forest, which appeared to have a diameter of around 100 meters. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she spotted a blue cube embedded in the center of the pit, murmuring to herself, "What is that?" Meng Gun Gun, adorned with a straw hat and clutching a freshly unearthed bamboo shoot, was poised to take a hearty bite when Xiaoqing's voice broke the silence. Reluctantly, it retracted the bamboo shoots, peering out from behind the teacher with its head, and widened its eyes, a blend of black and white, to scrutinize the enigmatic cube before it. Astonishingly, its eyes began to shimmer with divine light, weaving together in the air before it, resembling a profound Tai Chi diagram, steeped in mystery. Even more remarkable was the fact that this ethereal diagram soared above the pit, exuding an invincible aura that seemed poised to descend from the heavens and shatter all that is unknown. Unbeknownst to anyone, the previously concealed, almost beastly gray visages trembled uncontrollably in response to this intangible pressure, as if they had encountered an apocalyptic calamity. They were paralyzed by fear, unable to flee or even move, lest they be discovered by the master of this overwhelming force, leading to their utter annihilation. Meanwhile, the northeastern tiger leaned out from the teacher's right side, its keen eyes fixated on the cube in the pit, displaying a look of perplexity. Clearly, it too was unaware of the nature of that small object. The massive black bear, nearly 2 meters in size, did not need to extend its head to perceive the scene half a meter before it. Beyond that distance, the view became obscured, akin to the vision of a nearsighted individual. The black bear resigned itself to this limitation, yawning as it turned to glance at the nearby tiger, its gaze inadvertently drifting to the tiger's rear, a nostalgic expression crossing its face. The northeastern tiger, acutely aware of the gaze upon its hindquarters, instinctively tightened its hind legs and leaped forth, rushing towards the pit. "Is there a considerable pit?" An Chen pondered over Little Bai's explanation, nodding thoughtfully. It appeared that this pit was indeed the source of the tremors. Upon hearing Little Tiger's words, An Chen promptly cautioned, "Be vigilant, Little Tiger." The northeastern tiger, upon hearing the teacher's concern, flashed a toothy grin, a glimmer of determination illuminating its eyes. It pounded its chest, embodying a fearless spirit, and boldly approached the cube. Simultaneously, Little Qing, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Meng Gun, recognized its vigilance against unknown dangers. It summoned a thread of consciousness and soared beneath the radiant diagram, ready to safeguard the northeastern tiger. Upon arriving at the center of the pit, the northeastern tiger felt the presence of both the luminous diagram and the protective consciousness, instantly boosting its sense of security exponentially. No longer hesitating, it extended a paw and seized the blue cube, exclaiming with vigor, "I've got it." Why did it feel so light? The northeastern tiger had expected the cube to be heavy, considering it had plummeted from the sky, creating such a vast pit. To its astonishment, it was as light as a stone in its grasp. "Teacher, this is the object that fell from the sky." The student is dim-witted and knows not its mysteries. At that moment, Meng Gun Gun, Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, and the black bear turned their heads in unison. Fixated on the blue cube held by the northeast tiger, their curiosity piqued and anticipation mounting regarding the nature of this celestial object. Did it fall from the sky? Could it be a satellite? An Chen pondered, extending his hand toward the palm of the northeast tiger, soon making contact with the otherworldly artifact. However, before he could thoroughly discern its essence, a voice resonated within his mind, stirring him deeply. Ding! The master has encountered the secret method inheritance of the extraterrestrial race. Number 001. Commencing the countdown for the revival of spiritual energy. There are 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds remaining until the master fully receives the divine fire. Upon the successful verification of the students' courses and life skills, they may awaken their bloodline talents and obtain specific inheritance marks. Each time a student awakens a talent, the master can utilize a talent replication card to acquire the corresponding abilities. Currently, it has been detected that 3 students of the master can awaken their talents. Shall this process commence immediately? Chapter 22. The Indomitable Giant Panda. The Secret Inheritance of an Extraterrestrial Race. An Chen felt a stirring in his heart, recalling the 2 significant revelations he had received 2 years prior upon inheriting the divine fire. One of these revelations foretold that after 3 years, the world would witness a resurgence of spiritual energy, accompanied by the emergence of bizarre occurrences and even the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations. When considering this enigmatic object, it was highly probable that the resurgence of spiritual energy and the prevalence of the bizarre were intertwined with its existence. Since it is designated as Object 001, there must be subsequent entities 002, 003. An Chen's mind began to conjure numerous associations. At that moment, he picked up the celestial artifact and casually touched it, only to discover that it was, surprisingly, a 6-sided cube. A cascade of questions flooded An Chen's thoughts. Why did this cube fall in Kunlun Mountain? Is it mere coincidence or destiny? What would transpire if it had landed in other parts of the Dragon Kingdom or any corner of the Blue Planet? Surely, people would seek to study the secrets inscribed upon it. By the time the spiritual energy resurges in a year, those individuals would gradually grow in strength. In that instant, a flash of insight illuminated An Chen's mind, as if a series of enigmas had been unraveled, leading to a profound clarity. Teacher, what is this object? At that moment, Xiaobai approached, her gaze fixed on the 6-sided cube, and she curiously reached out a finger to touch it, her face alight with wonder. As the peculiar gray faces, resembling neither human nor beast, departed from the cube, the electric glow emanating from its surface began to dissipate. Thus, when the northeast tiger grasped it, or when An Chen lifted it, and Xiaobai extended her finger to make contact, the cube exhibited no extraordinary phenomena, appearing merely as an ordinary blue cube. The other 4 formidable beings, Meng Gun Gun, Xiao Qing, Northeast Tiger, and Black Bear, shared the same curiosity. They looked at their teacher with eager anticipation, awaiting his elucidation. In their eyes, the teacher was an omniscient deity, capable of awakening their spiritual intelligence, guiding their cultivation, and addressing all their inquiries regarding life and practice. Hence, it was only natural for them to believe that he must possess knowledge about the origins of this otherworldly object. Indeed, Xiao Qing and Xiaobai exchanged knowing glances, discerning something unusual in their teacher's tone. They nodded in silent agreement, refraining from further questions. Meng Gun Gun, Northeast Tiger, and Black Bear raised no objections, continuing to follow their teacher leisurely. However, walking beside An Chen, Xiao Qing discreetly concealed her right hand behind her back, bringing her fingers together to trace a circle in the air. Instantly, a wisp of divine consciousness, suspended beneath the luminous diagram, began to orbit the entire pit as if conducting an inspection. Suddenly, a gray face, resembling neither human nor beast, concealed beneath a stone, trembled under the pressure of the luminous diagram, inadvertently revealing its position. In an instant, a divine consciousness descended from the heavens like a sharp blade, piercing through the gray visage. Following this, an immense surge of mental power erupted forth, tearing apart the gray countenance and obliterating it into the void. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the other gray faces were left in a state of shock. Who could have anticipated that the alien beings on this planet would possess such terrifying strength? With merely a wisp of divine awareness, they extinguished one of their own. This revelation shattered their composure entirely. Thus, the grotesque gray faces reached a consensus. As they struggled against the oppressive terror emanating from the luminous diagram, they rushed forth from their concealed hiding places, scattering in all directions, each hoping to escape the massacre that awaited them. Regrettably, as they soared into the sky and chose their respective paths of flight, Meng Gun Gun, while savoring the freshly unearthed bamboo shoots, casually tossed aside the discarded bamboo husks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bamboo husks, as if guided by an unseen force, transformed into radiant beams of light, piercing through the air and striking each gray visage with unerring precision. Upon impact, each radiant beam maintained its momentum, carrying the gray faces in a parabolic arc before crashing them into the pit below. Simultaneously, the hovering taiji diagram finally descended, akin to snowflakes meeting flames, evaporating in an instant. The grotesque gray faces, unable to emit even a whisper, were ground to dust by the taiji diagram, as though they had never existed at all. When silence enveloped the surroundings once more, Xiaoqing released her grip, her form swaying gently, the tumultuous waves still surging silently. The divine light in Meng Gun Gun's eyes began to fade, and he even opened his mouth to reveal a row of pristine white teeth, letting out a satisfied belch. Leading the group, An Chen remained oblivious to the subtle antics of Xiaoqing and Gun Gun. He was lost in thought, contemplating how to convey the origin of the Rubik's Cube to his classmates without instilling fear. In An Chen's mind, they were merely a group of carefree children. To suddenly disclose matters concerning extraterrestrial beings would undoubtedly frighten them and evoke skepticism. Therefore, when he eventually shared this with them, he intended to adopt a gentle tone. Mindful of their feelings, the golden-haired monkey, having climbed the wall at some point, gazed at the sun for a while before glancing down, momentarily feeling blinded and nearly losing its footing. Instantly, the classroom erupted with joyful and lively sounds. The great demons leaped with exuberance, as if the brief separation from their teacher had left them feeling disoriented, already longing for their instructor. Some of the larger demons, unable to suppress their curiosity, eagerly began to inquire, "Teacher, have you made any discoveries? What caused that tremor?" Upon hearing the jubilant cheers of his students, An Chen smiled faintly and stepped onto the podium, signaling for the class to quiet down. As the students seated before him fell into a hushed silence, An Chen began to recount the tale of the pit. Upon concluding his narrative, he extended his palm to reveal a Rubik's Cube, and with a solemn tone, he addressed his classmates. "Dear students, I must earnestly caution you about an important matter." Chapter 23. A query for the teacher. How shall we seek within? The answer is at hand. The 5 grand demons, Meng Gun Gun and Xiaoqing among them, were captivated by the prospect of their teacher revealing the origins of the mysterious cube, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. The other demons, though unaware of the specifics to be shared, sensed from their teacher's demeanor that it was intrinsically linked to the object he held. It was rare for them to hear their teacher speak with such earnestness, bordering on solemnity. Consequently, the once jovial expressions of the great demons faded as they sat upright, eagerly awaiting their teacher's guidance. Ali, too, stilled his 3 tails and gazed intently at the teacher, his youthful voice inquiring, "Teacher, what is it?" Hearing this innocent query warmed An Chen's heart, prompting him to reconsider the weight of his previous tone. He gently nodded, placing the 6-sided cube upon the lectern, and in a soft voice elucidated, "What I am about to discuss pertains to this cube. It is a celestial artifact, the source of the tremors we just experienced." The great demons immediately shifted their attention to the cube, their expressions a mixture of surprise and astonishment. They had not anticipated that the cause of the earlier quake could be something so diminutive. What extraordinary properties could it possess to create such a vast chasm? Soon, the demons learned the truth from their teacher's words. This cube was indeed an otherworldly object, inscribed with malevolent techniques, fraught with peril. None of you may attempt to surreptitiously learn the methods inscribed upon it. Do you understand? An Chen was not merely issuing a warning. The reality was grave. The system had alerted him that this 6-sided cube contained the esoteric teachings of an alien race, and it also provided a crucial caution. This knowledge was exceedingly dangerous. Should the inhabitants of Blue Star pursue cultivation according to these teachings, they might initially flourish, appearing invincible, yet unbeknownst to them, they would be sowing the seeds of disaster. When the day inevitably arrived for the alien race to invade Blue Star en masse, igniting these latent calamities, the toll in lives would be catastrophic. Furthermore, An Chen contemplated a vital point. This cube represented the first lineage of knowledge, fortuitously discovered within Kunlun Mountain by the students. What might transpire if subsequent lineages, 002, 003, and so forth, were to emerge in various corners of the globe, only to be unearthed by others? After a moment of introspection, An Chen shook his head, Regardless of the external changes unfolding, his responsibility was to safeguard the students seated before him, nurturing their growth and strength. Thus, when explaining the cube, he refrained from disclosing its extraterrestrial origin, fearing it might unduly frighten the children or impose overwhelming pressure upon them. In contrast, the extraordinary demons sitting below, upon learning that this small object was of celestial origin, were filled with wonder, their eyes alight with curiosity. They could scarcely fathom that one day they would witness a creation from beyond their own world. Meanwhile, the great demons gazed at An Chen with expressions of profound shock and admiration. They were astonished to discover that, despite his blindness, their teacher could discern that the cube was an otherworldly artifact and that it contained records of malevolent techniques. Such prowess and insight left them utterly convinced of his brilliance. How could he possibly know about objects from beyond the stars? They thought to themselves that he was indeed remarkable. Rest assured, dear teacher, we shall not attempt to learn from it. Indeed, I vow I shall not even glance at it. Teacher, I am the most obedient. I will close my eyes right now. One by one, the great demons made their promises with resolute tones. In truth, they were not even capable of comprehending the inscriptions and patterns on the cube, let alone practicing any techniques. Although each student possessed a distinct personality, some mischievous, some unruly, some irritable, while others were gentle and docile, they were ultimately all well-behaved children, at least during the 2 years of An Chen's teaching. Not a single student had defied his words. This alone was enough to put An Chen at ease. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated in the classroom. I have a perplexing question. May I seek your guidance, dear teacher? An Chen immediately recognized the voice of a student named Yang Meili. He held a vivid impression of her. She was methodical in her actions, possessed a gentle voice, and had a deep love for reading, often seen with a book in hand. Sometimes, An Chen felt as if she were a graceful and intelligent older sister from the neighborhood. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, he smiled and said, Please, do share your question. The other great demons turned their attention towards her, their eyes reflecting the figure of the white goat. The white goat sat up straight, adjusted the frame of her glasses, lowered her recently raised hand, and articulated her inquiry. Teacher, my question is, if you forbid us from learning the techniques of the outside world, how are we to become powerful? Upon hearing this question, the great demons instinctively widened their eyes, revealing expressions of contemplation. Clearly, this query struck a chord within them, as it was something they yearned to understand. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, they wished to continue until they reached its ultimate destination. However, the current great demons felt lost and perplexed regarding their cultivation journey, uncertain of the path ahead and how to proceed. In that moment, the multitude of great demons turned their gazes to An Chen, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation, and even a hint of excitement. After all, during the past 2 years, they had only quietly absorbed knowledge, awakened their intelligence, and gleaned insights into the path of cultivation from the lessons taught by their teacher. They had not had many opportunities to inquire about the practice of cultivation. Now, with the matter of the cube at hand, they finally had a chance to voice their innermost doubts, filling them with immense exhilaration. Upon hearing Xiaomei's question, An Chen momentarily paused before breaking into an understanding smile, realizing that these students yearned to swiftly enhance their abilities. After contemplating for a moment, he expressed his thoughts. Dear students, our dragon country is vast and rich, shrouded in endless mystery, and boasts a profound civilization spanning thousands of years. It is akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove. Therefore, if you wish to strengthen yourselves, why seek outward? Instead, seek within. Seek within? The assembled talents were all taken aback, their expressions shifting as if An Chen's words were a beacon illuminating the fog obscuring their paths to cultivation, prompting them to ponder deeply. After a brief silence, Xiaoqing raised her head, her gaze intense as she looked at her teacher. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of surprise, awe, and excitement, as if she beheld a brand new realm opening its doors before her, illuminating the future trajectory of her cultivation. Xiaoqing felt an overwhelming premonition that the answer to this question was the radiant path they were destined to tread. Struggling to contain her emotions, a slight tremor could not be suppressed in her voice as she inquired, May I ask, teacher, how shall we seek within? Chapter 24, Learning from the Sun, Moon, Stars, and Majestic Mountains. Outside the Kunlun Mountains, the sun blazed in the sky. A winding, undulating road, resembling a serpent coiling, led into the heart of the Kunlun Range. The scorching sun scorched the earth, causing invisible flames to rise from the pavement, distorting the very fabric of space. Boom, boom, boom. From the horizon, the thunderous roar of engines reverberated, shaking the very gravel beneath their feet. 3 armored all-terrain vehicles surged forth like amphibious beasts, roaring as they suddenly emerged from the horizon, swiftly darting past like bolts of lightning along the serpentine mountain path. Dust and sand billowed up on either side, engulfing the air in a haze. Ultimately, the trio of vehicles plunged into the Kunlun Mountains, halting upon an expansive grassland, the very place where the geographical survey team had awakened that morning. At this moment, the door of the first vehicle swung open, and a muscular man of imposing stature emerged from the passenger seat, standing approximately 6 feet tall, with a sun-kissed complexion. He donned a pair of sunglasses and a black tank top that showcased his impressive pectorals and biceps, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Leader, Captain Shun. The doors of the 2 subsequent vehicles opened in succession, with team members stepping out to greet the muscular man. The Zhenan Division is the most enigmatic and formidable entity in the Dragon Kingdom, divided into the Peculiar Persons Department and the Extraordinary Warriors Department. The former focuses on scholarly pursuits and is further divided into 7 squads. The Geographical Survey team that previously explored the Kunlun Mountains, along with the Historical Research Institute, belong to 2 of these squads. The Extraordinary Warriors Department, on the other hand, is dedicated to martial prowess, safeguarding the 9 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. This division recruits individuals with unique abilities and is composed of 8 squads. The team led by the muscular man Shun Hao is one among these 8, known as the Thunderstrike Squad. Captain, entering from here leads directly into the heart of Kunlun. The vice captain, Guanlan Hui, with her wavy auburn hair and sun-kissed skin, approached Shun Hao, her waist adorned with 2 sheathed blades. She glanced towards the expansive grassland ahead, her voice crisp and clear as she continued, "I just pinpointed our location in the vehicle. Cutting through here is the fastest shortcut, allowing us to locate the cube in the shortest time possible." Shun Hao rotated his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the sunglasses to fixate on the grassland ahead. Without hesitation, he raised his hand decisively, commanding, "Gear up, let's move." "Yes, Captain." Instantly, 10 tall and sturdy team members responded in unison, swiftly turning to gather their equipment and following suit. Half an hour later, as the squad crested 2 mountain peaks and prepared to rest for a moment, one team member suddenly pointed in a direction, his eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" The other team members, including Captains Shun Hao and Guanlan Hui, turned to gaze in the same direction, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. Inside the classroom of a small village, after listening to the question posed by Xiao Qing, and Shun smiled faintly and countered, "What is the first line of the Analects that the teacher asked you to recite just now?" Immediately, a student eagerly responded, "To learn and to practice what you have learned, is it not a joy?" "Indeed," and Shun nodded, smiling as he continued. The character learn in this phrase carries 3 layers of meaning. The first 2 layers have already been conveyed by your teacher. Now, let me share the 3rd layer with you. The great demons straightened in their seats, displaying a rapt attention, while even the drowsy black bear pinched its arm to awaken itself, determined not to miss the teacher's wisdom. In unison, they exclaimed, "Teacher, we are eager to learn more." For the sloth, however, this phrase was akin to a refreshing breeze. Just as it had opened its mouth, it realized that the surrounding demons had already finished speaking. Thus, it slowly closed its mouth and looked up at the teacher with an innocent expression. An Chen, oblivious to the reactions of the black bear and the sloth, continued with a serene smile, explaining that the 3rd layer of meaning behind learning is to seek knowledge and guidance from others, particularly from those who are more capable and accomplished than oneself. Furthermore, you can also learn from the world around you, from the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. In that moment, An Chen's mind overflowed with inspiration, allowing his words to flow effortlessly. "Students, when you one day step beyond this mountain, you will discover that the landscapes of the Dragon Kingdom and its sacred grounds harbor echoes of ancient myths. If you have the opportunity to explore those renowned mountains and rivers, remember to delve deeply. You may uncover unexpected treasures." Pausing for effect, An Chen delivered his final conclusion, leaving the assembled demons in awe. For instance, the Taoist 13 methods at Wudong Mountain, the 1000 Buddha Hall at Shaolin Temple, the enigmatic market in Shenangjia, and the Funyo Peak at Laojun Mountain. In these places, remnants of ancient deities' teachings and scriptures can be found. If you are fortunate enough to learn even a fraction of these, it will benefit you throughout your life and make you increasingly formidable. This encapsulated An Chen's vision. He wished for his students to establish their foundations, learning the scriptures and powers passed down from ancient deities to strengthen themselves. If they could master these teachings, they would undoubtedly surpass the creations of extraterrestrial civilizations by numerous folds. After all, the legendary figures of the Dragon Kingdom, from ancient times to the present, rival any foreign entity, and certainly any alien race. Yet, An Chen pondered, these students were merely children. After sharing so much, would they truly believe him? Even if they did, with their current abilities, they would find it impossible to venture beyond this mountain. As he contemplated this, An Chen couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, silently reflecting, let those words I spoke earlier be like seeds sown in their hearts. Perhaps, when the spiritual energy revives a year from now, they will remember. When the time comes for those seeds to germinate and flourish, it may bring An Chen unexpected delight. However, unexpectedly, the assembly of extraordinary demons seated below him widened their eyes in astonishment and wonder as they gazed upon him. Some of these formidable beings began to tremble uncontrollably, while others shimmered with tears, silently allowing two streams to cascade down their cheeks. How majestic was the teacher! At last, he had illuminated their future path in cultivation and pointed them towards the journey they must undertake. It was to learn from the celestial bodies and the renowned mountains and rivers of this realm. To set foot upon the renowned peaks and flowing rivers within the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps there lay hidden the legacies left by ancient deities. If they could acquire such legacies, it would be their greatest fortune and transformation. How could this not evoke profound excitement and joy among the great demons? Chapter 25. Unleashing the bloodline talents of 3 students. Following a surge of excitement, the great demons regarded An Chen with an increasingly profound respect and admiration, akin to gazing upon a deity. Although they had never beheld the ancient gods, nor were they familiar with the formidable figures of myth and legend, they possessed a clear understanding and deep appreciation that their teacher was unequivocally the mightiest divine being in existence. Every gesture and action of the teacher was imbued with boundless mysteries, offering a lifetime of wisdom for them to absorb. Over the past 2 years, the great demons had yet to witness their teacher's prowess, yet they were acutely aware that when the teacher chose to act, it would be nothing short of earth-shattering. Reflecting on this, the great demons rose in unison, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect, and bowed earnestly to An Chen, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for the teacher's guidance. This act of instruction was akin to a rebirth, destined to be etched in the hearts of each great demon, ensuring it would never be forgotten. One of them, unable to contain their innocence, looked up at the teacher with wide, pleading eyes. Xiaobai raised her head, shaking her fist with earnestness, assuring the teacher, rest assured, we shall remember every word you have imparted. The other great demons nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. At that moment, Xiao Qing, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, turned to An Chen and softly inquired, Teacher, I have a lingering question. An Chen nodded, encouraging her to speak. While the other great demons turned their attention to Xiao Qing, she continued to gaze at An Chen, voicing her deepest concern, a question she had long wished to ask but hesitated to voice. Xiao Qing wished to know when the teacher's affliction with his eyesight would be resolved. Upon hearing this question, Xiaobai, the leopard, and the northeast tiger, along with the other great demons, were taken aback. Even the irascible golden monkey, who hung upside down from the rafters, instinctively covered its eyes, fearing the teacher's potential displeasure. The white goat, too, set aside its scroll, revealing a look of astonishment at Xiao Qing's boldness. They had never anticipated that the second sister would broach such a sensitive topic at this moment. After all, this question had been instinctively avoided since the teacher began his instruction. They had never dared to inquire why the teacher had lost his sight or why it remained unhealed after such a long time. They were deeply concerned that bringing up this delicate matter would reopen old wounds for the teacher and cast a shadow over his spirits. Would they not be guilty of causing their mentor distress? As the atmosphere thickened with tension and apprehension among the great demons, An Chen, recognizing Xiao Qing's genuine concern and acknowledging that the other students harbored the same curiosity, chose to alleviate their worries. With a gentle smile, he revealed the anticipated time for the restoration of his sight. If all went as expected, his eyes would be healed within a year. Upon hearing this revelation, the great demons, including Xiao Qing, were momentarily struck dumb. It appeared that they were somewhat unaccustomed to the teacher's response, revealing expressions of astonishment and disbelief. However, they quickly regained their composure, their eyes widening as they exclaimed in unison, "Wait, teacher, what did you just say? Another year? Is this truly real? In just 1 year, will the teacher be able to see the light once more? Oh, how wonderful! This is truly splendid." Over the past 2 years, each time they beheld the black cloth covering their teacher's eyes, a pang of sorrow and regret washed over them, wishing fervently that it were they who were blind instead. They contemplated various methods to cure their teacher's affliction, such as plucking lotus leaves and vigilantly guarding the courtyard from dawn until dusk, hoping to collect droplets of dew to cleanse their teacher's eyes. This idea had been suggested by a frog, which claimed that the dew gathered the essence of both day and night, capable of harmonizing the 5 elements within all beings. Additionally, they would dive into the depths of the celestial pool, retrieving blocks of hard ice to melt into water for their teacher to drink, convinced that the teacher's ailment stemmed from a burning affliction and that extinguishing this flame would restore sight. Alas, despite their earnest efforts, none of these remedies alleviated their teacher's condition. Consequently, they took turns chastising the frog, which resulted in the creature developing a psychological scar, leading it to croak incessantly every night in complaint. As An Chen listened to the jubilant cheers of his students, he too smiled, eagerly anticipating the moment a year hence when he would open his eyes to behold the world anew. Moreover, he yearned to see what these innocent and endearing students truly looked like, and how their appearances might differ from the images he had conjured in his mind. Only 1 year remains. It will soon pass. An Chen mused silently. Then, he recalled an important detail, the system's notification that not only informed him of the cube being a secret inheritance of an extraterrestrial race, but also mentioned that 3 of his students had achieved full-level validation, granting them the potential to awaken their bloodline talents. Who could these 3 be? An Chen promptly accessed the Holy Master System interface, opening the notification to discover that one of the students was indeed, as he had anticipated, Xiaoqing. The other 2 students, however, took him by surprise. They were Qi Zi and Guai Guai. Both had successfully completed the full-level validation in their courses and life skills, earning them an opportunity to unlock their bloodline talents, along with a chance to acquire a legacy mark. This revelation filled An Chen with joy. He had not expected such rewards from the system. As a result, the students who awakened their bloodline talents would possess a certain level of self-protection. When they eventually emerged from the mountains to live in the bustling city, they would be better equipped to navigate the perils that may arise. An Chen swiftly arrived at a decision. Given the system's provision of such rewards, I shall assist them in unlocking their bloodline talents, enabling them to grow stronger step by step, thereby preparing for the revival of spiritual energy a year hence. Thus, An Chen extended his hand in a gesture for his classmates to quiet down, and continued, "Dear classmates, in light of your diligent studies and passion for life over the past 2 years, transforming our small village into a thriving community, I would like to reward 3 students here." Chapter 26. One of the unsolved mysteries of the small village. Is there a reward? The great demons were filled with immense joy at the prospect of receiving accolades from their teacher, their excitement amplifying at the announcement of rewards. Even those seated in the back rows, such as the northeast tiger, the white-toothed elephant, and the great water buffalo, sat up straight, eagerly anticipating the accolades they believed were rightfully theirs. They were convinced that their contributions were the most significant, and it was highly likely that they would receive commendations from the teacher. Meanwhile, the great demons in the front row gazed at the teacher with bright eyes, curious about which 3 would be honored. Soon enough, the answer became clear. An Chen observed as his students quickly fell silent, not a whisper escaping their lips, and he nodded in satisfaction before announcing the first recipient of the reward. The first student is Yi Xiaoqing. An Chen was not at all surprised that Xiaoqing had passed the system's full-level verification. After all, over the past 2 years, she had demonstrated remarkable intelligence and diligence, rapidly assimilating and mastering the knowledge imparted in class. Thus, her perfect score was entirely anticipated. Furthermore, her domestic skill was laundry, which she performed solely for An Chen. However, through Xiaoqing's persistent efforts and dedication, An Chen found it impossible to refuse her, and so she took on that task. Consequently, for the past 2 years, Xiaoqing had been responsible for washing and drying An Chen's clothes, which he donned daily, imbued with a unique fragrance. This also led to Xiaoqing achieving full-level verification in her domestic skills. Upon hearing that the first awardee was the second senior sister, The other great demons immediately turned their gazes towards Xiaoqing, their eyes reflecting envy and surprise. Clearly, they were taken aback, not expecting the second senior sister to claim one of the honors. Particularly, Xiaobai, upon seeing her sister stand, was filled with indignation and could not help but mutter under her breath, "Humph, if even you can receive a reward, then surely I can too. Perhaps the next demon will be me." When Xiaoqing heard the teacher announce her name, she was momentarily stunned, only to be overwhelmed by an indescribable joy and excitement. She could hardly believe that the first recipient of the reward was indeed her. The surprise was utterly unexpected. Thus, Xiaoqing rose from her seat, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed her gratitude to the teacher while making her way to the podium, standing beside it in anticipation of the second name being called. The second student is Guai Guai. At this, the great demons fell into a state of astonishment, all eyes fixated on the little white rabbit in the front row, displaying expressions of shock, surprise, and incredulity. Xiaobai turned to stare at the rabbit, her mouth agape, utterly baffled as to why the second awardee was not her. In truth, it was not only her companions who found it hard to believe. Even the little white rabbit herself was in a daze. She perked up her long ears, her round eyes wide with disbelief, instinctively exclaiming, "Huh? I have a reward too?" Quickly, she processed the information, realizing she had not misheard, and with a joyful cheer, she embraced her companion, Ali. Then it extended a palm, pressed it against the table, and with a vigorous push of its legs, leaped directly from its seat. In midair, it swiftly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from behind its ear and donned them. Upon landing and stabilizing its stance, it immediately raised its rear and twisted towards its companions behind, before striding onto the podium with an unmistakable air of nonchalance. The northeast tiger could hardly contain its fury, exclaiming how it longed to deliver a kick to that audacious rabbit. Upon hearing the tiger's exasperated remark, the other formidable creatures nodded in agreement, united in their sentiments at that moment. Observing the little rabbit standing on the podium, hands behind its back, sunglasses perched on its nose, and tapping its feet against the ground, their desire to give it a good thrashing only intensified. Never had they encountered such an arrogant rabbit. An Chen, however, remained oblivious to the series of infuriating and antagonistic actions performed by the rabbit. He felt somewhat surprised by Guai Guai's full-level verification through the system. Yet, upon reading the system's explanation, it all seemed reasonable. Guai Guai had achieved perfect scores in its classes, with the life skill pulling radishes maxed out. In An Chen's memory, this Guai Guai indeed had a fondness for cultivating radishes, as well as for pulling them, and most importantly, relishing their taste, insisting on having at least one radish with every meal. Sometimes An Chen would ponder, perhaps this Guai Guai was born under the sign of the rabbit? Eating a radish at every meal, it could rival a rabbit in appetite. An Chen shook his head with a smile and proceeded to announce the final student receiving an award, which was the last student, Cheetah. Xiaobai gasped. Her hopes dashed, and she couldn't help but pout, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The distance between her and her sister seemed to stretch further apart. What should she do now? The other formidable beings turned their gazes towards the earth sloth, their expressions laden with complexity, hesitating to voice their thoughts. None had anticipated that this martial arts enthusiast would claim the final spot. After all, the earth sloth was usually inconspicuous, taking an eternity to utter even a few words. This tendency had led to its infrequent interactions and playtime with companions. Furthermore, this earth sloth was indeed obsessed with martial arts, fervently practicing punches and techniques. Its current forte lay in Wing Chun and Tai Chi. The northeast tiger and the other formidable beings regarded the earth sloth with increasing confusion. They simply could not fathom why this martial arts aficionado had garnered the teacher's reward. Where had they faltered? When An Chen uttered Cheetah's name, he also noted the system's explanatory details. Despite Cheetah's stutter, taking an inordinate amount of time to complete a sentence, its capacity for learning and comprehension was remarkably strong. Thus, it had passed its courses with flying colors. Additionally, its life skill piling was also maxed out. The fences around the courtyard and playground were all crafted by its diligent efforts. This had occurred 6 months after An Chen traversed into this world, when the earth sloth proactively constructed a 2-meter-high bamboo fence around the playground. The following morning, to everyone's astonishment, the bamboo net had mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, the sloth attempted twice more, yet each time yielded the same result. The net had disappeared by dawn. Upon hearing fellow students report this peculiar occurrence, An Chen felt a sense of intrigue, and speculated that perhaps some wild beasts had taken the bamboo net during the night. Consequently, he instructed the sloth to transform the net into wood or stone as an experiment. Remarkably, this approach proved effective. From that moment forth, the strange phenomenon of the fence disappearing was never witnessed again. The inexplicable disappearance of the bamboo net became an unsolved enigma in An Chen's mind. He was also eager to discover what kind of bloodline talents these three classmates would unveil. Chapter 27. The Roar of 10,000 Dragons, the Ancestral Phenomenon. Teacher. With gentle eyes, Xiaoqing stood at the forefront. Her curiosity piqued about the reward bestowed upon her by the instructor. Just stand there, An Chen replied with a nod, as he accessed the system interface to review the recent notification. Would you like to awaken the bloodline talent of student Yi Xiaoqing? Yes. Ding. The awakening was successful. The ancestral dragon bloodline was activated, granting her the fire seat talent and the inheritance mark of flames. As the announcement resonated, an astonishing transformation enveloped Xiaoqing. Her body was instantly adorned with layers of azure scales, her legs morphing into a long serpentine tail, reminiscent of ancestral lineage, erupting with an overwhelming torrent of fiery energy. From a vantage point above, one could distinctly observe that this energy radiated from her and An Chen, generating an invisible shockwave that swept outward in all directions. Subsequently, the desks and chairs trembled, producing a cacophony of creaks. In the front row, Ali's eyes widened in delight, her mouth agape as if filled by a gust of wind, emitting innocent exclamations. The flora and fauna outside the classroom began to quiver and shake. It was only after the shock wave had traversed fields of rice and rivers that it finally subsided. Soon after, ethereal dragon roars echoed from the void behind Xiaoqing, shattering mountains and stones, transcending time and space, exuding unparalleled pressure. This caused the creatures outside the classroom to tremble, bowing their heads in a mix of fear and awe. Some animals even knelt, completely overwhelmed by the oppressive force. Moreover, the formidable beings within the classroom widened their eyes, gazing in astonishment at the extraordinary spectacle behind Xiaoqing. They beheld colossal dragons, some resplendent in golden hues, others intertwined with purple and gold, and yet others cloaked in vibrant azure. All soared skyward, gliding through the continuum of time, as if poised to break forth at any moment, creating a striking visual impact. The roar of 10,000 dragons. Has the second senior sister awakened her ancestral bloodline? The white goat, witnessing the scene, set down the scroll in his hands, transfixed by the bizarre apparition behind Xiaoqing, murmuring to himself. Even Ming Gun Gun paused in his consumption of bamboo shoots, gazing at the colossal dragons materializing behind Xiaoqing, a hint of bewilderment clouding his eyes. It seemed as if he had once dined upon, no, rather, ridden those great dragons. After a moment of contemplation, Ming Gun Gun gently shook his head. The memory felt too distant. The bamboo shoot in his hand was far more enticing. Ancestral awakening? Bai and the Northeast Tiger, along with other formidable beings, displayed expressions of astonishment, taken aback by this revelation. They were well aware of the phenomenon of ancestral regression, which required the continuation of an ancient bloodline and exceedingly rigorous conditions for awakening. They could hardly fathom that the reward bestowed by the teacher upon the second senior sister would be so formidable, instantly awakening the ancient bloodline within her, manifesting a scene of ancestral resurgence. In a moment, the great demons gazed upon their teacher's figure with profound admiration, an overwhelming impulse of reverence stirring within them. Simultaneously, Xiaoqing found herself entranced. After awakening the ancestral dragon bloodline, she could distinctly sense a mysterious force surging within her body. This force felt peculiar, as if it had long been concealed within her, waiting for the opportune moment to break free and become a power she could command and utilize. Undoubtedly, the reward bestowed by her teacher was that very opportunity. This realization brought tears of joy to Xiaoqing's eyes, for she never anticipated that the gift from her teacher would be so extraordinary and substantial. Additionally, she sensed a new memory blossoming in her mind, akin to a special talent. At that moment, An Chen smiled gently and inquired, "How do you feel?" With a face alight with surprise and excitement, she replied, "Thank you for the reward, teacher. I feel a powerful force within me, along with a newfound talent that seems to render me fearless of flames." Fearless of flames? The eyes of the other great demons sparkled with interest, deeming this talent particularly suitable for the second senior sister. Some of them instinctively glanced at Xiao Bai, who was immediately incensed and filled with resentment, wondering why her elder sister could receive such a gift while she could not. A sudden idea struck her, a potential remedy. Why not sneak into the teacher's room tonight to warm his bed? Perhaps if he is pleased, he might grant me this talent as well. As Xiao Bai's gaze toward the teacher brightened, she suddenly realized the significance of the fire. From this day forth, I shall be unscathed by flames. Xiao Qing murmured in enlightenment, her face illuminating with joy as she clasped her hands in gratitude and bowed to An Chen, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand now." An Chen nodded, instructing, "Very well, you may step down and take your seat." Next student. Understood, teacher. Xiao Qing responded, turning to descend from the platform. Suddenly, Ali pointed at the red flame-shaped mark that had appeared on Xiao Qing's forehead and chirped, "Sister Xiao Qing, there's a flame on your forehead." The other great demons turned to look, and indeed, they saw the fiery emblem adorning her brow, clearly the mark of her inheritance. Xiao Qing raised her hand to touch her forehead and felt a distinctly different sensation than before, having gained experience in awakening bloodline talents. An Chen successfully assisted Qi Zi and Guai Guai in unlocking their latent abilities as well. Ding. Activation successful. Obtained open wall. Talent. Received the inheritance mark of rock. Ding. Activation successful. Obtained drive god. Talent. Received the inheritance mark of lightning, along with the skill lightning fist. To An Chen's surprise, neither Qi Zi nor Guai Guai awakened any related bloodline. It appeared that bloodlines and talents were distinct and varied from individual to individual. Not every student could awaken their hidden bloodline. Perhaps, to awaken a bloodline, certain conditions must be met, of which An Chen remained unaware at present. An Chen smiled and remarked, "It is called Kai Bai." He had mastered this extraordinary talent, causing the mountains to split and crack wherever his fists and feet landed. The great demons, including the little rabbit, turned in unison to gaze at the earth sloth, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy and glimmers of anticipation. After all, the earth sloth, consumed by martial arts, had now acquired this gift. One could only imagine the terrifying combat prowess it would unleash. Merely contemplating this prospect filled the other demons with exhilaration. Upon hearing the little rabbit voice his inner doubts on his behalf, the earth sloth felt a wave of gratitude welling up within. It lifted its gaze towards the podium, a gray mark resembling a rock forming on its brow, wishing to express its thanks. However, just as it began to slowly part its lips. Chapter 28. Little White is beautiful. Upon the podium, the little rabbit swiftly posed her second question. "Teacher, what is the name of the talent I have acquired? Moreover, I seem to have learned a new skill." As she uttered these words, a golden mark in the shape of a lightning bolt appeared prominently on her forehead. An Chen smiled gently and replied, "Your talent is called divine summoning, which allows you to summon and command the mountain spirits and earth deities, as well as to wield various supernatural beings and apparitions. The new skill you have learned is known as Lightning Fist." Wow, divine summoning? This talent is simply marvelous. The little rabbit clapped her hands in delight, brimming with joy and excitement. With this talent, I can summon the spirits of the mountains every day, asking them to help me make the carrots I've planted grow larger and larger. Soon, I will have an abundance of carrots to eat. And I can also treat you, teacher, to a grand feast of all kinds of carrot dishes. Upon hearing this, An Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He had anticipated that this obedient one would pursue grander endeavors with her newfound talent. Yet she was solely focused on the carrots she had planted. The great demons below seized the opportunity to erupt in laughter, engaging in playful banter. One remarked, "Little one, have you been sneaking into the vegetable garden for carrots again?" Another chuckled, "Be careful, those carrots you planted might end up towering over you." Hearing her companions teasing, the earth spirit found herself at a loss for words. The gratitude she wished to express caught in her throat, and she slowly closed her mouth, thinking perhaps she would thank the little rabbit later. Meanwhile, as the little rabbit descended from the podium, she stuck out her tongue at the great demons, shaking her head in triumph, and declared, "Ha, those carrots were grown by my own hands, so it's not stealing." Soon, other great demons countered, "That's still stealing." Indeed, little one, just admit it. The classroom was soon filled with an atmosphere of joy and liveliness. A warm smile graced An Chen's face. At that moment, Little White resolved firmly within her heart to act upon the plan she had just conceived. The allure of the fire seed talent was simply too great for her to resist. Casting a glance at her sister's expression, Little White, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, why are there only 3 rewards this time?" The other great demons brightened at her question, all silently praising, "Little White is beautiful." Clearly, this was a query they too were eager to know. An Chen, standing upon the podium, could sense the students' gazes fixed upon him. Thus, he smiled and explained the rules of this reward. The selection is based on your classroom performance and life skills. Xiaoqing, Qizi, and Guai Guai have all achieved perfect scores in both areas. Hence, they have received this reward. As for the other students, either their classroom performance was inadequate, or their life skills fell short. An Chen paused for a moment before continuing. For instance, Rolling, your academic scores have consistently been perfect, yet you have yet to catch a single fish, resulting in a fishing score of 0 and no rewards at this time. Sitting in the back, Meng Rolling, upon hearing the teacher's remarks, gaped in disbelief, finding the bamboo shoots he was eating suddenly tasteless. He could not fathom why he was being singled out by the teacher. The other mythical creatures stifled their laughter, torn between amusement and restraint. The teacher continued, "And you, Xiaobai." Instinctively, Xiaobai exclaimed, "Huh?" with wide eyes, astonished that the one posing the question would also be called out. Your classroom performance is equally impeccable, yet in terms of life skills, you must strive harder to master the art of folding blankets into tofu shapes, An Chen added with a chuckle, reflecting on the blanket folding incident. It occurred just a month after he arrived in this world. One morning, inspired, An Chen folded his blanket into a perfect square resembling tofu. Shortly after he finished, Xiaobai burst in, excitedly calling him for breakfast, and was instantly captivated by the tofu-shaped blanket. Thus began her intense interest in blanket folding, leading her to pester An Chen for lessons. Little did she know that this would lead to a 2-year ordeal. At this moment, hearing the teacher mention that nightmare, Xiaobai's expression fell. Pouting, with a hint of resentment and frustration, she retorted, "The blanket is so soft, I can't turn it into stone. I'm not as skilled as you. How could I possibly fold it correctly? Humph. Had I known it would be this difficult, I would have chosen a different skill." The other mythical creatures nodded in agreement, evidently having faced similar challenges as Xiaobai. The white goat, glancing at the scroll in hand, spoke softly, "I too, when I chose to read 100 scrolls, thought I could finish one every 2 days, believing I could complete it within a year. Yet here I am, having read only 10 scrolls, with the goal still far out of reach." Me too, chimed in the golden monkey dangling from the beam, sharing its chosen life skill. "I thought staring at the sun for an hour each day would be simple, but now I can barely manage 10 minutes. One by one, the mythical creatures began to share their own experiences, each recounting the life skills they had chosen, which had seemed straightforward at first, but revealed themselves to be quite challenging in practice. After this collective venting, their spirits lifted considerably, finding solace in the shared struggle. As for the fortunate ones like Xiaoqing, Qizi, and Guai Guai, they were conveniently ignored by the others. Perhaps this is the joy of the underperformers? An Chen listened with a smile as his students voiced their grievances. He cheerfully remarked, "Dear students, there is no need for haste. Once you achieve a perfect score in your life skills, I shall bestow upon you your rewards. However, you must continue to strive and not grow complacent." Upon hearing their teacher's comforting words, the extraordinary students responded with a resounding agreement, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, each thumping their chests in determination to become the 4th recipient of the coveted reward. An Chen nodded in satisfaction, poised to announce the conclusion of the class when suddenly he recalled a matter he had nearly overlooked. What would transpire if that 6-faced magic cube were to strike not the forest outside the village, but rather this very classroom? Surely, he and these children would simply evaporate, would they not? Chapter 29. Oh my God. A group of animals forming a formation? The mere thought of such a dire consequence caused An Chen to wear a solemn expression, realizing that this small village was not as secure as he had once imagined. How could he ensure the safety of these children should a similar situation arise in the future? It is time to devise a means of protecting the village, safeguarding the children from external disturbances and attacks. An Chen pondered for a moment, then decisively delved into the system's backpack to see what rewards could assist him. Soon, his eyes brightened as he beheld the reward he had just received that morning, murmuring softly, the minor celestial constellation array. Within the Kunlun Mountains, atop one of its peaks, the scorching sun blazed down like a barrage of bullets, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon the forest floor. The 10 members of the Thunder Squad, along with their two captains, stared wide-eyed at the nearby mountaintop, overwhelmed with astonishment. 8 robust tigers had astonishingly formed a line, advancing towards a certain direction. Particularly striking was the leading Siberian tiger, which not only walked upright, but also boasted a muscular physique, its shoulders bearing a white banner adorned with a myriad of stars. In that moment, the squad members were utterly transfixed. Several even swallowed nervously, instinctively glancing towards Captain Shun, seemingly comparing his stature to that of the imposing Siberian tiger. However, they quickly came to their senses, mentally scolding themselves. Was this really the time for such thoughts? Shen Hao and Guan Hui gazed gravely at the Siberian tiger, feeling their hearts race and their throats dry. Despite having weathered many storms, witnessing such a scene that shattered their perceptions left them utterly astonished and shaken. Guan Hui felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the tiger, like an invisible hand gripping her throat, nearly rendering her breathless. She was not alone in this sensation. The other 10 squad members were equally intimidated by the unseen force. They held their breaths, not daring to exhale, fearful of drawing the tiger's attention. It was real. At that moment, Shen Hao, fixated on the Siberian tiger, uttered in a daze, "It is indeed real." After receiving the order for this mission, he had also received a message from a friend mentioning living deities, pandas fishing, elephants planting, and conversing with Siberian tigers. Thus, when Shen Hao first laid eyes on the tiger, he immediately recalled the contents of that message. He could hardly believe that so soon after entering the mountains, he would encounter the very scenes Professor Qin had described. Hearing her captain's words, Guan Hui furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is real?" Just as she had uttered her question, a sudden and intense tremor surged through the ground, akin to the thunderous charge of a myriad of horses, accompanied by a deep, resonant rumble that jolted her heart. What was happening? The team members were taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the source of the seismic disturbance. In the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld an even more astonishing spectacle. After the northeast tiger had departed, 5 colossal elephants approached, led by a particularly remarkable white-tusked elephant. This majestic creature not only walked upright, resembling the northeast tiger, but also boasted a human-like torso, with 2 banners embroidered with a starry sky slung over its shoulders. Even more astonishing was the aura of terrifying authority it exuded, as if the mere weight of its footfall could shatter the very earth beneath it. The 10 team members stood frozen in shock. Some could hardly fathom the scene before them, hastily rubbing their eyes and reopening them in disbelief. When they confirmed the presence of the 5 elephants, they were left agape, their worldviews shaken to the core. It felt as if their entire understanding of reality was on the verge of collapse. Others gulped nervously, their attention fixated on the 2 banners upon the white-tusked elephant's shoulders, filled with curiosity and confusion. How peculiar. Why did both it and the earlier northeast tiger carry banners? What could their purpose be? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe such an extraordinary sight could exist. Without further ado, she turned to Shen Hao and softly inquired, "Chief, what shall we do next?" Shen Hao, silent yet resolute, fixed his gaze on the elephants as they gradually receded, before succinctly commanding, "Follow them." "Yes, Captain." Meanwhile, on the other side of the Kunlun Mountains, 3 helicopters swiftly descended from the distant horizon, lowering to the minimal altitude. The whirring of rotors filled the air as they generated powerful gusts of pressure. 3 rope ladders were swiftly deployed from the cabins. Subsequently, foreigners emerged from the helicopters, their hair tousled and clothing billowing in the wind. Their hair, skin, and eyes varied in color, and they were not clad in tactical gear, but rather dressed in casual attire, resembling tourists venturing into the Kunlun Mountains. Soon, the foreigners descended the rope ladders, rapidly landing on a grassy expanse. As the helicopters ascended and transformed into mere specks in the sky, the group quickly assembled, selecting a direction and advancing at a brisk pace. On the map, their chosen path led directly to the location of a small village. However, before they could approach the village, they were abruptly stunned by an astonishing sight that materialized upon cresting a nearby hill. "Oh no, look over there, what is that?" A young man with golden hair and azure eyes suddenly widened his gaze, pointing towards an orchard nestled halfway up the mountain, and let out a piercing scream. The other foreigners, taken aback, instinctively lifted their heads to behold the scene unfolding in the orchard. As they discerned the astonishing sight before them, their jaws dropped in disbelief, and their eyes bulged in sheer astonishment. overwhelmed by an unparalleled sense of wonder and horror. To them, the spectacle they encountered at that moment appeared to be nothing short of divine artistry. At the forefront of the line of pandas sat the largest among them, adorned with a straw hat. Beside it was a fishing rod, and as it munched on fresh bamboo shoots, it casually tossed aside a white banner that it held in its paw. Chapter 30. A spectacle with a whoosh, the white banner soared into the air, unfurling majestically to reveal a tapestry of dazzling stars. With a soft thud, it firmly planted itself in a corner of the orchard. Simultaneously, a white figure darted swiftly, utilizing the protruding rocks and fruit trees to bounce along with agility. Ultimately, this figure leaped to the pinnacle of the white banner, bouncing a few times as if to secure it more firmly. After her playful antics, her true form was revealed, a charming girl adorned with 3 white tails. She raised a small hand, exuberantly waving at the panda in a straw hat, as though greeting him or urging him to continue casting the banner. At that moment, 8 foxes of varying ages, arranged in 2 rows, approached the panda, each bearing a long white banner. The panda lifted its gaze towards the girl, a soft smile gracing its features. Continuing to munch on bamboo shoots, it casually extended a finger to lift one of the banners. The robust foxes felt a sudden lightness in their shoulders and turned to gaze upwards alongside the other 4 foxes. They watched in awe as the banner they had just carried began to roll and transform into a circle, ascending skyward. The little girl, witnessing the banner's flight, let out a jubilant cheer, leaping forward to soar above it before descending with it to the ground. With a soft thud, the banner embedded itself in another corner of the orchard, fluttering in the breeze, its starry fabric resonating melodiously. Standing atop the banner, the girl bounced twice more, her face radiating pure joy. The foxes gazed at her, their pupils reflecting her figure, revealing expressions of utmost affection. Then, in unison, they turned their heads towards the straw hat panda. The group of foreigners observed this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily feeling overwhelmed, even breathless. Several could not contain their astonishment, letting out involuntary shrieks. Shit, are those really animals? They must be a bunch of monsters. What are they doing? Why are they throwing those banners? I've read in related texts that ancient Chi practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom would throw banners when arranging formations. WTF? The foreigners were dumbfounded, their faces etched with shock and incredulity. A gathering of monsters setting up formations? How absurd, how fantastical. Yet, what other explanation could account for the astonishing scenes unfolding within that orchard? After a brief moment of bewilderment, the foreigners finally gathered their wits. They exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, and began to lower their bodies, slowly retreating. They resolved to take a detour, determined not to disturb the creatures, lest they incite unnecessary troubles. After all, their singular purpose for entering was clear: to seize the coveted cube before the practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom could. In the orchard, white banners have been planted at each corner. Ali is joyfully bouncing atop the last banner, reveling in her playfulness. Below her, 8 foxes, some robust and vigorous, others frail and aged, gaze up at her in fascination. Among them, 2 larger foxes crouch, extending their front legs in a protective stance, anxious that Ali might tumble down. At that moment, Meng Gun Gun abruptly halts his munching on bamboo shoots, looks towards the departing foreigners, and gently shakes his head. A panda seated to his right also pauses, lifting its gaze in unison, yet sees nothing, revealing a hint of confusion. A few younger pandas scratch their heads, puzzled as to why their leader is fixated on that direction, and thus resume their bamboo consumption while pondering the matter. Ali, of course, notices the figures of the foreigners as well. She leaps down from the banner and swiftly lands on Meng Gun Gun's legs, her voice sweet and innocent, inquiring whether they should expel the intruders. Meanwhile, the clandestine group of foreigners infiltrating Kunlun Mountain pushes onward. Along the way, they encounter more than one batch of monsters. Nearly every mountain they traverse reveals clusters of creatures engaged in activities akin to those of the initial group. This reinforces their suspicions, heightening their sense of dread and terror. They even speculate that a monumental secret lies concealed deep within Kunlun Mountain. How else could there be so many monsters? Moreover, these creatures seem exceptionally sentient, as if they comprehend human speech. Eventually, they encounter a young maiden with a serpent's tail, who, without uttering a word, commands a multitude of small snakes to surge toward them with overwhelming force. Instantly, the foreigners' faces pale, and they flee in panic. scarcely daring to glance back for fear of being overtaken by the serpents and meeting a grim fate. However, after fleeing a considerable distance, they faintly hear a sound reminiscent of ringing laughter drifting from behind. Damn, it must be an illusion. One foreigner curses indignantly. The others, equally ashen-faced, their lips tinged with blue, tremble as they realize they never imagined being pursued by a white serpent and in such a disheveled state. Some even find their garments torn by thorns, their skin cut and bleeding. Stay still. Let me tend to your wounds. A woman with purple hair and green eyes raises her hand, casting a shimmering light that bathes the injured foreigners. Instantly, their wounds heal, leaving only faint scars. All right, let us proceed. Our destination is not far. Thus, the group of foreigners, regaining their composure, continues their advance. On this occasion, they encountered no further monsters and smoothly ventured into a dense forest. Withered branches and fallen leaves blanketed the ground. The steps of the foreigners, as they tread upon them, produced a series of crisp sounds. After cautiously advancing for several hundred meters, the previously mentioned golden-haired, blue-eyed youth suddenly brightened with excitement and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! How could there be such a vast pit?" The expressions of the other foreigners shifted dramatically as they followed the gaze of the golden-haired youth, revealing the enormous pit before them. After a moment of stunned silence, they exchanged glances, their demeanor transforming into one of exhilaration and fervor. They began to shout in unison, hastily rushing towards the pit. "We found it! We have finally located the spot where the cube fell. Hurry, let us find that cube. Perhaps the practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom will arrive soon." Amidst this urgent clamor, a voice of profound astonishment suddenly pierced the air. "Oh no, what do I see? A piece of bamboo shoot shell?" Simultaneously, the earth sloth and the little rabbit, two formidable creatures, emerged from the small village, each bearing a white banner. Chapter 31. You all go ahead. I must hurry. Within the pit, as the astonished exclamation echoed, a middle-aged man with brown hair knelt half-heartedly on the ground, staring blankly at the earth before him, his eyes reflecting a profound shock. How could this be possible? A bamboo shoot sheath, approximately 2 fingers wide and 10 centimeters long, had been forcefully embedded into the rock. It resembled a knife effortlessly piercing through tofu, exceedingly crisp and clean. The man swallowed hard, reaching out to grasp the end of the bamboo sheath. After a careful examination, he realized that this sheath had not undergone any special treatment. It was merely an ordinary piece of bamboo, possessing a hint of flexibility. This revelation only heightened his astonishment and disbelief. Oh no, such a feat is beyond even the most powerful of psychic beings. How could it manifest here? At that moment, several more exclamations of wonder erupted, all expressing a shared incredulity. What? A bamboo sheath embedded in stone? Surely, I must be dreaming. No. James, you are not dreaming, for I have witnessed the same phenomenon. In that instant, the Western psychics were utterly bewildered. They had not anticipated encountering such an unfathomable sight. Soft bamboo sheaths, each one driven into solid rock. This completely overturned their understanding of strength. They struggled to comprehend the magnitude of power and speed required to achieve such a feat unless, of course, it was a divine miracle conjured by a deity's hand. But in this world, where could one find a deity? Suddenly, the golden-haired, blue-eyed youth, Barrett, raised his right hand abruptly, furrowing his brow. He remarked, "Since we discovered the first batch of monsters, the presence of these bamboo sheaths suggests that Kunlun Mountain is far from ordinary. Hence, I suspect." Barrett glanced up at the forest, his expression grave as he articulated his hypothesis. There truly dwells some divine beings deep within this mountain. What the F? The psychics were once again left speechless. A few even gaped, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom that such a conjecture could hold any truth. The possibility of immortal deities residing in the deepest recesses of Kunlun Mountain was nothing short of ludicrous. Soon, many psychics exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter. Others began to tease. "Ha, Barrett, what nonsensical drivel are you spewing? Stop dreaming and look for the..." At that moment, a light-hearted voice suddenly rang from the northwest direction of the pit, crystal clear to the ears of all the psychics. "Fool, do you believe your fist is faster than my lightning fist?" Instantly, all the psychics were rendered speechless. Their voices ceased abruptly, akin to boiling water suddenly turning into ice, leaving them collectively dumbfounded. Immediately, they abruptly lifted their heads towards that direction. their eyes widening in an earnest attempt to discern the identity of the speaker. Was it a person or something else? In the next moment, every one of the extraordinary individuals felt their pupils constrict, their expressions morphing into sheer astonishment as they beheld a scene that would be etched into their memories for eternity. A diminutive white rabbit stood upright, adorned with a pair of sunglasses, a carrot clutched in its mouth, and two white banners hoisted over its shoulders. Striding boldly out from the depths of the forest, trailing behind it was a massive ground sloth, its head comparatively small, also bearing two white banners on its shoulders. The little rabbit, with an air of pride, took a bite of the carrot, munching away as it advanced. Ahead lay the very hole that the teacher had mentioned. Wait. As the rabbit approached the edge of the pit, it paused, taken aback by the sight of several individuals within, each differing in skin and hair color. The ground sloth too stood frozen, astonished by the unexpected company. Moreover, those individuals were all gazing up at them, unbeknownst to them. As they looked on, a tempest of tumult surged within the hearts of the extraordinary beings, a storm that would not easily subside. Their worldviews and beliefs began to unravel at that very moment, piece by piece. They could scarcely believe their eyes upon witnessing such an animal, a rabbit that walked upright and could speak. Oh my goodness! One of the extraordinary beings, his face a mask of disbelief, instinctively let out a cry, declaring it impossible. Surely, this must be an illusion. With that exclamation, the rest of the extraordinary individuals snapped back to reality, each exhibiting a myriad of reactions. Without exception, their gestures conveyed the magnitude of their shock and dismay. It was akin to the earth splitting asunder, the seas unable to contain their tumult. At the edge of the pit, the rabbit blinked its eyes, quickly regaining its composure. It nudged the ground sloth's leg, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Did the teacher not say that those who intrude into another's domain without permission are thieves, correct?" The ground sloth nodded vigorously. The rabbit, now even more exhilarated, asked, "So how should we deal with the thieves?" Upon uttering this, the rabbit raised its head while the ground sloth lowered its own. As their gazes met in the air, they ignited with a shared fervor, as though they had long awaited this moment, both unable to contain their eagerness. The rabbit then chuckled mischievously, stepping forward 2 paces, and with a swift motion, thrust the 2 banners into the ground with the ease of chopsticks piercing tofu. Subsequently, with one hand on its hip and the other pointing at several extraordinary beings, it spoke without hesitation. In the southeast region of the dense forest, a well-trained contingent suddenly emerged. As they advanced, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any imminent threats. This contingent was none other than the Thunder Squad of the Extraordinary Warriors Division. Just moments prior, they had been following the northeast tiger and the elephant, curious to observe their actions. To their astonishment, they discovered that these animals were, in fact, embedding banners into the earth. They immediately arrived at a profoundly shocking conjecture. The animals were arranging a formation. However, this hypothesis was so astonishing that they hesitated to draw any conclusions without further evidence. Thus, at the captain's signal, they continued to follow the northeast tiger and white elephant, eager to discover their destination. To their astonishment, they observed that more and more animals were joining their ranks, including golden-haired monkeys, white goats, and black bears. This revelation left the An Chen team even more astounded. They had not anticipated encountering such a multitude of sentient creatures during their expedition to Kunlun Mountain. Particularly, the leading animals seemed to possess an awakening of wisdom, leaving them in utter awe. They even developed a strong premonition that by following this entourage of animals, they might uncover the elusive cube. Consequently, the team members became increasingly excited and pressed on. However, upon entering the forest, the animals vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. This left the An Chen team members bewildered, pondering the whereabouts of the creatures. "Captain Chen, I have found nothing here." "Neither have I." After hearing his teammates' reports, Shenhao took a deep breath and issued a direct command. "Continue." "Yes." Just as the team members reluctantly turned to resume their search, a sudden exclamation broke through the air. "My goodness! Captain Chen, come quickly and see what is that." A rabbit capable of speech seemed to be gesturing and pointing with authority. Instantly, the other team members shouted in unison, "What?" Both captains, Shenhao and Guanlanwei, felt a jolt of surprise. Without hesitation, they hastened over, parting the underbrush, and were met with the sight of a vast pit ahead. Within the pit stood a group of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Pointing in the direction of the pit's edge, they spotted a small rabbit wearing sunglasses, flanked by 2 white flags. Amidst the astonished gazes of the team, the little rabbit raised a hand and pointed at several of the extraordinary beings, boldly declaring, You, and you, all of you, come at me together. I am pressed for time. Chapter 32, 1 against 10. How infuriating. The foreign superhumans were engulfed in fury. Each possessed a unique ability and held noble identities and distinguished statuses. They had never endured such humiliation. Ultimately, while undertaking a clandestine mission in Kunlun Mountain, they faced a series of events that threatened to shatter their worldviews. At this moment, to their utter disbelief, they found themselves mocked by a mere rabbit. This was intolerable, and they erupted in outrage. Honestly, I think that rabbit would taste much better roasted, sneered a red-haired youth named Salik, clad in athletic attire. He laughed heartily, dismissing the notion that a rabbit could be formidable. Today, he was determined to feast upon roasted rabbit. Then there was the burly James, his palms aglow as he summoned his powers, conjuring a flicker of electricity. Fixating on the little rabbit, he scoffed, "A talking rabbit? It would be a delight to subdue it." This ignited their fervor, and their breaths quickened as they could barely restrain themselves. Another superhuman bellowed, "Quick, capture that rabbit alive. It might know where the divine beings are." This proclamation struck the hearts of the others like a fuse, igniting their desires and greed. In the next instant, Salik and James surged forward, grinning menacingly as they aimed to seize the small creature. They unleashed a brilliant flame and a dazzling bolt of electricity that soared skyward, intertwining with each other. As they closed in on the rabbit and the sloth, the fire and lightning descended like falling meteors, intent on burying both the rabbit and the sloth beneath the earth. As the teacher had instructed, any nefarious thieves must be dealt with decisively. The rabbit, upon hearing the foreign intruder's intent to roast and capture it, was filled with indignation and resolved to fulfill the teacher's directive, sending them to eternal bliss. Boom! The rabbit kicked off the ground, unleashing a powerful gust that cracked the earth beneath it, propelling itself upward. It executed 2 somersaults in midair before swiftly darting in front of Salik and James. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. When the flow of time resumed its normal pace, the other superhumans gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the rabbit deftly weave between Salik and James, leaving behind mere afterimages. With a soft thud, the rabbit landed gracefully, adjusting its sunglasses and casting a cold glance at them, its voice resonating like thunder, "None of you shall escape." Simultaneously, 2 piercing screams echoed behind it. The other superhumans, startled, looked up to see Salik's body contorted like a shrimp, hurled backward, flashing past their sight before crashing onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled, raising a cloud of dust. Fear flickered in the eyes of many superhumans. They had just witnessed a horrifying spectacle. Sarek's entire chest had been brutally caved in. His heart ceased to beat, plunging him into eternal silence. This sight shattered their composure, igniting a surge of panic and dread within them. To their astonishment, they beheld James, his hands pressed against his face, blood seeping through his fingers. He knelt on the ground, wailing in anguish, the sound piercing and heart-rending. Soon, his cries were abruptly silenced as he collapsed to the earth, lifeless. The other abilities users stood in stunned disbelief. Sarek and James were among the most formidable forces among them. Yet, in a mere encounter, they had been slain by that small rabbit. They hadn't even discerned how the rabbit had struck. This only deepened the chaos and terror among the remaining abilities users. At that moment, a middle-aged man with brown hair stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the rabbit and the sloth, and commanded in a low voice, "Let us all attack together. With all our might, perhaps we can subdue them." They quickly looked up, their pupils constricting as they beheld the sloth leaping down from the edge of the pit, charging towards them with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, an electrifying voice echoed in their ears. "Lightning fist." In the grass, every member of the Thunderstrike team stood in shock, scarcely believing the absurdity and bizarre nature of the scene unfolding before them. The sloth dashed into the pit, akin to a tiger among sheep, executing a series of Wing Chun moves with grace and fluidity, leaving the abilities users in disarray, sending them soaring into the air. 9 of them fell like dumplings, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. At this moment, the sloth ceased its flurry of punches, raising its right palm, enveloped in a rock-like glow. The gray symbol on its forehead illuminated as well. Finally, it extended a single finger, gently flicking it at the last charging abilities user. Boom! A resounding explosion. The ability's user was propelled backward like a bullet, transforming into a streak of light that zipped past the Thunderstrike team. All members' gazes followed the shimmering light, finally resting on a boulder. The user's entire body was embedded within the rock, contorted into a grotesque shape. If one were to scan with a CT machine, the shattered bones within the user's body would be clearly visible, broken into fragments, irreparable even by divine intervention. The sight left all team members' eyes wide with shock, their faces painted with disbelief and astonishment. One team member, dumbfounded, muttered, "Is this truly the sloth I once knew? Such power is simply beyond comprehension. Behold that rabbit!" A voice exclaimed. Without a doubt, they were about to witness an even more astonishing scene. Whoosh! The little rabbit sprang from the ground, darting in a zigzag pattern among the ability's users, akin to a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, piercing screams erupted. Each ability's user found themselves unable to withstand its powerful strikes. Ultimately, the rabbit delivered a forceful kick to the chin of a brown-haired man, shattering his teeth, and then another kick to his chest, causing his eyes to bulge and his body to convulse as he slowly collapsed. The rabbit descended from the air, landing with the grace of a lightning bolt. Adjusting its sunglasses, it surveyed the fallen ability's users with an expression that conveyed a sense of disdain, then clapped its paws, summoning the earth with a call. "Let us go, lazy one. It is imperative to complete the task assigned by our teacher." An Chen sat on the grass, enjoying the cool breeze when he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The small Zhou star array has been successfully arranged. Chapter 33. Seizing the creation of heaven and earth. How marvelous! Have the students completed the task so swiftly? An Chen smiled knowingly. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the system reward of the minor Zhou star array, and he found this formation to be quite remarkable. Not only could it invert the universe, but it also had the ability to obscure celestial secrets, thoroughly concealing the small village. Furthermore, those within this array would be enveloped by beams of starlight. No matter how outsiders attempted to flee, they would remain ensnared within this grand formation. Thus, An Chen decisively assigned a task to his students to gather the villagers and, armed with 108 minor Zhou star banners, plant them at a designated location. To his astonishment, merely half an hour had passed when the students had completed their assignment, successfully establishing a minor Zhou star array. Consequently, the safety of both the students and the villagers had been significantly assured, allowing An Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fact that the villagers were kin to formidable demons. Well, with some leisure time on my hands, why not test the talent copying cards? An Chen recalled that within his system's inventory lay dozens of copying cards. Coincidentally, Xiaoqing, Qizi, and Guai had each awakened a unique talent, making it an opportune moment to assess the efficacy of the copying cards. In the ensuing moments, the ancient willow tree's roots intertwined to form a fan, gently wafting air towards An Chen. He utilized 3 copying cards, successfully replicating the talents of Xiaoqing and the others, thereby acquiring the corresponding talents of Sitting Fire, Opening the Wall, and Driving Spirits. Upon completion of the copying process, An Chen felt 3 new memories blossom within his mind, enabling him to master the respective abilities. Then, the system's prompt resonated. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on consuming 3 copying cards. The replication is complete, and you have acquired 3 talents, illuminating the talent tree. Congratulations, Master, for providing 3 additional nutrients to the divine fire. Nutrients? An Chen pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the concept. The divine fire resided within his eyes, requiring the consumption of his essence to gradually grow and flourish. It seemed that with each talent copied, an additional nutrient would be produced to nourish the divine fire. Why does this feel akin to nurturing a golden beast? An Chen chuckled, shaking his head as he redirected his focus to the talent tree, observing it meticulously. He discovered a notable feature. The talent tree on the system interface resembled a towering tree, with various branches intertwining intricately. An Chen's gaze fell upon the primary trunk, which extended outward into 5 slender branches. On the first branch, 3 golden leaves emerged. With keen concentration, An Chen examined the leaves, each inscribed with 2 characters, Sitting Fire, Opening the Wall, and Driving Spirits. These leaves represent the talents. But what do the branches and trunk signify? Filled with curiosity, An Chen clicked on the glimmering golden question marks on the first branch and trunk, instinctively voicing his thoughts aloud. In the heart of the forest, amidst a cluster of grass, the 2 captains and 10 members of the Thunderstrike team stood in a daze, their eyes fixed on the vanishing figures of the little rabbit and the sloth, gradually disappearing into the depths of the woods until they were completely out of sight. A series of gasps and swallowed breaths began to echo around them. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined witnessing such an outrageous and shocking spectacle. Their expedition to Kunlun Mountain had not yielded the sought-after cube. Instead, it had thrust them into an absurd encounter that surpassed even their wildest fantasies. This experience shattered their perceptions and upended their understanding of reality, leaving them questioning the very essence of life itself. "Captain," came the hesitant voice of the deputy captain, Guan Lanhui, breaking the silence. She turned to Shun Hao and softly said, "You make the call. We will follow your lead." Whether they were to continue the mission or retreat, they would unwaveringly adhere to his decision. In the Zhanan Bureau, the orders from above took precedence over all else. Shen Hao peered through his sunglasses at the bodies strewn in the pit, a frown creasing his brow as he fell into contemplative silence. Faced with this unforeseen situation, he clearly needed time to deliberate. Should he lead his team onward in search of the cube to fulfill the directive from their superiors, or should he? Before he could arrive at a conclusion, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from his team. "What in the world is that? A pair of eyes? No, wait. There are more over here. Good heavens. Why are there eyes everywhere?" Shen Hao's heart raced as he quickly looked up. To his astonishment, pairs of differently colored eyes had emerged from the surrounding forest, all fixated on them. Suddenly, the trees rustled, producing a cacophony of sounds. The creatures that had previously vanished, such as the Siberian tiger, the white elephant, and the black bear, emerged at that moment, encircling them in a tight formation. Among them was a black and white panda, adorned with a straw hat, occupying the prime viewing spot, leisurely pulling out a bamboo stick, ready to feast while enjoying the spectacle. Following suit, a row of smaller pandas mimicked its actions, plopping down on the ground and contentedly munching on their bamboo, oblivious to everything else. "Little Ching, come this way." A delicate, porcelain-like girl, her voice as sweet as honey, appeared before the Thunderstrike team, her 3 tails swaying animatedly. The sight startled several team members, causing them to widen their eyes in disbelief and stumble backward, falling to the ground. They could not help but exclaim in utter astonishment, 3 tails? On a little girl? Shun Hao and Guan Lanhui, the 2 captains, gazed in utter astonishment at the little girl before them, their worldviews thoroughly shaken once again. What further astonished them was the arrival of 2 women with distinctly different demeanors, following closely behind the girl. One of them, a strikingly elegant figure clad in a cerulean qipao, possessed a tall and statuesque presence, her visage adorned with a frosty demeanor, akin to an unyielding iceberg that repelled all who approached. Upon seeing this captivating woman, a singular thought simultaneously sprang to the minds of Shun Hao and Guan Lanhui. Was she truly human, or had she transformed into one? Regrettably, before they could arrive at a conclusion, the sky above the forest abruptly darkened. Glistening stars, emerging from the 108 celestial banners, began to soar into the heavens, embellishing the ethereal barrier above. Ultimately, the sky was adorned by a resplendent river of stars, stretching across the firmament, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Simultaneously, beams of starlight cascaded from this celestial river, enveloping Shun Hao, Guan Lanhui, and their companions. They were taken aback, gazing upwards in awe at the magnificent starry river, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Stars in the daytime? It was as if a divine miracle had unfolded before them. The sense of wonder was not theirs alone. The great demons also lifted their eyes towards the celestial river, their gazes filled with shimmering starlight, equally astonished and deeply impressed. They had never anticipated that the assignment given by their teacher would culminate in such a miraculous spectacle. It was nothing short of a manifestation of heavenly creation. Such marvels intensified the pressure felt by the members of the Thunderquake team, pushing them to the brink of despair. Finally, one member, unable to bear the weight of the moment, trembled and queried, "Are you all demons?" To which the response was a simple, what else could we be? Chapter 34. Something is off with this red-crowned crane. A snow-white red-crowned crane, adorned with a vibrant crimson crown and black-tail feathers, gracefully emerged from the throng of formidable demons. This was the very crane that had awakened its intellect upon hearing the opening lines of the Analects that morning. The other demons casted a cursory glance, surmising it was simply anxious to speak, and thus refrained from interrupting. Meanwhile, the members of the thunderstorm team, witnessing the crane articulate words, found their eyes widening in disbelief, as if their worldviews were shattering before them. What further unsettled them was the glint of provocation in the crane's gaze directed towards them. Such a creature, exhibiting an uncanny level of humanity, was truly astonishing. At that moment, one team member inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, yet his voice quivered slightly. "Since you are all demons, are you planning to consume us?" The crane appraised him from head to toe, its scrutinizing gaze lingering before it replied, "It is only natural for you to think so." Instantly, a hush fell over the assembly. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, the earth sloth, the northeast tiger, and other formidable demons turned in unison to regard the crane, their expressions tinged with confusion. It seemed as though a peculiar anomaly had infiltrated their ranks. The members of the thunderstorm team were struck with utter astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the red-crowned crane would speak in such a sardonic tone, nearly inciting their ire. Even more frustrating was their uncertainty about whether these demons might indeed devour them. Consequently, the team members, including the vice-captain, turned their gazes towards the captain, awaiting his command. In that moment, Shunhao finally removed his sunglasses, revealing his profound eyes as he focused on the red-crowned crane. The surrounding demons, some seated and others standing, emanated an overwhelming aura, akin to a multitude of mountains pressing down upon them, nearly suffocating them. Under this immense and intangible pressure, Shunhao clenched his fists, his muscles taut, veins prominently visible, refusing to yield an inch. He quickly steadied his mind, recognizing that retreat was no longer an option for him and his comrades. They could only seek a glimmer of hope amid despair. Just as he prepared to speak, a cold voice interjected, "Little crane, step back." Shunhao, Guanlanwei, and the others were startled, quickly looking up to find that the speaker was a strikingly cold woman, prompting expressions of surprise. It was evident that this striking woman held a high status, perhaps even the master of these demons. Shunhao and Guanlanhui caught the crane's gaze, rendered momentarily speechless. Were they truly being looked down upon by a mere crane? A surge of indignation ignited within them, fueling a desire to confront the red-crowned crane. They simply could not comprehend how such an exasperating creature could exist, evoking their ire to the point of grinding their teeth in frustration. Yet they dared not unleash their wrath upon the crane with the red crown, which ignited a fervor within their hearts. Observing Shunhao and his companions' reactions, the other formidable beings exchanged knowing smiles, finding a peculiar pleasure in the sight of the crane confronting the outsiders, rendering them speechless with indignation. Bai, concealing her laughter behind her hand, found the crane amusing and pondered that it could serve as a delightful distraction during moments of boredom. Xiaoqing's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile before she regained her composure and turned to Shunhao, stating, "I sense unusual fluctuations emanating from you. Are you practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom? Is that not apparent?" She continued coldly. "Any one of us can perceive the faint energy radiating from you." The other beings nodded in agreement, endorsing their senior sister's words. "What? Anyone?" The incredulity of this statement left the members of the Thunderquake team in shock. A few of them, unable to fathom the reality, muttered in disbelief. "How can this be? If you can all perceive us, does this not imply that you too are practitioners?" In that moment, not only did the 10 members display expressions of utter disbelief, but even the team leaders, Shunhao and Guanlanhui, gazed at the formidable beings before them with astonishment, struggling to accept the veracity of such a revelation. After all, they were exceptional talents from the Dragon Kingdom, each endowed with unique skills. Some possessed immense strength, others remarkable speed, and some had extraordinary hearing. This was precisely why they had been recruited by the Peacekeeping Bureau into the Department of Extraordinary Individuals, dedicating their lives to safeguarding the security of the Dragon Kingdom. Shunhao and his companions had believed that within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, they were the sole practitioners on the ancient path of cultivation as described by ancient texts. Yet, after their expedition to Kunlun Mountain, they encountered various humanoid creatures and were informed by a woman that she could sense the fluctuations of energy within them. Could this be the divine abilities chronicled in ancient scriptures? Reflecting on the celestial phenomena they had witnessed, including the descending beams of starlight, both Shunhao and Guanlanhui found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the reality. Their faces illuminated with excitement and elation. They marveled at the revelation that a cadre of knowledgeable practitioners resided within Kunlun Mountain. If they could glean some cultivation techniques and insights from these beings, it would undoubtedly enhance their own practices. The team members swiftly turned to their leaders, their eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. Shen Hao and Guanlan Hui exchanged a glance, affirming their unspoken understanding with a nod. Then, with a mix of eagerness and curiosity, Guanlan Hui addressed Xiao Qing. Indeed, we are practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom. May I inquire if you have always dwelt here? And was the celestial display we witnessed earlier orchestrated by you? Moreover, how did you perceive the energy fluctuations within us? Do you possess some form of divine ability? Upon hearing the vice captain pose these questions in one breath, the other team members promptly nodded in agreement. Clearly, these inquiries were also on their minds. In that moment, we were merely the instruments of ink and paper. The true author was our teacher. Chapter 35. The moment has arrived. The great demons emerge. Sister, the other great demons also turned their heads in unison, revealing expressions of perplexity. Just moments ago, the second sister had instructed those practitioners to vacate the area, all the while acquiring a map from them, leaving everyone wondering about her intentions. As the great demons, including Xiao Bai and the peacock, felt their curiosity swell, they could only suppress their intrigue and commence their wait. Outside Kunlun Mountain, by the edge of the prairie, 3 off-road vehicles stood parked. The scorching sunlight mingled with the gusty winds, swirling into waves of heat that whipped through the team members' clothing, causing it to rustle. Especially at the end, when they heard the strikingly beautiful woman declare that the one who orchestrated their formation was their teacher. It felt as if their long-held beliefs had shattered in that very moment. They dared not fathom the terrifying divinity capable of mentoring such a formidable group of great demons. Even more astonishing was the revelation from another youthful woman, who disclosed that this teacher was, in fact, a true citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. This revelation left them dumbfounded, as if petrified on the spot. A citizen of the Dragon Kingdom residing within Kunlun Mountain, who had managed to cultivate a group of unparalleled great demons. What an unfathomable occurrence! Yet, it transpired right before their very eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. Captain! In the next instant, the team members, as if awakening from a dream, turned in unison to gaze at the imposing figure ahead. They all understood that something monumental was about to transpire in the Dragon Kingdom. The catalyst was no longer limited to a mere cube. It encompassed the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, the creatures dwelling within, and the divinity whose face they had yet to behold. Shen Hao donned his sunglasses once more, gesturing decisively as he turned to enter the vehicle. Deputy team, move out. Yes. Deputy Captain Guanlan Hui promptly followed suit, taking her seat in the back of the first off-road vehicle. They heard the command of their leader resonate again, succinct and clear, as if he was reluctant to waste a single word. Report in. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, in the forest adjacent to the pit, the golden monkey perched upon a sturdy branch, initially gazing at the sun, before shifting its gaze to a distant mountain peak, where it observed a vast shadow swiftly gliding towards them, reminiscent of a cloud. Soon after, the figure of the sloth emerged. Although it appeared to move slowly, it was, in fact, quite swift. Almost immediately after the golden monkey uttered its words, the sloth had already burrowed into the woods. After 3 or 4 breaths, the sloth's form appeared beside the little rabbit. With a swift leap, the golden monkey descended from the tree and scampered to sit beside the cheetah. Xiao Qing nodded, casting aside the map she had been holding, spreading it upon a flat rock. Come here, everyone. I have something exceedingly important to share with you. Upon hearing the first command issued by the second senior sister, the other great demons did not dare to be negligent. They swiftly gathered around, scrutinizing the map of the Dragon Kingdom with keen eyes, seemingly attempting to discern the intentions of their esteemed sister. The panda, tilting its head in contemplation for a brief moment, began to shuffle closer to the map, eager to hear what insights this junior sister might share. Little Qing surveyed the gathering of her juniors, and without further ado, she addressed them directly. Yesterday morning, I posed a question to our teacher regarding when we might finally emerge from this mountain. At this juncture, the great demons were visibly stirred, their eyes alight with curiosity. However, before any of them could raise their hands to inquire further, Little Qing had already divulged the answer. The teacher informed me that when the time is ripe, we shall naturally be able to leave this mountain. I pondered deeply, yet could not grasp the essence of what the teacher meant by the right moment. It was only today, during class, When the teacher urged us to learn from those who excel beyond us, from the sun, moon, stars, and the grandeur of nature, that I began to comprehend. Pausing momentarily, little Qing pointed at the map of the Dragon Kingdom, her voice resonating with clarity. The so-called moment refers to our desire to explore the world beyond and our motivation to learn from the external realm. Once we possess both of these elements, we shall be able to step outside this mountain. The great demons gazed intently at the map, surprised by such profound revelations that struck at the very core of their beings. Suddenly, Little Bai clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, "Indeed, the recent occurrence of the falling magic cube indicates that the future world shall undoubtedly undergo transformation, bringing forth many formidable practitioners. With our current abilities, we certainly cannot safeguard our teacher amidst such monumental changes. Thus, we must strive to become even stronger. Apart from absorbing our teacher's lessons, we can venture out to learn. Achieving two objectives at once. What a splendid prospect." Upon hearing Little Bai propose another means of strengthening themselves, the other great demons became animated, acknowledging this as a truly remarkable approach to cultivation. Soon, the honest and earnest water buffalo hesitantly raised a question, "But how shall we learn once we step outside?" This is quite simple," exclaimed the little rabbit, adjusting her sunglasses, raising a hand to capture the attention of the other great demons, and with a resounding clap, she struck the map, articulating her thoughts on the learning method. In fact, the teacher has already provided the answer. We must seek within ourselves. The rabbit's pupils reflected the image of a figure in white, shimmering upon the podium, which invigorated her voice with heightened enthusiasm. The teacher has stated that the renowned mountains and rivers within the Dragon Kingdom conceal traces and powers left by ancient deities. Therefore, let us venture forth and seize those majestic landscapes in advance. In this way, we can simultaneously unearth the treasures within while eagerly anticipating the day when our teacher sees the light again, and then present an extraordinarily delightful surprise gift to our beloved educator. Chapter 36. Heed the teacher's words and conquer with virtue. Upon hearing the explanation from the little rabbit, the eyes of numerous great demons sparkled with enthusiasm, as if they beheld radiant paths unfolding before them. In that moment, they profoundly grasped an additional layer of meaning in the teacher's guidance regarding their cultivation. Their mission was to seize every renowned mountain and river within the Dragon Kingdom and to unearth the ancient scriptures and divine powers passed down by deities of yore. Through diligent study and mastery, they aimed to augment their strength. Instantaneously, the great demons erupted in jubilant cheers, filled with elation and excitement over this newfound method of cultivation. Even the northeast tiger and the black bear, two formidable beings, harmoniously collaborated to lift the little rabbit, shaking it playfully before tossing it into the air with hearty laughter. "Well said, my dear. Next time such an opportunity arises, remember to leave it for me, or I shall uproot every carrot you've planted. Don't listen to him. He only knows how to frighten rabbits. I, on the other hand, am different. Next time, whisper the secret to me, and I shall treat you to roasted rabbit meat." Before the little rabbit could respond, a crane, standing nearby, suddenly cast a knowing glance and spoke. "Oh, Black Bear, you can roast rabbit meat? Quite impressive. You must be quite accustomed to such endeavors to articulate that so skillfully." A hush fell over the gathering. The other great demons turned their gazes toward the crane, their eyes wide with a shared expression of disbelief. Could it be that this crane, not only defiant toward outsiders, would also take jabs at its own kind? The little rabbit, northeast tiger, and black bear all directed their incredulous stares at the crane. They were taken aback by its unexpected remark, leaving them momentarily speechless. The black bear, mouth agape and slightly dazed, instinctively sought to provide an explanation. At that moment, Ali raised a chubby little hand, blinking her big eyes, and innocently asked, "Sister Qing, what if the mountains and rivers we occupy already have people in seclusion? What then?" Instantly, the great demons fell into collective silence. Even the little rabbit and black bear ceased their playful antics. They nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the significance of this inquiry. After all, they had previously been instructed by An Chen not to harm others indiscriminately, particularly the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Only those with malicious intentions or threats to their safety warranted a retaliatory response. This was why the little rabbit and the earth sloth had acted decisively against the foreign intruders earlier, and why the likes of Little Qing had spared members of the Thunderstrike team. As Little Qing gently patted Ali's head, she turned her gaze towards the giant panda. Clearly, This pivotal question required the authority and insight of the panda. The other great demons also looked expectantly at the giant panda, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. The panda paused its bamboo munching, and the row of little pandas behind it followed suit in stillness. As the giant panda let out a satisfying belch, it casually remarked, "Our teacher has always advised us to embrace the world and enlighten all beings. Therefore, when we encounter those who are diligently cultivating themselves, we might as well guide them in their practice." Upon hearing this response, the eyes of the myriad of great demons sparkled with newfound brilliance, igniting a glimmer of hope. Clearly, this approach was remarkably astute. The teacher instructed them in the art of learning. They would venture forth to conquer the majestic mountains and teach humanity the ways of cultivation. If, by chance, the teacher were to discover their endeavors one day, perhaps instead of reprimanding them, the teacher would feel a sense of satisfaction. With this thought in mind, the multitude of great demons unanimously decided that once they exited the great mountain, they would adhere to this plan. At that moment, the white goat adjusted its glasses and posed a question: what if someone attempts to drive us away or provoke us? The great demons turned their gaze back to the giant panda. The panda waved its bamboo and, with unwavering resolve, declared, "Then we shall heed the teacher's words. We shall persuade with our physical presence and win hearts through martial virtue." Instantly, the great demons erupted into hearty laughter. This incident transpired one afternoon a year prior, when the great demons sat in a circle upon the grassy ground, attentively absorbing An Chen's teachings. When the topic of benevolence and righteousness arose, An Chen first proclaimed the principle of persuading through reason and then through virtue, followed by an explanation. However, the golden monkey, unable to contain its restlessness, eagerly raised its hand and asked, "Teacher, what if the principles of reason and virtue fail to convince, and the other party resorts to violence against us? What then?" Seated on the grass, An Chen smiled gently and replied, "Should that unfortunate moment arise, my dear students, do not panic. I have another option. We shall persuade with our physical presence and win hearts through martial virtue." As the great demons absorbed this explanation, they burst into laughter once more. Their eyes sparkled with admiration for their teacher, whom they found to be an exceedingly amusing deity. This explanation resonated deeply with their sentiments. The laughter of that year intertwined with the laughter of the present, deepening the great demons' admiration for their teacher. It dawned upon them that the course of action they were about to undertake had already been subtly illuminated by their teacher, guiding them toward the right direction and method. Indeed, to follow such a teacher was a fortunate fate for these demons. Little Qing's lips curved into a smile as she nodded, since the teacher has already provided guidance. Let us proceed accordingly. Additionally, I have another idea. We should venture out in batches, with a maximum of 2 per group. Upon hearing the second sister's suggestion, the multitude of great demons nodded in agreement, finding this approach quite reasonable, ensuring they would not arouse the teacher's suspicion. Subsequently, the great demons began to exchange suggestions, such as the white goat proposing that whoever was to occupy a particular mountain should later report back to the group and mark it on a map. Thus, a comprehensive plan was meticulously crafted by the great demons. At last, Shaoqing folded the map and remarked, "All right, let us pause our discussion here. After tonight's evening study session, we shall finalize the list of those who will venture out of the mountain." The numerous great demons nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation at the prospect of being the first to emerge from the mountain. At that moment, Xiaobai pointed at the corpses lying in the pit and muttered, "Stinky sister, those bodies have yet to be dealt with." Shaoqing raised her right hand and summoned her talent, Flame of Sitting Fire. In an instant, a brilliant scarlet flame erupted from her palm. The fiery emblem on her forehead ignited in response. With the curious gazes of the other great demons upon her, Shaoqing flung the scarlet flame into the air, where it split into several smaller fireballs, each cascading down onto the corpses. Immediately, a billowing cloud of white smoke emerged, accompanied by hissing sounds, as the bodies were reduced to ash in an instant. The great demons' eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated the ferocity of the talent unleashed by their second sister. Just as envy washed over the great demons, a voice of admiration rang out. "Oh, what a magnificent flame! I believe the teacher must have foreseen this moment, thus aiding second sister in unlocking this talent. Just look. This talent is perfectly suited for obliterating evidence. How exquisite." Chapter 37. Sharpening the knife towards the little crane at 10 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. 5 hours had elapsed since the sudden arrival of the magic cube. Whether in the digital realm or the tangible world, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions regarding this event. Remarkably, mere 10 minutes after the cube's appearance, the topic ascended to the pinnacle of trending news. Within various forums and online communities, related posts proliferated like mushrooms after rain, rendering them innumerable. It is no exaggeration to assert that the phenomenon of the descending magic cube ignited a nationwide discourse online, maintaining its position at the forefront of headlines. However, some astute netizens observed that as the number of related posts surged, the fervor surrounding the event began to wane. This subtle shift quickly captured the attention of the online community, who sensed an impending storm, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating events behind the scenes. This revelation only heightened their curiosity and excitement. Was there a significant mystery unfolding quietly? What connection did these events have with the magic cube? Amidst the heated discussions among netizens, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Qintian Bureau in Jingzhou, Old Zhao. Accompanied by Zheng Jingming, Qin Zhengcheng ascended to the celestial platform, confronting the white-bearded elder with palpable indignation. Why did you not inform me about the personnel from the Department of Extraordinary Individuals entering Kunlun Mountain for such a significant matter? Elder Zhao Xinghai, holding a whisk in one hand and gesturing dismissively with the other, elicited Zheng Jingming to promptly bow and withdraw. Turning to his old friend, Zhao Xinghai, unfazed by the reproachful demeanor, replied with a serene smile, "The incident occurred unexpectedly. Even if I had informed you, you would not have arrived in time." Suddenly, his brows furrowed as if he had perceived something unsettling. He swiftly approached Qin Zhengcheng, smoothing the elder's crumpled collar. Once the collar was aligned, Zhao Xinghai nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of inner peace. Qin Zhengcheng, indifferent to old Zhao's actions, frowned and demanded, "What do you mean? Do you intend to keep this from me? Had I not called old Chen, I would remain unaware that the Zhenan Bureau has already dispatched." "Enough, old friend," Zhao Xinghai interjected. "You are no longer a young man. Do not cling so stubbornly to your inquiries. By the way, the discoveries you publicly announced this morning may indeed hold truth. I hope the personnel from the Department of Extraordinary Individuals can successfully retrieve that magic cube and decipher its contents." After a moment of silence, Qin Zhengcheng, with a hint of disbelief, inquired, "Old Zhao, tell me the truth. Did that magic cube truly fall from outer space? Is it a product of an extraterrestrial race?" Zhao Xinghai replied solemnly, "Brother Zhou and I have conferred over the phone, and we are 80% certain that it is an artifact of an extraterrestrial civilization. The remaining 20% rests on our hope that the magic cube was not cast down by an alien civilization otherwise." Zhao Xinghai paused, shaking his head, unwilling to delve further into the implications. Yet, Qin Zhengcheng discerned the lingering resonance in his words. Once it is established that the cube is a creation of an extraterrestrial race, it will unequivocally demonstrate the existence of other alien civilizations in this universe, apart from the civilization of the Blue Planet. At that moment, the entire Blue Planet will inevitably confront an invasion from these extraterrestrial beings. This prospect is undeniably dire for the inhabitants of the Blue Planet. The mere thought of alien forces descending upon the planet, committing widespread destruction and pillaging, sends a chill down Qin Zhengcheng's spine, leaving him profoundly unsettled. After a moment of silence, he continued to inquire about the certainty of the Extraordinary Division's ability to acquire the cube. "It is difficult to say," Zhao Xinghai replied, shaking his head once more. "This time, the Extraordinary Division has dispatched the Thunder Team, whose strength is formidable. However, the emergence of the cube has already attracted global attention. Therefore, the expedition to Kunlun Mountain will certainly not consist solely of the Thunder Team. Teams from various nations will also be on their way. It will come down to who acts swiftly and seizes the cube first at this juncture." Zhao Xinghai cast a glance at Qin Zhengcheng and shifted the topic. "By the way, my brother, please recount in detail all that you witnessed at that time. The more elaborate, the better." "Certainly," Qin Zhengcheng responded without hesitation, fully aware that the elder Zhao before him was a practitioner. During his previous expedition leading the geographical survey team into Kunlun Mountain, he had not only sought to verify the authenticity of the news, but also had a significantly important motive. He knew that within the Zhenan office, there resided individuals endowed with unique abilities. Thus, he felt that the legends might not be mere myths and resolved to enter Kunlun Mountain for verification. Soon, Qin Zhengcheng recounted the vivid scenes he had witnessed to Zhao. Upon finishing, Zhao Xinghai's expression became intricate as he remarked, There are hordes of formidable demons in the mountains. I wonder if that divine being can restrain them. If not, allowing those demons to escape the deep mountains would surely plunge the world into chaos. Coupled with the matter of the cube, it seems this world is on the verge of a significant upheaval. Qin Zhengsheng was taken aback. Clearly, he had not contemplated the situation as profoundly as Zhao. It was only at this moment, prompted by Zhao's insights, that he felt a sudden awakening. The thought of those formidable demons emerging from Kunlun Mountain stirred a profound sense of shock within him, and he murmured, "If that day truly comes, what will we use to defend ourselves?" According to your description, those demons have already attained spiritual awareness. Each one possesses immense strength and various extraordinary talents. With our current manpower, even if we mobilize all practitioners, we would still be unable to withstand them. So Zhao Xinghai cast a meaningful glance at Qin Zhengsheng and sighed. For now, we can only place our hopes on that divine being, praying that he can keep those demons in check. Additionally, my brother, heed my advice and let it go. The waters within Kunlun Mountain run deep, and you cannot grasp them. Qin Zhengsheng opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Clearly, he was still somewhat reluctant. Zhao Xinghai, perceiving his thoughts, gently scoffed. What? Are you still unwilling to give up? Very well, proceed deeper if you must. Do not speak of that deity whom you cannot provoke. Even a mere finger from any of the formidable demons within would be beyond your endurance. What then do you possess to seek fortune? Moreover, your offspring are all disinterested in this matter. Even if you were to expend your very life, you would not attain the desired outcome. It would be prudent to cease your endeavors. Qin Zhengsheng immediately displayed an expression of helplessness, shaking his head with a bitter smile, and sighed deeply, questioning whether the Qin family would truly fail to produce a practitioner. Zhao Xinghai also shook his head, contemplating that some matters cannot be forced. However, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a hurried report from a disciple, announcing a phone call from the Zhenan office. Is there news? Zhao Xinghai's spirit immediately lifted. Without hesitation, he seized the phone from the disciple and answered it. Qin Zhengsheng, with eyes alight with anticipation, looked at Zhao, hoping for good news. Unexpectedly, as Zhao Xinghai conversed on the call, his expression shifted multiple times. Ultimately, upon hanging up, he appeared utterly transformed. Muttering in disbelief about the celestial bodies seen during the day, that the deity was from the Dragon Kingdom, that the demons were indeed real. One immense lazy beast had dispatched 10 superhumans with a single strike of Wing Chun, and a rabbit could unleash a lightning punch, among other startling revelations. What? Qin Zhengsheng, upon hearing Zhao's murmurs, was left in a state of shock, his face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Are these claims truly authentic?" As night descended once more, enveloping the quaint village, the croaking of frogs resonated from the pond before the courtyard. Frogs were scattered about, some perched upon lotus leaves, others crouched on withered branches, incessantly lamenting the cold-heartedness and ruthlessness of those great demons. Within the courtyard, mingling with the croaking sounds, was the continuous rasping of blades being sharpened, hissing softly. Chapter 38. The little white sneaks into the room. The northeast tiger sat upon a stone pedestal, honing his blade while grinning widely, his sharp teeth gleaming in the flickering light like a crossbeam of brilliance. He began to boast, "Little Crane, let me tell you, back in the day, with this very kitchen knife in hand, I once drove away an army of 100,000. The red-crowned crane, seated nearby, quaked in fear as it watched the tiger sharpen his knife, its legs trembling so violently that it could scarcely stand. Even if it managed to rise and flee, escape was futile, for formidable companions like the black bear and the earth sloth were watching intently. Consequently, the second sister casually remarked, "Let us add another dish to tonight's menu." Thus unfolded a rather amicable and heartwarming scene. The black bear raised a massive paw and gently patted the back of the red-crowned crane, offering reassurance, "Do not be anxious. Becoming a dish is not such a grave matter. Just blink, and another shall take your place. Perhaps in the next life, you should refrain from being a little crane." The other formidable beings joined in the jest, with the golden snub-nosed monkey chuckling, "Poor thing, truly pitiful. How did you end up with an extra mouth?" The little white rabbit jumped 3 feet high, beaming with delight. "Well then, we've finally angered the second sister. It seems we shall feast on meat tonight, thanks to your generous contribution, little crane." Meanwhile, a long-armed white gibbon, with a voice reminiscent of a walking speaker, laughed heartily. "Ah, Dan, fret not. I shall burn extra paper money for you." Under the intimidating gaze of the surrounding creatures, the red-crowned crane trembled uncontrollably, its fear intensifying. It scanned the area for a glimpse of the second sister, seeking her mercy while also inquiring about her whereabouts from the other beings. However, when it finally spoke, it uttered something entirely different. "You lot should consume less salt. Look at how idle you are." Instantly, the courtyard fell silent. Even the croaking frogs in the pond ceased their cacophony. Only the twinkling stars in the night sky shimmered, while wisps of clouds wandered aimlessly, intoxicated, unsure of their direction. Before long, the frogs resumed their calls, their urgency heightened, as if eager to wield a knife against the red-crowned crane. The northeast tiger's sharpening accelerated, the blade sparking against the stone with furious intensity. Other formidable beings, equally irked, felt that the second sister was entirely justified in her intent to prepare an additional dish for the evening, as the night was serene, with a high moon and sparse stars, perfect for a celebratory feast. At that moment, An Chen approached, having heard the voice of the red-crowned crane, curious and inquiring. Who was it that just spoke? Having never heard the crane's voice before, he found it peculiar and wished to investigate further. The formidable beings sensed the teacher's arrival and instinctively turned their gaze toward Little White, engaged in play with Ali. Little White glanced up to find all eyes upon her, instantly realizing that they wished for her to take the blame. With a dismissive huff, Xiaobai turned her head away, unwilling to engage with her troublesome friends. However, as she pivoted, her gaze inadvertently met that of her sister. "Ugh, how annoying," Xiaobai muttered internally, reluctantly stepping forward to explain. "Teacher, this is Adon, the shy student in our class who rarely speaks. Today, he has finally mustered the courage to talk." Simultaneously, she reflected, this crane, who has always been a silent observer, can be considered half a student of the teacher. Thus, my explanation is not entirely deceitful. With that thought, she secretly sighed in relief. Upon grasping the situation, An Chen nodded, realizing the context. This was not the first occurrence of such a scenario. Previously, many students in the class had exhibited similar reticence, including Gun Gun, Xiao Qing, and Xiaobai herself at the outset. An Chen smiled reassuringly and encouraged. "It's wonderful that you can speak, Adon. You should also engage more with your classmates. There's no need to feel shy. We are all like family here. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in me or your peers. Everyone is eager to assist you." Upon hearing this, the crane was touched, its eyes glistening with tears as it yearned to express gratitude to the teacher. Yet, recalling its recent boldness, it quickly sealed its lips, fearing it might inadvertently offend An Chen. Instead, it nodded 3 times towards the ground in silent appreciation for the teacher's care. The other students instinctively nodded at the teacher's words, but soon realized their hesitation and began shaking their heads vigorously, as if to dispel any notion of conversing with the crane, fearing they might also face an unwarranted retort. At that moment, wisps of fragrant smoke began to waft from the chimney, filling the courtyard with the appetizing aroma of food. The large creatures sniffed eagerly, their mouths watering as their stomachs began to rumble in anticipation. Just then, the voice of Baya echoed from the kitchen, "Teacher, dinner is ready." Even with a cloth covering his eyes, An Chen could sense the intense gazes of his students upon him. He smiled and gestured for them to wash their hands before seating themselves for the meal. "Oh yeah," the creatures cheered in unison, scrambling to the wash basins. Some, like the adorable Ali, would dash to An Chen after washing, proudly displaying their clean hands, exclaiming, "Look, teacher, Ali washed them so thoroughly." At such moments, An Chen would smile and nod, offering them a compliment. Soon, the room was aglow with bright lights, and the large creatures gathered in the spacious living room, indulging heartily in their meal, laughter occasionally erupting amidst the feasting. Outside, the moon shone brightly and the stars twinkled, while fluffy white clouds drifted silently above the quaint village. After dinner and evening studies concluded. Yet, as he prepared to close the door, an unexpectedly familiar fragrance wafted into his senses, prompting him to pause, shake his head with a smile, and muse. Is it the teacher who intends to escort you out, or do you wish to venture forth on your own? The room remained enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sounds of An Chen's breathing and heartbeat. However, An Chen was certain that another presence lay concealed within the confines of the room. He was well acquainted with this familiar ruse. First, he retrieved a ruler from atop the wardrobe, then approached the bed, intending to lift the covers and deliver a proper admonition to the intruding little one. Huddled beneath the blankets, the little one revealed only her pair of eyes, which darted about mischievously. Upon seeing the teacher advance with the ruler, She let out a displeased huff, threw back the covers, sat up on the bed, and pouted. This isn't fun at all. Can't you pretend not to see me? Then we could play this game of hide and seek until dawn. Chapter 39. Half the people were stunned. An Chen shook his head and chuckled softly, realizing that the assigned homework was insufficient, leaving you with energy to frolic. Henceforth, starting tomorrow, the workload shall be doubled. Upon hearing this stern admonition, Xiaobai immediately deflated, pleading, Please, teacher, if the other students find out, they will surely torment me. Suddenly, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she sprang from the bed and swiftly glided to the teacher's side, cheerfully exclaiming, Teacher, there's actually something else I wish to request your assistance with. Meanwhile, Meng Gun, Xiao Qing, and Dong Bei Hu, among other formidable spirits, stealthily slipped out from their respective chambers and congregated in the courtyard. To ensure precautions, they promptly sealed the mouth of the red-crowned crane to prevent any further disturbances. Subsequently, the blue peacock directed her gaze towards the teacher's quarters and whispered, Did Xiaobai successfully divert the teacher's attention? The numerous great spirits shared a collective sigh of relief, realizing that indeed, Xiaobai had taken on the role of a distraction. Earlier, after the evening study session, the spirits had convened to decide on sending a companion to attract the teacher's focus, while the rest gathered to finalize their expeditionary list, ensuring that no suspicions were raised. Almost instantaneously, a single name emerged in their minds, and they all turned to glance at Xiaobai. Thus, Xiaobai became the designated decoy. However, some of the spirits found it perplexing that upon receiving this task, Xiaobai's expression had visibly drooped. Yet, strangely, as she turned away, a hint of joy appeared at the corners of her mouth. What could this mean? Before any of the great spirits could voice their curiosities, the voice of the second senior sister rang out. Now, let us confirm the list of those who will venture out. The first group will consist of 2 partners. Xiao Qing unfurled the map once more, looking up at her companions with a cool voice. I will remain here to protect the teacher and the village, so I shall not be joining you. If anyone wishes to go, please raise your hand. Her gaze settled on the giant panda, curious to see if Meng Gun desired to participate. The rabbit and Dong Bei Hu, along with the other great spirits, followed the second senior sister's gaze towards Meng Gun. In their hearts, the second senior sister was akin to an elder sister, though she often appeared aloof and sometimes indifferent to play. She was always the first to step forward when a companion or the village was in peril. Meng Gun was like a stabilizing anchor. As long as she remained in the village, the other spirits felt emboldened, unafraid of any challenges. Seeing all eyes upon her, Meng Gun, while munching on bamboo shoots, shook her head, saying, I'll observe for now. Let the junior brothers and sisters go first. At that moment, Dong Bei Hu raised his paw, declaring, Second sister, there are many female tigers outside who admire and pursue me. I wish to give them a chance to realize their dreams. The rabbit and leopard, upon hearing this, rolled their eyes in unison, quietly scoffing to themselves. The red-crowned crane shook its head with a poignant cry, overwhelmed by a powerful impulse to retort fiercely to this rascally creature. The expression in its eyes seemed to convey a sardonic message. What brand of electric fan are you? To blow so fiercely? Xiao Qing maintained her icy demeanor, nodding slightly as she said, Very well, we shall provisionally designate you for this task. Who else wishes to venture forth? The remaining formidable demons exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the gravity of the moment. Ali, with both index fingers raised, gently collided them together and murmured, Ali also wishes to go out, but Ali cannot bear to part from the teacher. It is too hard to say goodbye. The other demons silently nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Yet, they remained silent. Suddenly, a crisp quack echoed through the room, prompting all the demons to turn their heads. It was a small yellow duck, no larger than a fist, standing upright with a clenched fist, fervently rallying the others. You all hesitate to leave the teacher's side, troubled by indecision. But then, a spark of inspiration strikes. You recall the burdens that Xiaobai has borne for you over the years, recognizing her struggles, and you feel a pang of guilt. Thus, you resolve to seize this opportunity to reward her. It is time to collectively proclaim, Xiaobai is beautiful. At the mention of the tiny yellow duck's encouragement, the eyes of the many demons sparkled, shining brightly like a constellation of stars, radiating with brilliance. In the room, An Chen, upon hearing Xiaobai's request for a favor, immediately smiled knowingly. Are you seeking to learn the talent of fire-sitting? Xiaobai's eyes lit up, her sweet smile blooming. You truly are a perceptive teacher. But how did you know? When you posed your question in class today, I sensed your desire to learn. Combined with your stealthy entrance just now, it was clear to me what you sought. Does that mean you will grant my request? An Chen shook his head gently. Do you recall what I previously stated? Each has their own fate. Do not envy others. He playfully tapped Xiao Bai's forehead. Xiao Qing's opportunity has arrived, but your time has yet to come. So it cannot be forced. Xiao Bai winced, clutching her forehead, tears welling up as she stubbornly inquired, when will my destined opportunity arrive? Ah, that is simple. Just assist me in neatly folding the blanket, and your chance will immediately present itself. Humph, yet another excuse. Xiao Bai's dreams were filled with possibilities. In truth, her companions outside were entirely unaware of the joy she felt upon receiving her task. She had long wished to sneak into her teacher's room to spend more time together. And with this task presented to her, it was a fortuitous duality. What joy could there be in refusing? However, just as she was about to cross the threshold, she suddenly felt a sharp rise in temperature around her. Bewildered by the change, she could only murmur to herself as she looked up at the courtyard. In an instant, Xiao Bai's eyes widened, and he was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Chapter 40. The fierce tiger emerges from the depths of the mountain. The white snake startles the world. Third update. What did she witness? In the courtyard, her companions all lifted their heads in unison, their eyes igniting with a fervent, blinding light, all focused upon her. Some even widened their mouths in silent laughter, their mirth particularly unrestrained and radiant. This left Xiao Bai momentarily bewildered, a flurry of question marks appearing above her head. What had transpired after she entered the teacher's room? Why did the gazes of her companions make her feel a bit uneasy, as if she yearned for a blanket to envelop her in warmth? Just as she opened her mouth to seek clarity, her sister's voice rang out. Xiao Bai, come here. Soon. Xiao Bai stood beside her sister, grasping the truth of the situation, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, Great. I also wish to venture out and see. But why is everyone offering this splendid opportunity to me? The great demons immediately turned their gaze to the little yellow duck, feeling somewhat flustered by their attention. The little yellow duck swallowed hard, attempting to explain. With a determined nod, it said, Yes. It was my suggestion, no need to be polite. I still wish for some dried fish, preferably the spicy kind. Haha. Xiao Bai laughed heartily. No problem, I will fulfill your wishes. Seeing that Xiao Bai had neither refused nor discerned their underlying intentions, the great demons all exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Gun Gun watched Xiao Bai's figure, nodding thoughtfully, a subtle smile flickering in her eyes. Understood. Thus, the first batch to venture out of the mountain was decided, Tiger and Xiao Bai. They promptly set off, swiftly disappearing into the vastness of the night, vanishing from the sight of their many companions. The great demons gazed in the direction of Tiger and Xiao Bai's departure, feeling a twinge of worry. After all, this was the first time that two among them had left the great mountain. What experiences awaited Tiger and Xiao Bai beyond? Consequently, Meng Gun Gun and the other great demons sighed in relief upon hearing this. Ultimately, only the red-crowned crane remained in the courtyard, its expression one of bewilderment. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, it could not comprehend why a single remark from the leopard could wield such significant influence, allowing the others to depart with ease. As it observed the cheetah's retreating figure, a wave of gratitude surged within the red-crowned crane, and it could not help but voice, Leopard, I truly thank you. Upon hearing this, the cheetah stumbled momentarily, nearly losing its balance. Resisting the urge to turn back, it quickly vanished from sight. However, in the depths of the night, a sudden crash echoed as the floorboard beneath it unexpectedly collapsed. The red-crowned crane jolted awake from its pleasant dreams, staring blankly at the scattered wooden debris, utterly dumbfounded. At that very moment, it seemed to comprehend something profound. The Kunlun Mountains, marked on the map of the Dragon Kingdom, fall within the territory of Tianshui Prefecture. In the heart of this region lies Linshuang City, where, in the humble abode of a farmer nestled at the foot of the peculiar stone peak, a late-night scene unfolds. Curled up beneath his blanket, Wu Yang was engrossed in his phone, browsing the supernatural tales on an online forum. The posts were uniformly bizarre, prompting him to scoff and mutter under his breath, For heaven's sake, could you all please believe in science? What era are we living in? Still dragging out the alien invasion narrative? Truly ignorant. Shaking his head, he continued scrolling, only to find more posts concerning the cube that had mysteriously fallen from the sky that very morning. He set his phone aside and rubbed his eyes. To be honest, He held little belief that the cube was of extraterrestrial origin. After all, technology today is remarkably advanced and robust. If aliens truly existed, a single missile could swiftly teach them a lesson. What was the point of all this speculation? Why not simply await an official explanation? He then unlocked his screen to check the time. Goodness, is it already 1 o'clock? He exclaimed. Time for bed, or perhaps a quick trip to the restroom first. He thought it unlikely he could hold out until dawn, so he decided against it. Hastily, he threw off the covers, made his way to the bathroom, and just as he was about to relieve himself, a cacophony of barking erupted from outside. What on earth is a Kai barking at? Is there a dog thief about? The mere thought of a dog thief ignited a fierce anger within Wu Yong, filling him with regret. He quickly pulled up his pants, opened his door, and grabbed a hoe that lay nearby, ready to investigate the commotion. However, upon reaching the backyard, he was utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? It wasn't just a Kai barking incessantly. The chickens and ducks in their coop were squawking in chaos as well. To his astonishment, he felt small creatures scurrying over the tops of his feet. Startled, he looked down, only to scream, "Oh my goodness!" Rats, snakes, centipedes, and other creatures all emerged, fleeing in a frenzy as if they were escaping some calamity, trembling and making a ruckus. Heavens, what in the world is going on? In the next moment, Wu Yong was confronted with a sight that left him utterly speechless. He observed as the soft-bodied creatures, along with the Kai, the chickens, and the ducks, all began to kneel in unison, as though paying homage to something unseen, their heads bobbing repeatedly in reverence. Wu Yong stood there, dumbfounded, wishing to capture this extraordinary scene on his phone and share it with his friends, captioning it with a simple yet profound remark. Chapter 41, A Tiger's Roar. Shaking the sun, moon, and stars. Have you ever heard the sound of chickens and dogs in harmony? But have you ever witnessed a scene where chickens, ducks, dogs, and snakes all kneel and bow? To be candid, I have just witnessed such a spectacle. Wu Yong stood in a daze for a few seconds before abruptly snapping back to reality. He raised his gaze toward the direction where the animals were collectively kneeling, and his pupils constricted as he exclaimed in disbelief, "What is that?" A shadow swiftly descended from the opposite mountain peak, like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the heavens, plunging directly toward the earth. Wu Yong strained his eyes, desperate to discern the nature of this shadow. However, the distance was too great for him to make out any details. At that moment, his parents, alerted by the commotion, donned their jackets and emerged from their room. Seeing Wu Yong rush in with such urgency, they promptly inquired, "What on earth is happening?" "It's a major event," he declared, activating his camera and rushing to the window. He adjusted the zoom to its maximum and began snapping photos frantically of the mountain peak. The sound of the shutter clicked repeatedly. Finally, after the shadow had vanished from view, Wu Yong ceased his photography. He hastily opened the photos he had just captured and, upon closer inspection, was rendered speechless. What was this? A long white gown? A celestial maiden soaring through the sky? Quickly dismissing this absurd notion, he concluded that it could not possibly be a fairy, for no human form could be so elongated. But what could it be? Wait, could it be that the white shadow was not a person, but rather an animal? The mere thought of this possibility caused Wu Yong to swallow hard, utterly astonished by this bold yet dreamlike conjecture. He instinctively connected it to the mysterious cube he had encountered that morning, creating a fleeting illusion of opening the door to a mystical realm. A celestial cube, a white shadow. Could the mythical tales recorded in ancient texts be on the verge of manifesting in the real world? Wu Yong murmured to himself, shaking his head to regain focus. Without hesitation, he opened the Bizarre Tales forum and created a new post, selecting a few of the clearer photos he had just taken. He quickly drafted a title and content, then sent it out. Is this truly a celestial maiden soaring through the sky? Or could it be animals transcending to divinity? In this post, Wu Yong meticulously chronicled the scenes he had just witnessed. Naturally, he included a line intended to impress his friends on social media. As expected, the post instantly ignited a frenzy within the forum, drawing countless curious netizens who rushed to leave comments. With each refresh of the post, dozens of new comments appeared. Wu Yong perused them one by one until his attention was captured by a netizen with the username Just Ask the Heart. This user made an astonishing deduction. "I also heard the cacophony of chickens and dogs from my own rooftop. And that white shadow captured by the original poster could not possibly be human. Perhaps it is the tail of a white snake." This deduction sent shockwaves through the online community, leaving many in utter disbelief. Upon witnessing this inference, Wu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that truly the tail of a white serpent? In that moment, he felt a parched thirst, as if he were witnessing a scene from a myth, utterly shaken in both body and spirit. A myriad of questions surged through his mind. A white serpent roaming in the dead of night, with countless small creatures kneeling in reverence. Could it be a serpent demon that had achieved its cultivation, emerging to wreak havoc upon the world? Good heavens! If this conjecture were to prove true, what would become of this world? Wu Yang dared not entertain the consequences of such a thought and hurriedly cast aside his distractions to continue perusing the information. Indeed, the speculation regarding the white serpent sparked a flurry of reactions from netizens. It even drew in participants from other forums, resulting in an array of astonished comments flooding in. Wow! I also reside within the boundaries of Tianshui Prefecture, and I can say with absolute certainty that what the original poster described about the small animals fleeing is indeed true, exclaimed one user. I was just about to post something similar, but the original poster beat me to it. Now, it's not just my family. The entire village has been stirred up. They've all rushed to my 300 square meter rooftop to witness this. Without hesitation, Wu Yang clicked on the recording and began to listen. A powerful and resonant roar of a tiger immediately erupted, producing a cascading wave of sound that reverberated in Wu Yang's ears, nearly rendering him deaf. Instinctively, his eyes widened, and his mind conjured a breathtaking image. A fierce and menacing white tiger emerged from the depths of the forest, leaping forth with ferocity under the illumination of the full moon, tracing a parabolic arc as if to pounce upon the entire expanse of the earth. Unbelievably valiant and sharp. Especially its roar, which shook the mountains and rivers, as if it were to dislodge the very sun and moon from the heavens. Truly terrifying. Wu Yang remained spellbound, listening to the echo of the tiger's roar, his mind replaying the scene, completely frozen like a statue, unmoving for an extended time. At the headquarters of the Zhenan Division in Jingzhou, even at a little past 1 in the morning, this independent office remained ablaze with light. On the sofa sat a silver-haired man, quietly enjoying a cigar. A bright crimson glow emanated, followed by a plume of smoke that enveloped his visage, rendering it indistinct. He glanced up at the figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting slightly, and casually remarked, "Let it be decided then. It is impossible for them to seek an explanation. If they have the audacity to send someone here, they must be prepared for the possibility of death." Zhou, a middle-aged man, stood at the window gazing out at the myriad lights twinkling in the night, shaking his head as he said, "My concern is not for this. It is for the deity within Kunlun Mountain and the multitude of formidable demons. If they were to emerge from the depths of the mountains. What is there to worry about?" The silver-haired man revealed a row of pearly white teeth, biting down on his cigar, and interrupted, "It's merely Shun Hao. That little rascal, who is ineffectual. If only you, boss, would send me in, I could resolve that in no time." Just then, a rapid knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The female assistant hurriedly pushed open the office door, entered with an anxious expression, and reported, "Director Zhou, Chief Chu. We are in grave trouble." Chapter 42. A Tale of a Serpent and a Tiger. What? A white snake and a tiger have emerged from Kunlun Mountain. The silver-haired man, Chu Tianhua, felt a jolt of shock upon receiving this report, murmuring to himself, could it be that the leader was indeed right? Zhou Shishou turned around, his expression equally astonished. The very scenario he had feared the most had unfolded with alarming swiftness, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Yes, the female assistant, Lu Yaxin, immediately nodded and stepped forward to present the relevant photographs. Zhou Shishou reached out to take them, lifting the first image to his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply as he beheld a long white snake. It was captured by a nearby camera as it slithered across a quiet concrete road. Notably, this was no ordinary snake. Its upper half was that of a young maiden, while its lower half transformed into a sleek, scaly serpent's tail. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhou Shishou proceeded to examine the second photograph, his eyes widening in disbelief. A bipedal Siberian tiger, clad in a checkered shirt and sporting a hairstyle akin to that of an adult, was emerging boldly from a dense thicket, seemingly intent on entering the city. What could have possibly compelled them to venture out at such a late hour? A furrow of confusion creased Zhou Shishou's brow. He then passed the photographs to the now standing Chu Tianhua, his gaze deep and voice resonating with gravity. The cube fell within Kunlun Mountain, according to Shun Hao's report. It should have reached the hands of that deity. Moreover, The group of extraordinary beings that stealthily infiltrated Kunlun met a grim fate at the hands of those formidable demons. And now, these two powerful creatures have emerged. Rubbing his temples, Zhou Shishou sensed that the developments were spiraling further out of control and becoming increasingly difficult to manage. He exhaled slowly, intoning with a heavy heart. These matters can hardly remain concealed for much longer. Meanwhile, Chu Tianhua had finished reviewing the photographs, remaining silent as he exhaled clouds of smoke, evidently using this method to vent the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Otherwise, he feared he might unleash his fury, smashing the desk and floor beneath him, plunging straight to the level below. After expelling the last plume of smoke with great force, Chu Tianhua lifted his left hand, a small vortex of water materializing in his palm. Dousing the cigarette but within, he finally turned to Zhou Shishou, his gaze ablaze with intensity. "Speak, leader. Whatever you wish to do, I am at your command." The female assistant stood resolutely beside him, her eyes clear and attentive, ready for any orders. Zhou Shishou inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure and clarifying the tasks ahead. He began to issue directives with methodical precision. From the Department of Extraordinary Beings, dispatch 2 teams immediately to track the white snake and the tiger around the clock. Maintain open lines of communication and provide real-time updates. Understood. Reply to Ya. I will contact the Qintian division at once and request Zhao Shidi to come over, along with Old Qin. Good. Moreover, we shall continue to steer public opinion and influence perceptions. Although the effect may be minimal, our intention is not to obscure these matters, but rather to facilitate a gradual acceptance among the populace. Sensing the puzzled glances from Chu Tianhua and his female assistant, Zhou Shishou shook his head and said, I have a strong premonition that with the emergence of the Rubik's Cube, along with the deity and the great demon dwelling within Kunlun Mountain, these events will inevitably be revealed to the world. Therefore, before that occurs, our responsibility is to soothe public sentiment and maintain the tranquility of the 9 provinces. After elucidating his thoughts, Zhou Shishou turned to Chu Tianhua and instructed, Call Shun Hao over as well. We are to convene a meeting. Chu Tianhua keenly observed the solemn expression that had briefly crossed his leader's face and exclaimed, Boss, are you suggesting we hold? Before he could finish, Zhou Shishou nodded, swiftly approached his desk, and picked up the phone to dial a number. Once the call connected, he spoke gravely, Notify everyone. The heads of departments and divisions must come to headquarters immediately for a 9 provinces meeting. Suddenly, a white silhouette darted across the road, moving with remarkable speed, akin to a flash of lightning, vanishing into the nearby underbrush in the blink of an eye. This figure began to traverse mountains and valleys, navigating through forests and rivers, crossing hilltops and urban areas. It was none other than the little white creature that had emerged from Kunlun Mountain, splitting from Huzi to pursue different paths. Along her journey, the little white creature was filled with exuberance, occasionally picking wild fruits to taste, and at times leaping into rivers to bask under the moonlight. It was as though she had unlocked a new realm, encountering a plethora of novel sights and amusing experiences. The wonders she discovered mirrored her teacher's descriptions, evoking a sense of familiarity that allowed her to navigate and utilize them with ease. Of course, she did not forget her sister's admonitions, striving to traverse areas with sparse human presence and avoiding conflicts with urban dwellers. Thus, she chose a direction and raced forward with unbridled speed. Whenever fatigue set in, she would pause to rest, feeling the nearby animals emerge to pay her homage. Some creatures, having gained a hint of sentience, would bring her wild fruits to eat. Kneeling on the ground, trembling in reverence. In those moments, the little white creature would smile joyfully, albeit with a hint of regret, saying, I wish I could stay here to impart wisdom and enlighten you. But alas, this is not the sacred mountain I seek. I sense it lies just ahead. Once she regained some strength and vigor, the little white creature resumed her journey towards the destination she intuitively sensed. At last, the night wind howled, causing the leaves of the trees to rustle. The moonlight shimmered upon the surface of a lake in front of the forest, gleaming like a mirror. Standing beside the lake, the little white creature gazed at the peaks across the water, her eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity. In the next moment, she flicked her serpentine tail and plunged into the lake, sending up a flurry of white, frothy waves accompanied by a cacophony of splashes. Gradually, the lake's surface calmed, as if nothing had transpired. Were a drone to hover above the waters, it would clearly capture the sight of a white serpent swiftly gliding beneath the crystalline surface, making its way toward the distant mountain peak. Concurrently, atop the verdant summit of that emerald pine-clad mountain, a throng of nocturnal adventurers emerged. Among them was a traveler, laden with a hiking backpack, who was enthusiastically brandishing a smartphone, capturing the moment from various angles. Once satisfied with the array of photographs, the traveler nodded in approval and began to select 9 images that resonated with the essence of the moment, intending to share them with friends, accompanied by a phrase of exquisite elegance. However, after a moment's reflection, the traveler reconsidered and opted for a different expression. Chapter 43. What little sister? Call me sister. As one ventures into the nocturnal splendor of Qingqing Mountain, one might encounter a white snake, gracefully holding an oiled paper umbrella, smiling and beckoning. The visitor murmured this phrase twice, nodding in satisfaction before clicking to post, eagerly awaiting an influx of likes and comments. The night view from the mountain peak was simply exquisite. She felt compelled to capture more photographs. However, just as she prepared to change locations for another pose, the sudden ring of her mobile phone interrupted her reverie. Upon seeing her younger brother's name flashing on the screen, she furrowed her brow and answered with a hint of irritation, "What do you want to borrow this time?" On the other end, a mischievous chuckle echoed, "Sister, you know me too well. I'm hoping to borrow 3,000 this time. Don't worry. Once I get my paycheck next month, I promise to repay you promptly." Su Qingyi, have you not grown weary of this excuse after 3 years? Not at all. Whenever I try another excuse, you see right through it. It's simpler to stick with this one. I'm too lazy to think of alternatives. The woman in black sighed, "You're married now. You can't be as reckless as before. You need to consider your wife's feelings." "All right, I'll heed your advice and be thrifty next time." With a playful reprimand, she replied, "Stop with the jesting. I'm currently at the mountain peak, waiting to finish my night shots." Before she could finish, her brother interjected. Clearly alarmed, "Sister, which mountain peak are you on?" "I'm at Qingqing Mountain." "What's the matter?" "Oh no. I just saw online that many people are spreading rumors about a snake demon and a white tiger emerging from the mountains, ready to wreak havoc. You should hurry down." The woman in black couldn't help but chuckle. "So you're still awake at this hour because you were frightened by that snake demon and white tiger? Enough of your nonsense. I'm not alone. There are plenty of other tourists around. It's perfectly safe." "Really? That's good. Now be gone." Su Xinyan abruptly ended the call, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation towards her brother, who seemed to borrow money from her every month. A lingering question occupied her mind. Since 3 years ago, he had borrowed money from her monthly, ranging from 1,000 to 5,000. Accumulated over these years, it amounted to a substantial sum, potentially enough for a down payment on a house. Why had this troublesome brother not repaid a single cent? Had he squandered all that money on gambling? At the very least, she wished to know where all that borrowed money had gone. If only Mom and Dad were still here, I wouldn't have to worry about this. Su Xinyan murmured, standing before the white jade railing. Gazing at the distant city lights, memories of her parents' smiling faces flooding her mind. After a moment of quiet reflection, she shook her head, turned away from the railing, and began scrolling through her phone, noticing that her recent post had already garnered 8 likes and several comments. As she perused the comments, she remained blissfully unaware of the abyss lurking beneath the railing, a dark chasm resembling an unfathomable void that seemed to stretch endlessly. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from within that abyss, akin to a dazzling aurora, tearing through the darkness and surging upwards. In an instant, the white light vanished, plunging the chasm back into darkness and silence. At the moment the light appeared, the cacophony of animal calls on Qingqing Mountain ceased abruptly, enveloping the area in an absolute stillness. All creatures, regardless of size, emerged trembling from the mountaintop, reverently bowing towards the spot where the light had vanished. Gradually, a figure emerged from the depths of the chasm, Xiaobai. She glided silently towards the white jade railing, and shrouded by the darkness, leaned in closer to glimpse what the woman before her was observing. Her tail dangled at the edge of the cliff, gently swaying and occasionally brushing against a few stones that fell silently into the abyss. As she drew within a meter of the woman, Xiaobai finally discerned the contents of the phone screen. "Haha, Sister Yin is so beautiful. I bet even the white snake would leap from the underworld upon seeing you." Su Xinyan swiftly finished reading the comments, shaking her head with a soft chuckle, dismissing them as mere antiquated scare tactics devoid of originality. Unexpectedly, a melodious giggle resonated from behind her, interrupting her thoughts. "Hee hee, how intriguing. They are merely making wild guesses, yet they can sense my presence behind you." Su Xinyan was startled into a shriek, nearly dropping her phone as she instinctively leaped back. Upon spotting Xiao Bai perched on the railing, she blinked in astonishment, confirming that Xiao Bai was indeed a person, allowing herself to exhale and gradually relax. Simultaneously, she patted her chest, reassuring herself, "Come now, don't frighten yourself. What era is this? Legends are merely tales and cannot manifest into reality. It's all those mischievous friends' fault." As she consoled herself, she tentatively approached the railing and inquired, Why are you standing out there? The mountain wind is fierce, it's quite dangerous." Before long, Su Xinyan beheld Xiao Bai's visage, a youthful maiden with exquisite features, her eyes sparkling with a certain vitality. She gasped in admiration, "Wow, you are truly beautiful. Little sister, what is your name?" Xiao Bai, grasping the railing with one hand and propping her chin with the other, found amusement in Su Xinyan's previous actions, displaying a playful smile. However, upon hearing the term little sister, her demeanor shifted to irritation as she retorted, "What little sister? You should call me sister. Nonsense. Clearly, you do not possess my..." Xiao Bai pointed accusingly at Su Xinyan's chest, gesturing towards her own. "Yours is akin to, like a classroom desk." In the classroom, as Su Xinyan followed Xiao Bai's gaze and lowered her head, her body stiffened instantaneously and her expression became vacant, comprehending the implication of the desk. She swiftly lifted her head to gaze at Xiao Bai, a mixture of laughter and tears evident in her demeanor, and was about to speak when a wave of astonished and profoundly shocked exclamations erupted around her. Chapter 44. The Occupation of Chiqing Mountain and Longhu Mountain. Strangely, the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs had vanished completely. This silence was eerily unsettling. My goodness, look ahead, there are rats. Oh dear, and over there, snakes and cockroaches. In this pervasive stillness, a few astute visitors sensed something amiss and urgently began to scan their surroundings with flashlights, only to be met with terror that made them scream and turn pale. Some guests even leapt onto their companions, clinging to them like roots of an ancient tree, utterly petrified by the creatures that emerged from the ground. In the next moment, the visitors were even more astounded to discover that the animals crawling out from below had all stopped in their tracks, trembling in fear. They knelt in unison, as if paying homage to their sovereign. "Look over there." Murmurs of astonishment and disbelief filled the air. Some guests quickly directed their flashlights towards Su Xinyan. To their astonishment, the direction in which the animals were kneeling was precisely where Su Xinyan stood. More beams of light fell upon her, casting her in a radiant halo, making her the focal point of the scene. As she had ascended the mountain alone, no one knew her identity or name. Yet, curiosity overtook the crowd. Boldly, a few visitors clenched their fists and approached Su Xinyan, confronting her with loud questions. Just as Su Xinyan was about to inquire of Xiao Bai why their points of interest diverged, she heard the gasps of surprise. Instinctively, she looked up to discern the commotion. However, she was immediately enveloped in a sea of light, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand. Xiao Bai, concealed in the shadow behind her, remained unnoticed by the visitors. Its pupils began to shimmer with a crimson glow, and the spiritual center on Su Xinyan's forehead also began to emit a flickering radiance. "Hey, who exactly are you?" Just as the bold guests began to speak, a sudden burst of red light flashed out of nowhere. Their voices abruptly ceased, as if someone had grasped their throats, leaving them only able to produce muffled sounds. Some visitors, hearing the commotion, hurriedly directed their flashlights toward the source. Their eyes widened in horror as they realized that the mouths of the bold few had been forcefully stuffed with rats. Unable to contain their terror any longer, some visitors screamed and shouted that there were ghosts fleeing towards the descent. They could no longer bear to stay in this place, fearing they might be the next victims. The surreal and unfathomable scene they had just witnessed had completely shattered their worldview. Some even howled as they hurried down the mountain, urging one another to quick strike the demon spirit. Strange occurrences have unfolded upon Chiqing Mountain. In an instant, chaos erupted at the summit as visitors hurriedly flocked towards the descent, leaving Su Xinyan's flashlight abandoned. Dazed yet somewhat aware of the situation, Su Xinyan felt a surge of fear that compelled her to abandon her photography and turn to leave. However, just as she took her first step, she remembered the little girl outside the railing. She quickly turned back, her face etched with urgency. "Little sister, hurry. I'll bring you in. We must leave this place together. It's too strange. How could it possibly be haunted?" Suddenly, a thought struck her, recalling what her mischievous younger brother had said earlier. her eyes widening in disbelief as an absurd notion crossed her mind. Could it be that there truly are snake demons and white tigers? No, no, no. Those must surely be mere fabrications. Su Xinyan hastily shook her head, dismissing the fanciful idea, and extended her arms to embrace the little girl. The crimson glow in the eyes of the little girl had completely vanished, capturing Su Xinyan's expression and movements. Noticing the outstretched hands, she decided to play a trick on her. After all, she hadn't called her sister. With a playful blink, the little girl cheerfully said, "All right, but my body is a bit heavy, so you must catch me securely." A bit heavy? Su Xinyan chuckled at the thought. How heavy could a young girl possibly be? Yet, when she saw the little girl levitate effortlessly into the air, her eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, "My heavens! You. Her gaze fixated on the girl's face, and as the little one ascended slowly, her neck instinctively craned backwards. Suddenly, Su Xinyan seemed to recall something, her body jolting as her gaze darted downward, revealing the lower half of the little girl, a smooth, white serpentine tail, swaying rhythmically. Behind her, a massive full moon bathed the scene in a silvery glow. In that moment, Su Xinyan felt as if struck by lightning. Her mouth agape, she stared blankly at the spectacle, her mind devoid, entirely forgetting to react. Meanwhile, in Jingzhou, at the top of the Zhenin Bureau, a spacious conference room housed a grand oval table surrounded by 9 high-backed chairs. At the head of the table sat a distinguished high chair, flanked by 4 on each side. All 9 chairs were occupied, their backs adorned with intricate and bizarre designs. Among them, the second chair on the right was occupied by a silver-haired man, Chu Tianqua, who nonchalantly held an unlit cigar between his lips. The back of his chair depicted a dark river, its tumultuous waves crashing skyward, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time. To the left, seated in the first high chair was Zhao Xinghai, the head of the Bureau of Celestial Observations, quietly holding a feather duster, immersed in contemplation. The back of his chair illustrated a celestial tapestry of stars, featuring the Big Dipper and the 28 lunar mansions. Astonishingly, the arrangement of those stars seems to embody some profound principle, captivating the observer at first glance, rendering them unable to extricate themselves from its allure. Aside from the 9 seated individuals, an esteemed old professor, Qin Zhengcheng, stood behind Zhao Xinghai. Behind Chu Tianqua stood the muscular figure of Shen Hao. With everyone present, it was time to delve into the subject of the meeting. Seated at the head of the table, Zhou Sisho cast a glance at the other 8 before solemnly addressing. "Chu Bushu, you may commence with the report on the tracking status of the 2 teams." Acknowledging the leader's gaze, Chu Tianqua, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, began to report. The Leizhen team is currently tracking the white serpent, which has been spotted atop Qingqing Mountain, potentially alarming visitors. The team members are fully prepared to take action at a moment's notice. Additionally, the Horli team is following the tiger, which was seen dashing into Longhu Mountain, with no other anomalies detected for the time being. Chapter 45. You are unworthy to meet my master. Upon hearing this report, everyone present was taken aback. Filled with astonishment and confusion, the white snake had arrived at Mount Qingqing, while the tiger had ventured into Longhu Mountain. What could their intentions possibly be? Josie immediately commanded to contact the Thunder team and broadcast the live footage. The Thunder team, poised to ascend the summit, was led by Deputy Leader Guanlan Wei. With 2 sheathed blades at her waist, she tilted her head to listen attentively to the orders emanating from her earpiece. Meanwhile, the other team members were vigorously dispersing the tourists while vocally soothing their panicked sentiments, striving to regain control over the chaotic situation. Their gazes frequently darted towards the mountainous peak, then back to their deputy leader, revealing traces of tension and anxiety. After receiving the superior's command, they had rushed here with utmost urgency, never anticipating such an unforeseen event. As they overheard the tourists around them crying out about a snake demon, their hearts jolted, instantly recalling their earlier encounters. A single, shared hypothesis emerged unbidden in their minds. Received. At that moment, Guanlan Hui exclaimed, acknowledging the command to broadcast the live footage. She swiftly activated a miniature camera affixed to her wrist and gestured, "Let us go. We're heading up." "Yes." The team members promptly followed suit, pushing against the tide of people. They soon reached the pinnacle of Mount Qingqing. Upon setting foot on the summit, Guanlan Hui and her team immediately looked up, only to be greeted by a scene that rendered them speechless. Everyone stood in awe, witnessing a resplendent full moon hanging in the sky, its luminous glow casting a silvery sheen upon the earth, enveloped in an eerie silence. Beneath the night's veil, a white snake loomed majestically. Its upper half resembled that of a youthful maiden, while its lower half was a sinuous white serpent tail, gently swaying. In that moment, the white snake appeared as a regal demon king, exuding an overwhelming presence that was impossible to gaze upon directly. Instantly, the conference room fell silent. At the summit, Guanlanhui and her team stared in a daze at the white snake, instinctively swallowing hard, murmuring, "Good heavens!" Some tourists, paralyzed by fear, crumpled to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A few audacious tourists, despite their trepidation, shakily raised their phones, desperately capturing the moment to share on social media. Atop Mount Chiching, under the luminous full moon, the white snake soared through the sky. This was a sight that existed solely in legend, yet it unfolded before the eyes of countless tourists, delivering a visual shock and awe that was beyond imagination, just as they had speculated moments ago. That white snake was indeed the enchanting maiden they had encountered earlier at Kunlun Mountain, and they were astonished to reunite so soon. As Guanlanhui attempted to steady her racing heart, she gazed at the little white figure and inhaled deeply, asking, "How did you emerge from the mountain?" Xiaobai instinctively sensed the arrival of the thunderstorm squad, but chose not to cast them even a glance. With a casual tone, she declared, "I simply wanted to come out and play, so here I am. Furthermore, I have an announcement to make. From this moment forth, everything on this mountain is mine." Guanlanhui and her team were taken aback, their eyes widening in confusion. Was this white snake's nocturnal emergence solely to claim Qingqing Mountain? Meanwhile, other tourists, upon hearing the serpent demon speak, were thrown into a state of panic, unleashing wave after wave of terrified screams. "Oh my goodness! A talking snake demon? The rumors circulating online tonight are true. There really is a serpent demon appearing." After this night, the entire Dragon Kingdom would be ablaze with excitement. Xiaobai disregarded the reactions of the thunderstorm squad and the tourists. Her gaze landed with keen interest on Su Xinyan, who appeared utterly bewildered, further piquing her amusement. She swiftly bent down, meeting Su Xinyan's eyes, and with a playful wink, added, "Including you. Dear, you too belong to me. If anyone bullies you or you encounter any troubles, just come here and call out sister 3 times. Depending on my mood, I may decide whether to assist you, hee." A peculiar sensation surged within her, as if she were needed by a serpent demon. In truth, she had few friends in her life, faced immense work pressure, had been single for 25 years with no romantic entanglements, and had never before heard such a resolute declaration of being chosen. This left Su Xinyan feeling both touched and apprehensive, fearful that this little sister might be deceiving her only to devour her. Trembling, she inquired, "Why, you're not planning to eat me, are you?" "Huh." Xiaobai burst into laughter. "My teacher has taught me well. How could I dare harm anyone without cause?" However, her gaze swept over Guanlanhui and the others, a crimson gleam flashing in her eyes. "If anyone dares to threaten me, I shall not let them off lightly." Instantly, Su Xinyan's body quivered, staring blankly at Xiaobai, her eyes reflecting astonishment, envy, and admiration. It was as if something deep within her was awakening in that very moment. "All right, I understand." At that moment, Guanlanhui received a message from Chief Chu. She nodded thoughtfully, then raised her gaze to Xiaobai, forcing a smile. "As long as you do not harm the tourists, we can negotiate. By the way, what is your purpose in claiming Qingqing Mountain?" Xiaobai saw through the woman's intentions and coldly retorted, "Who are you? Why should I tell you?" Guanlanhui pressed on. "During the day at Kunlun Mountain, and even just now when you spoke, I heard you mention the word teacher. May I ask who your teacher is? Could you possibly bring them out for us to meet?" "Shut up." Xiaobai's eyes widened, and she shouted in anger. An invisible sound wave erupted, generating powerful sonic waves that swept through the surroundings, causing all the structures atop the mountain to tremble and showering dust everywhere. Countless animals prostrated on the ground were utterly terrified, trembling in fear. Some creatures, overwhelmed by the force of the sound wave, rolled their eyes back and collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. This sonic wave was akin to a ferocious typhoon, forcing Su Xinyan to stagger backward, unable to maintain control over her body. Additionally, 2 members of the thunderstorm team were hurled into the air by this auditory assault, crashing down heavily onto the ground with a resounding thud. This astonishing scene left Guanlanhui and the other team members in a state of sheer astonishment, their faces reflecting profound shock. And this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, Xiaobai erupted with an extraordinary and terrifying aura that enveloped the mountaintop, as if it sought to pierce through the very fabric of reality, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Her hair billowed backward, her eyes entirely consumed by a crimson hue, fixating coldly on Guanlanhui as she thundered, "Who dares to speak to me in such a manner? Do not presume you are worthy of meeting my teacher. You are not even qualified to mention his name. Begone! All of you, get down." Following this, Xiaobai raised her serpentine tail high and slammed it forcefully against the ground. Chapter 46. From this night forth, this mountain shall be mine. With a sudden crack, a flash of white light appeared as the serpent's tail struck the ground, cleaving a fissure as wide as an arm. Accompanied by a flurry of sparks, this chasm surged towards Guanlanhui and her companions with alarming speed. "Quick! Get out of the way!" Guanlanhui's pupils constricted sharply as she shouted, attempting to push her teammate aside. However, her reaction was a fraction too slow. The fissure, akin to a bolt of lightning, raced forward and erupted violently beneath their feet. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, debris soared into the air, and a torrent of force erupted, creating a fierce wind that hurled the team members away. Some fragments, resembling shooting stars, struck them with such ferocity that they pierced through their clothing, leaving behind ghastly trails of blood upon their skin. Two of the teammates bore deep gashes on their faces, blood streaming profusely. Guanlanhui rolled to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught. She beheld the 8 teammates who had come with her now sprawled on the ground, suffering varying degrees of injury, their groans of agony signaling their loss of combat capability. Clenching her fists in anger, she gritted her teeth, yearning to confront the serpent demon about its unreasonable assault. Just as she lifted her head, a sense of foreboding surged within her, and her expression shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted aside. Alas, it was a beat too late. Whoosh! A small stone shot forth from Xiaobai's position, transforming into an arrow as it pierced through the air, hurtling towards Guanlanhui. Had she not evaded in time, that stone would have pierced her right arm, making her pay dearly for her previous words. Even so, as she dodged, the stone grazed her arm, leaving a wound akin to a knife slash, flesh curling and blood gushing forth. Guanlanhui swiftly pressed her hand against the injury, inhaling deeply as anger surged within her, eager to demand an explanation from the white serpent. But before she could voice her thoughts, Xiaobai's furious shout resonated from the mountaintop, echoing like a tempest. "You are merely a messenger. What right do you have to converse with me? Furthermore, if you wish to know the answer, send your superior to meet me. Otherwise, none of you shall ascend this peak." Guanlanhui was taken aback, never anticipating the girl's audacity in calling for her superior to negotiate. Yet, upon seeing her injured teammates on the ground, her words became lodged in her throat. Her fists clenched and relaxed in a turbulent rhythm. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and turned to her miniature earpiece, seeking the counsel of her superior, Chief Chu. In the conference room atop the Zhenan division, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere as all present witnessed the harrowing events unfold, their expressions transforming into masks of gravity and seriousness. Clearly, with their keen insight, they arrived at a unanimous conclusion. The white serpent possessed formidable strength. With but a single roar, 2 team members were sent flying. A mere flick of its serpentine tail rendered the entire squad devoid of combat capability, leaving even the vice-captain, Guanlanhui, gravely injured. This was no longer a foe that a mere squad could contend with. It required the intervention of a division chief or a commander to stand a chance against that white serpent. Even Chu Tianhua, the head of the anomalous division, could not suppress his astonishment, remarking on the ferocity of the white serpent. If it was this formidable, one could only imagine the terrifying power of the deity it spoke of as its mentor. The mere thought sent a surge of excitement coursing through him. "Boss, if you ask me, just send me out there to confront that white serpent." Before Chief Zhou could respond, a derisive laugh echoed from a high chair to his left. "Ah, truly, you are the intrepid Chu Baihou. You neglect serious matters yet excel at leading others to their doom. What is the matter? Are you itching for a taste of that white serpent's tail?" Chu Tianhua clenched his cigar, glaring at the woman in the red dress across from him, ready to retort, but was interrupted by a series of firm knocks. "Enough. Let us all speak less," Chief Zhou asserted, rapping the table with authority. "First, instruct Team Lei Zhun to withdraw. We must avoid unnecessary sacrifices, but we must still keep a close watch on that white serpent." Chu Tianhua shot a glare at the woman in red before nodding at his superior, ready to relay orders to Guanlanhui. At that moment, a youth seated to Chu Tianhua's right, with rosy lips and bright teeth, yet pale as a sheet. Dressed in flowing black robes, spoke up, perhaps that white serpent has awakened its bloodline. His gaze remained fixed on a weathered notebook lying on the table before him. Suddenly, the notebook began to flutter without a breath of wind, before settling back down to reveal a hole in its center. The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in alarm. They were acutely aware of the immense power that came with the awakening of a superior bloodline, far surpassing that of an ordinary talent. Chief Zhou was equally moved, murmuring, "Bloodline. Talent. Skills." Quickly shaking his head, he dismissed such contemplations of cultivation, turning his attention back to the youth in black. "For now, let us remain observant regarding the white serpent and see what the tiger of Longhushan is up to." Understood. Atop the peak of Yunshao, following a furious shout, Su Bai disregarded Guanlan Wei and the others entirely. Amused by Su Xinyan's pale visage, she shot a warning glare at her, stating, "And you, should you fail to call me sister henceforth, don't expect to ascend this mountain." Su Xinyan was once again startled. However, after taking several deep breaths to steady her heart, she raised her gaze to the smiling Xiao Bai before her, and for reasons unknown, her spirits suddenly lightened. A knowing smile graced her face as she softly remarked, "I never expected that on my first ascent of Qingqing Mountain, I would encounter a white snake, and such a lively and playful little sister at that." She approached the little white snake, continuing her laughter. "You know, I have always envied the sisterly bond between the green and white snakes, and I longed for a sister of my own, one who wouldn't borrow money from me." The little white snake gasped in surprise. "How did you know I have an elder sister? She is also a green snake." Su Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. Soon, however, delight illuminated her eyes, and she eagerly inquired, "Really? What does your sister look like?" The little white snake pondered for a moment before gesturing again. "Well, her figure is quite ample. While yours resembles a bon, hers resembles a multi-tiered steamer." Su Xinyan found herself momentarily stunned again as she realized the little white snake's description of her sister. The gaze she directed at the little white snake melted her heart further, prompting her to gently ask, "So, do you occupy this mountain merely for amusement?" The little white snake shook her head, insisting, "Of course not. Then what is it for?" Immediately, a figure clad in white appeared before the little white snake's eyes. Adorned with a radiant smile, her voice bright and cheerful as she replied, "For." Meanwhile, under the illumination of a full moon, the northeast tiger arrived at the 32nd blessed land of the Dragon Kingdom, observing a Taoist temple emerging before him. He couldn't help but clasp his hands behind his back and shake his head in astonishment. "I never imagined that the world would go to such lengths to welcome me by relocating this magnificent Mount Longhu here. In that case, I, Lord Tiger, graciously accept. From this night forth, this mountain is mine to rule." His voice boomed loudly, echoing across the surrounding peaks, reaching the ears of the Fire Departures team, trailing behind, leaving them wide-eyed and utterly bewildered. Chapter 47. The beast tide moves. Just to hear the tiger's sermon? At this moment, the silvery moonlight cascaded down, blanketing the verdant mountains, as if the entire Mount Longhu had come alive with breath. Nestled on the mountainside was a Taoist temple, its eaves reaching for the heavens, flanked by two ginkgo trees that scattered a constellation of starlight upon the ground. As the night breeze whispered, a tiger stood upright before the temple, its hands clasped behind its back, uttering a phrase that left the visitors utterly astounded. The surrounding tourists were taken aback, their gasps echoing in the air as they fled in terror, retreating to a safe distance before gathering once more to gawk at the northeast tiger, their incredulous exclamations filling the night. "My goodness! A tiger walking on two legs and speaking? It must be the white tiger rumored online. Wait. No, it's not a white tiger but a northeast tiger that has come to Mount Longhu. Is it just my imagination? Or does this tiger seem more self-absorbed than I am?" The night adventurers never anticipated witnessing such a spectacle, as their worldviews and senses experienced an unprecedented jolt and awe. They could hardly contain their excitement, quickly retrieving cameras and smartphones to capture the extraordinary moment. The 6 team members from the fire squad stood at the back, staring in disbelief at the northeast tiger. They exchanged glances, astonished that the tiger had the audacity to proclaim such a self-aggrandizing statement. Furthermore, what was its intention in claiming Mount Longhu? The individuals in the conference room wore expressions of shock. They had not expected the northeast tiger to articulate human speech, aspiring to be the sovereign of Mount Longhu. What could it be after? Zhou, the chief, fixated on the ethereal projection hovering above the table, observing the tiger, his fingers tapping the surface pensively as he mused. The white snake occupies Mount Qingqing, and the tiger seeks dominion over Mount Longhu. Is this truly their purpose in emerging from Kunlun Mountain? Are these their own intentions, or is it the will of that deity? Upon hearing this hypothesis, the assembled chiefs and officers were struck with alarm, detecting a palpable sense of crisis that darkened their expressions. Some furrowed their brows, contemplating the unsettling implications. If this endeavor stemmed solely from the volition of the white snake and tiger, it could be manageable. However, should there be a deity orchestrating these actions, the situation would escalate to an exceedingly grave and perilous state. After all, no one had yet encountered this deity, nor understood its nature. If the actions of the white snake and tiger were indeed directed by this deity, might it signify a signal for territorial conquest? All present naturally wished to avert such a dire scenario. Thus, the woman in the red dress, Mo Yujiao, the deputy chief of the Peculiar Beings Department, promptly declared, regardless of whose intention it is, meeting with that deity must be our most urgent priority. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing her proposal. In a fleeting moment, their brows furrowed as they contemplated the daunting challenges of realizing this endeavor. Two teams had previously ventured into Kunlun Mountain, and not only had they failed to meet the divine being, but they had also been unceremoniously cast out by the formidable demons before they could even discern the deity's true visage. Zhou Si first cast a glance at the young man in black, instructing him to maintain synchronization with the fire departure team as visuals, before turning to Qin Zhengxing and Shun Hao, nodding gently as he urged them to recount the specifics of their experiences. Qin Zhengxing and Shun Hao were well aware of the reason for headquarters summoning them for this meeting. Without hesitation, they began to share the multitude of sights and sounds they had encountered during their respective expeditions into Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, the northeast tiger stood majestically before the temple, basking in the moonlight, indifferent to the astonished gasps and cries of the surrounding tourists. With a grin that revealed sharp teeth glinting like a cross of light, it shook its head and ambled toward a narrow path beside the temple, reflecting on the absurdity of having such a grand moment devoid of flowers and applause, lamenting the waste of its regal demeanor. In that instant, the northeast tiger found itself yearning for its teacher and companions, clenching its fists in quiet resolve. Oh, why am I suddenly recalling the songs my teacher played? It pondered. Indeed, I must be missing my teacher dearly. With its paws crossed behind its back, the northeast tiger leisurely made its way to a clearing behind the temple. Its keen senses detected the pursuing team from behind, and it couldn't help but smile. Settling down on the ground, in truth, it had noticed the following team even before charging into the majestic Longhu Mountain, which filled the northeast tiger with a thrill. Before its teacher, it was submissive and cautious, but in the outside world, it could strike without hesitation. The moment the northeast tiger sat down, a fierce aura unique to the king of beasts surged forth, causing the entire Longhu Mountain to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse, instilling fear and trepidation in all. In the wake of this formidable presence, an eerie silence enveloped Longhu Mountain. The chirping of insects, croaking of frogs, and roars of tigers fell into hushed darkness, as if life itself had been extinguished. The tourists were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. In the profound stillness, they could distinctly hear their own breaths and heartbeats, an overwhelming tide of anxiety and fear washing over them. Some guests, closing their eyes in terror, clung to their companions, trembling uncontrollably, their skin prickling with goosebumps. In the next instant, a chorus of horrified exclamations erupted as numerous tourists began sweeping their flashlights across the ground, only to recoil in fright and scream in panic. Ah, a centipede. One just crawled over my foot. Oh no, there's a cockroach, a spider, and even rats and snakes over here. As the cacophony of screams echoed, all tourists directed their flashlights to the ground, eliciting gasps and frantic swallows of disbelief. My heavens! As I was preparing to follow the fire team, I heard the tourists emit a deafening roar and felt something soft crawling over the top of my foot. I hurriedly looked down and was instantly rendered speechless. Earthworms, centipedes, cockroaches, mice, and snakes, all manner of small creatures, were emerging from beneath the ground, transforming into a surging tide of beasts, hastily advancing towards a certain direction. It seemed that something immensely thrilling was occurring ahead, captivating their attention. Simultaneously, a rustling sound began to resonate in the ears of the tourists and the fire team. Initially, this sound was faint, as if it were wafting from a distant place. However, within a few breaths, it swelled dramatically, akin to the amplification of a loudspeaker, morphing into a cacophony reminiscent of a torrential storm, abruptly shattering the tranquility of Longhushan and ushering us back into a world of sound. The hearts of the tourists and the fire team were profoundly shaken. Then, everyone directed their flashlights towards the path of the beastly tide, and upon raising their heads, they realized that the swarm was heading towards the back mountain of the temple. Quick, let us hasten our pursuit. The captain of the fire team, as if struck by a sudden revelation, bellowed fiercely and dashed towards the back mountain, eager to uncover the mystery of what was transpiring and why all the small creatures were rushing in that direction. Could it be the work of that Siberian tiger? Soon, the fire team arrived at the clearing on the back mountain, and a sweeping glance left them utterly petrified. One after another, they displayed expressions of shock and horror, murmuring in a daze, "My heavens, what on earth?" Chapter 48. Welcome back. Great King. The northeast tiger sat upon the ground, resembling a venerable monk in deep meditation, immovable as a mountain. Behind it, a colossal flame appeared to ignite, illuminating the entire rear mountain, rendering every corner distinctly visible. This radiant blaze resembled a diminutive sun, soaring into the sky and radiating its light for miles around, enveloping half of Longhu Mountain. The clouds in the heavens, under the influence of this fiery glow, were effortlessly dispersed, revealing a clear, bright night sky. As the fire departure team arrived at the rear mountain, they were struck dumb by this breathtaking scene. Tourists standing at the entrance of the temple also looked up in astonishment at the sudden emergence of this miniature sun, juxtaposed against the full moon in the night sky, leaving them momentarily speechless. On the faces of some visitors, a look of awe spread, and they murmured in disbelief. The sun and moon share their brilliance. Myth has stepped into reality. The world is about to change. Moreover, the members of the fire departure team witnessed a scene that deeply stirred their spirits. Animals from all directions crawled towards the northeast tiger, halting precisely 1 meter away, as if part of a well-drilled battalion. The cacophony of their approach ceased abruptly into a profound silence. Subsequently, one by one, the animals settled around the northeast tiger, gazing at it in utter silence. What did the northeast tiger intend to do? The fire departure team collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the creature, unable to comprehend its intentions. At that moment, a robust white tiger leaped forth from the vegetation on the rear mountain, positioning itself before the northeast tiger, closer than the other animals, encroaching upon the 1 meter boundary. Following this, gorillas, monkeys, and other creatures emerged from the forest, each taking their place in front of the northeast tiger, their expressions a mixture of surprise and instinctive curiosity, pondering whether the tiger intended to. Seated cross-legged, the northeast tiger observed as the animals gathered to pay homage, encircling it in reverence, and could not help but nod in satisfaction, revealing a toothy grin. Indeed, a tiger as extraordinary as I cannot conceal its brilliance, radiating an irresistible charm wherever it roams. Without further hesitation, it commenced imparting wisdom, aspiring to enlighten the surrounding creatures. This was the finest strategy it could conceive to claim dominion over Longhu Mountain. First, it would compel the animals of the mountain to submit, proclaiming itself their king, then enlist their aid in seeking the treasures that lay within. Thus, upon its next venture into the mountain, it would effortlessly acquire those gems and artifacts. Do not seek the path to enlightenment while lost. To neglect the wise is unmanly. A century of time flickers like a fleeting spark. A life's existence is but a bubble upon water. Soon, the air resonated with the recitation of scriptures emanating from the northeast tiger's lips. It recited the sacred texts imparted by An Chen during their contemplative lessons, which were said to nurture tranquility and spirit. Upon hearing the first line of the scripture, the northeast tiger trembled, illuminating the darkness with its torch-like presence, awakening its intellect and articulating human speech. The characters leapt and transformed into a flickering flame, settling upon its brow and awakening its consciousness, thereby embarking on the path of cultivation. It can be said that this scripture was its enlightening masterpiece and the foundation of its spiritual journey. Indeed, the sound of the recitation resonated like the mighty tolling of a great bell, echoing across the expanse and striking at the hearts of the creatures with profound intensity. Each animal listened, entranced, as if under a spell, unable to articulate their wonder. Particularly, the white tiger, upon hearing the enlightening mantras, gradually exhibited a glimmer of brilliance in its eyes, as if a spark of sentience began to manifest. The members of the fire departure team, witnessing this scene, were once again left astounded and speechless. Could it be that their conjecture was truly correct? The northeast tiger had indeed sat down to impart wisdom. How utterly astonishing! The hearts of the team members were captivated, their minds momentarily overwhelmed. A northeast tiger emerging from the Kunlun Mountains to occupy the Dragon Tiger Mountain with the intention of reciting scriptures to other animals, and reciting texts they could not comprehend? This was more absurd than a dream. Simultaneously, in the conference room at the top of the Zhenan office, Director Zhou and the department heads had just concluded listening to the accounts of Qin Zhengxing and Xin Hao and were plunged into silence. Their minds were irresistibly drawn to the various formidable demons and extraordinary scenes that had appeared in the small village. After a moment, a soft sigh resonated through the air. It seemed that the actions of that little rabbit and the great sloth were likely under the divine mandate. If we cannot even contend with the students of that deity, what right do we have to engage in discourse with the divine? Though this last statement was somewhat harsh, it remained an undeniable truth. No one dared to counter it. They were not diminishing their own prestige to elevate another's. Rather, they clearly recognized that, with their current capabilities, they were utterly incapable of confronting those formidable demons, let alone engaging in conversation with the deity. Just as the assembly felt a wave of helplessness and confusion, Director Zhou's steady and resolute voice broke through, asserting that although those great demons were powerful, they were not without their own resources. Should they dare to harm others, there would certainly be someone to deal with them. The eyes of the crowd brightened. They had not anticipated that their leader possessed such a hidden strategy. Their curiosity and excitement surged, prompting them to inquire further. However, the young man in black pointed to the empty screen on the conference table, his voice trembling for the first time with a hint of agitation. Look at that tiger. It is seated and lecturing. What? Including Director Zhou, the assembly initially displayed expressions of astonishment, then collectively raised their heads to gaze at the synchronized screen. Their expressions shifting to one of incredulity, as they found the scene utterly absurd. A northeast tiger was indeed seated, delivering a lecture, and behind it, flames surged, competing with the moonlight. Surrounding the northeast tiger were countless animals, all intently focused on its teachings. This spectacle undoubtedly shattered their preconceived notions. What astonished them even more was that the northeast tiger, while reciting its scriptures, sensed the covert surveillance of the Horley team and abruptly opened its piercing eyes to gaze in their direction. Within those pupils, a sharp glimmer flickered, as if in the next moment, it would unleash its cavernous maw to devour all existence, instilling an immense terror, urging them to flee. Zhou Sisho locked eyes with the tiger and immediately sensed the impending danger, hastily advising the young man in black to command the Horley team to retreat. However, they were a moment too late. The instant those fierce eyes turned towards them, the temperature around them plummeted, plunging into an icy abyss of chilling cold. Subsequently, the northeast tiger picked up several fallen leaves nearby and waved its paw. Whoosh! The leaves sliced through the air like beams of light, shattering the miniature cameras and inflicting wounds upon the team members' wrists. The live feed was abruptly severed, plunging them into darkness, rendering all communication impossible. Everyone distinctly heard the agonizing cries echoing just before the screen went dark. This struck a chill into their hearts, eliciting expressions of anger and helplessness. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the northeast tiger would act as decisively as the white serpent, launching an attack without granting their team any time to react. This left them seething with frustration, utterly vexed by their inability to contend with the ferocious beast. Zhou Sisho, equally exasperated, rubbed his temples and remarked to the young man in black that since the cameras were destroyed, they should maintain an open line of communication to observe the northeast tiger's next actions after concluding its recitation. However, what the gathered individuals did not foresee was that their wait would extend through an entire night. After reciting scriptures for the entire evening, the northeast tiger finally concluded, only to be joined by a white tiger. The white tiger, exhibiting an almost human-like demeanor, lifted a paw to wave at the northeast tiger, its gaze seemingly conveying, "Great King, we eagerly await your next visit." Upon receiving this report, the crowd was left utterly stunned. At Kunlun Mountain, in a small village, a new day began with the crowing of roosters heralding a peaceful morning. As An Chen awoke, he heard a system notification resonate in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for enlightening a student. Chapter 49. A yearning to be a gardener in the early morning. A gossamer mist envelopes the landscape. The flora surrounding the courtyard is adorned with dewdrops, and a mere breath of this crisp air brings an invigorating chill that penetrates the soul. Within the courtyard, the great spirits have risen early, engaged in a myriad of activities. Upon noticing their teacher emerge from the dwelling, they all pause their endeavors and greet him in unison. Good morning, teacher. Teacher, I wish to stand beside you and brush my teeth and wash my face together. An Chen, holding a cup and toothbrush in one hand and a towel in the other, steps into the courtyard. Hearing the greetings from his students, he smiles and nods, replying, Good morning, everyone. This morning greeting ritual was initiated by An Chen 2 years ago, following a week of lessons. When he first uttered good morning to Xiaoqing, she was momentarily taken aback before responding. The other spirits found this manner of greeting delightful and began to emulate it. Thus, greetings such as good morning, good afternoon, and good evening have persisted, evolving into a cherished habit within their lives. A brilliantly feathered rooster leaps onto the wall, executing a series of exercises, stretching its wings and flexing its chest. This is the very rooster that crowed moments ago. As it trains, it gazes resolutely at the distant rice fields and verdant hills, its eyes brimming with indefatigable spirit. Nearby, a long-legged frog by the pond shakes off dewdrops from a lotus leaf, eagerly consuming them. Satisfied, it pats its belly and reclines on the lotus leaf, crossing its legs in a display of utter comfort and contentment. This frog, having been playfully chastised by the great spirits in turns, consumes the dewdrops daily in hopes of one day proving those spirits wrong, validating its past declarations. Unfortunately, in the span of 2 years, its only advancement has been in its ability to leap farther. The little rabbit and Ali perch atop the wall, having finished brushing their teeth, and commence a contest to see whose mouthwash can spray the farthest. With a couple of splashes, 2 streams of water burst forth, showering the surroundings. The rabbit's spray lands directly on the long-legged frog, inciting it to leap up in indignation, croaking angrily at the rabbit. Momentarily taken aback, the rabbit then places its hands on its hips, making a silly face at the frog, and sticks out its tongue while emitting a mocking sound. This only angers the frog further, prompting it to hop frantically on the lotus leaf, its croaks growing sharper and more frequent, as if it wished to drown the rabbit in a deluge of saliva. Amused by the commotion, the rabbit exchanges a knowing glance with Ali, and they both erupt into laughter, their joyous sounds echoing throughout the courtyard, drawing chuckles from the white goat, the black bear, and other great spirits. Excuse me, make way. A fluffy little squirrel stands upright, precariously balancing a stack of nuts twice its height as it wobbles across the courtyard. It deftly dodged the little yellow duck, the golden monkey, and the great water buffalo, making its way to An Chen's side, emanating a vibrant voice. Teacher, I have found many nuts for you. May I offer them to you? At that moment, An Chen had just finished brushing his teeth and was preparing to wash his face. Recognizing the voice belonged to the student Xiao Luo, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Not right now. Thank you, Xiao Luo. The little squirrel nodded eagerly, beaming with joy. Then I shall hide first. With a firm flick of its paw, it tossed a pile of nuts into the air and leaped, swiftly stuffing the nuts into its mouth. Its movements were incredibly quick, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. By the time it landed, its cheeks were puffed out, and it swayed its bushy tail as it headed towards the little rabbit and Ali, preparing to join the mischief against the frogs. Good morning. At that moment, the cheetah, just finishing its run, approached the crane while balancing a basin in one hand and a towel in the other, casually greeting, Did you sleep well last night? The crane, yawning and somewhat awake yet still in a slumberous state, widened its eyes upon hearing the cheetah's voice. Its legs trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to flee. However, the inherent elegance and aloofness within it forbade such an action. Additionally, it felt a surge of irritation from the blessing the cheetah had bestowed upon it the previous night. Thus, it huffed dismissively, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, and replied, I have long wished to be a gardener. Intrigued, the cheetah paused and turned to regard the crane. Oh, is this your lifelong aspiration? Not quite. The crane shook its head, lifting its neck high to glance at the cheetah. This way, I could plant some bee numbers within your heart. The other great spirits in the vicinity burst into laughter. And Chen, listening to the children's laughter, felt a warmth in his heart, hoping that such an atmosphere would persist. Of course, he understood this was somewhat unrealistic, as these children would inevitably leave the mountains for life in the bustling city. Soon, He recalled the lively laughter of Xiao Bai and the spirited exclamations of Xiao Hu, which he had not heard earlier. Turning around, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Where are Xiao Bai and Xiao Hu? Why did I not hear them just now?" Instantly, all sounds in the courtyard ceased, enveloping the space in a profound silence. Even the long-legged frog atop the lotus leaf was stunned into silence, silencing its croaks. The great spirits lowered their heads nervously, unable to meet the teacher's gaze. They felt a surge of anxiety, realizing they had been discovered by An Chen. Unable to lie to him, they were left wondering what to do next. Many of the great spirits instinctively looked towards Xiaoqing, their eyes pleading for assistance. In this critical moment, only the second senior sister could save them. Xiaoqing herself felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing that lying to their teacher was one of the principles they, as students, must uphold. Under the premise of preserving this principle, how can one articulate an explanation that would convince the teacher? In that moment, Xiaoqing furrowed her brow. She was well aware that remaining silent was not an option. Otherwise, with the teacher's keen intellect, she would undoubtedly deduce that Xiao Bai and Hu Zi had stealthily departed from the mountains. Thus, she steeled herself to offer an explanation. Yet, just as she was about to speak, a lively and cheerful laughter suddenly echoed from the village gate. Chapter 50. The most important lesson for the great demons. "Ha, teacher, I'm here." It was the voice of Xiao Bai. The great demon's eyes sparkled with excitement as they swiftly turned to look. Indeed, they saw Xiao Bai's figure at the village entrance, waving his arms joyfully. Beside him stood Hu Zi, also waving a paw and grinning, emitting a glimmer of light. The great demons collectively sighed in relief, their worries dissipating. The frown on Xiaoqing's face relaxed, her brow smoothing as her lips curled into an enchanting smile. An Chen noticed the urgency in the voices of the two and felt a twinge of curiosity. Traditionally, Hu Zi would rise early in the morning to perform a set of push-ups in the courtyard, followed by a few playful punches, making his characteristic sounds. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, would knock on his door, calling out loudly like an alarm clock to wake the teacher, before laughing and scampering away. Thus, they would not venture out for a morning jog. So what was the source of their hurried breaths? An Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Where have you two rushed off to this early?" The great demons detected the seriousness in the teacher's tone and held their breath, afraid to make a sound, lest the teacher's ire be kindled. Their gazes fell upon Xiao Bai and Hu Zi. Xiao Bai and the northeast tiger trembled slightly, unnerved by the invisible aura emanating from the teacher. The northeast tiger quickly nodded, unshouldering the bag it carried and retrieving a red apple, which it presented to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai took it, approached the teacher, and with a giggle said, "Teacher, you must try this. It's incredibly sweet." An Chen, holding a cup and toothbrush in one hand, and a towel draped over his shoulder, was taken aback by the gesture as he received the red apple. A warmth enveloped his heart, dispelling the fleeting annoyance he had felt moments ago. Gripping the apple tightly, he nodded and said, "As long as you and Hu Zi are safe, remember to inform your sister the next time you go out to play, or else we will all worry for you." Xiao Bai, sensing the teacher's displeasure had vanished, responded with a sweet smile, "Got it, teacher." The northeast tiger echoed, "Rest assured, teacher. There won't be a next time." The other great demons, relieved by the easing atmosphere, collectively exhaled, appreciating Xiao Bai's timely intervention, which they deemed commendable. They then turned their attention to the bag in the northeast tiger's possession, tears of anticipation welling at the corners of their mouths as they approached, eager to share in the fruits. At that moment, An Chen, who had turned away, suddenly halted as if struck by an epiphany. He spun around and addressed Xiao Bai. "There is still one more matter I must remind you of instantly." The great demon's hands and paws, reaching for the bag, froze midair, and they turned their heads in unison to face the teacher, their hearts tightening, fearing a lecture. Xiao Bai and the northeast tiger watched the teacher anxiously, uncertain of what further instructions he might have. Under the watchful and anxious gazes of the great demons, An Chen smiled faintly, raising the hand that held an apple and lightly tapping it twice. He reminded them that their families worked hard to earn money, and henceforth, they should refrain from spending extravagantly and learn to conserve. Upon hearing that the teacher was not scolding them, the great demons collectively sighed in relief. "Hooray! Time for breakfast!" They cheered, rushing towards the Siberian tiger. Once each great demon had finished dividing the fruits and joyfully retreated into the house, the Siberian tiger stood in a daze, left with nothing but a tattered bag in hand. A gentle morning breeze swept by, causing the bag to flutter and inadvertently land over the Siberian tiger's face. Nearby, The croaking of a long-legged frog erupted, seemingly mocking the Siberian tiger. The frog even clutched its belly with its long legs, rolling about on a lotus leaf, laughing uncontrollably. Upon hearing the frog's croaks, the Siberian tiger felt vindicated for the earlier confrontation and contemplated delivering another thrashing that night. Removing the bag from its face, the Siberian tiger instinctively looked down, only to meet the gaze of a petite yellow duck, which looked back with a hint of grievance, tears nearly brimming in its eyes. The Siberian tiger quickly scanned the little yellow duck's empty hands and scratched its head, wanting to express that it felt the same. Just as the little yellow duck felt increasingly aggrieved, a small bag filled with corn and spicy fish jerky suddenly appeared before its eyes, accompanied by a light-hearted and playful laugh from behind. "Little Yellow, look what this is." Inside the house, as the students settled down for breakfast, An Chen recalled the system alert he had heard upon waking and casually inquired which student had finally found the courage to speak this morning. Instantly, the great demons froze, exchanging glances and instinctively shaking their heads, indicating no new companions had joined them. Xiaoqing pondered briefly before speaking up. "Teacher, we didn't hear that student say anything. Perhaps they were just talking to themselves." An Chen considered this reasoning and ceased further inquiries, continuing with his breakfast, leaving the other great demons puzzled. Even Meng Gun Gun and Xiaoqing displayed expressions of confusion. Only the Siberian tiger, upon hearing the teacher's question, paused its actions of sipping porridge and gazed thoughtfully at the sky beyond the courtyard, as if struck by a sudden realization. Xiaoqing caught this moment and thought, And what about Little Bai? I must inquire thoroughly about what they experienced after going out." Soon, An Chen and the students finished their breakfast and gathered in the classroom for lessons. "Students, if you have encountered any confusion recently, or if there are any passages from the scriptures taught by the teacher that you do not understand, feel free to bring them up." Just after An Chen finished speaking, the white goat, adorned with spectacles, held a scroll in its left hand while raising its right hand to pose a question. "Teacher, I find myself in a state of perplexity." "What perplexity do you speak of?" The great demons immediately turned their gazes toward the white goat, intrigued and eager to discover the nature of the inquiry posed by Xiaomei. In the goat's eyes, a glimmer of ardent curiosity shone brightly as it calmly articulated the doubt residing within. "Might I inquire, esteemed teacher, what is the path of our cultivation in this lifetime entail?" Chapter 51. The entire internet is aflame. Morning light filtered through the foliage, coalescing into beams that danced upon Su Xinyan, casting a mosaic of shadows around her. Seated by the roadside, she awaited her bothersome younger brother while perusing the myriad of news stories that had emerged that day. As she had anticipated, the latest news from the deep of night until now was predominantly centered around Qingqing Mountain, the White Snake Speaks, and Longa Mountain, a northeastern tiger preaches, among other sensational topics. The online realm was ablaze with fervor. Countless netizens expressed their astonishment and disbelief. Every few minutes, forums and discussion boards were inundated with hundreds, if not thousands, of related posts, igniting a nationwide discourse. The tumult generated by this occurrence was even more shocking and alarming than the previous day's incident involving the descending Rubik's Cube, casting a broader, deeper, and more intense influence. Regardless of whether an unseen hand was orchestrating events behind the scenes, the fervor surrounding this phenomenon was destined to escalate, fueling further excitement among internet users. The Zhenan Bureau had anticipated such a scenario. Thus, they opted against attempting to steer public opinion, instead choosing a subtle approach to gently assuage the emotions of netizens. However, their calming measures proved minimally effective. In fact, when some netizens began to weave together the narratives of the white snake, the tiger, and the previous day's Rubik's Cube, arriving at a staggering hypothesis, the fervor began to spiral into an uncontrollable frenzy. The notion that the mythical beings, long lost to history, might soon resurface in reality, inviting each individual to encounter legendary figures and their extraordinary powers, ignited an explosive reaction across the internet. As this hypothesis spread, it set the digital world ablaze. An influx of netizens could no longer remain passive, rushing to share their thoughts. Some exclaimed, "Wow, this possibility is quite substantial. That long-legged girl selling pancakes downstairs. I've always suspected she's no ordinary person. She might very well be the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden." Others mused, "Every time I engage in a debate, I feel a peculiar warmth in my right arm. Could it be that my Kirin arm is awakening?" As these comments proliferated, a particular netizen revealed even more explosive news. I can't believe it. There's a team of supernatural beings in the West searching for that Rubik's Cube. And they haven't emerged yet. It's possible they perished within. What? Instantly, the nation erupted, propelling this fervor to its zenith, plunging the discourse into utter chaos. Each netizen was left in a state of profound shock. Who could have fathomed that such astonishing events were transpiring in unseen corners? Soon, some netizens recalled the press conference held by Professor Chen the previous day, recollecting the visuals he had described, and were left utterly dumbfounded, struck dumb by realization. After a pause, some netizens began to murmur in disbelief. What Professor Chen depicted must largely be true. Within the majestic Kunlun Mountains, there may indeed lie a quaint village inhabited by an array of mystical creatures. Otherwise, why would Professor Chen have uttered such words without cause? And how is it that the team of extraordinary individuals from the West vanished without a trace upon entering Kunlun, never to emerge again? Kunlun Mountains, a hidden village, and various supernatural beings? Su Xinyan gazed at the comments from netizens, a flicker of resolve illuminating her eyes as she nodded gently, affirming her belief in their existence in this world. Had she not experienced that fateful night herself, she would have never entertained such notions. However, after her encounter and conversation with the enigmatic little white, she began to embrace the reality of the hidden village and its inhabitants within Kunlun. She then opened her phone's gallery, retrieving a photograph taken late at night alongside little white, staring at the image of the beaming creature, lost in thought. To her, everything that transpired that night felt akin to a dream. Thankfully, it was not. Just then, a sudden beep interrupted her reverie. She looked up to find a white sedan had come to a stop before her. The window slid down swiftly, revealing her younger brother's lean face. His impatience palpable as he urged her to hurry inside. "Sister, get in. Why aren't you waiting in a shady spot?" Su Xinyan opened the car door and slid in, casting her brother an annoyed glare. "You talk too much. Just drive." "All right." Su Qingyi pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle as he glanced at Su Xinyan, his brow furrowing. "Sister, what did those mysterious individuals ask you about when they took you in? Is it related to that white serpent?" Su Xinyan rested her elbow on the car window, propping her head up, lost in silence. The memory of being summoned by the Thunderstrike team for a statement surfaced in her mind. "Let me introduce myself. I am Guanlan Wei, the officer in charge of tonight's unexpected incident. The reason I asked you to come here is not without purpose. I wish to request a detailed account from you." The woman, Guanlan Wei, with her wine-red waves and twin sheathed blades at her waist, leaned against the table, arms crossed, scrutinizing Su Xinyan. "What account?" Su Xinyan inquired, her voice faltering under the weight of Guanlan Wei's commanding presence. "Please, recount in detail your conversation with that white serpent," Guanlan Wei stated bluntly. Seated on the chair, Su Xinyan clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly under the pressure of the woman's intensity. Guanlan Wei, evidently agitated, approached her, locking eyes with Su Xinyan, her aura even more imposing. "Miss Su, you must understand this. It is perilous. Our request for you to provide a statement is also for your own safety." Chapter 52. The Five Realms of Concealed Treasures. Torchlight, verdant mountains, vast seas, myriad ravines, and morning sun. She gazed vacantly at Xiao Bai, who circled around Qingqing Mountain as if laying out a formation. To her astonishment, she witnessed a brilliant expanse of crimson twilight suddenly rise around Qingqing Mountain, resembling a magnificent red bowl inverted over the entire peak. As the resplendent twilight gradually faded, Xiao Bai's voice echoed in her ears, "Dear sister, we shall meet again next time." A jolt of surprise coursed through her, instilling a sense of reluctance. She hurried to the railing and called out loudly, "When will the next time be?" Beneath the moonlight and in the evening breeze, the faint sound of Xiao Bai's laughter reached her. "Next time. When you come here to call me sister, perhaps I shall appear." She stood there for a moment, suddenly breaking into a smile, wiping the corners of her eyes and softly murmuring, "Even if you are deceiving me, I am still very happy, truly." Su Qingyi observed his sister laughing inexplicably and could not help but interject, "Sister, I warned you. There was a white serpent and a tiger prowling last night, urging you to descend the mountain, yet you would not listen. Now, look, you've invited unnecessary trouble, haven't you?" Su Xinyan retorted playfully, her laughter reminiscent of a child's. "I do not consider it trouble. Rather, I feel fortunate." "Fortunate? Sister, are you sure you aren't feverish? Perhaps that white serpent. Her name is Xiao Bai. Do not call her anything else." "Fine, fine. That, that Xiaobai might be employing a strategy of feigned retreat. When you meet again, she may very well devour you. Su Xinyan shot a glare at her annoying younger brother, indignantly exclaiming, "Impossible." She also wished to share her midnight experience with him, but the words faltered on her lips, feeling unnecessary. Thus, she huffed, "Let us set that aside for now, Su Qingyi. You owe me an explanation today, regardless of what it takes. What did you do with the money I lent you?" Su Qingyi, driving with an air of nonchalance, smiled and replied, "Sister, don't be anxious. It's merely an explanation, and I shall provide it. However, first, allow me to take you somewhere." In the classroom, the other great demons paused momentarily upon hearing Xiao Mei's question. Then, a spark of brilliance ignited in the eyes of each demon, embodying fervor, excitement, and anticipation. Clearly, they understood that Xiao Mei was inquiring about the realms of cultivation, a matter they had long sought to comprehend. After a wave of excitement, the great demons looked at their teacher with a mixture of anxiety and eagerness, eagerly awaiting the answer. An Chen, upon hearing the question, wore a knowing smile. It was evident that the students wished to learn how to cultivate their lives in the face of external pressures and adversities to successfully navigate through them. In that moment, An Chen recalled the gifted tree he had seen the previous noon, where the words "concealed treasure realm" were inscribed on its first branch. From this branch extend 5 twigs, each inscribed with a corresponding noun. An Chen pondered for a moment before nodding, remarking that the question posed by Xiao Mei was quite astute. And surely other classmates harbored similar confusions. The great spirits below chorused in unison, affirming, "Yes, please enlighten us, teacher." Yet, they soon discovered their efforts were in vain and reluctantly fell silent. At that moment, a multitude of animals gathered outside the classroom. Among them was a long-legged frog, hopping eagerly to the classroom's entrance, intent on attentively absorbing the teacher's forthcoming insights. Although it felt indignant towards the antics of the great spirits, it held a profound respect and veneration for the teacher, daring not to overstep any boundaries. Suddenly, the long-legged frog's eyes bulged in astonishment as it gazed at the teacher on the podium. It was unclear whether it was an illusion or a reality, but it seemed to behold a remarkably wondrous scene unfolding behind the teacher. This scene was not static. Rather, it began to gradually evolve. Simultaneously, the surrounding animals mirrored the frog's reaction, while the great spirits within the classroom widened their eyes in awe and astonishment, witnessing a void of darkness behind the teacher, devoid of any light. Gradually, a flame, no larger than a pea, emerged. With a sudden flare, the flame rapidly expanded into a blazing fire. A shadowy figure lifted this flame with a stick, transforming it into a torch, and began to navigate through the darkness. The journey of one's life is akin to a gentleman concealing his talents, waiting for the opportune moment to act. It is also reminiscent of climbing a mountain, where one must first harbor a steadfast resolve to reach the summit. This resolve resembles a torch, illuminating the path and direction through the obscurity. After enduring a challenging trek, one finally ascends to the pinnacle. As An Chen expounded, all students inside and outside the classroom remained transfixed, their entire beings profoundly shaken by the scene behind him. Some great spirits even gradually gaped in awe, their hearts deeply impacted by the vivid images before them. Momentarily rendered speechless, they beheld the shadowy figure ascending the mountain while holding a torch. After traversing numerous steps, it finally reached the summit, gaining clarity of vision. One could see the undulating valleys and peaks surrounding them, alongside serpentine mountain ranges. An Chen's voice resonated once more, continuing to cleanse the spirits of the students. However, reaching the summit does not signify the end. Rather, it is but the beginning. To glimpse a mountain that belongs to oneself amidst the sprawling ranges signifies the next step after the starting point. At that moment, the torch held by the indistinct figure suddenly burst forth with myriad rays of light. Like a miniature sun, it ascended, illuminating all surrounding valleys and peaks, revealing a verdant mountain soaring into the clouds. The students gazed in awe at the verdant mountains that emerged within their sight, feeling as though something deep within them had been ignited, stirring their blood and evoking an irresistible urge to soar. Some of the more formidable beings appeared to have pierced through a veil, gaining immeasurable fortunes. At this moment, all the students experienced an overwhelming sense of joy and exhilaration, their bodies trembling as they gradually knelt in reverence towards An Chen. Unbeknownst to An Chen, who was engrossed in his discourse, the excitement in his voice crescendoed as he elaborated on the subsequent 3 realms of existence. Dear students, Once you all discover your own mountains, the mist will follow, transforming into a vast ocean. When the winds arise, stirring the ocean into towering waves, they shall also set the mountains and ravines quaking in unison. At that moment, a radiant sun will ascend from the horizon, casting forth countless rays of light and warmth. By then, you shall have reached the shores of life. These 5 realms of existence were inscribed upon the 5 branches, which An Chen deftly utilized. They are the torch, the green mountain, the vast ocean, the myriad ravines, and the rising sun. Chapter 53. The cultivation realms of Meng Gun Gun and Xiao Qing. At this moment, the early sun radiated golden rays, streaming through the window and illuminating the space behind An Chen, as if infusing the scene with life, leaving all the students in awe. Even Meng Gun Gun and Xiao Qing were no exception, trembling alongside the other great demons, their eyes fixated on the magnificent spectacle behind their teacher. A torch burst forth, emanating countless beams of light, revealing a verdant mountain that soared into the clouds. Surrounding the mountain, endless white mist began to materialize, transforming into a surging sea. The fierce winds stirred the sea into tumult, causing the mountains and valleys to sway. A sun rose from the distant horizon, ascending to the sky and hovering behind the teacher's head, as if to ascend into the heavens and become a true deity among the 9 skies. Witnessing this scene, the students felt as if a bolt of lightning had pierced through the chaos of their minds, awakening them to a splendid vista they had never seen or dared to imagine. It was the resonance of the 3,000 great avenues, unfolding grand melodies of the Tao, attempting to awaken the bloodlines within them. Soon, within the classroom, 2 astonishing and magnificent images appeared. Behind Meng Gun Gun, a lush green peak was reflected, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a mountain abundant with bamboo. Surrounding this green mountain was a dense, thick white mist. Perched atop the mist was a miniature panda, identical in appearance to Meng Gun Gun, savoring bamboo with delight. Once it finished the bamboo in its paws, it waved its hand, causing a piece of bamboo to soar from the mountain, transforming into a streak of light that flew into Meng Gun Gun's hands, who resumed eating. This time, halfway through its meal, feeling a bit bored, it tossed the bamboo aside and leaped straight down from the mist. Below the mist and mountain lay an infinite expanse of ocean. The miniature Meng Gun Gun dove in, performing a disappearing act as it plummeted into the crystal-clear waters. It swam downwards until it encountered an invisible membrane at the ocean's floor. Without hesitation, it closed its eyes and plunged downwards. When it reopened its eyes, it was no longer in the ocean but in a boundless sky devoid of clouds. Looking up, it saw the azure sea it had just entered, with waves surging and rolling. It could even glimpse the mountain and mist through the water's surface. However, just as it prepared to glance down, it suddenly became aware of numerous gazes directed towards it. In an instant, the scene behind Meng Gun Gun vanished. Glancing at the surrounding junior disciples, he noticed them all gazing at him, unable to suppress a silent smile. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling a show, and pointed at Xiao Qing, as if to say, "Quick, look at your second senior sister." Upon seeing this gesture, the other great demons erupted with excitement. Even Xiaobai could not help but exclaim in wonder. There were Ollie, the little rabbit, and the little yellow duck, gazing up at Meng Gun Gun, their eyes twinkling with countless tiny stars. Until this moment, they had known of Meng Gun Gun's formidable strength, yet they remained unaware of the various realms of cultivation and the level Meng Gun Gun had attained. Only after listening to the teacher's explanation and observing the reflections behind Meng Gun Gun did they finally comprehend the true extent of his prowess as the treasured guardian of their village. This revelation filled the great demons with an exhilarating sense of excitement, even sparking an impulse to overturn the heavens. With this shared sentiment, they nodded knowingly and turned their gazes toward the second senior sister, eager to discern her current realm. Particularly, Xiaobai, looking at her sister, displayed a hint of resistance and muttered softly, "Humph, she can't be any higher than the Green Mountains." However, when they beheld the scene reflected behind the second senior sister, they were all rendered speechless. Even Xiaobai was no exception. Staring at the image in astonishment, she murmured, "How can it be?" The picture that appeared behind Xiao Qing was entirely different from Meng Gun Gun's. It was a miniature version of a quaint village. Within this tiny hamlet lay a courtyard, a vegetable garden, an orchard, rivers, stone bridges, rice fields, as well as classrooms and playgrounds, all mirroring the layout of their own village. As the great demons looked on, the miniature village began to evolve on its own. With a creak, The courtyard gate swung open, revealing a diminutive figure clad in white, bearing an uncanny resemblance to An Chen. He walked under a peach tree and seated himself on the ground. The smaller version of Xiaoqing was the next to appear, followed by Xiaobai, Ali, and Meng Gun, all transformed into smaller versions of themselves, gathering around the teacher to listen attentively to the lesson. Witnessing this scene, the other great demons stood in stunned silence. Some even felt a mist of tears welling in their eyes. Others softly spoke, uncovering a profound truth. It became evident that in the heart of the second senior sister, the teacher represented a guiding light, while this miniature village symbolized the Green Mountains. They were but a fragment of the vast ocean she wished to manifest. Yet, why was Xiaoqing's heart so small? Small enough to contain only them? Upon hearing Ali's quietly voiced question, the other great demons immediately shook their heads, smiling in silence. Xiaobai also chuckled, though her eyes were slightly reddened. She huffed, muttering, "That's not small at all. It's undeniably vast. Everywhere is vast." Suddenly, Xiaobai's voice trailed off, and she froze in astonishment. When she regained her composure, she quickly lifted her head, staring blankly at the scene behind the teacher, as if something new had dawned in her mind. It felt as though she had grasped a new skill. She was not alone in this reaction. Ali and the black bear also experienced similar realizations. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing furrowed her brow, sensing the gazes of her juniors upon her, and the image behind her vanished without a trace. She too wished to raise her hand and pose a question to the teacher, seeking validation for her newfound understanding. Before she could utter a word, a considerable commotion erupted among her companions outside the classroom. Consequently, the gaze of the formidable beings within the classroom, including the adorable rolling creature and the petite azure one, collectively turned towards the three companions. Among them was the long-legged frog, notorious for its nightly cacophony of croaks. Accompanying it was a vividly feathered parrot, and a sled dog that, upon catching the scent of baked pancakes, would stealthily approach to snatch away a few, endearingly dubbed Pancake Wolf by the mighty beings. As the luminous halos began to illuminate the heads of these three companions, reminiscent of the moment when the crane was enlightened by the teacher, the formidable beings couldn't help but share a knowing smile. It was at this juncture that a notification echoed in An Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for enlightening a student. You have obtained a 100 cubic meter spatial satchel. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for enlightening a student. You have obtained. Chapter 54. The true reason behind the transformation of Xiaobai. This time, An Chen enlightened 3 students, receiving 3 treasures as a reward from the system: the spatial satchel, the flowing light wings, and the sun-moon star cauldron, along with a dragon tiger mountain river seal. Obtained from enlightening another student that morning, he amassed a total of 4 treasures, all stored within his backpack. Initially believing the system's rewards had concluded, he was pleasantly surprised when the system's notification continued. To his astonishment, the latest rewards were bestowed by Xiaobai, Ali, and Dehei. Ding! Congratulations to the Master S student, Xiaobai, for comprehending the water manipulation skill and acquiring the call of wind and rain technique. Congratulations to the Master S student, Hu Xueli. All 3 students had grasped a new skill, filling An Chen with pride as he recognized that these abilities would provide them with a measure of self-defense. Consequently, he received 3 spells as additional rewards from the system. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, the long-legged frog, the parrot, and the husky had awakened their intellect. Unable to contain their excitement, they began to tremble. The surrounding animals cast envious and longing glances in their direction. However, the long-legged frog's gaze was fixed on the teacher, collectively expressing gratitude, relief, and joy. Without hesitation, they knelt before their instructor, respectfully bowing 3 times, a ceremonial act that every creature must perform upon awakening their intellect and becoming a formidable being. Only after this ritual could they truly be considered the teacher's disciples and be accepted by their senior peers. Shortly thereafter, in a surge of exhilaration, the long-legged frog yearned to voice all the grievances it had harbored over the past 2 years. It wished to unleash its pent-up emotions, akin to a flood sweeping away all those who had wronged it. Yet, as it opened its mouth, poised to emit a triumphant laugh, a surge of azure light enveloped it, abruptly halting its words. Startled at first, the long-legged frog then seethed with rage, ultimately shivering in submission and closing its mouth. It had clearly recognized the azure barrier as the handiwork of its second senior sister. Within the small village, An unspoken rule had long prevailed. One must not provoke three individuals: the teacher, Ming Gun Gun, and the second senior sister. The parrot and the husky were well aware of this guideline. Thus, they refrained from any raucous behavior in the presence of the second senior sister and obediently followed her into the classroom, taking their seats. As the long-legged frog, parrot, and husky settled down, they keenly sensed that the senior students surrounding them exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to bottomless abysses, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the azure light that had enveloped them gradually dissipated, transforming into a gentle breeze that caressed their bodies. Instantly, they felt the weight upon them lift, allowing them to breathe freely once more. This also caused the long-legged frogs to gaze at their second elder sister with a shared glimmer of profound gratitude and emotion. Simultaneously, Xiao Bai, Ali, and Xie displayed radiant smiles on their faces, evidently elated by the skills they had just comprehended. Observing that her three junior colleagues had settled in, Xiaoqing shifted her attention to the teacher at the podium, raising her hand to articulate her newfound understanding. Teacher, the thought you mentioned earlier is essentially a belief or aspiration within oneself, perhaps even a moment of enlightenment from you. Transforming this belief into a torch in hand, one can carry it forward to illuminate the path of ascent until reaching the summit. Might we refer to this journey as the torchbearer's path? Upon hearing this, the other great demon's eyes sparkled with delight, finding the term fitting. Additionally, they drew numerous associations from the second elder sister's explanation. For instance, the teacher's enlightenment could be seen as the granting of a spark, igniting their yearning for cultivation and assisting them in awakening their intelligence, thereby embarking on the path of ascetic practice. Just as 2 years ago, Ming Gun Gun was the first to receive the teacher's touch, directly entering the torch and perceiving itself. A year prior, Xiao Bai also experienced the teacher's personal caress, stepping into a higher realm. In retrospect, that must have been the Green Mountain. Furthermore, other great demons considered a crucial point. This torch could also enter the spiritual realm, transforming into divine consciousness. Just as the second elder sister began her cultivation, possessing the kind of consciousness that they envied immensely. Contemplating this, the great demons regarded the teacher with increasing admiration and reverence, all nurturing a fervent desire to follow him unwaveringly. An Chen, however, remained oblivious to the expressions of the other students. After listening to Xiaoqing's words, he nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, classmate Xiaoqing has grasped the essence of the torch. The path can also be referred to as the torchbearer's path." He paused momentarily, smiling as he continued. Since classmate Xiaoqing has comprehended the true meaning of the torch, perhaps the other students might ponder the remaining 4 realms and their explanations. Thus, the great demons began to reflect deeply. Meanwhile, the animals standing outside the classroom fell into a serene silence, quietly contemplating. Soon, Xiao Bai's voice rang out within the classroom. She swiftly raised a hand, a proud smile gracing her features, as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Teacher, if one's own Green Mountain requires illumination from the torch, can we interpret this as seeing the Green Mountain?" In an instant, the eyes of the great demons sparkled even brighter, marveling at Xiao Bai's interpretation. And Chen nodded once more, praising, "Classmate Xiao Bai's explanation is splendid as well. After the torchbearer's path, one beholds the Green Mountain. Now, there are still 3 realms remaining. Does any other student wish to contribute?" Upon receiving the teacher's commendation, Xiao Bai joyfully lifted her head, casting a proud and challenging glance at her sister. Xiaoqing naturally caught the gaze of her younger sister. Turning her head to observe the tail of her sibling, a contemplative expression crossing her features. Xiao Bai, feeling somewhat smug, presumed that her annoying sister would shy away from her penetrating stare. To her astonishment, she discovered that not only did her sister dare to meet her gaze, but she was also fixated on her tail. "Humph, my annoying sister is staring at mine." This thought made Xiao Bai instinctively pout, perplexed as to why her sister was so engrossed in her tail. Suddenly, Xiao Bai froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her voice abruptly silenced. In the next moment, she swiftly turned to look at her tail, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, utterly mesmerized. Her lips gently parted, and in a trance-like state, she murmured softly, "I see a green mountain, reflecting the green mountain that belongs to me." Chapter 55. A bewildering revelation. Xiao Bai gazed at her tail, her thoughts in turmoil, unable to attain tranquility. So, have I merely glimpsed half of the mountain, without perceiving the entirety of the verdant peak? In that moment, Xiaobai finally comprehended why her transformation remained incomplete. It was because she had yet to witness the full expanse of her own green mountain. A trace of confusion flickered in her eyes as she began to ponder what her green mountain truly represented. The only image that surfaced in her mind was that of her long-gone mother. After all, a vague silhouette had resided in her heart for as long as she could remember. She had believed it to be the mother who bore her, yearning to see her clearly. Unfortunately, when her mother departed, she was still but a child, unable to retain clear memories. Additionally, she had not encountered a teacher at that time, and her spiritual awareness had yet to awaken. Thus, only a hazy figure remained etched within her heart until this day. If only I could see my mother once more, perhaps I could complete my transformation. Xiaobai mused silently, a sense of reluctance washing over her. Her mother had been absent from her and her sister's lives for many years, the uncertainty of life and death rendering the prospect of reuniting with her seemingly insurmountable. Yet, to fully transform into human form, one must behold the entire Green Mountain. If she were to live her life without ever seeing her mother again, would that not spell eternal hopelessness for her transformation? After contemplating for a while, Xiaobai felt a surge of agitation and shook her head, resolving to dismiss such thoughts. Regardless of her ability to transform, simply being able to remain by her teacher's side and engage in games with him brought her immense satisfaction and joy. At that moment, the white goat gazed at her teacher, her eyes growing increasingly bright. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I have an addition." Just as An Chen nodded and other great demons turned to look at her, the white goat spoke calmly. "The Green Mountain has departed with the evening breeze. I, a remnant of the earth, transform into the vast sea. Thus, can we interpret this third realm as transformation into the vast sea?" Upon hearing this interpretation, the great demons widened their eyes, revealing expressions of surprise and delight. They had not anticipated that after the journey of the torch and the sighting of the Green Mountain, the next step would be the transformation into the vast sea. This implied that each realm possessed two essential components, such as torch and journey in the realm of the torch. With this realization, the great demons felt a surge of exhilaration and excitement. Undoubtedly, this lesson would become the most pivotal one in their demonic lives, finally providing clarity to the realms and directions that had perplexed them for years. "Excellent," An Chen exclaimed with satisfaction after hearing Xiao Mei's contribution. "Your addition is quite remarkable." At that moment, Ali raised a chubby little hand, her large eyes brimming with curiosity as she inquired, "Teacher, what about the last two realms? How should we interpret them?" The great demons nodded in unison, while the animals standing outside the classroom widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting the teacher's explanation of the final two realms. To their surprise, An Chen shook his head with a smile, saying, "Students, there is no need to rush to uncover the answers to the remaining realms. When the day arrives that you emerge from this great mountain, you will naturally comprehend the ultimate two realms. The realm in which you currently reside is of little consequence. What is paramount is to establish your goals and understand the path you must tread henceforth. This is the knowledge you must acquire and master." At this juncture, An Chen raised his hand and tapped the lectern, elevating his voice. "All right, students, let us invigorate our spirits. Together, we shall strive forward and meet at the pinnacle of our respective lives." The great demons gazed with longing, their spirits uplifted, responding in unison, "Yes. We shall diligently heed our teacher's guidance." "Very well, this class concludes here. Dismissed." Xiao Qing nodded in acknowledgement and, amidst the curious glances of her companions, approached the teacher's side, her demeanor serene as she awaited instructions. As we exited, conversation flowed. With a click, the key turned twice in the lock, and the door handle was turned. Su Qingyi opened the door while gesturing a welcoming invitation, smiling as he said, "Sister, come in and take a look." From the moment Su Xinyan alighted from the vehicle, she scrutinized every building within the community. As she walked, she clicked her tongue in astonishment, thinking that such a comfortable neighborhood would require a down payment of at least 300,000 to 400,000 to secure a place. When her pesky younger brother led her into Building 8 and they ascended in the elevator, Su Xinyan felt a tinge of disbelief. As they stepped out of the elevator and approached room 1202, her prior speculation solidified, leaving her even more incredulous, especially at that moment. Witnessing the smile on her younger brother's face left Su Xinyan utterly flabbergasted. She widened her eyes, unable to fathom that her troublesome younger brother had actually purchased a residence in this community. Before long, she was urged inside by Su Qingyi, who also expressed some disdain. "Sister, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and go inside to see if it suits your taste." Pushed inside, Su Xinyan was immediately taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she hastily covered her mouth with her hand, tears glistening in her eyes. She surveyed the layout of the living room, its decor, and furnishings, before turning to her younger brother, feeling a lump in her throat, unsure of how to articulate her emotions. Su Qingyi, perceiving his sister's sentiment, waved his hand dismissively, playfully chiding, "All right, enough of the sentimentality in front of me. There's also the kitchen and the bedrooms. You should go have a look. If there's anything you find unsatisfactory, we can make adjustments." "Very well, I shall take a look." Su Xinyan forcibly stifled her tears and hurried into the bedroom, only to be moved once more. Every piece of furniture, the bed, wardrobe, desk, and chair, was of her preferred style. Even the placement of the bedside table took into account her sleeping habits. Su Xinyan could not contain the mist in her eyes. She quickly wiped away the tears and ventured into the kitchen and bathroom, discovering that the renovation style was precisely to her liking. This caused her to lose her composure, tears cascading from her eyes like a torrential downpour. She stood in the bathroom, her shoulders trembling, utterly consumed by her sorrow. In that moment, Su Xinyan understood everything. Just then, several tissues were offered from behind her, accompanied by the irksome laughter and teasing of her bothersome younger brother. Chapter 56. Frequent events. Beneath the azure sky, the sun radiates warmth. A gentle breeze sweeps through the quaint village, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of flower petals, mingled with the earthy aroma of soil and grass. Groups of mischievous creatures frolic on the playground, in the meadows, and upon the hills, laughing joyously and rolling about, their gleeful laughter resonating in the air. Amidst this joyous scene, the white elephant ambles alone, observing its playful companions and listening to their boisterous laughter, a look of contentment gracing its features. At that moment, a graceful crane strides elegantly to the side of the white elephant, accompanied by a newly enlightened parrot, fluttering its wings and landing on the other side. A diminutive squirrel, scarcely a quarter the height of the elephant's sturdy hoof, scampers alongside, clutching a nut. The white elephant glances at these three companions, its smile deepening, and begins to murmur, "You know, I truly appreciate our teacher. It is through their guidance that I have embarked on this journey of growth and gained companions like you. Sometimes I ponder, how can someone as ordinary as I be worthy of your friendship? And yet, you all willingly listen to my ramblings, never shunning me, and remain my friends. I am genuinely touched." The crane shoots a sidelong glance at the elephant, exhaling softly, "Without you, who would highlight my excellence?" The white elephant, incensed, flicks its trunk in annoyance, feeling the urge to dismiss these two. Just then, a comforting voice reaches its ears. Do not heed what crane and parrot say. They speak in jest. While you may be ordinary and verbose, you possess your own shining qualities. The white elephant swiftly turns to the squirrel, its eyes sparkling with gratitude. Eager yet curious, it inquires, "What are those shining qualities?" The squirrel takes a nibble from its nut, ponders for a moment, and replies slowly, "At the very least, you possess a clear understanding of yourself and your place in the world." Upon hearing this, the crane halts abruptly, spinning to face the squirrel, its eyes reflecting admiration, as if recognizing a kindred spirit too late. The parrot, flapping in midair, nearly loses its balance, astonished that the squirrel's insight proves to be the ultimate revelation. Had it known, it would have imitated the squirrel's eloquence. The white elephant, momentarily taken aback, then glares at the innocent-looking squirrel, its irritation intensifying. In the next moment, it bellows, shaking the very ground of the playground, "You infuriate me. I shall plant you all in the vegetable garden." At this juncture, An Chen and Xiao Qing arrive at the playground, and upon hearing the raucous laughter of the students, they share a knowing smile. Xiao Qing glances at the smile gracing the teacher's lips, akin to sunlight piercing through her heart, and her own lips curve upward in response. "Teacher," she softly begins, wishing to inquire if there is something the teacher wishes to discuss. As a result, before she could utter a word, an exasperating voice resonated from behind. "Come on, you come here." The crane glided forward with an elegant and buoyant gait, moving swiftly like a gentle breeze, vanishing in an instant. Following closely were the parrot and the little squirrel, darting past with remarkable speed. Bringing up the rear was, of course, the white-toothed elephant, gritting its teeth. It vowed that it would chase down the crane and the squirrel, burying them in the vegetable garden. Otherwise, the sounds of the crane and the squirrel would haunt its dreams. Xiaoqing observed this scene, her smile growing ever brighter when she suddenly heard the voice of her teacher. Xiaoqing, teacher, I'm here. An Chen, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, spoke up. I called you over not for anything particularly urgent, but simply to ask you to take good care of those 4 classmates who have only just found the courage to speak today. Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then raised her gaze to the parrot, the wolf pup rummaging through the grass, and the long-legged frog spitting at the rabbit and the fox, and nodded with a smile. Rest assured, teacher, I will look after them. As for the remaining classmate, Xiaoqing glanced at the distant figure of Huzi, who sat in a daze, with Dahe squatting beside him, pondering. Perhaps the answer lies with Huzi. And Chen was aware of Xiaoqing's meticulous nature, and he nodded in reassurance. All right, go play with your classmates. I shall remain here for a while. Once Xiaoqing had wandered off, An Chen settled onto a stone bench and opened the system interface to check the nutrient progress of the divine fire. As anticipated, after concluding the earlier lesson, the nutrients had quietly diminished. This led An Chen into a deep contemplation. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar. 2 years prior, after touching Meng Gun, there had been a similar loss. A year ago, after patting Xiaobai's head, and just the other day during evening study, following a gentle touch to Xiaoqing's head, nutrients had also decreased. This prompted An Chen to entertain a bold hypothesis. Every time I proactively touch a student, there is a loss of nutrients. Could this perhaps benefit the students in some way? After reflecting for a moment, he resolved to find a time to validate this hypothesis, while also seeking to discover what these nutrients truly were. Meanwhile, the northeast tiger lay on the grass, lost in thought while gazing at the distant scenery. It pondered whether the question posed by the teacher during breakfast this morning was somehow related to the white tiger. The mere thought of the white tiger brought an involuntary smile to the northeast tiger's face, its sharp teeth gleaming in the sunlight, not casting a cross-shaped glimmer, but rather a heart-shaped brilliance. Images began to surface in the northeast tiger's mind, recalling the scenes from late at night when it sat imparting wisdom. The white tiger had been seated right before it, less than a meter away, listening intently to its discourse. However, gradually, the white tiger began to exhibit restlessness, shifting from a seated position to lying down, attentively listening to its discourse while even swaying its hind legs. At one point, halfway through, the white tiger propped up one foreleg, resting its chin upon it, and gazed with an expression of amusement in its eyes. In that instant, the northeastern tiger felt a surge of delight within, though it maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance, nodding slightly while continuing its oration with eyes closed. Reflecting on this, the northeastern tiger let out a deep sigh and murmured, "Ah, the burden of my irresistible charm." Just as it contemplated rising, its body suddenly stiffened as a familiar sensation coursed through its back. The northeastern tiger quickly turned its head, eyes widening in shock. Indeed, the paw of that mischievous bear was gently patting its back, unconsciously sliding downward. Startled, the northeastern tiger sprang up from the grass, intending to bellow at the black bear to inquire when it had approached. Yet, at that moment, Xiaoqing stepped before it, her expression calm as she uttered, "Tell me about your experiences after you went out last night." 2 days later, an unexpected significant event erupted online, capturing the attention of the entire Dragon Nation. Chapter 57, Summoning the Celestial Master. Around 9 in the morning, a perplexing post appeared in the Haunted Tales forum. Attention, all forum members. Last night, I had an exceedingly strange dream. Upon clicking on the post, the content stirred a whirlwind of thoughts. With further contemplation, I was seized by a cold sweat. Dear readers, my home is situated at the foot of the peculiar stone peak in Linshuang City, Tianshui Prefecture. It is currently break time, and I have seized the opportunity to share this post. In fact, 2 days prior, I had posted something else. However, today I wish to recount not the tale of a white serpent, but rather my personal experiences over the past 2 nights. Regardless of whether it was during my afternoon nap or my nighttime slumber, I found myself dreaming of an endless lotus pond. Yet, the following day during my nap, I dreamt of that very pond once again, witnessing countless lotus leaves swaying in the wind, with many blossoms unfurling. What sent shivers down my spine was that last night. In addition to the lotus pond and leaves, I also saw myself seated on a small. The content of the post abruptly ceased at this point, leaving readers in anticipation. A myriad of comments ranging from condemnation, curiosity, to pleas for updates poured in, propelling the post to the forefront of today as hot topics. Escalating the situation further. Friends, Something significant has transpired. I am a classmate of the original poster, and just moments ago, Yang was taken away by several mysterious individuals. Mysterious individuals? Had this incident occurred 3 days prior, netizens would have approached it with skepticism and derision. However, following the occurrences of the falling magic cube, the white serpent, and the northeast tiger, they now viewed such enigmatic events with heightened belief. Some netizens, unable to contain their curiosity, eagerly began to inquire. Why did Yang experience such an odd dream? Why did it persist for 2 consecutive nights? Was it a consequence of capturing that white serpent? As the number of onlookers swelled, this matter transcended the Haunted Tales forum, rapidly expanding its influence and drawing in more netizens. Just as this incident climbed to the top 3 on the trending search list, coincidentally, another netizen revealed that the tall girl he frequently saw buying pancakes downstairs had also been taken away by several mysterious men. By chance, he was present at the scene, having yet to pay, and watched in stunned silence as the celestial maiden was abducted, his emotions in turmoil. He could not fathom what the girl had done to warrant such an abrupt removal. Consequently, he shared this incident on his social media, swiftly capturing the attention of friends and family. Some of his acquaintances even took screenshots of the event and posted them in the forum, attracting further interest from netizens. Hello everyone, I am the close friend of the girl in the screenshot. This morning, she sent me a voice message. I was somewhat groggy from sleep, but I distinctly heard her mention that she had been experiencing the same dream for several consecutive nights and was uncertain if there was an issue with her health. Planning to consult a doctor soon, my curiosity piqued. I asked her what kind of dream it was. She recounted to me the image of undulating city walls, blanketed by swirling snowflakes that enveloped the entirety of the world in a pristine white. At the time, I paid little heed to her words, offering her a few perfunctory words of comfort before ending the call, never anticipating that she would be taken away by those enigmatic individuals. This was not an isolated incident. To my knowledge, 2 of my close friends had already been abducted. Perhaps I would be next. Upon reading this final line, the online community felt their hearts leap to their throats, struggling to breathe, with a palpable sensation of heaviness in their chests. If the abduction of Wu Yang was merely a coincidence, what then could be said of the girl known as the Bun Lady? This affair is undeniably more than a simple coincidence. Perhaps it conceals a shocking truth. Even more astonishing to the netizens was the emergence of a growing number of individuals recounting similar experiences as the news of these 2 cases spread. Finally, someone had the courage to address this troubling matter. To be honest, I too have a friend who, just a year ago, experienced a week of identical dreams, wherein he beheld a mountain adorned with blooming peach blossoms, and a woman he admired approached him. Furthermore, I have another acquaintance who dreamt of a money tree flourishing in his home. Ultimately, astute netizens compiled data indicating that over 100 individuals had experienced the same recurring dreams, a number that continues to rise. In that moment, the online community found themselves utterly astounded. They were struck by an overwhelming thought. A change is upon us. In Jingzhou, at the headquarters of the Zhenan division, within a secluded office, a sudden knock interrupted the silence. Tap, tap, tap. Come in, came the response. The door swung open, revealing the assistant Lu Yaxin, swaying gracefully as she entered with a stack of documents. Approaching the desk, she placed the files before her superior, reporting, "Today, across the nation, 8 individuals exhibiting hidden talents have been identified and recorded for your review." "Very well, let me see," replied the head, Zhou Yixing, as he perused the documents. "Are there any individuals exhibiting exceptionally strong mental fluctuations?" Lu Yaxin, well aware, nodded affirmatively indeed. A local university student from Tianshui, Wu Yang, dreamt of an expansive lotus pond, indicating significant potential. Should he awaken his talent, his combat prowess could rival that of a team captain. And what of others? Zhou inquired. From Jiangnan, Shun Minglei dreamt of snow blanketing the city walls, rendering the entire world in a silver shroud. If she were to unlock her talent, her strength would also be on par with that of a captain. Zhou quickly concluded his review and remarked, "These individuals shall be prioritized for cultivation." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "How many extraordinary individuals and seeds do we currently have?" Reporting to the head, "We presently have 128 employed extraordinary individuals and 138 seeds." Zhou Yixing quickly calculated the total in his mind and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, 266. This number is far too scant. If those formidable demons emerge to wreak havoc, even if we mobilize everyone, we would not be able to hold them off for long. He gazed out the window, murmuring, "It seems imperative to contact my master soon and request the celestial master to descend. Perhaps he could subdue those great demons." Liu Yaxin was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly asking, "Director, do you really intend to suppress them? But they haven't committed any heinous acts as of now." Zhou Yixing discerned the urgency in his assistant's tone and smiled lightly, saying, "As long as they do not actively harm anyone, we can afford to turn a blind eye. However, one must always be wary of the unforeseen. Thus, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. More importantly, we remain unaware of that deity's stance and intentions, which is truly the most troubling aspect." Suddenly recalling something, Zhou Yixing lifted his gaze to his assistant and asked in a serious tone, "By the way, has there been any news from Kunlun Mountain in recent days?" Chapter 58. Who remembers me, the pure young master? With a single sword, I awaken the slumbering dragon. For the moment, there is nothing. Liu Yaxin shook her head, recalling something, and added, "However, there are 3 teams of superhumans from the west that have infiltrated Kunlun Mountain. This time, they could only linger around the periphery of the mountain range, unable to venture inside or catch sight of those formidable demons." Zhou Yixing was not surprised by this. He let out a light scoff and remarked, "It must be the formation at work. Even if our forces were to enter, they would still be lost. It is futile to waste our energy and time." Liu Yaxin nodded in agreement, evidently sharing the same sentiment. Then, Zhou Sishou's voice continued, "Additionally, I have a strong premonition that those demons will not remain silent for long. There will undoubtedly be further movements. You should inform Chu Buzhou to alert all members of the Extraordinary Division to remain vigilant, safeguarding the stability of the Jiuzhou while monitoring the activities on Kunlun Mountain. Should any great demon emerge again, they must report to me immediately." Liu Yaxin straightened her posture and responded promptly, "Yes, Sishou. Good, you may go." Before Zhou Yixing could finish, a knock echoed at the door. He looked up and casually said, "Please enter." Liu Yaxin quickly lowered her head and stepped aside to allow the person entering to report. When she raised her head again, she saw that the newcomer was indeed Chu Buzhou, whom Zhou Sishou had just mentioned. Chu Tianqua, with his silver hair gleaming and a cigar clenched between his teeth, pushed the door open and walked in, directing his gaze towards Zhou Yixing as he revealed some astonishing news. "Boss, I just received word that a subterranean tomb has been unearthed at the foot of Lushan Mountain. The tomb has already been secured, and the Extraordinary Division is on its way to see if they can uncover anything of value." Lushan? A subterranean tomb? Upon hearing these words, Liu Yaxin's pupils constricted, her eyes widening in surprise and delight. Who would have thought a treasure trove would be found so soon? After all, it was precisely by discovering one treasure after another in Longhua that they had unearthed the riches contained within and translated various texts and treasures left behind by ancient alchemists and mythological figures, ultimately leading to the establishment of the Anjing office and the continuous emergence of extraordinary individuals. Now, another treasure trove has been located. The texts and treasures within undoubtedly hold immense research significance and practical value for the Anjing office. Perhaps the overall strength of the Extraordinary Division will undergo a transformation and elevation due to this discovery. Zhou Yixing was, of course, aware of the implications of this find. He rested his hands on the table, interlocking his fingers and propping up his chin with a hint of a smile, saying, "One mountain conceals 6 teachings. You will find nothing like it anywhere else in the world. Lushan is one of the 10 famed mountains, revered by both Taoism and Buddhism. The emergence of a subterranean tomb is hardly surprising. I am curious to see what we will uncover this time." "Aya, yes. You should closely monitor the movements in the tomb chamber while simultaneously establishing contact with the head of the Luo department. Should any significant discoveries arise, report to me without delay." "Understood." After instructing his assistant, Zhou Yixing turned to Chu Tianqua and spoke in a solemn tone. "You two must keep a vigilant watch on Kunlun Mountain. I have a nagging suspicion that those formidable demons will venture forth once more. Furthermore, when they emerge again, it may not be merely 2, but possibly many more." With a soft click, a match struck, igniting a small flame. Chu Tianqua lit his cigar, inhaling deeply before extinguishing the match within the watery whirl of his left palm. His gaze flickered as he inquired, "Boss, have you just come to some realizations?" Zhou Yixing fell silent, turning to gaze out the window. Moments later, a heavy sigh escaped his lips, accompanied by a cryptic utterance. "Indeed, I have vaguely contemplated the reasons why the white snake and the northeast tiger occupy their respective peaks, yet the clarity eludes me. If I ponder a little longer, perhaps I can unravel this mystery. 3 days later, a netizen broke the news of a sensational event, sending shockwaves across the internet, reminiscent of the fervor stirred by a previous dream. Heavens! With photographic evidence. A tomb at the foot of Mount Wanzu has yielded 3 volumes of bamboo slips along with an array of weaponry. A single revelation sent ripples through the online community, prompting countless netizens to share and comment on the news. In truth, 3 days prior, a netizen had already disclosed the discovery of an underground tomb at the base of Mount Wanzu, which was swiftly secured, prohibiting unauthorized personnel from approaching. Initially, it was presumed that the contents of the tomb would remain a mystery. However, after 3 days, another netizen revealed the artifacts excavated from within, igniting a wave of excitement among countless online users. They began to indulge in various speculations, inciting an even more fervent and nearly frenzied discourse. Oh my! Is it possible that the secret agreement signed years ago can no longer remain concealed? Why does this week feel so surreal? First, there was the sudden appearance of the enchanted cube, followed by the white snake and the northeast tiger, then those dreamers. And now the excavation of 3 volumes of bamboo slips and assorted weaponry? Such astonishing phenomena continue to unfold. This world is on the brink of monumental change. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Wanzu, within a makeshift azure tent, several figures stood. Among them were Zhou Yixing, the head of the Ministry of Justice, Chu Tianhua, the head of the Department of Oddities, and Zhao Xinghai of the Astronomical Bureau, along with Luo Yunhong, the head of the Department of Extraordinary Beings, and his deputy, Mo Jiao. Upon learning of the artifacts unearthed from the tomb, Zhou Yixing and Chu Tianhua wasted no time in arriving here overnight, eager to uncover the information inscribed upon the objects. At this moment, they all gazed gravely at the items laid before them on the table, those 3 volumes of bamboo slips unearthed that very morning. With the assistance of the 2 department heads from the Department of Extraordinary Beings and Zhao Xinghai, they finally deciphered the contents inscribed upon them, rendering the 3 men wide-eyed and speechless for a considerable time. Witnessing their astonished reactions, Zhou Yixing's heart surged with alarm. This was also the first time he witnessed the reactions of Zhao Shidi and the others from the Luo faction. One could only imagine the immense impact and shock the contents recorded on the bamboo slips had on them. Zhou Yixing did not hesitate and solemnly stated, "Master Luo, could you kindly enlighten us about the origins of these 3 volumes of bamboo slips?" Chu Tianhua and the dark-clad youth Meng Liang, among others, instinctively held their breath, feeling as though they were about to unveil the veil of a myth. Perhaps the forthcoming revelations would profoundly shake their very souls. Indeed, in the next moment, the illustrious Luo Yunhong, bareheaded and donned in a pristine white robe, adorned with white gloves, began to elucidate the 3 volumes of bamboo slips laid upon the table. Esteemed guests, this is the Zhiyuan Sutra, pertaining to the art of medicine and the principles of health preservation. This is the Ryu Luan, which contains the cultivation techniques and secrets of ancient Qi practitioners. And this volume here is the 3-foot sword in the box. At this juncture, Luo Yunhong's expression grew complex as he grasped the 3-foot sword in the box, slowly unfurling it in his hands. Pointing to the opening line, his voice resonated like thunder, captivating the assembly. The first line of this scripture reads, "Centuries hence, as the tides of time shift, who shall remember me, Chen Yangzi, as I awaken the slumbering dragon with a single sword." Chapter 59, Special Bonus, Launch Announcement in July, during the sweltering summer. The city of Pengcheng was ablaze under the midday sun, resembling a furnace scorching the earth. Even the breeze wafting in through the window carried a suffocating warmth, stirring waves of heat. I maneuvered the mouse to open a QQ message from my editor at Time Editing. He is the most gentle, down-to-earth, and considerate editor I have ever encountered. Each time he addresses me, it evokes a deep sense of gratitude within me. "Brother, the book will be launched on Monday, the 18th, at noon. Please ensure your manuscript is ready." A chill ran through me, and I understood that my chances for a prominent recommendation and strong promotion had slipped away. My journey had reached its conclusion. Yet, I did not feel particularly disheartened. For someone like me, who has faced numerous setbacks, the mere fact of having written this book and reaching this point is a stroke of fortune. After a brief moment of self-reassurance, I settled at my computer desk by the window and opened my music application, selecting my favorite song, Rice Aroma. If you have too many complaints about this world, if you stumble and dare not move forward, why must one be so fragile and fallen? As I listened to the familiar melody, I skillfully accessed the author's backend, where the collection count stood at 11,130, stirring a mix of excitement and apprehension within me. At this moment, my thoughts surged, reflecting on countless memories. The last time I wrote in the fantasy genre on Cheetah was 3 years ago, in 2019, under a different account, where I garnered over 1,000 collections before the book's conclusion, ultimately ending with a meager average subscription of just over 100. The previous time I ventured into fantasy was 7 years ago, using this account on Chuangshi, where I persevered to 155 million words with a double-digit average subscription. And before that, 8 years ago, I wrote under another account on Cheetah, again reaching 100,000 words with a double-digit average subscription. Reflecting on this journey of a decade filled with trials and tribulations, I have navigated through immense hardships and frustrations that only I can comprehend. Now, for the first time on Cheetah, I have written a book that amassed such a significant collection prior to its launch. How could I not dedicate myself to this endeavor? Thus, I placed my hands upon the keyboard and began to type. Launch reflection. There will be times when the wind and waves will part. Let us hoist the sails and navigate the vast seas. I nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this title truly encapsulated my tumultuous yet resilient writing journey. Inspiration flowed freely, and I continued to type. After 10 years of writing, I once again faced the launch of a new book. To be honest, this work has been the most challenging and painful for me. In this book, I have overturned my previous writing habits, discarding the conventions of superficial storytelling and aimless embellishments. I adhere to a singular purpose and 2 guiding principles: to tell a compelling story and to portray the characters and animals authentically while maintaining the narrative's fluidity. This has rendered the writing process profoundly agonizing, so much so that, just as I was engrossed in my writing, a long head suddenly appeared before me, startling me wide-eyed, nearly causing me to leap from my chair. "How did you get out?" The red-crowned crane leaned in, scrutinizing the computer screen before turning to me, its eyes glimmering with disdain. It opened its beak and remarked, "Is your weight so light due to your lack of shame?" I was instantly incensed, slamming my palm on the table. "What nonsense is this? These are my genuine feelings, you know." The crane let out a derisive chuckle. "Ah, you're getting flustered." At that moment, a little rabbit, donning sunglasses, swaggered into the room, leaped onto the table, and pressed its paw onto my hand, declaring, "No, you cannot wallow in self-pity or lament excessively. Otherwise, the readers will lose their patience. Listen to me, be straightforward and bold. Just write, lend me 100,000 subscriptions today, and tomorrow I shall conquer the realm of web literature." "What? Even you, dear one?" My eyes widened in astonishment. How had they all escaped from the pages of the book? I quickly turned my head to see, and indeed, the adorable creatures, Ming Gun Gun, Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, Ali, and the little squirrel, were all present in the living room, each wearing a cheerful expression as they busied themselves with their own tasks. The little squirrel, clutching a pile of nuts, hopped onto the table, nudged the rabbit with its body, and then shifted the keyboard before me, signaling for me to continue writing. I swallowed hard, took a few deep breaths to calm the tumult within, and resumed my reflections. To put it succinctly, this manuscript currently comprises 130,000 words, with a detailed outline of 23,000 words, excluding the subsequent plot outlines. I envision scenes in my mind before articulating them in words, striving to enhance the immersive experience. Additionally, I focus on the various interactions among the animals and the combat scenes, depicting them in an animated style, aiming to make the narrative engaging and exhilarating, allowing readers to relish an immersive reading pleasure. As it stands, my efforts have been satisfactory. At least I have managed to transcribe those vivid images that dwell in my mind. Thus, this book demands considerable time for plot development, and the writing process is fraught with revisions and modifications, which can be quite torturous. Of course, this book is crafted with meticulous detail, avoiding the inclusion of meaningless characters and plots. For instance, with each animal's introduction, I strive to encapsulate their personalities in just a sentence or two, leaving a lasting impression. Moreover, the phone call from Su Xinyan's brother on that night atop Qingqing Mountain harbors 2 crucial foreshadowings, serving as a pivotal turning point for the sibling duo's ensuing narrative arc. As I pondered this, I glanced towards Ali on my right. I noticed curiosity and confusion sparkling in its eyes, which then turned to gaze at Xiao Bai. A smile crept across my face as I followed its gaze. Xiao Bai, using its tail as a seat, perched beside me, propping its elbow on the table while resting its chin in its palm, gazing at me with a radiant smile. In that moment, it dawned on me the essence of that phrase. The grass is sowing its seeds, the wind is swaying its leaves, and in our silence, we stand together, enveloped in beauty. Upon noticing my gaze, Xiaobai promptly raised its fist, playfully threatening, "Hurry up and write. Otherwise, I shall confine you to a small dark room, surrounded by a multitude of blades." Humph. Having spoken, she affectionately patted Ali's head. Ali nodded earnestly in response. Thus, I smiled and continued to write. In truth, this book carries a hint of personal aspiration from Xiaohua. Beyond the desire to craft a narrative that flows smoothly and delightfully, there exists a yearning to weave heartfelt and poignant storylines, to delineate characters and animals with clarity and distinction. Allow me to share a secret. Xiaohua harbors a wish that when readers conclude this book, they will close their eyes and envision vivid, three-dimensional animals and distinct, charismatic characters, their lips curling into a joyful smile. In achieving this, the purpose of my writing would be fulfilled. Admittedly, this goal is a formidable one, yet I am willing to endeavor and strive toward it, pouring in 120% of my sincerity and dedication. Throughout this journey, there will inevitably be twists and turns. A smooth sail is not to be expected. Henceforth, some may come to scold Xiaohua, calling me a scoundrel for evoking their tears. At that moment, a pile of nuts clutched by the little squirrel scattered across the keyboard with a clatter. It began to pick them up one by one. Suddenly, it froze, fixating on the word effort displayed on the screen, scrutinizing it from all angles for a considerable while. Then, it clenched its tiny fist and turned to me, proclaiming that as long as one is willing to exert effort, nothing is beyond reach. Upon hearing this taunt, I nearly smashed the keyboard in frustration. I had not anticipated that Xiao Luo would turn out to be such a venomous squirrel. However, once I regained my composure and gazed at the little squirrel, I couldn't help but smile. If such a squirrel were to accompany me in life, it would indeed be a source of joy. Well, it would be best if it remained silent, much like that red-crowned crane. I shook my head and chuckled, reflecting on my thoughts. After recounting the past and the experiences tied to this book, I should consider the rules for additional updates, I mused. However, given my typing speed, I felt it prudent to proceed with caution. After some contemplation, I decided to express it thus. No one's money comes easily. If I do not update more frequently, how can I express my gratitude? On a more optimistic note, perhaps upon completing this book, there will be no need for the likes of the helmsman or the leader. As for subscriptions, I recalled my decade-long journey of writing novels on Cheetah, where my highest subscription was merely over 200. Though this book boasts over 10,000 collections, I dare not set my expectations too high. By tempering my hopes, I can avoid disappointment and write joyfully. Therefore, I shall set the subscription goal at 300. Each time I embark on a new book, I must strive to surpass my previous achievements. Thus, I pen this thought. Of course, this remains a mere aspiration. I must act within my means. At that moment, Ali, in a sweet, soft voice, inquired if there would still be monthly votes. I immediately realized the importance of acknowledging everyone who cast their votes. As I reached this point in my writing, a chorus of voices suddenly echoed around me, all conveying the same sentiment. Don't write like this. You won't be able to bear the pressure. With resolute conviction, I declared, I can endure this. You cannot. My gaze remained unwavering. Even if I am burdened with debt in the end, I shall persevere. Really? That's splendid. Keep striving. Dear uncle, we shall take our leave now. Startled, I swiftly turned my attention to Xiao Bai and Ali, who were both beaming radiantly, waving goodbye to me. Subsequently, the crane strode gracefully, extending its head into the computer screen, while its legs remained outside, kicking a few times. The little rabbit, donning sunglasses, turned its back to me, waved, and nonchalantly kicked the crane's rear before laughing heartily as it entered the screen. The little squirrel tossed a pile of nuts into the screen and followed suit. Xiao Bai, holding Ali's hand, turned to me, winking with a smile and blowing a kiss, causing my heart to flutter as if I were about to ascend. Xiao Qing untied her apron, tidying the room to a pristine brightness, akin to a night sky washed by rain. She also prepared a lavish meal, the aroma wafting throughout the house. Let us continue to strive, to bring joy to our friends who cherish us. I couldn't help but smile. It is truly a source of pride and happiness to befriend those who admire Xiao Qing. At that moment, Meng Gun entered, shouldering a bamboo pole, followed by a line of playful pandas. As Meng Gun's form gradually diminished, it entered the screen, saying, "You are not alone in this struggle. You have us by your side. You shall not feel lonely. Farewell." Tears brimmed in my eyes, moved by its understanding of my hardships. Such a rare companion. The leopard trailed behind, casting a knowing smile my way before uttering a cryptic remark as it dashed into the screen, vanishing completely. "Your reflections are well articulated. Subscriptions are secured. The esteemed position next year is undoubtedly yours." I was so taken aback by these words that I slumped into my chair, my gaze vacant, pondering the impending doom of my book's failure. What should I do? Is it too late to erase this milk leopard? Epilogue 1 ends. Spoiler alert. This epilogue contains two significant foreshadowings. Why is it a small mobilization and not a full mobilization? Why did we only hear the beginning of the song Rice Aroma? One day, when everyone is moved by this book, they may revisit this epilogue, perhaps experiencing an epiphany and feeling compelled to confront Xiaohua. Haha, envisioning that scene is indeed amusing and intriguing. Of course, I hope Xiaohua can find motivation, confidence, and perseverance to write to that point. I also hope everyone can witness that journey, for only through our reciprocal efforts can this book gain profound meaning, allowing this story to continue to shine brightly in your hearts for many years to come. The greatest impetus for Xiaohua's motivation, confidence, and tenacity lies in each of your subscriptions. Therefore, with utmost sincerity, Xiaohua humbly requests that you kindly subscribe. This story is indeed delightful, engaging, and visually captivating. The author, Xiaohua, has poured genuine effort into the writing, striving to honor the subscriptions of the readers. Therefore, I express my gratitude for the serendipitous encounters of June and the companionship of July's cicadas. I also extend my heartfelt thanks for the unwavering support and votes from everyone along this journey, for the patience and understanding shown while awaiting further chapters, and most importantly, for the willingness to accompany Xiaohua in this dream. It is a privilege to have crossed paths with this book, and I shall refrain from bidding farewell. Dear readers, let us meet within the pages of this book upon its release, and in every day that follows. With love, Bayou, written by Xiaohua on July 18, 2022. Chapter 60, The Resplendent Dragon Kingdom, where everyone is a hidden dragon. Pure Yangzi, Zhou Yixing, and Chu Tianhua, along with others, were taken aback in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this scroll of bamboo slips was, in fact, related to the esteemed Pure Yang patriarch, El Dongbin. A look of incredulity washed over their faces as they exchanged glances, speculating whether the other two scrolls might also bear some connection to the revered ancestor. Soon, Luo Yunhong provided an even more astonishing revelation. He set down the bamboo slip he was holding and lifted the central scroll, caressing the characters sun and moon cycle, and continued with his explanation. It is said that Mount Lu is the place where the Pure Yang patriarch attained enlightenment. After our repeated confirmations, it is indeed true that these three scrolls were left behind by the Pure Yang patriarch. The opening lines of this cultivation scripture seem to unveil certain truths behind myths and legends. Chu Tianhua nearly crushed his cigar in disbelief, his eyes widening as he inquired, "What truth?" Zhou Yixing and Meng Liang, too, gazed intently at the scroll titled Sun and Moon Cycle. Their curiosity piqued regarding the text's opening and its implications of revealing mythical truths. Luo Yunhong then softly articulated the answer, which resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. In the centuries to come, whether it be 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, there will inevitably emerge a wave that resembles our ancestors. With a resounding impact, Zhou Yixing and the others were left in a state of stunned silence. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their breaths quickened, unable to fathom they had heard such a profound answer. They felt as if they had plunged into a mythical realm, witnessing astonishing sights previously unseen. This revelation shattered their understanding of myths and legends, instilling in them a sense of extreme absurdity and incredulity. Moreover, the notion that myths and legends are not distant or unattainable, but rather poised to re-emerge in the world after a century or millennium, was utterly astonishing. It sent shivers down the spines of all present, leaving them feeling as though they had been electrified, their bodies numbed and stiffened, even their breaths nearly suspended. Amidst the ensuing silence, a deep voice suddenly broke through. Perhaps others quickly turned their heads. They saw Zhao, the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, staring intently at Zhou, his gaze flickering. He continued, "The Pure Yang patriarch did not deceive us. Brother Zhou, you are the only practitioner within the Zhenin Bureau who has awakened a high-level bloodline. The phenomena that manifested in you may indeed be connected to a figure from our mythic tales. Upon hearing this affirmation, Chu Tianhua and Luo Yinhong were once again taken aback. They hastily looked towards their leader, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. They were well aware that their leader had awakened a high-level bloodline. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of chief of the Zhenin Bureau, dominating over others. However, they were unaware of the specific bloodline he had awakened or the nature of the phenomena that accompanied it. The only individual present who truly understood this secret was Zhao, who had trained alongside their leader. Therefore, upon hearing Zhao's words, Chu Tianhua and the others could not help but feel such profound astonishment and incredulity. In their minds, a singular thought emerged. What the pure young ancestor had proclaimed was indeed true. In a century, or even a millennium hence, a wave reminiscent of our forebears would inevitably manifest. As Chu Tianhua and the others entertained this audacious conjecture, Zhou Yixing exhaled and voiced the speculation aloud. Pausing momentarily, he unveiled an even more astonishing truth that profoundly stirred the hearts of his companions. To put it differently, within the illustrious Dragon Kingdom, every individual harbors the potential to be a hidden dragon. Anyone could become a practitioner of the arts. Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianhua were taken aback, nodding in agreement with this assertion. Perhaps, on some future day, the myriad myths and figures long lost to the annals of time would once again materialize in this world. The mere thought instilled within them a potent sense of urgency, as if time was slipping away. After all, none could predict when that fateful day would arrive. Thus, they resolved to seize the moment, dedicating themselves to the enhancement of their powers, ensuring they could better protect the vast expanse of the 9 provinces and its ordinary citizens amidst forthcoming changes. The optimal means to elevate their strength lay in discovering hidden treasures, unearthing scriptures and relics within them. Chu Tianhua and Mo Yujiao had long grasped this principle. Therefore, their gazes upon the 3 scrolls of bamboo were imbued with fervor and yearning, eager to delve into the cultivation techniques inscribed within. At that juncture, a sudden, urgent cry pierced the air. This is bad. Chu Tianhua and Luo Yinhong swiftly turned to Zhou Sisho, their expressions betraying shock and confusion. It was rare to witness their leader in such a state of agitation, which only heightened their own anxiety and prompted a shared apprehension. Could it be that the sky is about to fall? Yet, in the next heartbeat, they were confronted with a truth more horrifying than the very collapse of the heavens. Zhou Yixing murmured to himself, I finally comprehend why the white snake and the northeast tiger, those formidable beasts, sought to occupy Qingqing Mountain and Longhu Mountain. Surely their objectives align with ours. They too aspire to uncover the scriptures and treasures of various hidden realms, seeking to grow ever more powerful through study and cultivation. What? The revelation struck Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianhua like a thunderclap. Those great demons emerged from Kunlun Mountain to seize the sacred peaks for the purpose of unearthing scriptures. In that instant, they were left utterly astounded, grappling with the staggering reality that these great demons had outpaced them, claiming Qingqing Mountain and Longhu Mountain as their own. What terrified them even more was Zhou Sisho's next words. Indeed, perhaps this is the true disposition of that divine being. No, it should be referred to as that immortal. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, as all present stood frozen, akin to statues, utterly motionless. That night, after a week of relentless heat, the evening finally brought forth dark clouds, akin to ink, swiftly painting the entire sky. The city descended into a deeper shade of darkness. Following a couple of days spent tidying up and moving, Su Xinyan, with a pink suitcase in hand, finally stepped into the new apartment her mischievous younger brother had purchased for her. Upon opening the door and wheeling her suitcase into the living room, she surveyed the assortment of furniture and layout, all reflecting her personal taste, which elicited a radiant smile of joy. In truth, ever since 5 days prior when her younger brother had brought her here and revealed that this house would henceforth belong to her, a blissful grin had been perpetually etched upon Su Xinyan's face. That smile resembled a little girl who had just received her long-desired candy. No matter how splendid other gifts might be, none could compare to this small confection. Moreover, this was a monumental surprise her brother had prepared over 3 years, intended as a birthday gift for her this year, which made her even more touched. Naturally, several questions lingered in Su Xinyan's mind. One of them was why her younger brother chose to present this surprise ahead of her birthday, instead of waiting for the actual day. Reflecting on her brother's nonchalant demeanor towards everything, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, she sighed with relief, thinking that thanks to her brother, she now had a little nest of her own. Images of that day in the bathroom, where she had cried uncontrollably, flashed through her mind, along with her brother's words, "Sister, you're not getting any younger. All these years, you haven't found a partner. I know you've been taking care of me since our parents passed away, wanting to see me establish a family. But now I have kids, and you're still single. It's time for you to settle down and have your own little home. Here, the key is yours. This house is now yours. What our parents couldn't provide, I will give you. This apartment is also our family's dowry for you. No matter where you go, you will always have a home in your heart, a sense of security. I want your future husband to know that my sister is absolutely deserving of him. The best sister in the world." She raised her hand to wipe away a tear, chuckling lightly as she affectionately scolded. "That mischievous boy knows how to tug at my heartstrings. Given your filial piety, I suppose I can reluctantly cook a meal for you." Thus, Su Xinyan, smiling, took out her phone to call her brother, intending to invite him and his family over for dinner in her new home. When the call connected, her sister-in-law's voice greeted her. Su Xinyan cheerfully expressed her plan, inviting her sister-in-law to come over the following day for a lively gathering. However, to her surprise, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. "What's wrong?" Su Xinyan sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, "Is there something keeping you from coming?" Or, before she could finish her question, an uncontrollable wave of sobs erupted from the other side. "Sister, Qingyi, he is about to leave." Chapter 61. The three calls of sister and the resonance of thunder echoing across the sky. In the night sky, dark clouds churned, intermittently accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder, reminiscent of war chariots rolling across the heavens. Suddenly, a solitary raindrop fell from the murky sky, followed swiftly by the gentle patter of rain. Large and small droplets fell like pearls upon a jade plate, quickly saturating the city's edifices, vehicles, and pedestrians alike. Su Xinyan sat within a taxi, her gaze penetrating the window, observing the blurred kaleidoscope outside, while the sound of raindrops beating against the glass resonated in her ears. Tears cascaded from her eyes, surging forth like the rain. She clenched her fists tightly, biting her lower lip, her shoulders trembling as she wept in silence. The words of her sister-in-law echoed in her mind, piercing her heart like a dagger. "Sister, in truth, Qingyi was diagnosed 3 years ago. Yet his stubbornness prevented him from allowing me to tell you. He worked part-time after every shift, and I could not dissuade him. Every sum of money he borrowed from you over these 3 years has been meticulously recorded, and with his part-time earnings, he managed to save for a down payment on a small home for you. When Qingyi took you to view the house, did he not implore you to care for us both? He arranged everything, yet neglected to take care of his own health. He never considered that if he were to leave us, we. Su Xinyan's body trembled even more violently. She wiped away her tears, only for more to flow forth. Ultimately, she ceased her efforts, lifting her head to gaze out once more, allowing her tears to cascade freely as she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Su Qingyi, you scoundrel! If you dare to depart before your sister, I shall make you pay dearly." As she concluded her fervent declaration, Su Xinyan bit her lip with fervor, her eyes growing redder, her tears swelling forth. Shaking her head vigorously, "Father, mother, I am sorry. Yin is sorry for you." Half an hour later, as a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, a taxi halted at the hospital entrance. The rain rendered the road slick. "Young lady, take care on the road. There's no hurdle insurmountable," the driver kindly warned, only to hear the back door slam shut behind him. He turned to see the young woman hastily making her way into the hospital, shaking his head in silent empathy, wishing her well as he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Upon arriving at room 508, Su Xinyan rushed to the door and immediately spotted her younger brother, clad in a hospital gown, joking with her sister-in-law, who wore a forced smile. Her eyes reddened from weeping too often in recent days. Su Qingyi affectionately ruffled his wife's hair, about to speak of fate's decree, when suddenly, sensing something, he looked up to see his sister standing there, drenched from the rain. This startled Su Qingyi, who could no longer maintain his composure. He hurriedly sat up in bed, forcing a smile towards his sister, wanting to utter, "Sister, you're here?" Yet, the words lingered on his lips, unable to escape, as if choked by a fishbone. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted outside, and a violet-blue lightning bolt cleaved the sky, illuminating the entire hospital room and casting light upon Su Xinyan's tear-streaked face. Su Qingyi stared blankly at his sister's visage, marred by sorrow, and an unexpected wave of regret washed over him like a blade cutting through his heart. Su Xinyan bit her lower lip in silence, her gaze fixed on her troublesome brother, tears streaming down her cheeks as she took hesitant steps towards the bedside. The sister-in-law, witnessing this scene, feared that Su Xinyan intended to reprimand Su Qingyi and quickly rose to intervene. However, Su Qingyi halted her with a mere glance. He softly shook his head at his wife, then turned to his approaching sister, forcing a smile. Sister. Without a word, Su Xinyan reached the bedside and raised her hand, poised to deliver a stinging slap to awaken her oblivious brother who failed to cherish his own health. However, as she lifted her right hand high, witnessing her brother close his eyes and turn his face in silence, bracing himself for impact, her heart felt as though it had been pierced anew. Ultimately, her hand fell gently onto his chest, and she leaned her head against him, gripping his hospital gown tightly. The veins on the back of her hand protruding as she pounded on his chest, tears flowing freely as she implored repeatedly, Why? Why must you be so selfish? You've always been this way, always indulging in childish antics, even now. Don't you understand? You are the most precious gift our parents left me in this world. Don't speak of a house. Even if offered the entire world, my choice would still be you. Always you. Always you. You little rascal. The sister-in-law, witnessing this emotional display, quickly covered her mouth, unable to suppress her own tears. Su Qingyi reached out to pat his sister's back, forcing a smile, yearning to offer comforting words, yet his own eyes glistened with unshed tears. It had been many years since he last heard his sister call him a little rascal, evoking memories of their childhood. Softly, he said, Sister, if you could scold me a bit more, I worry that after this, I may never hear. Silence. Su Xinyan abruptly lifted her head, her expression fierce as she glared at her troublesome brother, admonishing him sternly. I won't allow you to speak such morose words. Do you hear me? You will surely recover. I will help you find other doctors, trust me. Su Qingyi watched as his sister fumbled with her phone, her hands trembling uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, taking her cold hands in his, shaking his head. Sister, I understand my condition. You need not expend your efforts. Don't speak. Su Xinyan interjected. I can reach doctors that you may not. She scrolled through her contacts repeatedly, yet found no glimmer of hope, her body stiffening as she slowly lowered her phone, the spark in her eyes dimming. Sister. The sister-in-law called out with a pang of sympathy. Yet, before she could finish her words, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Su Xinyan raised her right hand and delivered a resounding slap to her own face, engulfed in profound regret for her moment of helplessness. Su Qingyi and his wife were taken aback, their arms instinctively reaching out to embrace their sister, their hearts heavy with concern. Sister, please don't do this. It's not your fault. It's Qingyi. Su Xinyan, enveloped by her younger brother and sister-in-law's embrace, stared vacantly out the window, her eyes devoid of life. Another flash of lightning illuminated the sky, striking her mind like a bolt, rekindling a crucial memory that ignited a spark in her eyes. It was as if she glimpsed a final glimmer of hope, transforming her gaze into one of dazzling brilliance. Qingqing Mountain, until we meet again. Su Xinyan murmured softly, her body jolting awake from its stupor. Filled with newfound strength, she swiftly broke free from her brother and sister-in-law's hold. Grasping her brother's shoulders with fervor, I found a way to save you. Upon witnessing his sister's sudden resolve as she dashed out of the hospital room, Su Qingyi was alarmed, urging his wife to chase after her, determined to prevent her from proceeding. Su Qingyi, feeling utterly deflated, clutched his head in despair, regretting his failure to stop her earlier. As he looked up at the lightning flashing outside, his remorse intensified to an unbearable degree. On Qingqing Mountain, thunder roared and rain poured down in torrents. The mist rising from the rain enveloped half the peak, while streaks of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through the fog and illuminating the shadows, evoking a sense of celestial wrath. In such inclement weather, few dared to ascend the mountain. Most donned raincoats, cautiously moving forward, fearful of being swept away by the tempest. Yet, on one of the trails, a slender figure emerged, unencumbered by a raincoat, boldly charging into the storm, resolutely making her way to the summit. This audacious sight astonished the other climbers, who gazed in disbelief. What left them even more astounded was the frail figure, racing through the tempest as if driven by madness, bouncing back to her feet instantly even after tumbling to the ground. Even when her shoes fell off, she continued to ascend barefoot. It seemed that in her eyes, Reaching the peak was the only destination that mattered. All the climbers watched in stunned silence. Once they regained their senses, they hurriedly activated their phone cameras to capture the extraordinary scene. The footage they recorded only deepened their sense of shock and incredulity. The image of a delicate figure sprinting along the mountain path, flanked by the thundering storm and relentless lightning, evoked the wrath of the heavens. They could not fathom what force compelled that figure to embrace such reckless abandon. Suddenly, a mountaineer made a shushing gesture and exclaimed, "Wait, did you hear that other sound?" The fellow climbers immediately fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation, straining to discern any sounds beyond the rumble of thunder. To their astonishment, they indeed perceived an additional sound, which was surprisingly emanating from that delicate voice. On the mountainside of Qingqing Mountain, a dense white mist enveloped the area. Su Xinyan was running in utter disarray, tears streaming down her face. Her tears, sweat, and the rain coalesced, cascading over her body and washing away the blood that flowed from her leg wounds. "Xiaobai, please come out quickly, I beg you. You promised we would meet again. Please, save my brother, even if it means I must bow before you." Su Xinyan wept loudly, gritting her teeth as she pressed on towards the summit. At last, she reached the peak, utterly exhausted, with no strength left to stand. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gazed skyward and let out a desperate howl, expending the last vestiges of her strength. "Sister, sister, sister, I implore you, save my brother, please." With a resounding thud, her head struck the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth. Her cries mingled with the thunder and lightning above, reverberating through the heavens and echoing throughout the expanse of Qingqing Mountain. Meanwhile, in a small village nestled within Kunlun Mountain, Xiaobai suddenly gasped in surprise, turning to gaze into the darkness, his eyes beginning to shimmer. It seems I hear someone calling for me." Chapter 62, A Steady Hand, All Hands on Deck. At this moment, An Chen had already bid goodnight to his classmates and turned to enter the house. Thus, he did not hear Xiaobai's voice. However, many of the great demons did hear it. They paused in their tracks and turned to look at Xiaobai, their eyes alight with bright glimmers. They had learned all about Xiaobai and the Northeast Tiger's experiences since their emergence 5 days prior. At that time, they had felt envious of both, for they could frolic amongst humans and even occupy the peaks of Qingqing Mountain and Longhu Mountain. Now, upon hearing Xiaobai's words, they instinctively thought of Qingqing Mountain. At that moment, Xiaoqing, stepping gracefully under the moonlight, approached and said in a cool tone, "But something has happened at Qingqing Mountain?" Xiaobai's gaze flickered, as if she could pierce through the darkness and witness the events unfolding on Qingqing Mountain. She nodded and replied, "It seems that my sister is calling for me. Something may have occurred." The other great demons remained silent, watching the second sister intently. Xiaoqing furrowed her brow, instinctively wishing to decline her sister's request. Yet, upon seeing the determination in her sister's eyes, she realized further persuasion was unnecessary. Thus, she gently nodded and said, "Be careful on the way." The great demons promptly raised their claws and paws, waving them towards Xiaobai. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through, and the great demons, as if struck by a thought, turned in unison to gaze at the cheetah. The cheetah, noticing its companion's attention, instinctively froze, wanting to say, "Why are you all looking at me?" as Xiaobai heads to Qingqing Mountain. Before long, it grasped their expectations and waved its paw dismissively, smiling nonchalantly. "Xiaobai is so formidable. She will surely be safe this time. You all can rest easy." Instantly, the expressions of the great demons shifted. Even Xiaoqing was no exception. Her pupils constricted, and her demeanor lost its calmness as she began to contemplate remedial measures. At that moment, the Northeast Tiger stepped forward and proclaimed, "Second sister, allow me to accompany you. With me, a single tiger, I can withstand 1,000 troops. Protecting Xiaobai is absolutely within my capabilities. Xiaoqing, I too wish to venture out to safeguard Xiaobai." When the teacher elucidated the realms of cultivation, I grasped a new skill. This is the perfect opportunity to test its prowess. The other great demons looked at Huzi and Guai Guai, nodding in agreement, believing that with the three of them joining forces, even if Xiaobai encountered some unforeseen circumstances, they could avert disaster. Subsequently, several great demons cast reproachful glares at the cheetah, blaming it for speaking out of turn. This caused the cheetah to display a look of grievance and innocence, eager to voice its thoughts. "Just moments ago, you all urged me to say something, and now you turn around to blame me?" Xiaoqing regarded Huzi and Guai, nodding in acknowledgement. Just as she was about to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by a clear, ringing voice. No, including the three of you does not seem particularly secure. Xiaoqing and the other powerful beings immediately turned their heads, discovering that the speaker was none other than the mischievous husky who had pilfered the pastries. It was seen finishing the last bite of a bun, raising a paw and forming a fist, declaring, "I suggest we stabilize the situation. Everyone mobilize." Suddenly, the powerful beings fell silent, observing their recently awakened companion with expressions of contemplation. It appeared that this companion's manner of speaking was quite at odds with the group. Xiaoqing watched the husky for a moment before shaking her head and addressing the trio of tigers, stating, "Let us proceed with this plan. Tonight, I need you three to venture out for a while. Please wait here. I will fetch you 2 weapons. Weapons? Aside from Meng Gun, who remained calm, the other powerful beings displayed expressions of astonishment and confusion. Having lived together for 2 years, they had never realized that the small village concealed weapons. Excitement began to stir among them as curiosity grew. What kind of weapons could the second sister be referring to? Ah, that talisman. Wasn't it the one the teacher used to weigh down the scroll the other day? And that small cauldron was also brought out by the teacher yesterday, who mentioned that the weather had been exceptionally hot, and it might rain soon, making it perfect for collecting rainwater. So, the talisman and the small cauldron were considered weapons? Why had the teacher never informed them? How did the second sister know? Xiaoqing naturally heard her companion's exclamations. She chose not to elaborate further, but shot them a glance, signaling for silence to avoid attracting the teacher's attention. She then tossed the talisman to the tiger and the small cauldron to Dahei, advising, "Carry these weapons for self-defense. As for you, Guai," the little rabbit immediately raised a paw, confidently waving it twice, proclaiming, "I don't need weapons. My fists are sufficient." Xiaoqing nodded, intending to remind them to be cautious on their journey. However, the voice of the crane suddenly rang out, laced with a hint of derision. "Oh, Guai, you've plowed the fields and are now wielding a whip." Instantly, the courtyard fell into silence. The powerful beings turned in unison to glare at the crane, their eyes wide. Clearly, they had not anticipated that at this moment, the crane could so seamlessly interject with a mocking remark. Before Guai could respond in anger, the buffalo interjected in a low tone, "The fields have already been plowed. Guai, please refrain from urging me further." Guai, filled with indignation, prepared to retort, "I did not." But what unfolded next left both it and the other powerful beings utterly astonished. A little squirrel, clutching a nut, swiftly darted to its side. Pausing for 2 seconds before offering consolation, Guai, do not take your companion's words to heart. They may have mouths, but not necessarily brains. In that moment, the air was still, time seemed to freeze, and all eyes were fixed on the little squirrel, their gazes frozen in place. Even this time, even Meng Gun and Xiaoqing were no exception, their eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance as they gazed at the little squirrel. What infuriated the great demons even more was that while they were fixated on the squirrel, classmate Xiao Luo tilted her head, directing a similarly innocent and bewildered look at them, as if to say, "What is the matter? Did I say something wrong?" Chapter 63. I see all beings as grass and wood. As soon as Xiao Bai departed from the courtyard, he proceeded to the wardrobe, reached out to open its door, and felt a thick stack of paper. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight within the room, he could vaguely discern the topmost sheet of drawing paper, which depicted a mountain adorned with lush green bamboo, an original piece by Meng Gun. This stack of papers, naturally, consisted of the artworks submitted by students, all carefully collected by An Chen and stored within the cabinet. As An Chen caressed the stack of papers, he pondered for a moment before suddenly extracting the 3rd sheet, which was also the artwork submitted by Xiao Bai. Holding this piece, he sat down at the table and placed the drawing before him, gently tracing the images with his fingers. Although his eyes could not see, he could feel the essence of the artwork with his heart. Reflecting on Xiao Bai's lively and energetic personality brought a smile to An Chen's lips. The memory of that night echoed in his ears when Xiao Bai had said, "No, teacher, I did not draw my mother. I drew you." At this moment, the smile on An Chen's face deepened as he softly murmured, "I see all beings as grass and wood." Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the heavens roared with fury, striking down bolts of violet and azure lightning, accompanied by howling winds and a cacophony that resonated throughout the land. In the headquarters of the Zhenan division in Jingzhou, a flash of lightning illuminated the office scene. Zhou Yixing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing solemnly at the stormy night sky, as if awaiting something momentous. Chu Tianqua, a silver-haired man, bit down on a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke as though he sought to dispel the pent-up frustration within him. The pale-faced youth, Meng Liang, held a notebook in hand, its cover marred by a burn hole. Mo Yujiao, a woman in a red dress, stood silently, arms crossed, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing black high heels. Lastly, Zhao Xinghai, holding a whisk, closed his eyes in meditation, behind him a vision of countless stars reflecting upon the scene. Yet, most of those stars appeared desolate and dim, with only a few scattered stars emanating a faint glow. As they all became aware that the formidable demons had occupied the Dragon Kingdom's Yu Jinhai ditch to unearth scriptures and treasures, as well as the stance of that immortal being, they could no longer maintain their composure. They had previously proposed various suggestions and plans, yet none had yielded an optimal solution. The root of the issue lay in the scarcity of personnel within the Zhenin division. The 7 teams of the Extraordinary Persons Department and the 8 teams of the Oddities Department combined totaled fewer than 200 individuals. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom's 9 provinces boasted 10 great realms, 36 minor realms, 72 blessed lands, along with numerous mountains, lakes, and mysterious locales. Should those demons seize control of these blessed lands and realms, even if each of them could confront a single demon, their numbers would still fall woefully short. Moreover, with their current strength, it was altogether impossible to contend with a demon one-on-one. This predicament left the members in the office feeling as though a mountain was bearing down upon them, nearly suffocating them with its weight. Boss, do you have any other solutions? Please share them with us. If all else fails, we shall confront them directly. The victor shall claim the renowned mountains and rivers as their own. Chu Tianqua took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling both smoke and tension, shattering the silence that enveloped the office. Meng Liang and Mo Yujiao remained silent, their gazes fixed on the silhouette of their leader. Zhao Xinghai opened his eyes, similarly turning his attention to the figure of Brother Zhou, and after a moment's contemplation, spoke up, "Brother." However, Zhou Yixing raised his right hand, interrupting him directly. Regardless of victory or defeat, the 9 provinces belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Should they dare to emerge again with greater numbers, I shall venture into the celestial realms and seek the aid of various masters. The mention of masters sent a jolt through Chu Tianqua and the others. It seemed evident that these individuals were the reclusive masters they had often heard of. This revelation ignited a sense of excitement and anticipation among them. They had always believed that upon entering the Zhenin division, their martial prowess had reached the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, with no rivals in sight. Yet, the emergence of the White Serpent and the Northeast Tiger had begun to shatter their perceptions and understanding. Now, learning from their leader about the existence of a group of serene and ascetic masters residing in certain celestial realms filled them once again with astonishment and awe. Their eyes sparkled with a yearning curiosity regarding the formidable strength of these masters. Could they, with a single punch, vanquish the White Serpent and the Northeast Tiger? At that moment, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Upon receiving Zhou Yixing's consent, the office door swung open swiftly, accompanied by an anxious voice. "Chief, esteemed department heads, we face a grave situation." Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianqua turned to look at Lu Yaxin, momentarily stunned, struggling to believe what they had just heard. The White Serpent had emerged once more from Kunlun Mountain, and it was heading towards Qingqing Mountain. What could its intentions be this time? Zhou Yixing also appeared taken aback. He quickly turned to his assistant and said in a solemn tone, "Continue." "Yes." Lu Yaxin swallowed hard, still bearing the shock from the news she had just delivered. Without pausing, she divulged an even more astonishing revelation. Shortly after the White Serpent's departure, 3 more formidable demons had emerged from Kunlun Mountain, heading in the exact same direction as the White Serpent, towards Qingqing Mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqua crushed the cigar, but in his mouth, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "What? 4 formidable demons have emerged simultaneously." Not only was he utterly shocked, but Zhao Xinghai, Meng Liang, and Mo Yujiao were equally astounded. They all stared blankly for a few seconds before hastily turning to Zhou Yixing. They had not anticipated that their leader's ominous predictions would prove to be so accurate. He had foreseen the emergence of more formidable demons, and indeed, it had come to pass. Zhou Yixing's expression was equally grim. Unbeknownst to him, A casual jest uttered that day had unexpectedly materialized this very evening, catching him completely off guard. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, swiftly regaining his calm and inquiring about the identities of the three formidable beasts. Reporting, Chief. One of them is the northeast tiger that appeared previously. Another is a massive black bear, and as for the last one, it is a small rabbit wearing sunglasses. Upon hearing this revelation, the hearts of Chu Tianhua and his companions trembled once more, a profound premonition washing over them that the emergence of these three great beasts tonight must be linked to an extraordinary event. Otherwise, they would not have mobilized simultaneously. Very well, let us proceed in separate directions. After grasping the situation, Zhou Yixing issued a decisive command. Chu, you shall lead the team to Qingqing Mountain and keep an eye on those four beasts. Meng and Mo, assist Chu in this endeavor, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, report to me immediately. Zhao, I would appreciate your company as well. Chu Tianhua, Meng Lang, and Mo Yujiao promptly clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Zhao Xinghai nodded, indicating his understanding of the task at hand. Then he turned to Zhou Yixing and inquired, Elder brother Zhou, will you not accompany us? Just as Zhao and the others turned their gazes toward him, Zhou Yixing shook his head, donning a black coat draped over a nearby chair. As he strode toward the door, he spoke gravely. I shall make a trip to Amei Mountain to summon Master Yan's assistance. You must set off immediately. Do not allow those beasts to wreak havoc upon the world. Understood. Simultaneously, upon the summit of Qingqing Mountain, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the nocturnal expanse, accompanied by the resounding thunder that reverberated with awe-inspiring intensity. The tempestuous winds and torrential rain intensified amidst the electric display. Each droplet striking her face felt akin to a blade, cold and painful. Gazing out, one could see a solitary, fragile figure kneeling on the ground, unmoving for an extended period. After a long while, Su Xinyan finally raised her head, surveying the desolate mountaintop before her, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. A bitter smile of self-mockery graced her lips, revealing an abyss of sorrow and disappointment as she murmured, You promised that if I called you sister 3 times, you would return, yet why have you not appeared? Was it all a ruse? Ha, deception in the final throes of her soliloquy. Su Xinyan pressed her forehead against the ground, gritting her teeth as she struggled to rise. Her hair, drenched from the rain, clung to her face, and her body swayed unsteadily while a hollow laugh escaped her lips. This laughter mingled with the tempest, growing ever colder, akin to a heart gradually succumbing to the chill of despair and disappointment. Helpless and bewildered, she turned her body, gazing into the dense white mist, as if peering into her own uncertain future. Once more, she clenched her teeth, attempting to lift her right hand in farewell to the mountaintop behind her. Even in the face of deception, she harbored no resentment, nor did she regret the serendipitous encounter of yore. However, just as her right hand was raised halfway, it lost all strength and fell in defeat. With a bittersweet smile, she tilted her head back, allowing the frigid raindrops to cascade upon her face, and murmured with closed eyes, I am about to depart. Just as she took a step forward, intending to leave, the tempestuous winds and rains atop the mountain abruptly ceased. Following this, a light-hearted and playful laughter erupted unexpectedly. Ha, you have finally decided to call me sister. Oh, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Quickly tell your sister, and I shall help you find solace. Chapter 64. Let us take them down first. In the night sky, flashes of lightning intertwined, suddenly illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant beam of light. A helicopter roared through the storm, its rotors stirring up torrents of rain, producing a thunderous cacophony. The helicopter swiftly soared over the treetops and glided across the tranquil surface of the lake, heading directly toward the pinnacle of Qingqing Mountain. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, 4 figures could be faintly discerned within the cabin. Just as the helicopter departed from the forest canopy, 3 silhouettes emerged from the shadows of the woods, aligning themselves in a row at the edge of the mirror-like lake. The shimmering moonlight reflected upon their faces, revealing the formidable trio, the little rabbit, the northeast tiger, and the black bear. At that moment, they gazed upward at the helicopter ascending toward the mountain summit, a solemn expression settling upon their features in unison. Trouble was indeed brewing for Xiaobai. The little rabbit adjusted its sunglasses, raised a hand, and pointed towards one of the mountain paths, its voice crisp and decisive. We must hasten our ascent and take care of those minions along the way. The black bear and northeast tiger promptly followed the direction indicated. Upon witnessing the scene on the mountain path, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they readied themselves for action. Excellent. Let us deal with them first. Meanwhile, on one of the mountain trails of Qingqing Mountain, the helicopter soared overhead, generating a powerful gust that swept through the members of the Thunder Team and the Fire Team, tousling their hair and flapping their garments. Each of them looked up, watching the helicopter's retreating silhouette. Once the pressure dissipated, Shun Hao waved his hand and bellowed. To the summit. Understood. The team members responded in unison, eager to ascend the mountain as swiftly as possible to assist Chief Chu and his group. However, just as they reached the halfway point, their movements suddenly halted, as if something had ensnared their ankles, leaving them rooted in place, unable to advance another step. This peculiar phenomenon startled the members of both teams, their eyes widening in alarm. What is ensnaring my feet? Everyone, watch your step. Something strange has appeared. Shen Team. Blue Team. Be cautious. The trio at the forefront, Shun Hao, Guanlan Hui, and the captain of the Fire Team, Lan Hong, heard the startled cries from behind and quickly stopped, turning back to assess the situation. To their dismay, their expressions shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, they hastily retreated. Once they had distanced themselves to a safe range, they lowered their heads, only to find their pupils constricting and then expanding in shock. What is that? Emerging from the ground were numerous, translucent white creatures, neither entirely human nor entirely beast, each the size of a fist, continuously rising from the earth. They clustered in groups, seizing the ankles of the team members with what seemed like immense strength, rendering them immobile and unable to advance even slightly. Witnessing this extraordinarily bizarre scene, Shen Hao and his companions were taken aback, instinctively holding their breaths. They had not anticipated such a turn of events, leaving them bewildered and perplexed. At that moment, a team member shouted, hurling a sturdy bow and a quiver of arrows towards Shen Hao, exclaiming, "Shun, your weapon." Shen Hao deftly caught the items, swiftly turning around with a bow in hand and a quiver hanging from his waist. Possessing remarkable upper body strength, he was an exceptional archer, endowed with the skill of hitting a target from 100 paces. Indeed, upon receiving his weapon, Shun Hao's demeanor transformed, becoming as sharp as an arrow. He knocked an arrow with fluid grace, aiming at the mountain path behind his teammates, and commanded in a deep voice, "Stay alert. Defend." Yes. Guolan Hui and Lan Hong nodded in unison, adopting defensive stances. Guolan Hui swiftly drew 2 short blades from her waist, her expression grave as she focused on the vast, swirling white mist behind the team members, vigilant against any unforeseen danger that might arise. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the white mist to surge forward. A shadow darted out from the mist, akin to a flash of lightning, landing atop one of the team members' heads. The impact felt as if a high-speed stone had struck him, eliciting an immediate, involuntary exclamation of pain. "Who hit me?" Before he could even look up to discern the shadow's identity, the immobilized team members around him began to clutch their heads, crying out in frustration, "Who is stepping on my head?" Yet, Shen Hao, Guolan Hui, and Lan Hong observed with clarity that the shadow was, astonishingly, a small rabbit wearing sunglasses. Particularly Shen Hao and Guolan Hui, as they watched the little rabbit bounce atop the team members' heads, drawing closer, could not help but display expressions of shock and disbelief. A thought instinctively flashed through their minds. Is it really that creature? They were well aware of the rabbit's prowess, having witnessed its capabilities before, and were astonished that it had arrived at Qingqing Mountain so swiftly. This implied that the remaining 3 formidable beasts must also be present. While Shun Hao was momentarily stunned, an urgent cry pierced his thoughts. "Watch out, boss." Startled, Shun Hao quickly looked up, his eyes widening as he saw the little rabbit charging towards him. Instinctively, he released his grip on the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow flew forth, cutting through the air and creating a gust as it soared directly towards the rabbit. At that moment, a buzzing in Shun Hao's head rendered him momentarily blank. It felt as if he could foresee his imminent fate, being struck by the rabbit's powerful punch, leaving him pinned to the ground. After all, that little rabbit is a terrifying entity capable of defeating 10 adversaries, having already slain 10 Western supernatural beings. Not only was he frozen in place, but Guanlan Hui was equally dazed. She stared blankly at the little rabbit as it gracefully twisted in midair, snapping its jaws around an arrow before landing steadily on the stairway, her face paling in fear and her body beginning to tremble. She wished to turn and shout at her superior, admonishing him for provoking someone like this little demon king. Did he not realize that it could kill without a second thought? Similarly, Lan Hong stood there, transfixed by the overwhelming aura exuded by the rabbit, paralyzed with fear. A profound shock etched across his face as he pondered whether this was the true power of a great demon. It was utterly terrifying. The mere presence of this creature left him gasping for breath. He had only felt such pressure from leaders like Chu Baso. Who would have thought he would experience the same sensation facing this little rabbit? If this were the case, did it mean the power of great demons was on par with that of Chu Baso and his ilk? While Lan Hong was still reeling from this realization, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he noticed two shadowy figures emerging from the swirling white mist on the mountain path behind his team. As the fog dissipated, revealing the true forms of the northeast tiger and the black bear, Shun Hao, Guan Lanhui, and Lan Hong, along with the motionless members of their team, widened their eyes in terror and disbelief. What further shocked them was the northeast tiger's next words and the actions of the black bear. The northeast tiger sauntered forward with a disdainful expression, scoffing, "You think you lot can ascend the mountain? Huh. With just a casual sneeze, I could blow you away." Following closely behind, the black bear, while brushing past the members of the two teams, took the liberty of grabbing a handful of their behinds, testing the sensation. Among them were both men and women, young and old. The immediate reaction left the team members frozen, their faces drained of color. Then, disregarding their fear, they erupted into a chorus of screams. The black bear, upon hearing their cries, shook his head, muttering in discontent that they did not compare to the northeast tiger's impressive posterior. With a dismissive flick of his hand, he looked back at the tiger's rear, grinning widely. "Go on, tiger. I'm watching you blow." At that moment, Shun Hao, Guan Lanhui, and Lan Hong exchanged furtive glances, reaching a silent consensus, and nodded in agreement before turning to flee towards the mountain peak. Since they could not contend with these three great demons, they resolved to alert Chu Baso and the others at the summit. However, before they could take 10 steps, a thunderous shout from the little rabbit reverberated through their minds, shaking them to their core. "Did I permit you to leave? Sit down." Chapter 65. A meeting as arranged. Once again crash. A bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the figure of the little rabbit, which appeared majestic and formidable. The lightning mark between its brows radiated with brilliance. Concurrently, on the ground surrounding Shun Hao and his companions, more ethereal beings began to emerge. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of Guai Guai's divine command ability, summoning the spirits of the earth to seize the ankles of the team members, thereby obstructing Shun Hao and his companions' path. In the next moment, Guai Guai leapt from the escalator, as if propelled by lightning, charging towards Shun Hao while deftly releasing the arrow in its grasp. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, its velocity exceeding that of the one Shun Hao had previously shot, more rapid and ferocious. The arrow, akin to a streak of lightning, pierced Shun Hao's right arm, erupting in a spray of crimson droplets. The force of the projectile sent Shun Hao hurtling through the air, depriving him of any opportunity to react. Guan Lanhui and Lan Hong stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Captain Shun!" Yet, before they could take action, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. With a swish, a white light flashed. The little rabbit appeared behind Shun Hao, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Accompanied by a cry of anguish and the ominous sound of bones fracturing, Guan Lanhui and Lan Hong, along with the other team members, felt their teeth clench, their scalps prickle, and goosebumps rise across their bodies. Struck by that blow, Shun Hao immediately tilted his head back, spewing forth blood, his body soaring skyward like a cannonball. Another flash of white light ensued. The little rabbit materialized in midair, its head crowned with flickering lightning and roaring thunder. It lifted one paw without hesitation and stomped down upon Shun Hao's chest. With the sound of ribs cracking, Shun Hao let out a pained roar, once again spilling blood. His body arched like a shrimp, his eyes bulging, as he was propelled downward by the little rabbit's foot. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the earth trembled, and the torrential rain quaked in response. Guan Lanhui, Lan Hong, and the other team members stood frozen in shock, their bodies gripped by an icy chill, unable to suppress their shivers and tremors. A mere little rabbit was trampling upon Captain Shin's chest. Shun Hao, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, lacked the strength to rise, his breath barely a whisper. All present were struck dumb, a profound sense of dread and despair surging within them. If even Captain Shun could not withstand the rabbit's blows, what chance did they have to defend themselves? not to mention the two formidable beasts watching nearby. Just as the thought of "are we to perish here?" crossed the minds of the team members, the little rabbit, indifferent to their reactions, withdrew its foot from Shenhao's chest, grasped his calf with one paw, swung him around, and unceremoniously tossed him into the lake at the foot of Qiqing Mountain. This was all in accordance with the teacher's prior admonitions. As it struck earlier, it merely claimed half of Shun Hao's life. The fate of the remaining half now rests upon the resilience of Shun Hao's own destiny. After executing this deed, the little rabbit adjusted its sunglasses and turned to Tiger Brother and the towering figure, urging them, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. Once we finish, we must ascend the mountain to rescue Xiaobai." At that moment, Guan Lanhui, Lan Hong, and the other team members were all transfixed, gazing at Captain Shen's body as it traced a parabolic arc under the night sky, plummeting into the lake at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by a faint splash. This startled them into a shiver, and their eyes turned towards the little rabbit, now filled with a palpable dread and fear. Some team members even began to struggle desperately, attempting to flee from the grasp of the three formidable beasts. Alas, all efforts were in vain. The northeast tiger and the black bear exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial grin, each making their way toward Guan Lanhui, Lan Hong, and the others. With practiced ease, they seized each individual and cast them into the lake. As a series of splashes echoed, the once tranquil surface of the lake erupted in white crests. Regrettably, these delightful sounds were drowned out by the thunder and rain, failing to reach the ears of the little rabbit trio. They remained indifferent. After all, those insignificant minions were effortlessly disposed of and hardly worthy of their attention. Their focus was solely on the group that had recently departed via helicopter. Chuckling, the northeast tiger and the black bear ascended the mountain, feeling increasingly adept at orchestrating this display of fireworks, their bond growing ever stronger. The northeast tiger even proposed a more melodious name for their endeavor, suggesting Tiger Blossoms. Unsurprisingly, the black bear promptly dismissed the idea, retorting, "Brother Tiger, this was a collaborative effort. Why is my name absent? It should be called Bear Tiger Blossoms." However, before it could finish articulating the word blossoms, its voice abruptly ceased. The northeast tiger had suddenly halted, a flicker of confusion in its eyes. "Brother Tiger, you." The black bear also stopped, first glancing at the tiger, then following its gaze to the distant night sky, shrouded in wind and rain, with flashes of lightning sporadically illuminating the landscape. Beyond that, nothing else was discernible. The black bear felt perplexed and wanted to inquire what was amiss with the tiger. Yet, it observed the northeast tiger staring blankly in that direction, its eyes flickering uneasily. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of foreboding, it seemed as though something deeply concerning and frightening was transpiring in that direction. After a moment of contemplation, the northeast tiger could not arrive at an answer, ultimately shaking its head and addressing Guai Guai and Dehei. "It's nothing. Let us continue our ascent." "Brother Tiger, where were you looking just now?" This question struck the northeast tiger like a bolt of lightning, rendering its body rigid in place, utterly still, with wide, piercing eyes. He took a deep breath and murmured, "Longhu Mountain." Simultaneously, atop the lofty Yuantian peak of Longhu Mountain stood an ancient pavilion. Surrounding it, thunder roared and lightning flashed, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain poured down. Yet within this pavilion, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. A young man, possessing striking features, sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed in deep meditation, as if he were traversing realms beyond the earthly plane, utterly motionless. A golden aura enveloped his form, encompassing not only a white tiger lying beside him, but also enveloping the entire pavilion. The white tiger's eyes glistened with tears, filled with boundless sorrow and resentment. It appeared as though an immense weight bore down upon its body, rendering it immobile, for upon its back rested a seemingly weightless yellow talisman. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of Qiqing Mountain, upon hearing that laughter, Su Xinyan felt a sudden jolt, her body frozen in place. Her tears cascaded down like a kite severed from its string. Trembling, she slowly turned around. Chapter 66. The Battle at the Summit. At this very moment, the sky crackled with lightning and thunder rumbled ominously. Bolts of electricity tore through the darkness of the night, illuminating the scene atop the mountain and casting light upon the figure standing before it. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her tail swaying gently, enveloped in an invisible aura that shielded her from the tempest, smiling radiantly as she gazed over. Su Xinyan stared at that smiling face, her body trembling more violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, flowing more fiercely than the raging storm around her. In that moment, she cried out loud, laughed heartily, and stumbled toward Xiaobai, throwing her arms around her in a fit of tears. "I thought you wouldn't come. I thought all those things you said were just lies. Humph. You're drenched all over, and you've made my clothes wet too." Xiaobai feigned disdain, yet opened her arms to embrace Su Xinyan in return, raising a hand to gently stroke her head. With a playful smile, she added, "My teacher taught me that one must keep their promises. So everything I said will surely come to pass. I heard you calling for your sister just now, and you did splendidly. Now tell me, what urgent matter brought you here so late?" Upon hearing Xiaobai's voice, Su Xinyan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her strength seemingly drained as her legs weakened, threatening to give way beneath her. Quick as a flash, Xiaobai caught her, looking down to find numerous wounds scattered across her body, no less than 20 in total. In that instant, Xiaobai understood clearly that the person worth such desperation to this sister must hold great importance in her heart. Suppressing a tinge of envy, Xiaobai urged, "Speak quickly, otherwise you'll soon be out of breath." Su Xinyan couldn't help but burst into laughter at Xiaobai's words, her gaze lingering on Xiaobai's slightly exasperated expression. Suddenly, she felt an unshakable sense of security. Even if the sky were to fall, she would not fear, for she was no longer alone. A delightful sister stood by her side. Without hesitation, Su Xinyan prepared to reveal her purpose for ascending the mountain, to seek Xiaobai's help for her brother. However, just as she opened her mouth, a brilliant beam of light shot up from beyond the mountain peak, directly illuminating her and Xiaobai. Following that, the whirring of helicopter blades echoed through the air. A helicopter appeared outside the summit, swiftly hovering overhead. The beam of light continued to shine upon both Xiaobai and Su Xinyan. Subsequently, four figures emerged from the helicopter's cabin, descending like radiant beams of light, landing at the 4 cardinal points atop the clouds. One beam of starlight fell to the east, revealing Zhao Xinghai's silhouette, who stood calmly with a feather duster in hand, observing Xiaobai and Su Xinyan with a steady gaze. A flash of silver light descended to the west, unveiling Chu Tianqua, who held a cigar, striking a match to light it. A fiery glow landed in the south, revealing the figure of the young man in black, Meng Liang. His complexion was as pale as parchment. When a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, combined with his dark attire, it rendered him somewhat eerie and intimidating. In his hand, he held a black leather notebook, marred by a charred hole in its center, resembling embers that might reignite at any moment. Ultimately, a crimson light fell to the north, revealing the graceful silhouette of a woman in a red skirt, her figure exuding an enchanting elegance. She stood atop a stone pillar, clad in black high-heeled shoes, her expression serene as she regarded the young man, Xiaobai. The 4 of them were enveloped in a protective aura, impervious to the tempest around them. As they steadied themselves, Zhao Xinghai, Chu Tianqua, and Meng Liang stood in silence. Yet their gaze was fixated on Xiaobai, their breaths held, preparing for action. Upon witnessing the sudden illumination and the figures atop the stone pillars, Su Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. Soon, clarity dawned upon her, and she widened her eyes, grasping Xiaobai's arm with urgency, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, they are coming for you. Hurry, you must leave this place, do not let them." However, she was abruptly interrupted by Xiaobai, who replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, you focus on your own matters." Su Xinyan was momentarily stunned, staring blankly as Xiaobai shook his head at her, a playful smile gracing his face, as if he held no fear of the 4 individuals. This warmth brought tears to Su Xinyan's eyes once more, and she lamented, "I understand now, it is all my fault. I shouldn't have come here. If I hadn't, you wouldn't have come to meet me, and they wouldn't have found this place. I have brought you trouble." "I'm so sorry," Xiaobai, growing impatient, remarked, "You are quite bothersome. Will you speak or not?" "Never mind. It's not ideal for others to overhear. Allow me to silence the noise first." As Xiaobai set Su Xinyan down and rose slowly, the expressions of the 4 figures on the stone pillars shifted dramatically. Chu Tianqua exhaled a puff of smoke, his cigar clenched between his teeth as he scoffed. "What audacity! To claim we are mere noise." "Let me gauge your worth." Before he could finish, a calm voice interrupted him, resonating like thunder and shaking their very spirits. "To call you noise is to elevate your status. In truth, you are but 4 specks of dust, unworthy of my attention." With that, Xiaobai raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted from within her, unleashing torrents of white energy that surged forth, sweeping away the storm and rain from all directions. Even the ominous clouds, lightning, and thunder retreated in terror from this overwhelming presence, lacking the courage to even peek. In that fleeting moment, the entire Qingqing mountain stood bathed in clear skies, the night devoid of clouds. The lightning and thunder vanished as if they had never existed. Zhao Xinghai, Chu Tianhua, and the others could only gaze in astonishment. A mere snap of the fingers had driven away the tempestuous elements of the heavens? What kind of divine power was this? Their eyes widened in disbelief, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. In the next moment, Xiaobai unleashed the skill of water manipulation, gently gesturing towards the lake below. Suddenly, the entire expanse of the lake trembled violently. Subsequently, Guan Lanhui, Lan Hong, and their fellow team members, who had fallen into the lake, along with the numerous tourists standing on the shore, gazed in astonishment as the once tranquil surface of the water began to quiver ever so slightly. Abruptly, with a swift sound, a droplet of water soared from the lake's surface, suspended in midair. Following this, a series of whooshing sounds echoed as droplet after droplet leapt from the lake, rising in unison to hover above, quickly accumulating into a multitude of thousands. These droplets formed an orderly square formation, poised for a swift transformation. Chapter 67. The Master and Above, the Pinnacle of Humanity. A single droplet of water transforms into a diminutive sword. Thousands of droplets hover in unison, morphing into countless water swords. Each water sword glistens with crystalline clarity, their tips directed skyward, erupting in a dazzling white light that soars into the heavens. Under the luminous moonlight, this spectacle resembles a volley of arrows shooting upward against the celestial backdrop. The myriad water swords ascend into the heights, akin to a resplendent white dragon, roaring as it lunges toward the summit where Zhao Xinghai and others await. Guan Lanhui, Lan Hong, their teammates, and the spectators standing at the water's edge gaze upward in awe, utterly captivated by the grandeur of the scene. Their senses and spirits undergo a profound impact and baptism, leaving them in a state of shock, momentarily forgetting to react. Meanwhile, upon a mountain path halfway up the slope, white mist billows and rolls, as if an invisible hand is parting it to unveil a passageway. Two figures traverse this ascent, one following closely behind the other. Zhou Yixing, clad in a black coat, strides resolutely at the forefront. Behind him, the silhouette of a wooden door materializes, a roof over his head shielding him from the elements. The young Taoist trailing behind, possessing a cherubic visage with fair skin tinged with a rosy hue and brows that ripple like the crescent moon, emanates an air of mirth. This Taoist, of course, is Yan Jingyan, the master whom Zhou Yixing personally invited from a May mountain. At this moment, Yan Jingyan strolls leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, a blade of white grass in hand, humming a tune, his demeanor exuding a sense of ease and contentment. Remarkably, as he twirls the white grass, it radiates circles of pale green light. These rings resemble shockwaves, repelling the surrounding wind and rain, preventing any intrusion within half a meter of his being. Upon hearing Zhou Yixing's assessment, he remains silent, continuing onward, seemingly unperturbed by the sight of the white dragon. As Yan Jingyan brushes past Zhou Yixing, he chuckles dismissively at the comment, pondering the difficulty of awakening a superior bloodline. For that white serpent, it is an endeavor akin to reaching the heavens. While the scene it conjures may appear magnificent, it scarcely qualifies as innate talent. At best, it is merely a skill. Just a skill? Zhou Yixing's heart jolts, disbelief flickering across his features. To generate such momentum simply through a skill, could its true power indeed be that of a master? In the Dragon Kingdom, practitioners have 3 pathways to attain the realm of masters: activating bloodline heritage, unlocking special talents, and diligently honing skills. The practitioners currently emerging, such as the extraordinary individuals within the Zhenin division, predominantly possess a singular skill. For instance, Shen Hao, the leader of the Thunderstrike team, and Lan Hong, the leader of the Fire Departure team, each wield a remarkable expertise. Additionally, figures like Chu Tianhua and Meng Liang, along with other previously mentioned seeds, have repeatedly experienced the same dream over several days, ultimately unlocking a unique talent, thereby acquiring even greater strength. As for the path of awakening the bloodline inheritance, it is indeed exceedingly rare. One might aptly describe it as a phoenix feather among a herd of cattle. throughout the entirety of Zhenanxi. Only Zhou Yixing has awakened this bloodline legacy. Thus, when he heard the young Taoist's explanation, he was left in utter disbelief. Perceiving that the skills employed by that white serpent were as formidable as divine powers, and he was led to contemplate the realm of the Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Yan Jingyan let out a scoff, a smile playing on his lips. Do you think Grandmasters are common commodities? Tell me, what defines a Grandmaster? Before Zhou Yixing could respond, he articulated the answer with a clear voice. Controlling the sword with one's qi is a Grandmaster. Defeating thousands single-handedly is a Grandmaster. Establishing a sect is a Grandmaster. Beneath the Grandmaster, blades can kill. Above the Grandmaster, one is the strongest in the world. At this juncture, Yan Jingyan finally lifted his gaze towards the mountain peak. His eyes deep and endless, as though he could envision the scene atop the summit. He continued, the strength of that white serpent is comparable to ours, placing her at the threshold of Grandmaster. If she were a true Grandmaster, even if we joined forces, we would stand no chance against her. Therefore, when we combine our efforts to defeat her, it will be more than sufficient. As for the notion of killing her, I advise you to abandon that thought. The small village within Kunlun Mountain is quite extraordinary. Not only can we not provoke it, but even your master would likely be carried out if he ventured inside, with a high probability of not returning at all. Zhou Yixing's expression tightened. He understood the young Taoist was not exaggerating and nodded in agreement. In truth, I never contemplated killing her. I merely hope she remains within Kunlun Mountain. That's good enough. Yan Jingyan glanced at the wooden door behind Zhou Yixing. Continuing to walk towards the mountaintop with his hands clasped behind his back, he shook the white grass in his hand with a hint of mirth, saying, let tonight's battle serve as our training, to see if you can condense another portal, or perhaps allow my thatched cottage to gain a few more straws. To be honest, when the old heavenly master sought to take you as a disciple, I was quite puzzled. How could he be so foolish as to accept someone with your dubious reputation? It wasn't until I witnessed the path you intended to tread that I realized his intentions were indeed profound. In any case, continue your efforts. The other senior brothers and sisters and I eagerly await the grand spectacle you will unveil. Zhou Yixing nodded once more, preparing to express his commitment when a sudden inspiration struck him, and he smiled, saying, Yin Shixiang, do you think it possible that in the end, we might become the sharpening stone for that white serpent? Yan Jingyan's form quivered momentarily, and he turned to gaze deeply at Zhou Shidi, his look conveying a silent message of realization. Following this, they ascended the mountain peak in silence, uttering not another word. Atop the cloud summit, the myriad water swords transformed into a white dragon, swiftly darting to the mountain peak before splitting into 5 streams of sword energy, each targeting Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianhua. The final stream of sword energy circled twice in the air, soaring skyward with the speed of thunder and the ferocity of fire, directly piercing through the helicopter. Boom! Suddenly, the helicopter was struck, resulting in a gaping hole, its fuselage igniting and billowing forth a thick cloud of black smoke. Subsequently, the aircraft began to plummet erratically towards the forested mountains below. With a resounding crash, the entire Qingqing mountain trembled. At that moment, Chu Tianhua, Meng Liang, and Mo Yujiao found their pupils constricting as they beheld a shadow flicker before their eyes, revealing the presence of a formidable demon. Evidently, Guai Guai Huzi and Dahei, the 3 great demons, had arrived just in time. Without exchanging greetings with Xiao Bai, they seized the moment and launched their attacks, each targeting Chu Tianhua, Meng Liang, and Mo Yujiao respectively. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Xinghai was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, looking up at Xiao Bai, ready to wield his whisk against her. Unexpectedly, a sharp voice rang out, interrupting his intent. Zhao Shidi, you are not her match at the moment. Allow me and Brother Yin to take over, while you assist Chief Chu and the others. Zhao Xinghai was once again stunned, but soon his face lit up with delight. Without further ado, he swiftly turned away. Chapter 68. The Epiphany of Xiao Bai before her complete transformation beneath the night sky. Zhou Yixing and Yan Jingyan ascended to the pinnacle of the clouds, strolling forward. The aura emanating from them was profound and solid, akin to 2 immovable mountain ranges. Very well. I shall leave it to you. Zhao Xinghai nodded decisively, abandoning any hesitation as he turned and dashed towards Mo Yujiao, intent on assisting her in swiftly repelling the 3 formidable demons. At that moment, Zhou Yixing and Yan Jingyan cast their gazes upon Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, Yu Su Xinyan was utterly mesmerized. From the moment Xiaobai snapped her fingers to the white dragon lunging towards Zhao Xinghai and his companions, and culminating in the helicopter plummeting from the sky, her spirit was profoundly shaken. Now, witnessing the emergence of Zhou Yixing and Yan Jingyan together, she understood all too well that these two individuals were undoubtedly powerful, perhaps capable of ending Xiaobai's existence. In a flurry of urgency, she grasped Xiaobai's arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she shook her head, imploring Xiaobai to leave this place swiftly. Otherwise, if those two captured her, the consequences would be dire. However, before she could utter a word, Xiaobai raised her right hand, gently caressing Su Xinyan's head while leaning closer to her face, softly laughing. "Be good, little sister. Stay to the side. Wait until I deal with those two minions before you come out." Su Xinyan fervently shook her head, unwilling to let Xiaobai take risks for her sake, desperately wishing for Xiaobai to flee. Yet, in that very moment, she felt her body lighten, and she was lifted into the air, landing gently beneath the eaves of a temple. Once on the ground, Su Xinyan immediately looked up at Xiaobai, crying out, "Xiaobai!" Xiaobai glanced at Su Xinyan with a playful smile, giving her an assuring thumbs up, signaling her not to worry. Turning her attention back to Zhou Yixing and Yan Jingyan, Xiaobai's smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of earnestness and gravity. She murmured softly. Two half-mountains, it was evident that she had discerned the strength of Zhou Yixing and Yan Jingyan at a glance. Like her, they were both half-mountains. Yet to fully realize their own complete mountain, Xiaobai regarded them with a spark of excitement in her eyes. After all, throughout her cultivation journey, she had yet to engage in a full-blown battle. Now that these two minions had come to her doorstep, she was more than willing to take them on simultaneously, testing the fruits of her training. With a gentle wave of her hand and a smile gracing her lips, she reminded them, "You must exert your full strength, otherwise, I fear I shall not find the battle sufficiently exhilarating." Instantly, Zhou Yixing and Yan Jingyan exchanged glances, each reading the same intent in the other's eyes. Zhou Yixing, looking at Xiaobai, solemnly declared, "Since you have such a request, Yan and I shall oblige." They did not let their status lead them to underestimate Xiaobai. Instead, they prepared to confront her together, aiming to subdue her in the shortest span of time. In the next moment, Yan Jingyan made the first move, darting forward with a swift gesture. With a thunderous roar, a transparent stone arch bridge materialized in the void to his right. The bridge began to solidify slowly, emanating an ancient and heavy aura that enveloped the surroundings, as if it intended to collapse the very fabric of space, and it came crashing down toward Xiaobai. Xiaobai's form flickered, transforming into a streak of white light as she surged forth. Her target was not Yan Jingyan or the stone arch bridge, but Zhou Yixing. Midway through her charge, she lashed out with her serpentine tail, aiming to strike Zhou Yixing directly. However, unexpectedly, a portal suddenly emerged behind him, accompanied by the crackling sound of firecrackers. He retreated 2 steps into the portal, swiftly vanishing from sight. Xiaobai gasped in surprise but hesitated not a moment. She pivoted and threw a punch into the void beside her. If one were to slow down time and speed by 100-fold, it would be evident that as Xiaobai turned, ripples began to form in the space beside her. Subsequently, as she unleashed her punch, those ripples expanded rapidly, outlining the contours of a portal. When her fist struck a fixed point, the portal solidified completely, and Zhou Yixing emerged from within. A delicate, graceful fist rapidly magnified in Zhou Yixing's view. His pupils dilated in astonishment. He could hardly believe that this white serpent's punch was swifter than his own ability to evade. Without a moment to ponder the means by which she accomplished this, he hastily retreated 2 steps, seeking refuge once more within the portal to evade the impending blow. At that moment, a stalk of straw appeared, barring his path and intercepting the delicate fist. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, sending the tempestuous winds and rain retreating while shaking the mountaintop with a shudder. The ground reverberated with a thunderous sound as countless bricks and rubble soared into the air, transforming into streaks of light that shot off in all directions. The engaged trio, Guai Guai, Huzi, and Dehei, along with Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianqua, found themselves forced to dodge as debris rained down around them. Instinctively, they cast a glance toward their leader, their eyes widening in astonishment at the thrilling scene unfolding before them. Before them, an ancient stone arch bridge descended from the void like a falling star, crashing down upon Xiaobai and trapping her momentarily upon its structure. Yan Jingyan raised a hand once more, pointing into the air. With a swift motion, A thatched cottage began to materialize behind him, though it was only half formed, the other half still yet to take shape. As the cottage hurtled toward Xiaobai, a portal silently appeared behind her, from which Zhou Yixing emerged. Extending his right hand, he grasped at the air beside him, conjuring another portal that surged with fierce momentum, aimed to strike down upon Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai. Xiao Xinyan gazed in anguish, her heart shattered, eyes bloodshot, and her entire body began to tremble violently, tears cascading down her cheeks. Clutching her chest, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Run. You must run. Each cry was filled with desperation, wishing fervently that the one suffering was herself. Ignoring the pleas of Xiaobai, she bolted from beneath the eaves, determined to shield her friend from all harm. Yet, as she took her second step, her legs betrayed her, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Guai Guai, Hu Zi, and Dahei also felt the crimson haze of fury envelop them, their concern for Xiaobai escalating as they feared the two ruffians would strike her down. In a fit of rage, they unleashed a deafening roar and charged towards Xiaobai, intent on providing protection. However, Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianhua, understanding their intent, swiftly intervened to block them. This provocation sent Guai Guai, Hu Zi, and Dahei into a frenzy, unleashing their full strength to break through the barriers. Vowing to reach Xiaobai, without hesitation, Hu Zi and Dahei brandished their weapons, swinging them with reckless abandon at Zhao Xinghai, Meng Liang, and Mo Yujiao. The battle escalated beyond the previous skirmish. It had devolved into a fight for survival. Xiaobai, lying on the ground. Xiao Xinyan's face was a portrait of despair and helplessness. She reached out feebly, yet could only watch in horror as Xiaobai was struck by the thatched roof and door, collapsing into the rain-soaked earth. Boom. At the moment Xiaobai fell, the entire Qingqing mountain trembled. Suddenly, the tempest roared to life, with thunder and lightning illuminating the sky. Amidst the cacophony of thunder, the rain drenched Xiaobai. Her face pressed against the ground. The light in her eyes began to fade, and a bitter smile formed within her heart. Perhaps I was too confident after all. Xiaobai turned her gaze to the puddle below, observing her reflection, and recalled her wish to soar through the skies on her sister's back. Yet, her sister was so powerful, and she felt so small. When would she ever achieve that dream? And what about playing hide and seek with her teacher? The thought of her teacher jolted her, reigniting the spark in her eyes, which began to coalesce once more. In that very moment, memories of her time with her teacher began to resurface in her mind. Kunlun Mountain, a small village. The expansive courtyard lay in silence, devoid of any sound. Even the croaking of frogs had ceased, vanishing after the long-legged frogs attained intelligence. Inside a room, An Chen caressed Xiaobai's original artwork, and suddenly, a thought struck him as he accessed the system interface. Gazing at the glowing blue progress bar, he murmured, 82. Enlightened students, 82 10,000. An Chen pondered deeply, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, lost in thought, as if wandering in a realm beyond comprehension. A solitary candle flickered, casting his silhouette upon the window, dancing erratically. If, at that moment, a student were to enter the room, they would be greeted by an astonishing spectacle. Behind An Chen, there floated clusters of flames, each no larger than a thumb. Among them, two flames, the size of a fist, emanated a dazzling and intense radiance, akin to the moon amidst a constellation of stars. Upon closer inspection, the flames were precisely 82 in number. Just as An Chen continued to tap rhythmically on the table, one of the thumb-sized flames began to undergo a remarkably evident transformation. Chapter 69. Only the teacher resembles the Green Mountain. The moonlight, cool and serene as water, illuminated the tranquil room, cascading onto the flames behind An Chen. It seemed as though the essence of moonlight infused the flames, causing one of them to twist and roll, expanding rapidly. Ultimately, this flame grew to the size of a fist, emanating an even brighter and more intense glow. Alongside two other flames of similar size, they formed a scene reminiscent of three moons suspended in the air. Surrounding them were the remaining 79 flames, akin to stars encircling the moon, enveloping them in a radiant embrace. Suddenly, An Chen ceased his rhythmic tapping on the table. Instantly, the three moons hovering behind him, as well as the 79 flames, swiftly merged into a single blazing torch. This torch resembled a true sun, radiating countless beams of light and warmth. It not only illuminated the entire room immediately, but also enveloped the entire courtyard. From there, it radiated outward, casting its glow over the vast expanse of the Kunlun Mountains. Had it not been for the barrier of the small Zhoutian star array, this light and heat would have continued to spread in all directions. Moreover, the more flames that fused into this torch, the farther its light and heat could radiate, encompassing a broader area. This magnificent spectacle arrived swiftly, but departed even more rapidly. Almost as soon as the myriad beams of light and warmth touched the small Zhoutian star array, the entire torch surged into An Chen's body, vanishing in an instant. A flickering candlelight danced upon An Chen's face, revealing a trace of warm smile. In the quiet courtyard, perched upon a corner of the eaves, were two figures, one large and one small. Behind them hung a colossal moon, casting a gentle, water-like glow. The light seemed to drape over the distant green mountains and fields like a delicate white veil, enveloping them as well. Xiaoqing and Ali sat together, gazing silently towards the direction where Xiaobai had vanished, lost in thought. With sleepy eyes narrowed, Ali searched the entire courtyard, finally spotting Xiaoqing's silhouette on the eaves. She swiftly seated herself beside her, understanding that her elder sister was worried about Xiaobai. Without uttering a word, she simply accompanied Xiaoqing, both lost in reverie while staring at the vast mountains. Suddenly, a gentle evening breeze swept across the rooftop, accompanied by a wave of profound drowsiness that caused Ali's body to sway. She yawned repeatedly, her eyelids rising and falling, while her three tails drooped languidly. Eventually, her body tilted, falling into Xiaoqing's embrace, and she began to blow a series of small bubbles. Xiaoqing glanced down, observing Ali nestled in her arms, her delicate face radiant, with eyelashes fluttering gently. A soft smile emerged on her lips as she prepared to lift Ali, intending to reposition her for a more comfortable slumber. At that moment, an explosion of brilliant light surged forth from the teacher's room, startling Xiaoqing, who quickly turned to look. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as her mouth slightly parted, witnessing an astonishing scene. Just then, a bubble blown by Ali was burst by the wind, adhering to her face and jolting her awake from her dreams. Suddenly, Ali's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed toward the teacher's room. There, she beheld a radiant sun rising gradually, casting forth billions of dazzling rays that illuminated the entire Kunlun mountain range in a brilliant glow. Ali was momentarily entranced, instinctively parting her lips to emit a gasp of wonder. However, Xiaoqing swiftly covered her mouth, preventing any sound from escaping that might alert the teacher. Ali quickly looked up at Xiaoqing, blinking her large eyes in confusion. Xiaoqing met her gaze, lowering her head and placing a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Ali's eyes grew even larger and rounder, comprehending her sister's intent. She pressed her lips together and nodded earnestly. When Xiaoqing finally withdrew her hand from Ali's mouth, Ali promptly raised a finger, mimicking the gesture to indicate quiet. Maintaining this posture, she turned her head and shushed the encroaching twilight, as if attempting to silence the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs. Xiaoqing observed this scene in quiet amusement, her smile softening. Soon after, she noticed the radiant light receding, akin to the ebbing tide, vanishing within the teacher's room, prompting a contemplative expression to cross her face. At that moment, it seemed she grasped something profound. As the glow in the teacher's room faded, Ali recognized she could speak and whispered urgently, "Sister Xiaoqing, why was there a sun in the teacher's room just now?" Xiaoqing gently lifted her and leaped from the eaves, murmuring, "That was not the sun. It was the foundation of the teacher's cultivation." "Ah, so it was the torch. But why does the teacher's torch shine so brilliantly like the sun?" Ali inquired. "Because the torch in the teacher's heart is unlike ours." "How is it different?" "You will understand once you leave the mountain." "Enough of that. She has already found her own path. Do not kick off the blankets. I will count to 3, and then you must sleep." "Zzz. Sister Xiaoqing, Ali is already asleep." At this moment, atop the peak of Qingqing Mountain, thunder rumbled and lightning streaked down, illuminating the entirety of the mountaintop. Yinjingnian and Shouishing refrained from intervening further. They stood in silence, one before the other, observing the fallen figure of Xiaobai. The torrential rain poured down like icy pillars, relentlessly drenching her and rendering her increasingly disheveled. Yet, she remained oblivious, lost in the vivid memories unfolding in her mind. Images of herself, joyfully brandishing a blade of grass while rushing into the teacher's room, teasingly coaxing the teacher to rise, exclaiming that the sun was already shining on her backside, filled her thoughts. There were also memories of her entwining her arm with the teacher's, seated in the courtyard, gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, pledging, "Teacher, Xiaobai will always be by your side." watching the sun rise and set, the mountains and stars, and the warmth of humanity. Is that all right? During dinner, the teacher served her food, yet she mischievously poured an entire plate of vegetables into the teacher's bowl, erupting into laughter. However, in a fleeting moment, she found herself standing in the courtyard as punishment, pinching her earlobes and sobbing, tearfully promising the teacher that she would never dare to do so again. As these vivid memories surfaced in her mind, Xiaobai suddenly broke into a joyous, radiant smile, for she had finally glimpsed her path of cultivation and beheld the verdant mountain that belonged to her. As she smiled, the heavens trembled. The fierce winds and pouring rain parted around her. Thunder roared, reverberating through the night sky, yet it could not drown out Xiaobai's voice. The torch I hold in my hand symbolizes every day spent with my teacher. The one I long for, the one I yearn to see, is not my departed mother, but my teacher. As the final 3 words echoed, Xiaobai stood tall once more at the mountain's peak. Her smile was radiant, her joy effulgent, as she opened her arms and tilted her face upwards, as if embracing the entirety of the heavens and the earth. Soon, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. A thick mist emerged from the ground, enveloping Xiaobai completely. Lightning struck repeatedly within the mist, illuminating it with flashes of brilliance, revealing Xiaobai's silhouette undergoing a transformation and ascension. She could also be seen gazing towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Finally, a soft laugh emanated from the mist. Though gentle, it resonated throughout the entirety of Qiqing Mountain, shaking the very earth and echoing through the heavens. At the same time, it profoundly impacted the hearts of Yan Jingyan, Zhou Yixing, and Zhao Xinghai. In this realm, I perceive all beings as mere grass and trees. Yet I see my teacher as the towering green mountain. Chapter 70. The True Deities of the World. As this voice reverberated through the night sky, a swirling mass of white mist ascended, swiftly transforming into a colossal vortex. Thunder roared within the vortex, and flashes of lightning flickered, gradually revealing the silhouette of a complete human form. Yan Jingyan, Zhou Yixing, and others gazed in astonishment at the vortex, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, which stirred a sense of foreboding within their hearts. Chu Qianhua, Meng Liang, and Mo Yujia widened their eyes in unison, eager to discern the happenings within the vortex. Alas, the entire whirlpool was shrouded in a hazy white mist, obscuring their view and heightening their tension and concern. Meanwhile, Guai Huzi and Dehei stared intently at the vortex, their expressions betraying a mix of delight and excitement. For they sensed the overwhelming and majestic energy emanating from it, an essence uniquely belonging to Xiaobai. They were not alone in their watch. 2 small teams at the foot of the mountain and the tourists standing by the shore were also captivated by the white vortex. Their minds awash with astonishment and their thoughts tumultuous, struggling to find tranquility. Some tourists, unable to contain their astonishment, instinctively gasped, marveling at the incredible sight before them. My heavens! Is someone about to ascend to immortality? Undoubtedly, at this moment, the white vortex became the singular focal point atop Qingqing Mountain. The commotion also attracted the attention of nearby reclusive practitioners from places like Amei Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and Huangshan. They turned their gazes toward the summit, eager to witness the unfolding changes. What remained unseen was that within the white vortex, Xiaobai's body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Her serpentine tail swiftly morphed into a pair of exquisite legs, each toe gleaming like jade, untainted by dust, suspended a fist height above the ground. Subsequently, delicate strands of white mist coalesced into a flowing white gown, cloaking her legs. At this juncture, her transformation was complete. Xiaobai was no longer a half-human, half-demon entity, but an entirely corporeal being. A look of fulfillment and joy blossomed on her face, and without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forth. Instantly, the heavens and earth shifted. An endless night wind howled from all directions, swirling the white mist, swiftly coalescing into a thick cloud before Xiaobai. As her right foot emerged from the vortex and landed upon the cloud, Yan Jingyan and Zhou Yixing, along with the others, were astounded to witness the cloud erupting in a dazzling array of rainbow hues, akin to a treasure being unveiled, radiating brilliance for thousands of miles. Centered around Qiqing Mountain, it illuminated every blade of grass and tree in the surrounding landscape. Guai, Huzi, and Dehei, witnessing that right foot's descent, felt an even greater surge of exhilaration and excitement. Even their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, tears welling in their eyes, deeply moved by the scene before them. At that moment, the burden in their hearts finally lifted, allowing them to exhale in relief, for for Little White had finally found her verdant mountain. Soon, the vibrant rays of light converged, flowing into the clouds and transforming into a resplendent rainbow cloud. With her right foot stepping onto this ethereal cloud, Little White emerged from the whirlpool, standing atop the auspicious cloud and entering a new realm. She stood there with a casual grace, exuding tranquility like a gentle breeze. Silent and devoid of any menacing aura, yet causing the stars in the sky to pale in comparison. It seemed that, at that moment, she alone was the true sovereign of this realm. Witnessing this visually striking scene, Yan Jingyan could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes wide with astonishment as he blurted out, "Has she stepped into the realm of the Grandmaster?" Upon hearing this revelation, Zhou Yixing, Zhao Xinghai, and the others were equally taken aback, overwhelmed with disbelief. They could scarcely believe that this white serpent had, at the critical juncture, managed to awaken the latent potential within her, transcending from the half-step Grandmaster to the Grandmaster realm. Did this imply that she had regarded Master Yin and the leader as mere stepping stones to hone her limits and resolve? Utilizing the pressure exerted by Master Yin and the leader, she had broken through her own shackles and entered a brand new world, the Grandmaster realm. Good heavens! Stepping into the Grandmaster realm? Mo Yujiao's jaw dropped in shock as she murmured, "Earlier, Master Yin and the leader were suppressing her. So now doesn't that mean the tables have turned?" Can she single-handedly before she could finish her thought, a gasp from the side interrupted her. The boy in black, Meng Liang, suddenly pointed behind Little White, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Instantly, Zhao Xinghai and the others were startled and, without hesitation, looked up. Yan Jingyan and Zhou Yixing also turned their gaze toward what lay behind Little White. As they discerned the wondrous sight emerging behind her, their eyes widened, mouths agape, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Guai Guai, Huzi, and Dahe, upon witnessing Little White enter the verdant mountain realm, were overjoyed. They clenched their fists and shouted in excitement. Little White is magnificent. After their jubilant outcry, they turned their attention to Little White and, at that moment, beheld the majestic green mountain behind her, left astonished. Guai Guai blinked rapidly, as if to reconfirm the reality of the mountain. When it saw the mountain taking shape, it gasped in surprise. Then, together with Hu Gu and Dahe, they bowed respectfully towards the mountain with clasped hands. Additionally, the two small teams and tourists at the foot of the mountain watched as the white mist appeared and vanished, followed by a dazzling display of rainbow light that swiftly disappeared. In the end, they were all left in awe as they beheld a towering, ethereal figure materializing atop the mountain. This specter bore the sun and moon as its eyes, with the myriad stars serving as its orifices, seamlessly incorporating the winds, clouds, and thunder into its very essence. It stood there in tranquil majesty, spanning the chasm between heaven and earth, devoid of any movement, yet emanating an overwhelming sense of authenticity and intensity. It seemed as though it was the true deity of this world, the singular embodiment of divinity. Even more astonishing was the sight that unfolded as two brilliant streaks of light shot forth from the mountain summit, hovering above the figure's head and within its palms. At that moment, the voices of Guai Guai, Huzi, and Dahe resonated throughout Qinxing Mountain, echoing with a thunderous reverberation that stirred the hearts of all, shaking the very mountains and rivers around them, as well as the practitioners nearby. It was as if the students had laid eyes upon their master. Chapter 71. An Chen's Aspirations. All beings bow. The towering figure, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, cradling the emblem of the dragon and tiger alongside the mountains and rivers, is none other than An Chen. Yet, it is also not An Chen. It is the manifestation of Qingshan, cultivated by Xiaobai. Much like the mountain, lush with bamboo, that materialized behind Ming Gun Gun in the classroom, or the quaint village reflected behind Shaoqing, both are representations of Qingshan. This is also an essential path for the great demons in their cultivation. Only by perceiving their own Qingshan can they step into the realm of Qingshan, which is also defined as the realm of masters by external practitioners. Once they have condensed their own Qingshan, it signifies the ability to channel energy to manipulate swords, soar through the skies, or wield Qingshan as a weapon for offense or defense. Just like the half that Yan Jingyan summoned, resembling a thatched cottage, or the doors emanating from Zhou Yixing, all are their respective halves of Qingshan. Teacher? Upon hearing the respectful address from the trio of little rabbits, Yan Jingyan and Zhou Yixing, among others, were instantly taken aback. Clearly, They had not anticipated encountering the great demon's teacher in such a manner. That elusive deity who is as mysterious as a dragon, appearing only briefly. A tumult of emotions surged within them, even igniting an impulse to flee. After all, if even the great demons were this formidable, what hope did they have if that divine being truly emerged from Kunlun Mountain to support the demons? At that moment, as Chu Tianhua and the others felt a wave of anxiety and trepidation, Yan Jingyan suddenly shook his head and dismissed their fears, saying, "Do not be alarmed. That is merely an atmospheric manifestation cultivated after entering the Master Realm. It is not a real deity." Not real? Upon hearing this revelation, Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianhua, along with the others, collectively exhaled, feeling a sense of relief akin to surviving a catastrophe. Just then, Xiaobai, standing upon the auspicious clouds, cast a casual glance at Yan Jingyan and Zhou Yixing. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning flickered. Strikes of purple and azure lightning tore through the night sky. Directed by Xiaobai's gaze, engulfing Yan Jingyan and Zhou Yixing in a tempest of thunder. The electric force that emanated shattered the flora surrounding the mountaintop, swiftly igniting a conflagration. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the torrential rain extinguished the flames. The lightning that struck the mountaintop resembled a myriad of radiant hues bursting forth, illuminating Qinqing Mountain as bright as day. Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianhua, along with the other two, widened their eyes at this spectacle, their expressions a tumult of shock, anger, and concern. They never anticipated that the White Serpent, upon ascending to the Master Realm, would act so decisively against Master Yin and the leader without hesitation. This left Zhao Xinghai and the others secretly anxious for both Master Yin and the leader. However, they found themselves powerless to intervene, merely watching helplessly while silently praying that Master Yin and the leader could withstand this calamity. Suddenly, their eyes sparkled brightly, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged from despair. In that tempestuous realm, a half-constructed thatched cottage reappeared, enveloping Yan Jingyan's entire form and shielding him from all lightning strikes. Moreover, in the void above the northern peak, ripples suddenly emerged, swiftly giving rise to a portal. Coughing, Zhou Yixing stepped forth from the portal, clearly having evaded calamity by utilizing the half-formed green mountain cultivated through his own efforts. Upon witnessing this, Chu Tianhua and the others were instantly filled with joy, genuinely relieved that Master Yin and their leader had narrowly escaped this peril. However, in the next moment, Zhao Xinghai sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "No, Brother Zhou is injured." "What?" Chu Tianhua and the others gasped in shock, quickly directing their gaze towards the corner of their leader's mouth, where they indeed spotted traces of blood. Yet, that crimson mark was hastily wiped away by their leader's hand. This revelation sent a tremor through the hearts of Chu Tianhua, Meng Liang, and Mo Yujiao, instilling in them a sense of dread akin to the impending collapse of the Zhenan division. For since its inception, they had never witnessed their leader falter, let alone suffer an injury that drew blood. At this moment, not only did they see their leader overwhelmed by the White Serpent, but they also witnessed him spitting blood. This undoubtedly struck terror into every fiber of their being. What left them even more horrified was the subsequent disappearance of the lightning. 2 streaks of light cascaded down from that towering figure, resembling shooting stars, hurtling directly towards Master Yin and their leader. Master Yin, evade. Be cautious, leader. Amidst the cries of alarm, Yan Jingyan and Zhou Yixing raised their heads to discern the 2 streaks of light, one a small cauldron and the other a talisman. Their pupils dilated in unison, and not daring to underestimate the threat, they swiftly summoned their own green mountain, bracing themselves to withstand this onslaught. However, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. As the sun and moon stars cauldron descended halfway, it suddenly tilted, pouring forth an endless cascade of stars that quickly coalesced into a resplendent river of starlight. This celestial river, akin to the Milky Way traversing the heavens, illuminated the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, bearing an overwhelming force that violently crashed against Yan Jingyan's thatched cottage. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant and boundless river of stars connected heaven and earth, relentlessly battering the half-constructed cottage, instantly sending straw flying in all directions. The thatched roof was torn asunder, and half the cottage was swept away, hurtling outward in all directions. Subsequently, the starry river collided with Yan Jingyan's body, driving him deep into the ground. Accompanied by a pained scream, countless bricks soared into the air, swirling around the river of stars. From the depths below, from between the bricks, and from the roots of flowers and trees, beams of starlight, as fine as a cow's hair, erupted forth from the foot of the mountain. This scene appeared as if the entire Qingcheng mountain were pierced by a beam of celestial light, reaching deep into the earth. The entire mountain erupted in an endless cascade of radiant light, creating an overwhelmingly breathtaking spectacle. The two teams and the visitors were once again rendered speechless. In the next moment, they beheld an even more astonishing scene. Just as the sun, moon, and stars cauldron poured forth a river of stars, the emblem of Longhu Mountain also unleashed a vast stream, hurtling directly towards Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing instinctively gasped in shock, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated 2 steps, seeking refuge behind the portal to evade the impending danger. To his utter astonishment, the river followed him into the portal. Ultimately, Zhao Xinghai, Chu Tianhua, and the others widened their eyes, witnessing a scene that was both terrifying and unfathomable. At the very moment when the sun, moon, and stars cauldron and the Longhu Mountain emblem descended upon Yan Jingyan and Zhou Yixing, An Chen finally stirred, slowly lifting his gaze towards the eastern expanse of the Dragon Kingdom, landing upon the summit of Mount Tai. There, to their astonishment, sat an elderly Taoist priest with hair and beard as white as snow. Chapter 72. The moon has exploded. The foremost mountain in the world, Mount Tai, stands steadfast and unyielding. At the terminus of the celestial pathway, the southern heavenly gate, an elderly Taoist reclines in the moonlight, seated before a rock-carved inscription, accompanied by a gnarled tree. He gazes longingly towards the summit of Mount Dai, where flashes of lightning flicker in his eyes, pondering when he might ascend to that pinnacle and breach the realms of divine legend. Suddenly, an instinctual sensation stirs within him, prompting him to rise and direct his gaze toward the direction of Qingqing Mountain. In an instant, he beholds a towering figure that seems to pierce the heavens, rendering him momentarily speechless. Although this is his first encounter with such an aura of mastery, an innate intuition assures him that this figure, with eyes like the sun and moon, is the teacher of the formidable beings residing within Kunlun Mountain. Those eyes, imbued with celestial brilliance, traverse vast distances, illuminating Mount Tai and casting their gaze upon the old Taoist. A resounding thunderclap echoes as their gazes meet, jolting his spirit and drawing forth his internal energy, causing his robes to billow. In his wake, successive bolts of lightning materialize, akin to the wrath of the heavens, ceaselessly rending the void with their formidable presence. Even more astonishing, several bolts of lightning strike the gnarled tree, causing it to bloom with blossoms composed entirely of electricity, akin to the rejuvenation of withered wood in spring. Yet within the old Taoist's heart, tranquility remains elusive. He continues to gaze toward Qingqing Mountain, contemplating the immense figure before him. After a prolonged silence, he exhales deeply and murmurs, "There are immortals in Kunlun." Atop the clouds, when An Chen catches sight of the old Taoist on Mount Tai, he does not linger, but rather turns his attention to another peak, Mount Laojun, Funyo Peak. There, a Taoist clad in green sits upon a stone platform halfway up the mountain, basking in the moonlight, eyes closed in meditation, harmonizing his energy. From afar, the entire mountain resembles a reclining green ox, with the Taoist positioned precisely upon its back. Suddenly, the Taoist opens his eyes, gazing into the expanse before him, and immediately spots the colossal figure spanning the heavens and earth, akin to a singular deity in existence. At that moment, the Taoist's vision is consumed entirely by this figure. Without hesitation, he rises, bows respectfully, and softly intones, "I pay my respects to the true sovereign." Subsequently, An Chen continues to survey other renowned mountains and rivers, such as Wanwu Mountain, Qiyun Mountain, and Wudong Mountain, along with celestial lakes, Taihu Lake, and the Luxia River. Each time An Chen's gaze alights upon a mountain or river, figures emerge from within, comprising both men and women, young and old. As these figures step forth, without exception, they clasp their hands and salute, bowing solemnly to An Chen. Even though they are aware that this ethereal figure is merely a manifestation of mastery, incapable of inflicting tangible harm, they dare not maintain their aloofness, especially when even the Grand Master has been stirred by this presence. Were they not afraid that the divine being would settle accounts with them in due time? Thus, at this very moment, where An Chen gazed, all living beings bowed in reverence. Ultimately, across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, numerous reclusive practitioners, both semi-masters and true masters, were stirred to their core. They witnessed a scene more awe-inspiring than any in history. Regrettably, the common folk from various states failed to capture this moment, which quietly faded into the night. His colossal figure gradually dimmed, eventually vanishing from the realm, transforming into a wisp of gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, atop the pinnacle of the clouds, Zhao Xinghai and Chu Tianhua, along with others, stood in sheer terror as they beheld the river rushing alongside the leader into the portal. In another direction on the mountain peak, in the void, a new portal swiftly manifested. Immediately thereafter, the leader's form was flung back from the portal, blood spewing from his mouth. A mountain came crashing down upon Zhou Yixing's chest, shattering several of his ribs and carrying him down from the heavens like a meteor, directly striking the mountainside, causing the entire Qingqing mountain to tremble. This seismic force nearly toppled Zhao Xinghai and the others, threatening to send them sprawling to the ground. Their faces reflected profound disbelief, never having anticipated such a spectacle. A river surged into the portal, only to re-emerge as a mountain, incapacitating the leader entirely. As they stood in stunned silence, a light-hearted voice suddenly chimed in their ears. "How could this grand performance proceed without you?" Instantly, Zhao Xinghai and the others were filled with dread, and without a second thought, they looked up toward Xiaobai. "There." Xiaobai raised a finger, tracing a circle in the void, casually remarking, "Be careful, the moon is about to explode," before cheerfully striding towards Su Xinyan. Never glancing back at Zhao Xinghai and the others. The moon is about to explode? Zhao Xinghai and the others found themselves utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, they hurriedly gazed skyward at the small cauldron. They beheld the sun, moon, and stars cauldron, which, after pouring out a river of stars, tilted once more, spilling forth a massive round moon. Subsequently, that moon plummeted toward Zhao Xinghai and the others with lightning speed, leaving them no time to react, let alone escape. In the next moment, the thunder ceased, and the winds calmed. Su Xinyan rose from the ground, her gaze fixed on the round moon as it crashed into Zhao Xinghai and the others, erupting with a force akin to fireworks, releasing countless beams of moonlight, dazzling and resplendent. The moonlight illuminated every blade of grass and tree on the mountaintop, as well as Xiaobai's figure and radiant smile. She watched Xiaobai approach, her heart fluttering as she beheld that familiar, flower-like smile, reminiscent of their first meeting that fateful night. Overcome with emotion, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, tears of joy welling in her eyes. In the next moment, Xiaobai beckoned to her with a playful gesture of his finger, smiling as he uttered a phrase. Chapter 73. A Seal to Suppress the White Tiger. At this moment, the night sky was exceptionally clear. The moonlight, pure and luminous, bathed Xiaobai in its glow, rendering her ethereal and untainted, like a celestial being. Not far away, Guai Guai, Huzi, and Dahei watched as Su Xinyan stumbled into Xiaobai's embrace, bursting into tears. Xiaobai smiled gently, stroking her head, and exchanged knowing glances with her companions, sharing a moment of quiet joy. "Marvelous work, Xiaobai. Your performance rivals my own from years past when I single-handedly faced 1,000 foes," Huzi exclaimed, a proud grin spreading across his face. Indeed, Xiaobai's display of fireworks was far grander and more beautiful than our own. Perhaps we should replicate such a spectacle next time? The little rabbit, adjusting her sunglasses, shook her head and waved dismissively. "Xiaobai should have added one more line. Before you come to trouble me again, make sure to bring a few more masters with you." Otherwise, this was merely a warm-up that ended too soon. It was rather dull. Upon hearing this, Huzi and Dahei burst into laughter, applauding Guai Guai's clever idea. Recognizing her ingenuity, should a similar opportunity arise in the future, they would seize it without hesitation. The little rabbit nonchalantly waved her hand and, with a light-hearted step, made her way towards Xiaobai, followed closely by Huzi and Dahei. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, a sudden explosion echoed. A figure emerged from the ground, caked in mud and rainwater, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with numerous gashes marring his arms and legs, presenting a pitiful sight. As he steadied himself, a cough emanated from the nearby thicket. "Cough, Brother Yen, are you all right?" Yan Jingyan brushed off the dirt and debris from his clothes and turned to see Zhou Yixing approaching, his mouth covered as he coughed continuously. Upon noticing the trickle of blood seeping through Zhou's fingers, Yan's brow furrowed. "I have merely sustained a minor injury, nothing to worry about. However, your wounds are grave, affecting your lungs. You must take a week to recover properly." Zhou Yixing nodded, glancing towards the mountain peak, and coughed again. I never anticipated that white serpent would break through to the master realm at the last moment. Cough. This was a miscalculation on our part. He then placed a hand on Zhou's shoulder, speaking with a hint of resignation. Have you considered why we lost this battle? It was not merely because she ascended to the master realm and refined her aura. Yan Jingnian shook his head, rejecting that notion, and before Zhou could inquire further, he stated the fundamental reason for their defeat. It was because I was outnumbered, my strength insufficient to match the odds. With a look of sorrow, Yan turned away, clasping his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Brother Zhou, I now understand why the Grand Master did not keep you by his side, but instead appointed you as the commander of the Zhenin division, and why the other senior brothers and sisters have been reluctant to welcome you into their homes. In any case, take care of yourself, and next time you seek me out, remember to keep your mouth shut. Zhou hurriedly turned around, watching his brother Yan's figure gradually faded into the night. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated, although he uttered no more words. The expression etched upon his face clearly conveyed a singular sentiment. Can I truly be blamed for this? Atop the mountain, Xiao Bai and Su Xinyan embraced quietly, Xiao Bai gently stroking Su Xinyan's head in an attempt to soothe her emotions. Once Su Xinyan's feelings settled, Xiao Bai blinked playfully and asked softly, "Pray tell? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Gazing at Xiao Bai's smile, Su Xinyan felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Yet, as her mind wandered to the suffering Xiao Bai had endured on her behalf, a wave of deep remorse and guilt washed over her. Igniting a desire to repay Xiao Bai, she clasped Xiao Bai's arm tightly, tears brimming in her eyes as she articulated her purpose for ascending the mountain, pleading for Xiao Bai to save her brother, whose life hung by a thread. Upon finishing her request, with a resolute thud, Su Xinyan knelt on the ground, intent on bowing thrice before Xiao Bai. She raised her right hand, fingers poised, and swore to the heavens, "Sister Xiao Bai, I do not seek my brother's complete recovery. I yearn only for him to live for an additional 3 to 5 years. That would bring me immense joy. I am willing to devote the rest of my life to repaying your kindness, even if it means toiling as your servant." Before she could finish or bow, a gentle breeze lifted her effortlessly. Xiao Bai playfully pinched Su Xinyan's cheek, chuckling, "You truly are quite the troublesome sister. Even more than I am, always crying and kneeling. I will not fall for such antics." Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she continued. "As for your request to save your brother, it is simple. All I ask for is a token of gratitude." A token of gratitude? Su Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Gritting her teeth, she nodded fervently, "Very well. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, even if it costs me my life." However, Xiao Bai raised a finger, gently pressing it against Su Xinyan's lips, then tapped her forehead lightly, admonishing softly, "Do you wish for me to save your brother only for him to witness your absence?" Su Xinyan shook her head vigorously. Xiao Bai released her finger, smiling with satisfaction. "That is more like it. From now on, refrain from such talk, for our teacher has taught us that life is precious, and there are countless beautiful things in this world worthy of our attention and experience. Oh, by the way, you have already compensated me with the few hundred yuan I borrowed from you last time. Now, tell me, which hospital is your brother in and what afflicts him?" Before Xiao Bai could finish her sentence, Su Xinyan burst into tears once more, throwing herself into Xiao Bai's embrace, repeatedly expressing, "Sister Xiao Bai, thank you, thank you." Meanwhile, Gue, Huzi, and Dahei observed this scene, instinctively pausing their steps and falling into a profound silence. In that moment, they finally comprehended that the fruits, corn, and spicy fish snacks that Xiao Bai had purchased previously were all funded by this young lady. Instantly, Gue, Huzi, and Dahei exchanged glances and broke into joyous laughter. Upon hearing Su Xinyan mention her brother's hospital and room number, Xiao Bai gently raised his hand to caress her head. After a brief time of affection, Xiao Bai noticed the sound from his shoulder gradually fading. Instinctively turning his head, he beheld Su Xinyan had succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber, causing his lips to curl into a smile akin to the crescent moon above, when the tempest of thunder and rain subsided. Atop the majestic wish heaven peak of Longhu Mountain, within a quaint pavilion, he retrieved a cherished seal from his bosom and placed it once more upon the back of the white tiger. With a parting remark, he rose and departed the pavilion. "You belong to Longhu Mountain, for it has enlightened you for a night. It is as valuable as the many scriptures you have encountered. Your heart is uncertain, so remain here for self-reflection and perhaps observe whether it will come to your aid." Chapter 74. Embracing a world crushed beneath the weight of a palm-sized jade seal, the back of the white tiger collapsed at a visibly alarming rate. It felt as though two mighty mountains were bearing down upon it, shattering not only its bones, but also binding its internal organs and fur together, inflicting unbearable agony that nearly brought it to death's door. In that instant, tears streamed down the white tiger's face, its eyes brimming with hatred and fury, as if it longed to sink its teeth into the youth before it to vent its pent-up resentment. Yet, rendered powerless by the seal, it could neither retaliate nor even rise to its feet. Ultimately, it gazed towards the direction of Qingqing Mountain, revealing a hint of worry and anticipation, before resigning itself to its fate, closing its eyes, and lying motionless upon the ground. Suddenly, the white tiger reopened its eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing its features. Just moments ago, it had believed it was on the brink of being crushed by the seal when an overwhelming surge of pure, vast energy suddenly coursed through its body, cleansing its marrow and reshaping its bones. Astonishingly, this invigorating force emanated from the very seal that had subdued it. This revelation left the white tiger astounded. It could hardly believe that not only had it survived, but it had also experienced an unexpected transformation. The creature yearned to turn and inquire of the youth the reason behind this miraculous occurrence. However, as it lifted its head, a wave of excruciating pain surged from its back, forcing it to emit a low growl that reverberated through the surrounding trees of the pavilion. Thus, the white tiger abandoned its curiosity, ceasing its struggles, and gradually found tranquility. Yet in its eyes, the animosity had diminished, replaced by confusion and a quest for understanding. It resumed its position upon the ground, contemplating the youth's intentions. Kunlun Mountain, a small village. Starlight streamed into one of the cottages, illuminating a little squirrel and casting a long shadow upon the floor. Instead of resting, it stood before a tiny storage space that belonged solely to it. Gazing inside, where all its cherished nuts had vanished without a trace, the little squirrel felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in disbelief. Suddenly, it turned to another small storage space, only to discover that those nuts had also disappeared. It pressed on to inspect a third storage space, and the outcome was no different. The little squirrel stood motionless for a moment, its nut falling from its grasp with a soft thud. Accompanying the fallen nut were two streams of tears, each drop hitting the floor and, under the starlight, creating tiny clouds of dust. It was utterly perplexed as to who had emptied its storeroom. It had not clashed with any of its companions lately, so how could its treasured nuts have vanished? Unable to comprehend the reason, the little squirrel felt increasingly despondent, its sobs growing louder. While it wept, it did not forget the nut that had just fallen. Just as the little squirrel wiped its tears and bent down to retrieve the fallen nut, a webbed foot suddenly reached out from the side, picking up the nut before handing it to it. The little squirrel accepted the nut and looked up. The little yellow duck opened its beak and smiled at you before moving closer, clenching its fist and exuberantly cheering you on. Suddenly, you realized that all the nuts had vanished, and an inexplicable fury surged within you, igniting a fierce desire for revenge. Thus, you tightened your fist, stifled your tears, and resolved to grow stronger, dreaming of the day you would stand before your companions and declare, "Only I have the power to move my nuts. None of you can." The little squirrel, clutching its nut, stared blankly at the yellow duck. Initially, it felt a surge of passion, but upon hearing that final cry, it burst into laughter, revealing its two pristine front teeth and grinning joyfully. Seeing the squirrel laugh, the yellow duck was momentarily taken aback, then joined in its hearty cackle. Subsequently, it rummaged through its wings and produced two spicy fish jerky pieces, handing one to the squirrel with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Here, enjoy my favorite snack." The squirrel gazed at the spicy fish jerky, then looked up at the yellow duck, noticing that it was covering its eyes with the other piece while extending the jerky forward. The squirrel glanced at the nut in its arms, blinked, and smiled once more. It accepted the fish jerky with one hand and offered the nut with the other, grinning, "I invite you to enjoy my nut as well." When the yellow duck opened its eyes, it was met with the sight of a nut blocking its view. It quickly stretched its neck, peering around the side of the nut to confirm the reality of the situation with the squirrel. However, before it could speak, the squirrel stuffed the nut directly into its embrace and plopped down on the floor, patting the empty space beside it and cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us sit together and eat." The yellow duck held the nut as if it were a treasure, then sat down and turned to look at the squirrel. Coincidentally, the squirrel also turned to gaze at it. The The two creatures exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, cascading over them and softening into a gentle, watery glow, as if even the night had transformed into a tender embrace. The following day, as dawn broke, dew clung to the flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard. An Chen was in a deep slumber when he suddenly heard a faint sound of a door creaking open, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into a knowing smile. Over the past 2 years, this sound had belonged solely to one student, Xiaobai. Unbeknownst to An Chen, the previous Xiaobai had entered with a swaying tail. However, today, just moments ago, Xiaobai gently pushed open the door with her hand, stepping in with one long leg first. She wore a pair of youthful canvas shoes paired with light blue jeans, radiating vibrancy and energy. She was aware that the sound of her entrance could never escape the teacher's keen ears. Yet, she had no intention of hiding it. With a light-hearted skip, she approached the teacher's bedside and cheerfully reminded, "Teacher, it's time to wake up. I've already prepared the well water for your face washing." After urging, Xiaobai did not leave immediately, but lingered to observe the teacher's reaction. As she observed the teacher curling up in the blanket and turning away, she realized that the teacher must have heard her, but desired to linger in slumber for a while longer. A spark ignited in her eyes, and a cunning smile graced her lips. With gentle movements, she leaned down to examine the enchanting profile of An Chen up close. Just a quick peck, and then I'll dash away, she mused, her eyes closing as she slowly descended, intending to steal a kiss from An Chen. As her lips approached his delicate cheek, her heart raced fervently, her face ablaze with warmth. A blend of nervousness and exhilaration surged within her, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of joy and fulfillment as she felt that a long-held wish from the past 2 years was finally poised to be realized. Ultimately, amidst the rhythmic thumping of her heart, her soft lips quietly pressed against An Chen's. Chapter 75: A Miracle in the Courtyard. The refreshing air invigorated the great demons. They had risen early, engaged in various activities. Brother Tiger was performing push-ups, occasionally emitting a series of grunts. Beside him, the tall black figure lifted an old motorcycle, working on his muscles. Meanwhile, a rooster on the wall was doing the splits. The 4 great demons, Ali Guai Guai, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Luo, stood in a row on the wall, brushing their teeth in unison. At that moment, Xiao Qing glanced at her companions in the courtyard and noticed one sister was missing. She turned to Brother Tiger, intending to inquire about the situation. However, just then, an exasperated voice echoed from the teacher's room. "Teacher, that's unfair. How can you block with your palm? It's not fun at all." This voice spread like a wave, reaching the ears of the great demons and leaving them momentarily stunned. Soon after, they saw Xiaobai emerge from the living room, muttering softly to herself, "What a drag, I didn't even succeed, and now I have to stand in class for 10 minutes. But 10 minutes is just 10 minutes. I'm not afraid. Next time I will." As Xiaobai continued her murmurs and inadvertently looked up, she was greeted by a familiar scene. Her companions in the courtyard were all staring at her. Drawing from her previous experience, she was prepared for a surprise. Calmly, she waved her hand and greeted her friends with a smile. "Good morning, everyone. Come and see what's different about me today compared to yesterday." With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Xiaobai walked gracefully towards the great demons, twirling as she went, her ponytail swaying exuberantly, exuding youth and vitality. Just then, a beam of morning sunlight broke through the mist, casting a glow on Xiaobai's face, making her the most striking figure in the courtyard. The entire courtyard fell into a hushed silence as the great demon's gazes converged on Xiaobai's long legs, leaving them utterly astonished. Even the sloth, taken aback, dropped the basin of water he was holding, which tumbled down with a crash, splashing onto the cheetah and soaking its body. The cheetah hastily removed the basin, continuing to gaze at Xiaobai, momentarily forgetting to confront the sloth. Among those present, only Ming Gun Gun and Xiao Qing exchanged knowing smiles, feeling genuine joy and relief that Xiaobai had finally found her own green mountain. Meanwhile, inside the room, An Chen sat on the edge of the bed, palm open, relishing the lingering warmth of Xiaobai's soft lips that had just kissed his hand. He couldn't help but chuckle, pondering, when will a mischievous and lively child like Xiaobai grow up? If she were to leave the mountains now, she would surely be bullied. After contemplating for a moment, An Chen chuckled softly, dismissing his worries. He stood up, gathered his personal belongings, and prepared to head to the courtyard to brush his teeth and wash his face. In the early morning, Within the confines of a hospital room, Su Xinyan lay upon one of the beds, drifting in and out of slumber, immersed in a myriad of dreams. Among these visions was the heart-wrenching scene of her younger brother departing from this world, cradled in her arms, his body growing increasingly cold as she wept inconsolably. There was also the image of Xiao Bai, smiling and waving goodbye, his form dissipating into a cloud of ash. Another scene depicted her approaching a figure clad in white, murmuring incomprehensible words. Eventually, these fragmented scenes intertwined, overwhelming Su Xinyan to the point of breathlessness, prompting her to suddenly awaken, eyes wide with shock. As she regained her awareness of her surroundings, she realized that all those haunting images had merely been a dream, allowing her to exhale in relief. Thank goodness, it was just a dream. Su Xinyan patted her chest and took several deep breaths to steady her racing heart. She then recalled her previous night, where she had been atop Qingqing Mountain, cradling Xiao Bai in slumber. How had she ended up in a hospital bed in the blink of an eye? Wait, the hospital? Could it be Xiao Bai? A chilling thought struck her, and she hastily threw off the covers, bolting from the room. Upon raising her gaze, her pupils dilated in shock. Room 507. This meant that next door was 508. With a heart brimming with excitement and anticipation, she approached room 508. Suddenly, she spotted two male doctors escorting a patient who was animatedly recounting a series of bewildering events. Doctors, you must believe me. I truly saw it. Last night, a girl in a white dress, like a celestial being, floated through the window and blew a breath towards the man in the bed beside mine. And it had this mystical white mist. I was hiding in the bathroom. I saw it all clearly. If you don't believe me, just smell my pants. They still carry the scent of urine. Was she beautiful? One doctor inquired. What kind of question is that? It's not about her beauty. It's just that. Wait, where are you taking me? What? To the psychiatric ward? No. Doctors, I'm not making this up. I truly saw it. Without hesitation, she hastened towards room 508. Just as she reached the doorway, she suddenly heard the attending physician's voice, filled with uncontainable excitement and fervor. My goodness, all the vital signs are normal. A miracle. This is undoubtedly a momentous event in the annals of medical history. They could scarcely believe the attending physician's declarations. The situation was far too surreal and absurd. After all, just last night, they had been counting down the moments of life. Who would dare to believe such a phenomenon? At the moment when Su Qingyi swallowed hard, intending to inquire of the attending physician whether he had mistakenly congratulated the wrong person, he suddenly caught sight of his sister standing at the threshold of the hospital room. His face instantly lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Sister, come in. Where did you run off to last night? You didn't leave a single message. Moreover, the attending physician just informed me that I am cured. Surely, this isn't a ruse." Abruptly, Su Qingyi's voice trailed off. As he sat up, half of his body was enveloped by his sister, who rushed in, and he heard the sound of her sobs. Su Xinyan clasped her brother's head tightly, shaking it gently while weeping tears of joy. They did not deceive you. It is true. You are completely healed and shall never experience any ailments again. The doctors and nurses, witnessing the arrival of the patient's family, exchanged knowing smiles before quietly exiting the room. Su Qingyi and his wife remained somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the situation fully. However, having shared the experience of residing in the world's most expensive accommodations with his sister, Su Qingyi seemed to grasp the essence of the moment and refrained from asking further questions. Instead, he embraced his sister and softly murmured a few words. Chapter 76. 2 Cubes of Magic, Shocking the World. Sister, thank you. Upon hearing these words, Su Xinyan felt a surge of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. She quickly inhaled deeply, shaking her head as she replied, "As long as you're safe, that's what matters." Although she was unaware of her sister's whereabouts the previous night, her feminine intuition led her to suspect that Su Qingyi's recovery was closely tied to her sister's actions. Suddenly, Su Qingyi exclaimed, "Ouch, sister, you're hurting me." "Humph, it's deserved. Look at all those childish things you've done. Is there anything that puts my mind at ease?" Su Xinyan retorted, 3 to 5 months? What on earth could require such an extensive amount of time to accomplish? Su Qingyi swallowed hard, gazing at her sister, and softly complained, "Sister, what exactly are you planning? Is it really necessary to take so long, even missing a family reunion meal? If you need our assistance, please don't hesitate to ask, though I and Tingting may not be able to help much." Zhang Shouting shot him a glare before looking back at Su Xinyan, her expression filled with curiosity. Sister Yu. At that moment, Su Xinyan gazed out the window, recalling a vivid scene from the previous night when Xiaobai beckoned her with a playful gesture, followed by a hearty laugh. Haha, see? I didn't deceive you. I said I was fine, and I am. Come over and give your sister a squeeze, haha. When the memory faded, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Xinyan's face as she softly declared, You needn't worry. I went to fulfill a vow. As she spoke, she turned to her mischievous brother and Tingting, her smile brightening. You both should live well from now on, and strive to have a second child soon, so that the eldest can have a sibling to accompany them. Fulfilling a vow. Did sister go to the temple to pray for blessings last night? Su Qingyi pondered, though he mused that even such a task shouldn't necessitate 3 to 5 months. He wished to inquire further, but, upon seeing the joyful smile on his sister's face, he sensed it was not a matter of concern. He exchanged a knowing glance with his wife and shifted the conversation to other topics. That very morning, a tumultuous wave of public discourse erupted across the internet. The footage showcased breathtaking phenomena occurring on Qingqing Mountain, spectacles of wonder. For instance, droplets of water morphing into swords, forming a magnificent white dragon ascending against the heavens. There was also a swirling mass of white, akin to a tornado, manifesting above the mountain. Additionally, a dazzling array of multicolored rays illuminated the landscape for miles, casting light upon every blade of grass and tree. A celestial river descended from the sky, connecting the mountain peak to the earth's core, forming a brilliant beam of light that seemed to bridge heaven and earth, astonishing and magnificent beyond compare. Moreover, a towering ethereal figure emerged, spanning the expanse between heaven and earth, resembling a giant from ancient times, leaving an indelible impact on all who beheld it. After viewers completed watching these videos, they were invariably left speechless, their emotions surging, struggling to regain their composure. Subsequently, they shared these videos across various social circles, attracting an ever-growing audience. Thus began a sensational wave of public discourse, rapidly gaining momentum and expanding across the internet. This time, I fear my secret of cultivating elixirs and pursuing immortality at home may no longer remain concealed. I have discreetly investigated and discovered that 2 friends of mine have been experiencing the same dream for several consecutive days, and I possess a strong premonition that they are soon to be taken away. Upon reviewing these posts and comments, alongside the significant events that have transpired this week, the online community increasingly senses that turmoil is imminent across the land of the 9 provinces. Perhaps, in the near future, or even sooner, some even more alarming events may unfold. In the Kunlun Mountains, a small village, a refreshing morning breeze wafted over from the mountains, traversing the fields and gently caressing the rice paddies, ultimately settling upon An Chen and his students. This brought them a sense of comfort and coolness, filling their bodies with an abundance of vitality and energy for the day ahead. At this moment, An Chen was leading his students, enjoying the morning breeze as they crossed the ridges, walked over the stone bridge, and climbed a small hill, entering the classroom. Do you recall when you said that home is the only castle? As the fragrant rice flows continue to run, I smile faintly at the dreams of childhood I cherish. This song is one that An Chen taught his students during music class. Each day, on their way to and from school, An Chen and his students would randomly select a song to joyfully sing together. These moments represented the greatest relaxation and happiness for the great demons. Of course, there was another matter today that filled the great demons with immense joy. Xiaobai had successfully transformed. Consequently, as the great demons settled down, they would occasionally glance at Xiaobai, their eyes gleaming with excitement and astonishment, thrilled that Xiaobai had finally entered the realm of Qingshan. Some great demons were particularly curious about what Xiaobai's Qingshan entailed, and attempted to extract the truth from Guai Guai, Hugu, and Dehei. Since Xiaobai had achieved transformation the previous night, Guai Guai and Hugu surely knew the inside story. However, the great demons were soon disappointed as Guai Guai, Hugu, and Dehei maintained a united front, resolutely refusing to disclose the truth, as if they had been threatened. This infuriated the great demons, igniting the flames of gossip within them. Yet, they could do nothing about it, fearing the teacher might catch on. Thus, they reluctantly abandoned their inquiries and began to pay serious attention to the lesson. Suddenly, Meng Gun was the first to lift his head, gazing at the sky outside the classroom, then took a bite of bamboo shoots, wearing a contemplative expression. Xiaoqing also followed suit, looking up. Next, Xiaobai Dadilan and Ali, among other great demons, gazed at the azure sky, their pupils contracting in unison as they beheld a rather astonishing scene. Simultaneously, the external clock indicated 10:10, exactly mirroring the moment a week prior when the mysterious cube had plummeted. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, countless individuals were engrossed in their daily activities, driving, conversing on the phone, or leisurely strolling with their partners. Yet, when they inadvertently glanced up, they were met with a spectacle that left them utterly speechless. In the cerulean expanse above, 2 fiery orbs materialized, each encasing an enigmatic object, hurtling towards the earth with alarming speed. As the Dragon Kingdom and other nations swiftly deciphered the true nature of these 2 unidentified entities, they were rendered speechless, their limbs growing cold with shock. Astonishingly, they were 2 6-sided cubes, identical to the one that had appeared the previous week. If the first descent was merely an accident, what could this signify? The number had escalated from 1 to 2. What portent did this hold? In an instant, the emergence of these 2 cubes sent ripples of excitement and fervor across the globe. Even more astonishing was the seemingly predetermined trajectory of their descent. As they landed in the east and west, respectively, the cube that fell towards the east ultimately descended into the first heavenly domain of the Dragon Kingdom, while the one that struck the west collided with the peak of Mount Olympus, shattering a portion of the rock before crashing down to the ground, sending tremors through the entire mountain. Chapter 77. Beyond the realm of humanity in Jingzhou, at the headquarters of the Zhenan Department. The office occasionally echoed with the sound of coughing. Zhou Yixing, seated in his chair, displayed a hint of surprise upon hearing his female assistant's report. He murmured, "Truly, one wave has not yet settled before another rises. This time, 2 cubes have fallen simultaneously, following the fierce battle on Qingqing Mountain the previous night. Both the Zhenan Department and the Qintian Department, 2 enigmatic entities, had sustained considerable damage. Zhao Xinghai, Chu Tianhua, Meng Liang, and Mo Yujiao were all left battered and bruised by the explosion of the moon. Although their injuries were not life-threatening, they would require at least half a month to recuperate fully. Zhou Yixing himself had suffered a broken rib and lung injury from the strike of the Longhu Mountain River seal, necessitating around a week for healing. Nevertheless, the battle yielded significant insights for the Zhenan Department. Firstly, they had gained a clearer understanding of the true strength of the great demons. Secondly, it had honed the skills of Chu Tianhua and Meng Liang, providing them with invaluable combat experience. Regrettably, Zhou Yixing currently possessed only 30 portals. To ascend to the Master Realm, he needed at least 100. Only then might he fulfill the lofty expectations articulated by the old celestial master in years past. At that moment, the assistant's voice broke through his thoughts. "Chief, what shall we do next?" As for Wanwu Mountain, with senior brother Xie stationed there, it was unlikely to encounter any issues. A few days' delay would suffice before I personally pay a visit. Lu Yashi nodded and inquired about another matter. What about Kunlun Mountain? Should we continue to keep watch? Not necessary. If even the old celestial master cannot protect the chief, it is evident how formidable and terrifying the demons within Kunlun Mountain are. This thought flashed through Lu Yashin's mind, and she promptly replied, "Understood. I will make arrangements immediately." "Wait." Zhou Yixing suddenly called her back, casually remarking, "The last time a cube appeared, there was only 1. Now there are 2. If a third appearance occurs, do you suppose there will be 4? "Certainly." Lu Yixing quickly lowered her head, softly adding, "Even if there shouldn't be, as long as you, Chief, have spoken, there will surely be." This time, Zhou Yixing did not respond further but fixed his gaze on the female assistant. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, he gestured for her to hasten her duties. He then rubbed his chest and coughed once more, feeling as though, after a single night, there had been events transpiring within the Zhenan Department that he remained oblivious to. In Luohazu, a majestic mountain range loomed, exuding an aura of grandeur. The peaks here were tiered, resembling roofs, with deep, inscrutable caverns within. Thus, it had earned its title as the foremost of the 10 caves of the Dragon Kingdom, Wanwu Mountain. That morning, before the balcony palace of Wanwu Mountain, towering pines and verdant cypress stood tall, lush and vibrant, radiating a sense of vitality. Beneath a 7-leaf Bodhi tree, a young man with expressive eyebrows and large eyes, clad in a Taoist robe, was diligently sweeping away the fallen leaves from the courtyard. Every time he cleared a pile of leaves, the leaves of the Bodhi tree would emit beams of light, as if imbued with a spirit, appearing and vanishing in an instant. The The young Taoist continued his task with unwavering concentration. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up a whirlwind of leaves and dust, causing the young man's robe to flutter dramatically. Sensing something, he looked up, and within his pupils appeared a fiery orb, accompanied by a blue cube. The young Taoist made no move. He simply observed the fiery sphere as it plummeted toward Wanwu Mountain, then toward the Yintai Palace, and ultimately toward his very position. Even as the orb seemed poised to strike him, he remained unmoved. Finally, when the fiery sphere was but 100 meters from the young Taoist's head, a scorching wave of flames surged downward, akin to a meteor, threatening to incinerate him entirely. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Above the young Taoist's head, a fist-sized rippling wave of azure suddenly appeared, directly counteracting the onslaught of flames. This azure ripple expanded swiftly in all directions, akin to ripples on a lake. In less than half a minute, a vast azure shield materialized, enveloping the young Taoist, the Yintai Palace, and the entirety of Wanwu Mountain within its protective embrace. The young Taoist continued to gaze at the fiery orb, his expression remaining tranquil throughout, as if few things in this world could stir his emotions. Of course, the figure that had appeared the previous night was an exception, something that transcended the realm of humanity. At last, under the young Taoist's watchful gaze, the fiery orb extinguished completely, revealing a six-faced cube which then slid down from the azure shield, landing softly in a grove of trees. As the azure shield gradually faded from view, the myriad leaves began to descend to the ground. The young Taoist's figure had vanished from the spot, leaving behind a serene forest where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Unlike the craters created in the small village, this time a shimmering blue six-faced cube lay quietly on the soft grass. Yet, akin to the village, the cube began to emit a series of clicking sounds, reminiscent of gears turning. Subsequently, gray faces, neither entirely human nor beastly, emerged from within, reveling in the new world, breathing deeply, and preparing to conquer this uncharted realm. Suddenly, distinct footsteps echoed from a distance. The dozens of gray faces swiftly scattered in every direction, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only the six-faced cube remained, lying quietly, no longer emanating its azure glow. Shortly thereafter, the figure of the young Taoist reappeared before the cube. He gazed calmly for a moment before bending down and extending his right hand towards the six-sided magic cube. Meanwhile, in a grove on Qingqing Mountain, a sun-kissed little hand picked up a handful of bows and arrows. Chapter 78. Teaching the students the practice of the 5 animal frolics. The morning sun cast its warm glow upon Qingqing Mountain, revitalizing the landscape with a renewed vibrancy. However, the summit had been sealed off, prohibiting visitors from ascending, which elicited dissatisfaction among some travelers. Among them, a few were privy to the underlying reasons and shared the truth, stirring a ripple of astonishment among the others. Consequently, the discontented visitors quelled their ire and redirected their explorations to other scenic spots. On one of the winding paths halfway up the mountain, an elderly man with white hair was bent over, retrieving empty water bottles from a trash bin, clutching a snakeskin bag in his hand. Suddenly, an excited voice erupted from behind him. "Grandpa, come quickly and see what I've found." As the old man picked up another empty bottle and placed it in his bag, he turned to see his grandson approaching, beaming with joy as he brandished a bow and a handful of arrows. A radiant smile broke across the elderly man's wrinkled face at the sight of his grandson's exuberance. The old man pulled out a nearly blackened, yellowed handkerchief from his pocket, chuckling as he asked, "Where did you find this bow?" The slender youth, with cropped hair and distinct features, had a sun-kissed complexion and bright, sparkling eyes that exuded vitality. He joyously ran up to the old man, displaying the bow and arrows, and pointed toward the forest, grinning broadly to reveal a set of pearly white teeth. "Right there in the woods. I wonder who discarded it." Seeing the boy's radiant smile filled the old man with delight. He beckoned for the youth to come closer and used the handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. "We should visit the visitor center later to see if anyone has lost a bow. If so, we will return it to its rightful owner. Perhaps I shall shoot down the sun, so we won't be so scorched while collecting bottles during the day." The elderly man chuckled. "And after you shoot down the sun, where do you plan to hide it?" "In the moon." "Very well, my dearie. It is rare to see such ambition in you. Your grandpa supports you wholeheartedly." The old man affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and then hoisted the snakeskin bag, saying, "Now, I shall gather more bottles to exchange for some money, so I can buy you more meat to nourish your body. This way, you will have the strength to shoot down the sun. I want to eat Grandpa's signature dish, the tomato and scallion noodles, with lots of scallions. Certainly. Today's haul is promising, and I shall add an egg and some minced meat for you as well. As the youth dashed ahead, collecting bottles and waving his bow, the old man looked on with a heart full of pride and laughter. The silhouettes of this grandfather-grandson duo gradually faded into the throng of people. Meanwhile, in the wake of the global stir caused by the two cubes, the mysterious entities of the Dragon Kingdom and nations worldwide swiftly enacted corresponding measures. Across the globe, nations are dispatching personnel to seize the enigmatic cube, eager to unravel its secrets. Previously, they had suffered defeat in the Kunlun Mountains, and this time, they are determined to acquire the cube at all costs. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, a tremendous wave of public discourse has erupted online, igniting speculation and conjecture among countless netizens and professionals from various fields. Yet no definitive conclusions have emerged. The Zhenin Bureau remains unperturbed, adhering to the directives of Director Zhou, adopting a stance of vigilant observation. This grand spectacle of public sentiment has, however, exerted no influence on An Chen and his students. Instead, it has provided them the opportunity to practice a systematically rewarded technique, the Tai guiding technique. This regimen promotes the circulation of vital energy and blood within the body, enhancing physical strength and health. Consequently, over the past 2 years, during physical education classes, students have autonomously engaged in this health-preserving practice without prompting from An Chen. After each session, the students feel a warm sensation enveloping their bodies, as if they have absorbed a fragment of solar essence, fortifying their physiques. "Teacher, we have completed our practice," exclaimed Xiaobai, standing in the front row, her cheeks flushed and a few beads of fragrant sweat glistening. The gazes of her fellow students, including Ming Gun and Xiao Qing, turned towards An Chen, eagerly anticipating his next instructions. "Today, we shall not practice the previously learned techniques of fist and leg. Instead, I will introduce you to a new health technique," An Chen announced. A palpable stir erupted across the playground, as the students' eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing their surprise and enthusiasm for the unexpected lesson. Clearly, they had not anticipated that their teacher would unveil a new technique today, especially since it had been a full 6 months since the last introduction of a new martial art. Some of the students turned to gaze at the earth sloth. Without a doubt, the most exhilarated and delighted by this news was the earth sloth. Indeed, the reputation of the martial arts enthusiast was well-deserved. The earth sloth leapt 3 feet high in joy, spinning in midair before landing gracefully. Glancing down at the bamboo shell, he quickly raised his gaze again. Bowing in gratitude towards Ming Gun, she waved her bamboo shoot dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter, before turning her attention back to the teacher. The earth sloth, filled with gratitude, also looked towards An Chen, his eyes ignited with fervor and anticipation. Xiaobai, unable to contain her eagerness, asked, "Teacher, what is the name of this new technique?" An Chen smiled faintly and casually revealed the name of the new practice. This health technique, inspired by the movements of 5 different animals, is aptly named the 5-animal play. Chapter 79. The nourishment of the divine flame is quite remarkable. The great demon's eyes lit up once more at the mention of 5-animal play. The name of this physical technique resonated with them, leaving them curious about the 5 animals referred to by the teacher. Soon, Bai Shunyang adjusted his glasses and raised his hand to voice the collective curiosity, inquiring which 5 animals the teacher was referring to. Under the intrigued gazes of the demons, An Chen smiled and began to name the 5 creatures of the 5-animal play. With each animal he named, a corresponding demon perked up, reacting differently. First, the tiger. The demons collectively turned their attention to the tiger. The northeast tiger's body quivered, its eyes shining with intensity. It was unexpected that the first name uttered by the teacher would be its own. This revelation filled the tiger with pride, causing it to stand tall and exude an air of majesty. It even raised its arms and tore open its shirt, showcasing the muscles it had diligently developed over the past 2 years. Several demons immediately displayed expressions of disdain, including the cheetah, the crane, and the long-legged frog. Had the teacher not been speaking, they would have already bestowed a rather unique greeting upon the tiger. An Chen, oblivious to this scene, continued with the second animal, the deer. This time, the demons' gazes converged on a spotted deer, their faces lighting up with joy. The deer quickly raised its head and let out a youthful sound, clearly surprised that the teacher had called its name, and it happily shook its antlers. Bear. The demons swiftly turned their attention to the black bear, who appeared to be dozing off. Nearby, the obedient one playfully pinched the bear's side. With a startled gasp, the bear jolted awake, blinking in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Monkey. Bird. At this point, An Chen had named the final two animals and reminded the class that these 5 creatures form the foundation of the 5-animal play. He then announced that he would demonstrate the technique, encouraging the students to jot down any questions they might have until after his demonstration. After a brief pause, he continued, "If any unusual occurrences arise during my demonstration, please remember to inform me. Do you understand?" "Yes, teacher, we understand." Indeed, his intention behind teaching this physical technique was not only to strengthen the students' bodies and spirits, but also to validate a previous hypothesis. He was eager to observe whether, in the course of actively engaging with the students through physical contact and demonstrations, he could impart benefits to them while sacrificing nourishment. If possible, perhaps this could serve as a shortcut for students to grow rapidly and become formidable. Thus, An Chen sought to validate his hypothesis through the practice of the 5-animal play. In the ensuing time, An Chen began to demonstrate this health-preserving exercise, elucidating the transformations and essentials of each animal. "Students," he proclaimed, "the crux of mastering this exercise lies in embodying the quintessence of the 5 creatures, such as the might of the tiger." With that, An Chen unleashed a powerful punch. Suddenly, a colossal spectral tiger loomed behind him, obscuring the sky. The massive beast charged down the mountainside, its roar reverberating through the heavens and earth, fiercely lunging at the great demons. The demons were momentarily stunned, awestruck by the overwhelming presence. One by one, their eyes widened in disbelief, revealing expressions of shock, joy, and incredulity. They sensed the subtle remnants of the profound Tao emanating from the spectral tiger. It was this ethereal essence that caused the great demons to tremble in unison, including Ming Gun, Shaoqing, and Xiaobai. As the remnants of the Tao radiated, many of the great demons experienced flashes of enlightenment, their spirits ignited, as if they were on the verge of transforming into their true forms. Unable to contain their excitement any longer, the demons hastily knelt, clasped their fists in respect, and solemnly bowed to their teacher, expressing their profound gratitude. Meanwhile, An Chen swiftly accessed the system interface to check the progress of the divine flame's nourishment. As anticipated, the nourishment had diminished yet again. After a moment's reflection, he refrained from further examining the nourishment status and completed the entire set of the 5-animal play. And then, the tranquility of the deer, the steadiness of the bear, the agility of the monkey, the swiftness of the bird. Each time An Chen articulated the essence of an animal's technique, a corresponding massive spectral figure emerged behind him, synchronizing with his movements and portraying astonishing scenes. Ultimately, upon finishing his demonstration, An Chen stood resolutely as the various apparitions dissipated. The great demons before him remained kneeling, entranced, seemingly lost in the lingering echoes of the Tao emitted by the apparitions, reluctant to pull themselves away. While the demons remained in their stupor, An Chen reopened the system to reassess the nourishment status, discovering that after completing a session of the 5-animal play, the nourishment had only decreased slightly. He closed the system, contemplating deeply. Is it only after a class, or a set of techniques, or perhaps a song concludes, that a measure of nourishment is consumed? If so, what precisely is this nourishment? Is it the essence of human vitality? After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his focus to his students. Dear students, having just demonstrated the 5-animal play, did you witness any peculiar phenomena? Instantly, the great demons exchanged glances, recognizing that their teacher was testing them, gauging their comprehension of the profound truths. Therefore, they collectively directed their gaze towards Xiaobai, for at this moment, only she possessed the capacity to shoulder such a significant responsibility. Xiaobai instinctively wrinkled her nose, wishing to declare, "I am no longer the Xiaobai you knew yesterday." Yet, she quickly realized that this was an excellent opportunity to showcase herself before her teacher. Thus, with a slight snort, Xiaobai raised her hand and spoke. "Teacher, I have seen the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, the peak of heaven. Within that ancient pavilion, the white tiger remains ensnared beneath that seal, unable to move." Suddenly, a figure appeared in its pupils, not clad in the previous azure robe, but rather resembling a kind-hearted and benevolent master. Chapter 80. The Sky, and life itself. The white tiger immediately recognized this master, the very one who had mentored the Taoist in the azure robe. However, after many years of absence, this venerable teacher was now adorned with a full head of white hair, and his physique no longer possessed the vigor of yesteryears. As the white tiger observed the master enter the pavilion and take a seat upon the ground, a hint of perplexity crossed its eyes, for it could not fathom the purpose of this sudden visit. Memories from years past surfaced in its mind. In those days of youth, it had hidden amidst the grass, watching the light-footed master holding the hand of a young Taoist as they strolled upon the flagstones, glistening after the rain. The young Taoist turned his head and, upon noticing the white tiger's presence, a joyful smile blossomed in his clear, lively eyes. He raised a small hand and waved it twice. Soon after, the young Taoist turned back to inquire of his master whether there were many tigers on the mountain. The master and disciple exchanged questions and answers, their figures gradually fading, ultimately disappearing at the end of the stone path. The image in the white tiger's mind crystallized upon the moment the young Taoist turned and smiled. At that moment, a hoarse voice resonated in its ears, imbued with a trace of mirth. "Little white tiger, do you know why my precious disciple chose to place this emblem of the dragon and tiger on you?" The white tiger was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that the seal placed upon him by the young Taoist was, in fact, one of the treasured heirlooms of the celestial masters of Dragon and Tiger Mountain. But why would he do such a thing? The white tiger hastily glanced at his master, seeking answers in his gaze. "Ha ha, you wish to ask why he has done this, do you not?" The white tiger nodded in affirmation. "Ha ha." The master laughed heartily. He then lifted his gaze to the sky beyond the pavilion and murmured, "My precious disciple would kneel for 3 days and nights to save but a single carp. How could he bear to let you perish?" Upon hearing this response, the white tiger trembled, and a glimmer of clarity emerged in its eyes, as if it were beginning to grasp some profound truth. At that moment, the master's voice rang out once more, like the resounding toll of a great bell, rousing its spirit. "You, in your formless state, were unexpectedly enlightened by that tiger demon for an entire night, thus awakening your intellect. Yet, alas, you possess no foundation and your aptitude is lacking. Even if you were to embark on the path of cultivation, you would find it exceedingly arduous, with mastery forever beyond your reach. The emblem he placed upon you is a gift I bestowed upon him on the day he entered my teachings. It harbors the essence he has cultivated over the years, capable of reshaping your sinews and rectifying your innate deficiencies. Thus, while you perceive his actions as an intent to harm you, you remain oblivious to the grand fortune he is bestowing upon you. You see." At this juncture, the master paused, refraining from glancing at the tear-filled eyes of the white tiger, instead gazing intently at the sky, as scenes from the past began to materialize before him. A frail young Taoist knelt before the temple's entrance. Inside the temple, after 3 days and nights of silence, the master's voice finally erupted in a reprimand. "Foolish one, it was merely a carp. Does it warrant such a plea?" The young Taoist's eyes reddened instantly as he vehemently retorted, his voice resonating through Longhu Mountain. "Master, you are mistaken. It is not merely a carp, but a vast sky, and indeed, a life shared through the passage of years and the unfolding of day and night." After a brief moment, the master spoke again, his tone resolute. "If it were to perish, what would you do then?" This time, the young Taoist fell into a profound silence. After a while, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky, and in an instant, torrential rain began to pour. The young Taoist remained silent, yet he released his tightly clenched fists and silently rose to depart. If he continued down this path, he would sever his ties to the mundane world and lose his soaring ambition. How could he ever hope to cultivate a grand demeanor and ascend to the realm of mastery? Thus, there were some matters he was reluctant to undertake. Let this old body of mine handle them. With a soft sigh, the master turned to gaze at the white tiger, his smile completely vanishing, replaced by a cold indifference and relentless resolve. The glimmer in his eyes was icy and chilling, causing the white tiger to involuntarily shudder. Tears still glistened in the white tiger's eyes, moved by the young Taoist's fate. However, upon sensing the master's malevolent gaze, it quickly suppressed its emotions. Its fur bristled, and its eyes widened, revealing a profound fear as it fixated on the master. Simultaneously, it let out a fierce roar, attempting to alert the master while also signaling the young Taoist for help. Unfortunately, its body remained restrained by the oppressive seal, rendering it incapable of fleeing, leaving it to continue its desperate cries. "Do not fear. I have come merely to propose a transaction, the master said, his expression devoid of warmth as he slowly extended a withered hand towards the white tiger's head, adding the words he had left unspoken. I require your blood and fur for my use. In an instant, the white tiger's desperate roars transformed into low growls, soon giving way to soft whimpers, as if pleading for mercy or making a final struggle, until silence enveloped it. Meanwhile, in the playground of a small village, a familiar sensation washed over the northeastern tiger, reminiscent of its feelings while standing on the ascent of Qingqing Mountain the previous night. It dawned on the northeastern tiger that something was amiss with the white tiger. However, it found itself unable to leave at that moment, pondering instead the necessity of requesting its second sister to visit Longhu Mountain later that evening to ascertain the situation. Suddenly, many great demons sensed the commotion and turned their gazes toward the northeastern tiger, inquiring through their expressions about what had transpired. The northeastern tiger swiftly raised a finger, shaking it twice as if to convey, "Who am I, the Tiger Lord? No matter the magnitude of the issue, I can handle it directly." It did not withhold information from the master, recounting the apparitions that had appeared earlier, which garnered unanimous nods of approval from its companions. After listening, An Chen's mind swirled with thoughts, as if grasping some elusive truth, yet unable to clearly identify what the essence of divine fire truly was. Indeed, he did not leave empty-handed. On the contrary, through the opportunity of practicing the five-animal play, he finally grasped the reason behind the mysterious disappearance of nourishment. Whenever An Chen engaged with the students through gentle touches, or while elucidating the realms, or during the recent physical exercise, the nourishment would transform into vivid and magnificent scenes, presented for the students' enlightenment. This appears to be an auxiliary function of the Sage Master System. An Chen was not concerned about the depletion of nourishment, for the opportunities and avenues to acquire it far surpassed the frequency and speed of its consumption. As anticipated, in the next moment, the system's notification chimed in at a perfectly timely juncture. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for enlightening a student and obtaining the dual swords of Long Rainbow and Sun Piercer. Congratulations, Master, for enlightening 2 students and obtaining. Chapter 81. The Sword Path of the World, bearing it all, doubting the existence of reincarnation. Wow, there's another one over there, Ollie exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement as she pointed to the other side of the playground. That's the third one. Just moments ago, when the system notification echoed in An Chen's mind, the first animal to awaken its intellect was the owl. As a result, An Chen was rewarded with the dual swords, Changhong and Guanar. The second creature to gain awareness was the mantis, granting An Chen yet another talent duplication card. By utilizing this card, he could successfully replicate the various talents of the students, thereby nourishing the divine fire. Moreover, within the confines of the system's inventory lay dozens of unused talent duplication cards, alleviating any concerns An Chen had regarding the depletion of resources. The third awakened student was the gorilla that Ollie had just pointed out, vigorously pounding its chest. The fourth was, with each animal that attained intelligence, the faces of the great demons would light up with joy, celebrating the addition of a new member to their family. Xiaoqing would also wave her hand, casting beams of light that transformed into azure shields, enveloping the newly awakened creatures. Finally, Ollie, brimming with excitement, counted and gestured an 8 with her fingers, her voice sweet and innocent as she said, "Sister Xiaoqing, there are 8 this time." Xiaoqing smiled gently, acknowledging her with a nod. Subsequently, she lifted her right hand, palm facing upward, and gently raised it. The 8 azure shields, cradling the newly awakened animals, gracefully ascended from the ground and flew into the midst of the great demons. As the azure shields gradually dissipated, transforming into gentle breezes that caressed the 8 creatures, they knelt without hesitation, performing a solemn bow of apprenticeship to An Chen. The great demons nodded in approval, their smiles growing even brighter. At that moment, as the gorilla, owl, mantis, and the other 5 animals rose, a little squirrel, clutching a nut, suddenly froze. It seemed to have acquired new memories, as if it had grasped a new skill. This reaction was not unique to it. The northeast tiger, golden snub-nosed monkey, and white mountain goat also found themselves momentarily stunned. Just then, a system notification resounded in An Chen's mind, indicating that the rewards for the 8 students who had just been enlightened were complete, and the progress bar had reached 9010,000. As he prepared to investigate the treasures granted by the system, another notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, your student, Song Shuluo, has comprehended the Xinxing skill, earning the 9 steps of light escape scroll. Congratulations, your student, Jin Shitian, has comprehended. By the time this series of announcements concluded, An Chen discovered that 4 more students had each grasped a new skill, enhancing their prowess. A smile spread across An Chen's face. Today's physical education class had undeniably been a bountiful one. An Chen not only validated his conjecture, but also understood that the sustenance of the divine fire was far from simple. Furthermore, he discovered a shortcut that could enable the students to grow rapidly, consuming the essence of the divine fire to directly enhance their strength. However, An Chen was reluctant to resort to this expedient unless absolutely necessary. After all, such an approach was akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. It was imperative for the students to undergo experiences, to grow, and to learn on their own. Only then would the knowledge and strength they acquired truly belong to them. Borrowed power, while seemingly formidable in the short term, lacked a solid foundation and would ultimately be as fleeting as a drifting reed. Perhaps it is time to intensify the physical training of the students. An Chen murmured to himself, retracting the system. He clapped his hands and called out, "Class, since you have just witnessed the teacher's demonstration of the 5-animal play, let us proceed to learn this health-preserving exercise together." At that moment, the 4 great spirits, a little squirrel, a northeast tiger, a golden monkey, and a white mountain goat, reacted to the skills they had comprehended and joined their companions in a resounding cheer. "Yes, we shall obey the teacher's command." In that instant, the great spirits radiated excitement and fervor. They were finally able to learn a new physical discipline that would empower them further. Particularly, the earth sloth was so exhilarated that it could hardly utter a word. Yet it became wholly engrossed in mastering the exercise. Thus, on that morning, a magnificent scene unfolded on the playground of the small village. The adorable spirits, Ming Gun Gun, Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, and Ali, among others, stood in orderly formation. Under the scorching sun, they practiced the health-preserving exercise 5-animal play alongside An Chen, enthusiastically shouting hey ha as they punched the air. Their exuberance was palpable. 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Zhen and Si in Jingzhou, in the office, Luo Yunhong, the head of the Peculiar Persons Department, was delivering a brief report to Zhou Yixing. "Director, the contents recorded on those 3 bamboo slips have been fully translated," Luo Yunhong stated, his bald head making him quite conspicuous. His voice was calm as he continued. "Moreover, the various weapons unearthed from Mount Lu have been successfully forged and restored, and as per your instruction, they have been sent to the old celestial master." Zhou Yixing, seated in his chair, nodded. "What did my master say?" Luo Yunhong immediately pointed to 2 volumes of scriptures on the desk and explained. "The old celestial master said to keep Zhao Yuan Jing and Ri Yulin for you, as they will soon be of use. As for the last volume, the 3-foot sword in the box, it is to be delivered to the little martial uncle at Wudong Mountain." With a wry smile, Luo Yunhong added, "Unfortunately, this volume was directly discarded by the little martial uncle, who remarked, 'I have practiced it, it is average.'" Upon hearing this assessment, Zhou Yixing couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, thinking to himself, truly, as expected of the little martial uncle. Luo Yunhong hesitated for a moment before articulating his conjecture. According to the estimations of the pure young patriarch, he prophesied that eventually a wave resembling our illustrious ancestor would emerge in the future. "Given that our esteemed junior uncle possesses unparalleled swordsmanship, what do you think?" Zhou Yixing immediately cast a glance at him, comprehending the implication behind Luo's words. Without evasion, he responded nonchalantly, "Do you believe our junior uncle is the reincarnation of some sort immortal?" Luo Yunhong promptly nodded, indeed harboring such a belief. However, in the next moment, Zhou Yixing shattered this illusion with resolute finality. "Impossible," he asserted with unwavering conviction. "I once heard my master mention that when our patriarch accepted our junior uncle, he uttered a particular appraisal." Under the intense gaze of Luo Yunhong, Zhou Yixing's eyes shimmered with longing, his spirit swaying as he softly articulated the words, which resonated like thunder on a clear day, shaking the very fabric of existence. Chapter 82. The Murderer is the Rubik's Cube. Upon hearing this assessment, Luo Yunhong's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind jolted. He never anticipated that the young master from Wudong Mountain would receive such high praise from the revered Master Yuhua, capable of shouldering the weight of the world's swordsmanship. Zhou Yixing let out a light scoff, intending to remark that he hoped it wouldn't be a spectacle witnessed in their lifetimes when a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. He could only glance up and alter his statement to, "Come in." "Chief C." Lu Yaxin promptly pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Luo Yunhong, she added, "Chief Luo," before turning to Zhou Yixing, her voice laced with urgency. "A grave incident has occurred over the past few days in Luhe Prefecture, the Taiying Mountains. In Wutai Mountain, there have been a total of 8 murder and missing person cases. Strangely, during these incidents, the nearby surveillance cameras failed to capture any trace or image of the assailant. It appears as though there was no one present to commit the crimes." "What? No one present?" Luo Yunhong exclaimed, taken aback. "That is impossible. Whenever a crime occurs, there must be some trace left behind. Have you overlooked any clues?" Zhou Yixing refrained from jumping to conclusions, instead observing his assistant in silence. Luo Yunhong was momentarily speechless, and after several seconds of stunned silence, he quickly turned to Zhou Yixing. Without further ado, Zhou Yixing rose and declared, "Let us proceed to the surveillance center." Before long, they stepped into an extraordinarily spacious monitoring room, where numerous staff members donned white lab coats, diligently attending to their tasks. Some were seated before monitoring stations, fixated on the dozens of floating virtual screens, their pupils and faces reflecting a bluish glow. Others were managing the narrative online, striving to mitigate the public's panic induced by the Rubik's Cube to the lowest possible threshold. Upon noticing the arrival of Zhou Yixing and the others, the personnel promptly stood at attention, closing their documents, and saluted, exclaiming, "Greetings, Chief Zhou." "Chief Luo." Zhou Yixing nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the monitoring center's area. Lu Yaxin walked ahead, addressing the head of the surveillance center, "Captain Sun, the chief wishes to view the surveillance videos of those 8 missing person cases. Could you please retrieve them?" "Certainly," Captain Sun quickly replied, instructing 2 staff members to gather the scene photographs and surveillance videos related to the 8 murder and missing person cases. Soon, Zhou Yixing and Luo Yunhong each focused intently on a virtual screen. Indeed, the footage aligned perfectly with Lu Yaxin's report. In the videos, the victims inexplicably collapsed or vanished without a trace. Not only was there no sign of the perpetrator, but even a drop of blood was conspicuously absent. Such scenes appeared exceedingly strange and absurd. Although Zhou Yixing, Luo Yunhong, and the others were practitioners aware of many enigmatic phenomena in the world, they had never encountered anything as bizarre as this. Unavoidably, peculiar speculations began to stir within their minds. Lu Yaxin, Captain Sun, and the monitoring personnel were not strangers to scrutinizing surveillance footage. Yet, each time they encountered the bizarre scenes within the videos, an unsettling chill would ripple through them, raising the hairs on their necks. They were baffled, pondering the identity of the perpetrator behind these 8 incidents that unfolded in merely 2 days. As Lu Yaxin and her companions awaited anxiously, a sudden voice broke the tension. Zhou Sisho inquired, "Captain Sun, where did the first incident occur?" Luo Yunhong and Lu Yaxin were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces illuminated with a glimmer of hope. Was Sisho hinting at the discovery of critical clues? Without hesitation, they turned their attention to Captain Sunday. He replied without a moment's thought, "It happened near Wanwu Mountain in Luhe Prefecture." "Wanwu Mountain?" "Indeed, Sisho." The personnel responded with a unified shout, swiftly mobilizing to retrieve the map of Longhua. They marked each incident's location with small red dots. Before long, the map displayed 8 conspicuous red dots, interconnected by a crimson line. All present witnessed this red line originating from Wanwu Mountain, traversing through the Taiying Mountains, then passing through Wutai Mountain, continuously linking the remaining 5 red dots. Ultimately, the line halted, its arrow pointing directly towards Jingzhou. The expressions of Zhou Yixing, Luo Yunhong, and others instantly shifted. What did this signify? Was the perpetrator responsible for the 8 disappearances en route to Jingzhou, poised to commit yet another crime or abduction? In that moment, Captain Sun and the monitoring personnel were left in stunned silence, profoundly shocked. Some of the staff, unable to contain their trepidation, widened their eyes and gasped. Heavens! How could this be? The next incident is to occur within Jingzhou. Who was this audacious criminal? As they absorbed the gravity of this revelation, Luo Yunhong and Lu Yaxin were equally astonished, struggling to accept such an outcome. Zhou Yixing fixated on the crimson line on the screen, exhaling heavily, and with a complex expression, declared, "The perpetrator is the Rubik's Cube." "What? The perpetrator is the Rubik's Cube?" Upon hearing Sisho's deduction, Luo Yunhong and Lu Yaxin were once again left dumbfounded. They turned towards Zhou Sisho, puzzled about the connection between these incidents and the enigmatic cube. Zhou Yixing then began to elucidate. Chapter 83: The list of the second batch of those who have emerged. Happy Qixi Festival. The location where the magical cube fell is Mount Wanzu. And the first occurrence of these similar cases transpired in the vicinity of Mount Wanzu, which is certainly more than mere coincidence. Furthermore, the cube must harbor some unknown entities. Perhaps it is these enigmatic beings that have precipitated these incidents. At this point, a sharp glint flickered in Zhou Yixing's eyes as he turned to Lu Yaxin and said, "Aya, please summon the heads and deputy heads of each department for an urgent meeting." "All right, I shall go at once." Observing Lu Yaxin's retreating figure, Zhou Yixing could not help but take a deep breath, his gaze shimmering. From the moment the first cube appeared to the subsequent fall of the second cube, he sensed that this matter was far from simple. Indeed, the sudden emergence of these 8 cases corroborated his suspicions, and he felt the situation growing increasingly dire and uncontrollable. The immortal and the great demon of Kunlun Mountain, the guardians of the famed mountains and rivers, and the secrets of the cube. He even experienced a fleeting impulse to abandon it all. Just then, the voice of Luo Yunhong reached his ears, laden with curiosity and gravity. "Chief, according to your deductions, the perpetrator of these 8 cases is linked to the second cube. Then why did these unknown entities not appear when the first cube fell?" Upon hearing this perplexing inquiry from Luo, Captain Sun and the monitoring personnel perked up, eager to hear Chief Zhou's response. Zhou Yixing remained silent, his mind conjuring the images of the formidable demons he had encountered atop the mountain that night, and soon, clarity washed over him. The first cube fell at Kunlun Mountain. Thus, those unknown creatures must have been directly eliminated by the great demons residing within the mountain. Luo Yunhong and Captain Sun swiftly grasped the revelation. No wonder such bizarre incidents had not unfolded across the 9 provinces following the fall of the first cube. Those terrifying entities had already been dispatched by the demons. He turned to Zhou Yixing, his expression grave. "Chief, what should we do next? We must convene a meeting to formulate appropriate measures." As Zhou Yixing spoke, he turned to leave the monitoring center, adding, "Then I shall make a trip to Mount Wanzu to see what discoveries Brother Xia has made." On that very day, as the online fervor surrounding the hashtag "The Second Cube Descends" showed no signs of waning, it ignited a considerable wave of public discourse. A netizen posted, claiming to have uncovered a startling truth, that the recent cases were indeed peculiar and bizarre. Particularly, the locations of these incidents were nestled deep within the mountains, seemingly involving some strange occurrences. Goodness, how idle must the original poster be to have noticed this? I support the original poster's discovery. After all, so much has transpired lately, from the deities and great demons in Kunlun Mountain to the first cube, then the anomalies at Qingqing Mountain, and finally the second cube. Even if you were to tell me that immortals exist in this world, I would believe you immediately. Heavens, I have just received news that a substantial number of mysterious personnel have been deployed in Jingzhou, each controlling the entry and exit points of various cities, seemingly inspecting something. They all sense a looming danger, an imminent event that sends shivers down their spines, particularly among the netizens in Jingzhou. The social circles have erupted with discussions about the movement of these enigmatic figures, speculating on the gravity of the situation. However, as day turned to night, the entirety of Jingzhou remained eerily calm and undisturbed. This led many netizens to believe that the uproar created during the day was nothing more than a tempest in a teapot, with no significant events on the horizon. That night, the stars twinkled like scattered gems against the vast sky, illuminating the peaceful slumber of humanity. In a small village courtyard, the great demons waited for their master to fall asleep before stealthily rising, exiting the house to convene and deliberate on the list of those who would venture forth next. The demons gathered around the map, some standing, some seated, all turning their gazes toward the second elder sister. They were well aware of the details recounted by the obedient one, understanding clearly what had transpired on that fateful night when Xiaobai faced trials on Qingqing Mountain, and they felt immense sorrow at her defeat by 2 half-step masters. Upon hearing this, the second elder sister exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent, instilling fear among her companions, who felt as though they might be sliced apart at any moment. However, when they learned that Xiaobai had ultimately reflected upon her Qingshan and successfully stepped into the realm of Qingshan at the final moment, they erupted into jubilant cheers, dancing with joy. The battle between Xiaobai and the cultivators represented not only her own struggle, but also the honor of her companions and the formidable presence of their master. Now, as the second elder sister brought this matter to light, The great demons nodded silently in agreement. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew quiet. They were fully aware of the purpose behind the second elder sister's initiative. After all, the commotion caused by Xiao Bai and Hu Good during their last outing was too significant to ignore. The external cultivators would undoubtedly devise countermeasures, such as dispatching personnel to safeguard the renowned mountains and rivers of Jiuzhou. Thus, the second elder sister's gathering to discuss the second group to emerge was not aimed at seizing these renowned sites, but rather to discern the movements of external cultivators. A perfectly logical course of action. Suddenly, the white goat spoke up, proposing a commendable suggestion. Chapter 84. Little Squirrel comes down the mountain upon hearing Xiao Mei's suggestion. The other great demons nodded in agreement, finding the proposal quite reasonable. They began to ponder which of their companions possessed the swiftest speed. Was it Guai Guai? Or perhaps the cheetah? Before they could arrive at a conclusion, a melodious voice rang out. Allow me to take on this task. The great demons swiftly turned to see the speaker, a little squirrel cradling a nut in its paws. Noticing the attention of its companions, the squirrel took a moment to reflect before speaking. I discovered a new skill 2 days ago that enhances my speed, making me well suited for gathering intelligence. Enhances your speed? Xiao Bai exclaimed with curiosity, looking at the little squirrel with eager anticipation. Xiao Luo, what is the name of the skill you have learned? Under the gaze of the other great demons, the little squirrel pondered for a moment before revealing the name of the skill. It was called Divine Movement, which allowed one to travel 1,000 miles in a day. If it is merely to scout for information, I believe I am more than capable. 1,000 miles in a day. The eyes of the great demons sparkled with excitement, their gazes almost fervent. Clearly, none of them had anticipated that Xiao Luo possessed such a practical skill. They all turned their attention toward the second elder sister, convinced that the list for the second group descending the mountain would be indisputably led by Xiao Luo. Xiao Qing contemplated the matter seriously, recognizing that Xiao Luo's skill indeed made it the unparalleled choice for scouting. With a nod, she spoke in a cool tone. In that case, the second group descending the mountain shall consist solely of Xiao Luo. Immediately, the great demons erupted in cheers, surrounding the little squirrel with jubilant celebrations, offering various words of encouragement and blessings. It was as if they had finally realized a long-held wish, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy and elation. The little squirrel watched as its companions held hands and danced around it, feeling quite bewildered. Just then, Xiao Bai approached with a cheerful smile, bending down to say, Xiao Luo, if you have the time, please remember to check on the summit of Qingqing Mountain for me. While the little squirrel felt somewhat puzzled and wished to inquire about what needed to be seen at the mountain's peak, it had not yet spoken when Tiger Brother also approached, requesting that it visit Longhu Mountain to see if a special white tiger had appeared. In fact, the Northeast Tiger had sought permission from Shaoqing 2 nights prior to leave Kunlun Mountain alone for Longhu Mountain, eager to ascertain the situation regarding that white tiger. Unfortunately, when the Northeast Tiger returned to Longhu Mountain, it searched the entire peak but found no trace of the white tiger. Ultimately, it discovered a few strands of the white tiger's fur in a pavilion. Thus, the Northeast Tiger sat in the pavilion, waiting until dawn. Yet the white tiger did not appear. At this moment, the little squirrel saw the longing in Tiger Brother's eyes and, without hesitation, nodded in agreement, promising that it would indeed go to Longhu Mountain to investigate the situation. Thus, Brother Tiger smiled with reassurance, spreading his palm to reveal a nut, which he offered to the little squirrel as a token of remuneration for his errand. The moment the squirrel laid eyes on the nut, its eyes sparkled with delight. Without a hint of hesitation, it snatched the nut from Brother Tiger's hand and promptly devoured it whole, just as it felt a sense of satisfaction and patted its cheeks. Another nut appeared before its gaze. The little squirrel momentarily froze, looking up to discover that it was a nut from Little White, who squinted playfully, forming a crescent smile. Surprised by Little White's affection, the squirrel was deeply touched. However, touched as it was, it wasted no time, and with a swift motion, the nut in Little White's hand vanished. One nut after another continued to materialize before the little squirrel, burying it beneath a mountain of nuts. When the squirrel finally mustered the strength to poke its head out from the pile, a sudden thud echoed as Little Green tossed a nut that landed squarely on its head, bouncing down into the heap. Thus, the little squirrel found itself buried in nuts, grinning widely as it noticed its companions watching intently. At that moment, the red-crowned crane chimed in. "Oh, little squirrel, how joyous you seem. Have you not considered that these nuts are from your own stockpile? Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, and the little squirrel was taken aback. Clearly, it had not contemplated this matter at all. It had assumed that the nuts gifted by its friends were collected from the mountains. It was at that moment that the little squirrel recalled the incident from 2 days prior, when several nuts from its storage mysteriously vanished. So, its companions had taken the nuts it had hoarded? As a look of grievance crossed the little squirrel's face, nearly bringing it to tears, it suddenly heard the voice of the long-legged frog berating, "You scoundrel, Adon. If you cannot speak properly, then do not say anything at all. What do you mean by taking little squirrel's stock? I did not take anything. You all threw them at me." Yes, it was Ajin who first sneaked in. Upon hearing the long-legged frog's complaints, all eyes turned toward the golden monkey, including the little squirrel, which gazed with tear-filled eyes. The golden monkey hurriedly began to explain. "It's not my fault. It was all Little Ant's idea from the start." The group of mischief makers instinctively turned their gazes toward the little ant. The ant, flustered, hastily waved its antennae, pointing at Little White in an attempt to shift the blame. However, before it could utter a word, its eyes widened in shock as a foot descended from above, aiming to stomp down upon it. The ant, taken aback, quickly dodged, adjusting its sunglasses atop its nose. It stomped its feet twice and, while digging in its ears, queried, "What were you just discussing? I did not catch that." Upon witnessing this scene, the recently awakened great beasts, such as the gorilla, the mantis, and the wild boar, could not help but swallow hard, instinctively distancing themselves from the little white rabbit. The ants, equally astonished, felt a sense of relief for having hidden swiftly, narrowly escaping a dire fate that could have seen them perish beneath the feet of the docile creature. Meanwhile, the little squirrel, upon observing this spectacle, could not contain its laughter, grinning widely with a radiant joy, particularly highlighting its gleaming white incisors. The other great beasts, witnessing this, also erupted into laughter. In that moment, the courtyard was filled with an exuberant chorus of merriment, interspersed with cheerful calls of ooh and gah. Chapter 85. Affection and Duty. The squirrel and the boy. As the echoes of laughter gradually subsided, a gentle evening breeze swept through the courtyard, and the little squirrel vanished from the sight of its companions. It darted into the darkness, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain. Following the direction provided by Brother Tiger, the first renowned mountain the squirrel reached was Mount Wanzu. Alas, after searching among numerous peaks, it failed to catch a glimpse of the elusive white tiger. At last, the moonlight illuminated one of the great trees in the forest. Clutching a nut, the little squirrel perched on a branch, straining its eyes toward the distant Taoist temples, yet still found no trace of the white tiger. Thus, the squirrel chose not to linger, turning away from Mount Wanzu and hurrying towards other majestic mountains and rivers. Unbeknownst to it, within the temple atop the mountain, behind a crimson door, a white and black striped tail flicked playfully, visible through the door's crevice. After departing Mount Wanzu, the little squirrel journeyed tirelessly under the stars, visiting nearby famed mountains such as Wugong Mountain, Lushan, and Sanqing Mountain. It did not venture into these great mountains, but merely observed from afar, discovering that the situation was precisely as the second sister had surmised. Within those mountains, practitioners were stationed, evidently a decision made by the An Chen division to prevent the great demons of Kunlun from seizing the mountains and rivers of the 9 provinces. Otherwise, the loss of these treasure troves would be the greatest detriment to the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, the little squirrel adhered to the second sister's instructions, avoiding conflict with the practitioners. After a distant glance, it turned away, racing towards the next celebrated mountain. Thus, the little squirrel traversed numerous majestic mountains and crossed countless rivers, gathering all the information before arriving at its final destination, Qingqing Mountain. With a swift motion, the squirrel employed its divine movement, skill, vanishing instantaneously. When it reappeared, it was already amidst the woods halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through, lifting a few fallen leaves. One leaf was carried aloft, but as the night breeze pushed it towards the summit, it ultimately succumbed to gravity and descended gently. From a distance, as this leaf drifted away from the mountain peak, the little squirrel's silhouette silently emerged atop the summit. In the night sky above, a resplendent full moon cast its glorious light. This luminescence, mingling with the starlight, descended upon the pinnacle of the clouds, enveloping the little squirrel and a delicate figure that stood nearby. When the little squirrel, clutching a nut, stood atop a stone pillar, and beheld that graceful figure, it was momentarily taken aback. Turning to glance down the mountain path, it discovered that all routes leading to the summit were blocked. How, then, had she ascended? A hint of perplexity flickered in the little squirrel's eyes. Without hesitation, she swiftly approached the enchanting silhouette, eager to discern what she was articulating. This marked the third night that Su Xinyan had sat alone in this spot. Nearly 2 nights prior, she had returned to Qiqing Mountain, yearning to ascend to the summit for a glimpse of the view. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she was kindly informed by fellow tourists that the path to the peak had been sealed off, leaving her with no opportunity to witness the remnants left by the mysterious figure's confrontation. Rather than retreating in discouragement, Su Xinyan smiled calmly and resolutely began her ascent, determined to reach the summit once more. How could she return empty-handed before fulfilling this aspiration? Just as she prepared herself mentally to plead with the staff, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving her and the surrounding tourists in disbelief. Upon catching sight of Su Xinyan, the personnel guarding the ascent turned pale, as if confronted by a creature of legend. Without waiting for her to speak, they hastily opened a pathway, indicating that she could ascend alone. Momentarily taken aback, Su Xinyan climbed step by step amidst the protests of disgruntled tourists, ultimately sitting upon a stone step, gazing vacantly at the myriad stars above. Thus, from that night onward, Su Xinyan ascended the mountain each evening, lingering in contemplation until dawn before descending. Tonight was no exception. Perched on the chilly steps, she looked up at the twinkling stars, which, to her, resembled the eyes of a small white creature, winking at her playfully. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. At that moment, a little squirrel appeared beside the steps, catching her words and brightening with realization. So she is the silly sister that Xiaobai saved? In this instant, the little squirrel comprehended why Xiaobai had entrusted it with the task of observing her on Qiqing Mountain. After a moment of thought, the little squirrel tossed aside the nut it had been clutching and turned to leave. With a soft thud, the nut rolled to Su Xinyan's feet, startling her. Oh, how did a nut fall here? She looked down just in time to see a little squirrel, its back to her, flicking its tail before swiftly vanishing atop the mountain. Is this a gift from the little squirrel? Surely, it understands my longing. Su Xinyan smiled softly in the direction the squirrel had departed. To guard this peak for you is the fulfillment of my wish and the only means I can conceive to express my gratitude. The moonlight illuminated that silhouette, casting a lengthy shadow upon the ground. The shadow's end coincidentally rested where the little squirrel stood. After a moment's contemplation, the little squirrel resolved to indulge its curiosity, peering at the figure's actions, intending only to take a fleeting glance before departing. The little squirrel stilled its breath and approached, discovering that the figure before it was a young boy with cropped hair, tirelessly practicing archery. The boy's face glistened with sweat, a testament to his prolonged exertion with the bow. Yet, despite the strain, his grip on the bow remained steady, and his expression was one of intense concentration. In his bright, piercing eyes, it seemed as though only the target existed. The boy then unleashed arrow after arrow, each shot imbued with such force that it appeared capable of penetrating the target itself. However, when the squirrel observed the boy launch over a dozen arrows, only to see 2 barely graze the edge of the target, it could not suppress a chuckle. Subsequently, the squirrel retrieved a nut from its mouth and hurled it directly at the boy's head. Startled, the boy winced in pain, setting down his bow as he rubbed the spot that had been struck, glancing up in bewilderment at the source of the blow. Chapter 86. All the Qin surnamed individuals have their path to cultivation severed. In the next moment, the young boy beheld a small squirrel perched on the wall, laughing heartily, which left him wide-eyed and momentarily speechless. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, fixating his gaze on the little creature. With a quiver in his throat, he managed to ask, "Was it you who struck me with something just now?" The squirrel remained silent, retrieving a nut from its mouth once more. It raised the nut with one paw while signaling to the boy with the other to continue shooting arrows, exuding a demeanor that suggested, should his aim falter, he might face dire consequences. However, when it launched the first nut, the small squirrel adhered to its teacher's lessons, carefully modulating its strength to avoid causing harm. Had it not done so, the boy would have long since collapsed, leaving no room for conversation. The boy, taken aback by the squirrel's actions, felt a surge of surprise and wonder. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes, for it was indeed his first encounter with such an anthropomorphic little squirrel. "Do you wish for me to continue shooting?" He discerned the squirrel's intent and broke into a delighted smile. "Haha, splendid. I shall practice further. Thus, he retrieved his arrows once more, feeling invigorated as though infused with boundless energy, and began his archery display for his sole audience, the squirrel. To his dismay, however, only one of the numerous arrows struck the target. Predictably, a nut struck him on the head again. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he turned to the squirrel, grinning broadly, and exclaimed, "Don't go just yet. I assure you I will hit 3 arrows or more." He swiftly wiped the sweat from his brow, resumed picking up arrows, and continued his practice, failing time and time again. Nuts continued to rain upon his head, falling to the ground with sharp, cracking sounds. Eventually, the boy, utterly fatigued, gazed at the 3 arrows embedded in the target, smiled broadly, and, lacking the strength to draw his bow any longer, decided to cease his efforts. Lowering his gaze to the scattered nuts on the ground, his smile widened, and without a moment's hesitation, he crouched down to collect each one. The squirrel, observing the boy's lackluster archery skills, felt a twinge of irritation and was poised to launch another nut when it suddenly paused, taken aback by the boy's actions, and gradually lowered the nut in its paw. Soon, the boy gathered every last nut from the ground, cradling them in his hands, and swiftly approached the squirrel, presenting them with a joyful grin. "Here, I've returned all the nuts you cast aside." The squirrel, gazing at the boy's radiant smile and the pile of nuts in his palms, graciously accepted the offering, swiftly devouring them. Witnessing the squirrel's amiable nature, the boy's happiness only intensified. He swiftly turned and climbed onto the wall, settling beside the little squirrel. Raising his gaze to the vast expanse of stars above, he softly murmured, "It has been such a long time since anyone has played with me." At this, the boy glanced over at the squirrel, and to his surprise, he noticed that the little creature had also looked up. This made the boy unable to suppress a smile, as if he had finally found a companion with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. "I once had a few friends who lived nearby. We would play basketball and soccer together every day, enjoying ourselves immensely. However, over time," his voice grew somewhat somber, "like my classmates, they began to distance themselves from me once they learned that my grandfather scavenges for a living. I bore them no ill will, and I still greeted them daily, even though they ignored me. Sometimes I wonder if I hadn't treated them well enough. Why did they suddenly stop wanting to play with me?" The boy's eyes, fixed on the night sky, sparkled with a different kind of light. He took a deep breath, sniffed slightly, and felt the weight of the conversation. Thus, he turned his attention back to the little squirrel, speaking of other matters. No longer gazing at the stars, he instead focused on the darkened room, remaining silent for a moment before laughing lightly. "Never mind, let us not dwell on unhappy topics." As he spoke, he shifted his body, extending his right hand in introduction. "By the way, my name is An Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you tonight, intriguing little squirrel." Suddenly, a crisp voice echoed in his ear. "Is that so? Then you are far too early in your joy." Meanwhile, within the Qintian Bureau in Jingzhou, a gentle breeze wafted as 4 figures sat quietly on the astronomical platform. Among them was Zhao Xinghai, holding a feather duster, the esteemed Professor Qin Zhengqing, and 2 old friends, Lao Chun and Lao Zhang, whom Professor Qin had previously called for assistance. Lao Chun was the former director of the Historical Research Institute, Chenhongyi, while Lao Zhang was a geography professor at a renowned university. They had all come at the behest of Professor Qin, who had deemed it necessary to discuss a matter of great importance. After their dinner, they hastened to the bureau. Just moments ago, after watching a video presented by Professor Qin, the 3 of them, along with Zhao Xinghai, felt a sense of perplexity. The video was somewhat chaotic, showing clips of the first Rubik's Cube falling, followed by the strange occurrences on Qingqing Mountain that night, and then the second and third Rubik's Cubes descending. At the video's conclusion, it featured 8 recent incidents, with the locations interconnected, all pointing directly to Jingzhou. Zhao Xinghai observed the red line in the video and suddenly felt a stir in his heart. "Old Qin, have you not yet let go of that obsession?" Upon hearing this, Lao Chun and Lao Zhang were taken aback and quickly turned to look at Old Qin, frowning in concern. They have been friends with the Old Qin for decades and naturally understand that his deepest obsession is to discover a path of cultivation that would enable the descendants of the Qin family to pursue their spiritual journeys with ease. For this purpose, Qin Zhengsheng has traversed the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, seeking the wisdom of various grand masters, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he found a glimmer of hope in a news article and assembled a team to journey to Kunlun Mountain. After 2 arduous years of searching, he finally uncovered traces of the immortals. This is precisely why, Upon encountering the formidable demon in the small village, he firmly believed that the immortals resided within. He had already interacted with personnel from the Zhenan office and was aware of the existence of cultivators, as well as the ancient scriptures and tomes left by the alchemists of yore. He has long been ensnared by his obsession, delving too deeply into his thoughts, and remains perplexed by one question. Why is it that among all those bearing the surname Qin across the vast land of the 9 provinces, none can embark on the path of cultivation? Could it possibly be linked to the unification of the realm by the dynasty thousands of years ago? Chapter 87. With my broken body, I enter the mysterious path, opening the road of life and death in the mortal realm. Upon hearing old Zhao's inquiry, Qin Zhengxing gradually suppressed the tumult of thoughts in his mind, lifted his teacup, and spoke with a serene voice. I have yet to fulfill that yearning. How can you expect me to let it go? He took a sip of the scalding tea, which coursed down his throat, seemingly scorching his very insides, making his blood boil. The night breeze tousled his white hair, and his eyes remained bright and spirited. Zhao Xinghai, old Chun, and old Zhang fell silent momentarily, feeling a mix of admiration and regret for their old friend's unwavering obsession. After a brief pause, Zhao Xinghai spoke. So, your purpose in showing us this video is that you have found a solution? As old Chun and old Zhang turned their gaze back to him, Qin Zhengxiang did not conceal his nod, affirming, indeed, I have conceived a feasible method. However, this method allows for only one attempt. Should I fail, I ask that you care for my family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghai and the others were taken aback, hastily interjecting, Brother, are you out of your mind? Betting your life? Is it worth it? Exactly. There are more families like yours in this world who cannot cultivate. Do you intend to take responsibility for them all? Can you manage that alone? Old Qin, what does it matter if you cannot cultivate? Isn't being an ordinary person sufficient? Why pursue that elusive path? Qin Zhengxing tightened his grip on the teacup, the veins on the back of his hand prominent, and inhaled deeply. I have contemplated giving up, but my heart remains unwilling. Thus, it must be this way. Observing that old Zhao and the others were eager to persuade him further, Qin Zhengxing shook his head and interjected. Only through obsession can one comprehend this suffering, the agony of yearning for the unattainable. Therefore, you need not persuade me any longer. My mind is made up. I have come here to bid you farewell. Zhao Xinghai, old Chun, and old Zhang understood old Qin's stubborn nature. Once he made a choice, he would not waver. They sighed deeply, their voices laden with boundless regret and desolation. This time, they remained silent for an extended period. As the tea cooled, a soft sigh broke the stillness. Brother, could you share with us the method you have devised? Since there exists no path for my Qin kin to cultivate in this world, I shall forge a new path, one that transcends humanity and beast alike. Perhaps when we next meet, it will be a matter of life and death. Or perhaps you shall never see me again. Before the entrance of the Qintian office, a black sedan was parked. He stood beside the vehicle, opening the rear door and watching as the old professor emerged from within. He then concealed his smile and instructed Bin to bend down and enter the back seat. In the vacant lot beside the house, the young Lin Qianyi was startled by the chattering of a small squirrel and fell straight from the wall. He sat on the floor, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the little squirrel, his expression one of incredulity, tinged with a hint of fear in his pupils. It was utterly unfathomable to him that this small creature could actually speak. This revelation shattered his worldview. Recalling the squirrel's earlier words, along with the image of it pelting itself with a nut, Lin Qianyi couldn't help but laugh. His laughter grew louder, eventually erupting into hearty guffaws, radiating sheer joy and exhilaration. The prospect of befriending a squirrel felt like an extraordinary and delightful occurrence. If that little squirrel could converse and was willing to listen to his innermost thoughts, it would be an even rarer blessing, a significant fortune in his life. Undoubtedly, Lin Qianyi deemed himself the luckiest person in the world at that moment. He felt no fear. The squirrel's antics had convinced him of its intriguing nature. Clutching a nut, the squirrel, upon witnessing the boy's joyful countenance, mirrored his smile, revealing 2 gleaming white front teeth. Lin Qianyi, upon seeing the squirrel smile at him, felt an even greater joy and wished for its company to linger a while longer. He quickly exclaimed, Wait, I have plenty of nuts at home. I will fetch some for you, and sprang up from the floor, eager to rush into the house and bring all the nuts to the squirrel. Surely, that would entice it to play with him every day. Just as Lin Qianyi reached the doorway, he suddenly spotted his grandfather emerging from the room, a coat in hand. Turning on the lights in the yard, Grandpa, wait. Lin Qianyi hastily reached out to halt his grandfather's actions. Alas, it was too late. The elderly man, having heard some commotion outside and feeling concerned, had come to inspect the situation, intending to drape a coat over his grandson. "What is the matter?" he asked, glancing at the empty yard, which was utterly still, devoid of any incident. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he focused on the target, and with a chuckle, he ruffled Lin Qianyi's hair, exclaiming, "Well done. It seems your archery practice has paid off. You're not far from shooting down the sun." Following his grandfather's gaze, Lin Qianyi found himself momentarily speechless. He beheld that the bullseye of the target was inexplicably adorned with a dozen arrows. As he surveyed the arrows, a scene unfurled in his mind. A little squirrel seizing a handful of arrows and effortlessly striking the bullseye. Yet, despite searching high and low, he could not locate the squirrel, which filled him with a sense of loss and melancholy. "Will I see you again tomorrow, little squirrel?" he murmured to himself. Just then, his eyes brightened as he noticed 3 crooked little characters inscribed on the wall. Gazing at those 3 characters, the young man once more broke into a wide grin, his smile radiating warmth and brilliance. His bright eyes sparkled like stars, shimmering with a celestial glow. On this very night, within the confines of an old residential building in Jingzhou, in room 306, Qin Zhengqing sat at the edge of the bed, quietly watching his slumbering wife. As memories of the tumultuous journey they had traversed together over the decades flooded his mind, he couldn't help but smile. He began to voice his innermost thoughts, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Yet, as he spoke further, a glimmer of tears sparkled in his eyes, his voice choking with emotion, as if he found it increasingly difficult to continue. Ultimately, Qin Zhengqing chose silence, burying more of his heartfelt sentiments within the passage of time. As the night deepened and the air grew colder, he rose, bending down to tuck the covers snugly around his wife before quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. At the moment the door clicked shut, Jiao Chunling, lying in bed, felt a tear escape the corner of her eye, instinctively raising a hand as if to grasp something. It seemed she dreamt of her husband's departure, yearning to hold on to him tightly, unwilling to let him go. In her dream, Jiao Chunling ultimately captured her husband, a tender smile gracing her lips. Reminiscent of their first encounter, the hand she had raised gradually descended, and she resumed her peaceful slumber. In the deep of night, a black sedan came to a halt by the roadside. Dibin glanced at Professor Qin through the rearview mirror, a helpless sigh escaping his lips. "Professor Qin, must you truly tread this irreversible path?" Qin Zhengqing smiled faintly, opened the car door, and stepped out, inhaling the frigid air that chilled him to the bone. He departed, waving goodbye to He-Bin with a carefree gesture as he ventured into the dense forest alone. He-Bin silently observed the elderly professor walk into the depths of the wilderness, tears welling in his eyes, silently spilling over. Within the heart of the forest, a figure strode in with unwavering determination, surrounded by fleeting shadows that flitted by, creating an eerie and desolate ambience. Soon, Qin Zhengqing's furious roars echoed through the trees. "Come forth. I know you are all here. You are all coming for me. Since this world offers no path for the descendants of the Qin family, then from this night onward, I shall tread the treacherous path with my frail body, forging a road of life and death for mankind." Chapter 88. The turtle and the snail have finally arrived. As the furious roar echoed, a dozen figures emerged from the surrounding woods. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, their faces became discernible, visages that seemed neither human nor beast, the extraterrestrial beings that had escaped from the cube. After days of wandering and mischief, they had gradually acclimated to the biological forms of this planet, beginning to resemble humans. However, their bodies remained translucent, akin to rootless water plants, rendering them incapable of cultivating their powers or manifesting their true strength on this planet. Hence, having fled from the palace of Wanwu Mountain, they committed acts of mischief in search of a vessel capable of withstanding their psychic onslaught. At that moment, upon encountering a human who approached them, they encircled Qin Zhengqing, scrutinizing him with merciless gazes. Those hollow, soulless eyes fell upon him, exuding an aura of chilling coldness and heart-stopping dread, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss that devoured all creatures unfortunate enough to fall within its depths. In the next moment, the figures surged upwards, transforming into wisps of gray vapor, hastening to enter Qin Zhengqing through his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. "Ah!" Qin Zhengqing emitted a heart-wrenching scream, reverberating across the land. The moonlight illuminated him, casting a distinct shadow upon the ground. The shadow revealed limbs swelling as if they might burst like a balloon at any moment. Upright strands of hair, bulging eyes, and squirming blood vessels reminiscent of worms threatened to rupture, creating a scene of terror and horror. Suddenly, Qin Jingqing's body convulsed as if struck by electricity, the tremors intensifying in frequency. At last, with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, utterly motionless, as if life had fled from him. The strange transformations, upright hair, protruding eyes, and distended clothing, faded rapidly as he fell. Time passed, and a chilling night breeze swept through the woods, caressing Qin Jingqing's form. His eyelids fluttered, and his right pinky finger twitched slightly. Then, a raspy sound emerged from his throat. My wishes remain unfulfilled. I cannot die. Slowly, Qin Jingqing rose from the ground, his body swaying, his hair a wild white mane obscuring his face. After a moment of silence, he suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound that resonated with profound desolation and eeriness. Just as his laughter ceased, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes fixed upon the direction of Qingqing Mountain, a grin spreading across his face, exposing a mouthful of gray teeth. Qingqing Mountain. It seems a certain individual has gone astray. The following morning, after class, the great demons frolicked on the playground, rolling on the grass and tumbling down the hills, their laughter echoing in the air. In the classroom, An Chen gently reminded Xiaoqing to take good care of the 8 classmates who had only recently mustered the courage to speak. Observing her teacher's serene demeanor, Xiaoqing smiled and assured, "Rest easy, teacher. I shall attend to their emotions and daily lives." "Thank you for your efforts," An Chen replied. At that moment, Xiaobai, leaning on the podium with one elbow and propping her chin on her palm, pouted in a slightly jealous manner. "Humph, you, my annoying sister, neglect me while being so kind to everyone else." Xiaoqing, maintaining her composure, responded, "This merely indicates that, in my eyes, you have matured and require less of my care." Hearing this, Xiaobai instinctively considered nodding in agreement, but suddenly realized the implications of her sister's words. She quickly grasped An Chen's arm and, lifting her chin, retorted, "You are mistaken. Throughout my growth, it has been you who has tended to me. You hardly paid attention." Just then, Xiaobai seemed to sense something, exclaiming in surprise as she looked up toward the playground. Xiaoqing, with a keener perception, had already turned her gaze there, her eyes landing on Ollie. On the expansive playground, sunlight bathed the ground, illuminating the figures of Ollie and Meng Gun. The two, one large and one small, sat closely together, resembling an inseparable pair of sisters. Sitting on the grass, Ollie gently swung her short legs while simultaneously wagging her 3 white tails. Both she and Meng Gun sat in comfortable silence, as if they had developed a unique understanding. Ollie promptly shook her head and broke into a joyful, innocent smile, which in turn prompted Meng Gun to smile as well. Suddenly, Meng Gun's ears perked up as she began munching on bamboo shoots, saying, "Ollie, there's a surprise over by the forest. Why not use your new skill to listen?" Ollie's eyes brightened at this suggestion, and without further inquiry, she obediently nodded and began to utilize her recently acquired skill, wind listening. During a previous lesson, An Chen had enlightened 3 students and helped Xiaobai, Dehei, and Ollie each learn a new ability. Xiaobai had acquired the water manipulation skill, while Dehei had learned Mind Fist, a technique where intention guides the punch. Ollie's newfound skill was wind listening. As she activated wind listening, Ollie became acutely aware of all sounds within 100 meters of the playground, as if they were resonating directly in her ears. She swiftly filtered out the extraneous noise and began to concentrate on the sounds emanating from the forest. Soon, her eyes widened in surprise and delight as she turned to Meng Gun, who confirmed with a nod that the sounds she had heard were indeed real. A group of new companions had appeared in the forest near the entrance of the small village. As Xiaoqing and Xiaobai glanced over, upon hearing the news, Ollie joyfully leapt into the air, swiftly turning to rush towards Guai and Tiger Brother, eager to share the delightful tidings and implore them to relay it to their other companions. Within mere moments, the entire group was aware of the announcement. They came rushing from the grassy meadows and sloping hills, gathering together to place their wagers. The subject of their speculation was none other than the duration until the little turtles and snails would arrive at the village gate. Chapter 89. May I inquire, Master, what is the Great Way? With a sudden screech, an armored off-road vehicle came to an abrupt halt before the gates of the Zhenin Bureau. its tires violently grinding against the ground, producing a wisp of white smoke. Subsequently, the passenger door swung open, and a tall figure emerged, bending slightly as he stepped out. Clad in a black trench coat, his face weathered and travel-worn. Chief. Lu Yaxin had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Zhou Yixing disembark, she promptly approached him. As they walked side by side, she briefed him on the latest intelligence. The cube that had fallen in the west, after extensive verification, had been confirmed to be in the possession of the Olive Nation. Other nations' expeditions had suffered varying degrees of damage and returned empty-handed. Has the Olive Nation made any breakthroughs? Zhou Yixing inquired. None, Lu Yaxin replied, shaking her head. The cube is heavily guarded by multiple factions, and uncovering its secrets seems nearly impossible. Zhou Yixing decisively stated, understood. Then we shall abandon our efforts to investigate the cube in the west, and instead allocate more personnel to protect the seeds that have emerged in Jiuzhou. Understood, Lu Yaxin affirmed. Following Zhou Yixing into the Zhenan Bureau, where they took the elevator to the conference room at the top. Inside the elevator, Lu Yaxin glanced at Zhou Yixing, who appeared somewhat haggard, and suddenly asked, Chief, did you uncover anything significant during your meeting with Master Xie at Wanwu Mountain? Yes, Zhou Yixing replied gravely, nodding without elaborating. He swiftly inquired about other matters. Have the deputy chief and the heads of the Department of Extraordinary Beings arrived? Sensing the urgency in his tone, Lu Yaxin dared not press further and quickly responded, I began notifying them before you boarded the plane. They are all waiting in the conference room now. Good. Let us proceed inside. Meanwhile, in the playground of a small village, a throng of great demons gathered excitedly, engaging in animated discussions. Let me wager a carrot, one exclaimed, adjusting his sunglasses, that they will reach the village gate within a week. 1 week is too soon, White Fang retorted, flicking his nose dismissively. It will take at least 2 weeks. The red-crowned crane scoffed. Oh, do you have a misunderstanding about their speed? It will take them at least 1.5 years to arrive. The other great demons suppressed their impulse to reprimand the red-crowned crane, finding some merit in his words. After all, a year prior, they had heard tales of a group of turtles and snails making their way from beyond the mountains. They had pondered how long it would take for those turtles and snails to reach the village. To their astonishment, a year had passed, and they finally received good news. The turtles and snails had arrived at the forest surrounding the small village. This development naturally caused great excitement among the demons, who were filled with joy and anticipation at the prospect of soon seeing them. There were also formidable creatures, such as the Siberian tiger and the ground sloth, who playfully tossed Ollie into the air, expressing their gratitude for the delightful surprise he had brought them. Inside the classroom, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai exchanged knowing smiles as they watched Ollie soar upwards. At that moment, An Chen's voice resonated, instructing them not to bicker and to call their classmates for the ideological class. Understood, teacher, Xiao Bai responded obediently, as was customary during the ideological lessons. An Chen would elucidate certain scriptures or invite students to voice their doubts, assisting them in resolving their queries. Today's session was no exception. An Chen began by discussing aspects of the Wuzhen Pian, then encouraged the students to raise their hands with questions. Soon, Xiao Bai was the first to raise her hand, posing a question that had troubled her for quite some time. Teacher, may I change my life skill? Otherwise, I feel I may never accomplish it. Upon hearing Xiao Bai's inquiry, the other creatures erupted in laughter, well aware that her life skill pertained to assisting the teacher in folding blankets. An Chen couldn't help but smile at the scene. Once the laughter subsided, he seized the opportunity presented by Xiao Bai's question to ask, why is it essential to practice this life skill? In that moment, the creatures fell silent, contemplating the deeper significance of his inquiry. Dear students, the specific life skills you choose to pursue are not of paramount importance. What truly matters is that through the repeated experiences of failure in honing your skills, you forge your resolve, and that is the essence of your journey. The notion of refining one's resolve through failure resonated with the creatures, and they all lifted their heads, their gazes fixed upon their teacher with fervor. In their eyes, a brilliant light began to shine, as if they had suddenly grasped something profound, something they had previously overlooked. Just then, the voice of the white goat broke the silence. Teacher, can the relentless honing of one's resolve truly lead to the great path? An Chen nodded with conviction, affirming, indeed. Immediately afterward, the Siberian tiger, seated at the back, raised a hand, a look of curiosity in its eyes, and asked, may I inquire, teacher, what is the great path? In that instant, the creatures were captivated, their minds stirred by the terms resolve and great path. As they encountered the concept for the first time, their gazes collectively fixed upon their teacher, eagerly awaiting enlightenment. An Chen, standing at the podium with a smile gracing his lips, began to speak with calm assurance. At the same time, in Jingzhou, at the headquarters of the Zhenan division, the top conference room was occupied by the chief and deputy chief of the division, along with 3 heads from the Department of Extraordinary Affairs. All eyes were fixated on a 6-sided magic cube resting on the table, which at that moment emitted no azure glow, appearing rather dull and lifeless. Yet it firmly captivated the attention of all present. After a brief moment, Zhou Yixing spoke in a low voice. "This is the cube that fell from Wanwu Mountain, which was discovered by senior brother Xia. I inquired if he had any special findings, and he informed me. Never attempt to cultivate based on the patterns and texts above, for it could lead to a severance from the master and the ruin of your future." Upon hearing this warning, every individual in attendance was taken aback, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath. Chapter 90. The path has its origins and ends. Humanity embodies the path. In this moment, the vice director, Zhuo Zhishan, the chief of the extraordinary department, Chu Tianhua, along with the deputy directors, Meng Liang and Chu Haoshuan, finally grasped the situation. It appeared that the enigmatic cube before them contained records of some malevolent secret arts and legacies. Chu Tianhua took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke, and grumbled, "No wonder I felt so uneasy when I first laid eyes on this cube. It was due to this very reason." Zhuo Zhishan, a formidable sword of the Zhengyan division tasked with maintaining order across the 9 provinces, was a vision of grace with her exquisite features and slender form. Clad in a traditional long gown that belied her extraordinary combat prowess, second only to Zhou Yixing within the Zhengyan division. Recently, she had been tirelessly traversing the land in search of seeds across the provinces, consequently missing numerous significant events, such as the battle at Qingqing Mountain. Upon hearing Zhou Yixing's explanation, she tapped her fingers against the table and suddenly spoke. "This must be the handiwork of an extraterrestrial race." The mere mention of such beings rendered Zhou Yixing and the others momentarily speechless, their voices hushed in contemplation. As the most enigmatic and powerful entity in Longhua, the Zhengyan division was privy to many secrets, including mysterious occurrences long lost to the annals of history. Hence, when the first cube descended, Zhou Yixing and his companions had already begun to speculate. Perhaps beyond the blue planet, other races and civilizations existed. However, they had not delved deeply into this notion, considering a solitary cube inconsequential. It was only 3 days ago that another cube fell from the heavens, and not just one, but 2. This revelation clarified their understanding. Both the cube that plummeted in Kunlun Mountain and the ones that landed on Wanwu Mountain and Olympus were signals from an extraterrestrial race. The blue planet had been discovered. Moreover, it was highly probable that it would become a breeding ground for these beings. Amidst the silence, Zhou Yixing exhaled a deep breath, surveying his colleagues with piercing insight. "The situation has escalated gravely, and our time is limited. We must expedite our efforts to unearth more scriptures and treasures from various hidden locations, thereby augmenting our strength." Zhuo Zhishan and Chu Tianhua nodded in agreement. In truth, it was unnecessary for Zhou Yixing to elaborate. The recent events had instilled in them an overwhelming sense of foreboding. They felt an unmistakable anticipation that a monumental upheaval was imminent in the near future. Thus, enhancing their own power became a paramount objective. "Director," Zhuo Zhishan's voice was melodious as she inquired once more, "Apart from the secret arts inscribed on the cube, does Master Xia have any other discoveries?" "Indeed, there is another," Zhou Yixing affirmed, nodding. When the cube fell, Master Xia sensed a dozen malevolent auras emanating from it. He deduced that extraterrestrial beings have also descended upon this planet. As Xie Shixiang picked up the Rubik's Cube, the lingering energies had already dissipated from it, leading to a firm conclusion. Zhou Yixing paused momentarily before continuing, stating that the 8 murders and disappearances that occurred a few days prior were orchestrated by extraterrestrial entities. Upon hearing this startling revelation, Zhuo Zhishan and Chu Tianhua were once again taken aback. They could scarcely fathom that the true culprits behind those 8 incidents were, in fact, alien beings. This revelation ignited a profound sense of anger and frustration within them, stirring a desire to obliterate those extraterrestrial creatures. How dare they invade their territory with such audacity? Did they truly regard the Zhenan Bureau as mere air? Just as Chu Tianhua and the others were seething with rage, ready to unleash their scorn, Zhou Yixing suddenly inquired about the events of the previous night, questioning whether the alien entities had emerged to wreak havoc. When they replied in the negative, Zhou Yixing instinctively shook his head, asserting that it was impossible, judging by the direction in which those extraterrestrial beings had been advancing. The next location they intended to disrupt was indeed Jingzhou. How could nothing have transpired? Chu Tianhua and the others mirrored his bewilderment, for they had dispatched additional personnel to vigilantly guard Jingzhou the previous night, yet the night had passed without incident. This left them perplexed, grappling with the enigma of what had transpired. Could it be that the chaos was not meant for last night, but rather for tonight? Just as this conjecture surfaced in Zhou Yixing's mind, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon receiving permission, Zhao Xinghai entered the room. Without any pleasantries, he turned his gaze to Zhou Yixing and revealed the whereabouts of the unknown entities. Xixiang, I know where those unknown beings went last night. A somber expression crossed Zhao Xinghai's face as he uttered the astonishing revelation. They have all entered Old Qin's body. Simultaneously, within the classroom of a small village, facing the eager and curious gazes of the students, An Chen spoke with composure about the profound truths he had grasped. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, each word striking deeply into the hearts of the demons, leaving them utterly astonished. Particularly when An Chen began to speak, the system quietly experienced another depletion of nourishing energy. Behind him, scenes unfolded that left the demons gaping in awe. Classmates, what is the Great Way? As soon as An Chen posed this question, a vision of swirling white clouds materialized behind him, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Within the expanse of clouds, a series of majestic palaces emerged, accompanied by 5 cities constructed of white jade. The way has a head and feet. When they are connected, it forms the human body. Upon hearing this proclamation, the demons widened their eyes in amazement, witnessing layers of celestial gates beginning to manifest behind their teacher. Ultimately, beside those 5 jade cities, a magnificent 9-tiered celestial palace rose majestically into view. An Chen then unleashed a powerful declaration, uttering the final profound words. The scene behind him once again began to swirl, unveiling layers of ancient and unadorned pavilions that emanated an overwhelming and majestic aura, enveloping all the cities and celestial palaces. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that these pavilions comprised 12 tiers. At the very moment the 12-tiered pavilion, the 9 celestial palaces, and the 5 cities solidified, the profound understanding of the Tao that An Chen grasped resonated in the ears of the great demons like a thunderous revelation, causing each to tremble profoundly. They found themselves unable to withstand the oppressive force of the Tao, promptly kneeling and prostrating themselves upon the ground, rendered speechless. Thus, the human form embodies the Tao. Humanity is the sovereign of all living beings, and must prioritize the Tao above all. This encapsulates An Chen's interpretation of the Tao, which he imparts to his disciples at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered these words, each of his students had already knelt in reverence before him, bowing in utmost respect. Furthermore, this event ignited a grand commotion in the outside world. Chapter 91. The Kunlun Path spans the 9 heavens. What? Those extraterrestrial beings have already taken residence within Old Qin's body. Upon learning the detailed sequence of events and their consequences from Zhao Xinghai, Zhou Yixing and his companions were left in stunned silence, their hearts heavy with disbelief. None of them had anticipated such an outcome. Old Qin, in a bid to fulfill his inner obsession, was willing to sacrifice his life to coexist with those alien entities. Even if he were to survive and gain formidable power through cultivation afterwards, would it still hold any significance? For a moment, Zhou Yixing and the others refrained from passing judgment on Old Qin's actions, whether they were right or wrong. However, one thing was certain: Old Qin, at the cost of his own life, had temporarily saved the citizens of Jingzhou, preventing those extraterrestrial beings from wreaking havoc. Otherwise, the previous night in Jingzhou would undoubtedly have seen several more tragic incidents. After a brief pause, Zhou Yixing suddenly inquired, "Do you know where Old Qin has gone?" Zhao Xinghai shook his head, indicating that he, too, was unaware of Old Qin's whereabouts. He had ventured into the woods today, but found no trace of Old Qin's body. The only certainty he could provide was that Old Qin was still alive. As for his location, that remained unknown for the time being. Zhou Yixing almost immediately discerned who was at the door. Sure enough, when the conference room door swung open, Lu Yaxin rushed in with great urgency. She was not a practitioner, merely an ordinary girl, and having sprinted over, she was still slightly out of breath upon entering the room. Unconcerned about her condition, she quickly swallowed hard and, with an anxious expression, reported to Zhou Yixing, "Chief, hurry. You must go to the monitoring center. An extraordinary scene has appeared at Kunlun Mountain." An extraordinary scene? Instantly, the expressions of Zhou Yixing, Zhuo Zhishan, and the others shifted dramatically, their hearts racing. It was needless to say that anything related to Kunlun Mountain was anything but ordinary. In the next moment, they swiftly made their way to the monitoring center. "Chief. Deputy Chief, look here quickly." Upon seeing Zhou Yixing and Zhuo Zhishan arrive, Captain Sun, filled with excitement, pointed frantically at one of the monitoring screens, stumbling over his words. "A miracle. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented miracle. To witness such a scene in one's lifetime is truly to die without regrets." Zhou Yixing and Zhuo Zhishan felt a jolt in their hearts and immediately turned their gaze to the screen Captain Sun was indicating. Indeed, in the next second, their pupils involuntarily constricted and then widened in shock, their eyes as round as saucers. Even Chu Tianqua's cigar fell from his mouth as it opened wide in astonishment, landing on the ground and sparking a small flame. Heavens above, what were they witnessing? On the screen, above the expanse of the Kunlun mountain range, a vast cloud formation rapidly coalesced from all directions. Soon after, a seven-colored rainbow arched across the sky like a bridge, spanning the clouds above. Amidst the swirling sea of clouds, 5 majestic white jade cities, a celestial palace of 9 layers, and 12 towering pavilions gradually emerged. Zhou Yixing and Zhuo Zhishan, along with their companions, gazed in disbelief at this extraordinary spectacle, astonished by the unfolding scene that left them utterly shocked and awestruck. The marvel of this surreal experience ignited an irrepressible impulse within them, prompting spontaneous exclamations of wonder. "Oh my heavens! Why does it feel as if I am listening to the very essence of the Tao?" They pondered. What transpired within the Kunlun Mountains to manifest such a breathtaking phenomenon? Was it possible that a celestial being was imparting wisdom to the formidable demons? As the collective astonishment of the Zhenin division enveloped them, the grand commotion stirred by Kunlun Mountain was only just beginning. At Mount Tai, before the southern heavenly gate, an elderly Taoist stood with hands clasped behind his back, contemplatively observing the inscriptions on the cliff, striving to comprehend them more profoundly and discern a new skill from their depths. Suddenly, as if sensing something momentous, he turned with a start, his gaze striking like thunder, unfazed by the mountains that obstructed his view, landing squarely upon the skies above the Kunlun range. In that instant, he beheld the astonishing and magnificent scene unfold before him. The old Taoist remained silent, standing in rapt attention, motionless like a statue. Similarly, the youthful Taoist clad in green from Funyo Peak and another young Taoist sweeping in front of the Yantai Palace on Wanwu Mountain shared his reaction. They were all entranced by the breathtaking spectacle that had suddenly materialized above the Kunlun Mountains, gazing in silence for an extended period, at a loss for words to articulate the overwhelming shock and wonder they felt. Only a young Taoist boy from Wudong Mountain, with delicate features and rosy lips, sat atop a stone pillar, swinging his short legs. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the ground, as if his vision pierced through the earth to behold a seed nestled in the soil, taking root and sprouting forth, swiftly breaking through the surface to become a tender shoot. The young boy quietly observed the sprouting plant, basking in the sunlight as it transformed into a palm-sized blade of grass, standing tall against the breeze. At this sight, the young Taoist burst into hearty laughter, his voice ringing clear and joyous. "Ha! The path of Kunlun stretches across the heavens, awakening all beings to illuminate the mountains and rivers." After his laughter subsided, he no longer looked towards Kunlun Mountain, but instead turned his attention elsewhere, murmuring softly, "Master, you were mistaken about one thing. As long as the presence of that being from Kunlun remains, I shall not be able to wield the sword. However, it can elevate the swordsmanship of the world, and perhaps provide me the opportunity to transcend my current realm, unlike before when hope seemed distant. Yet, this path is still insufficient. I must wait a while longer. Perhaps in about a year, it shall suffice." Chapter 92. The Fourth Transformation of the Great Demon. In addition, across the vast land of Jiuzhou, practitioners residing in various paradisiacal caves swiftly emerged from their meditative retreats, be it from secluded mountain caves, humble abodes, or residences. They collectively lifted their gazes towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain, their hearts stirred and spirits ignited by the astonishing spectacle before them. The expressions on their faces, in fact, surpassed those of the young acolytes and venerable Taoists in their fervor. Soon, a chorus of gasps and exclamations filled the air, each voice resonating with admiration for the celestial being atop Kunlun Mountain. They could scarcely fathom how many years it would take to attain such formidable mastery as that immortal. Or perhaps they would never reach such heights in their lifetimes. Moreover, some netizens promptly captured this miraculous and grand scene, uploading it to the internet at once. As anticipated, it triggered a tremendous uproar online. Countless users flocked to view the videos, and upon watching, they too could not suppress their excitement and fervor, inundating the comments with expressions of awe and reverence for the extraordinary phenomenon. Additionally, some netizens recounted the bewildering events unfolding around them, filled with astonishment and curiosity. I knew it all along. The mountain of 10,000 ancestors has always been extraordinary. The presence of immortals within is now irrefutable. Can you believe it, esteemed ones? Have you ever seen a vegetable garden where seeds planted yesterday are already ripe today? I find myself standing in such a garden, utterly astounded. While the outside world was engulfed in fervor and excitement, within the classroom of a small village, a group of great demons knelt in reverence, their bodies trembling with exhilaration at the wondrous visions manifesting behind An Chen, the sites of 5 majestic cities, the 9-tiered celestial palace, and the 12-story pavilions brought them an intensity of astonishment that eclipsed even their previous experience practicing the 5-animal play. After all, during the practice of 5-animal play, they merely sensed the lingering echoes of the Tao. But at this moment, what they felt was the very essence of the Tao. An Chen's revelations were akin to an intricate dissection of the fundamental nature of the Tao, laid bare before their eyes. As for how much the great demons could comprehend, it depended on their individual enlightenment and fortune. Indeed, when they finally raised their heads, they were delightfully surprised to see that the audience outside the classroom was witnessing the awakening of intelligence, one by one. Among them were an ostrich, a koala, a platypus, and a pangolin, among other creatures. Above their heads, rings of light began to appear, as if triggering a chain reaction, awakening other companions to consciousness as well. When those luminous circles vanished, the great demons quickly counted and discovered that as many as 10 companions had awakened their intelligence. Suddenly, Meng Gun sensed something and turned to gaze at Ali. Following suit was Xiao Qing, who also looked at Ali, her eyes sparkling with joy. Subsequently, Xiao Bai and the other great demons turned their gazes toward Ali. However, after a brief moment, they noticed peculiar changes occurring around Tiger Brother and Qi Zi. Thus, they swiftly redirected their attention. Meanwhile, within An Chen's mind, the system's notification resounded. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on enlightening a student, earning floating mirror. When the series of notifications concluded, An Chen felt a surge of joy as he discovered that he had successfully enlightened 10 students this time. The progress bar now stood at 100 out of 10,000. After more than 2 years, he had completed merely 1% of his task, revealing that attaining the title of Saint Master would not be an easy endeavor. Yet, An Chen remained unhurried, for the nurturing of the divine flame would require over 300 more days to conclude. Thus, he could leisurely pursue the task of enlightening 10,000 students. Why has it grown somewhat quiet? He mused, clearing his throat in an attempt to break the silence. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the great demons, along with the animals outside the classroom, were all gazing at Ali, Tiger Brother, and Qi Zi with wide, gleaming eyes. Behind them, astonishing scenes began to unfold. Behind Qi Zi appeared figures diligently practicing martial arts and striking wooden posts. Undoubtedly, those techniques and shadows were the culmination of Qi Zi's hard work over the past 2 years. Thus, they transformed into clusters of flames, ultimately forming a torch that established the foundation of its cultivation, illuminating its own green mountain. As for what its green mountain represented, it was beyond their current comprehension, and the great demons could only speculate. Then, as the great demons turned to Tiger Brother, they were astounded to see that the scene reflected behind him was that of lush, dense forests. Even more remarkable was the discovery that each tree within those forests bore lines of golden inscriptions. Some of the great demons, unable to contain their curiosity and impulse, instinctively began to recite those inscriptions. To their astonishment, they realized it was. To learn from the immortals, one must aspire to the celestial beings. Only the golden elixir is the ultimate path. When the two converge in harmony, the 5 elements intertwine, entwined like the dragon and tiger. This was a passage from one of the four great inner alchemical texts, the Wuzhen Pian, which their teacher had once recited. In that moment, the great demons experienced a profound revelation. No wonder when Tiger Brother first ventured forth from the mountains, he had gone to Longhu Mountain to expound on the Wuzhen Pian. It turned out that Tiger Brother's torch was none other than those forests and the Wuzhen Pian itself. Suddenly, the great demon's eyes brightened as they witnessed the dense forests behind Tiger Brother beginning to soar infinitely, revealing a verdant peak. Moreover, as that peak ascended to a certain height, clouds began to materialize, and the scene grew increasingly nebulous. Soon, a second peak appeared, followed by a third, until, ultimately, countless peaks were shrouded in clouds, obscuring their true forms, leaving them unable to discern which peak represented Tiger Brother's true Green Mountain. Observing this scene, the great demons exchanged knowing smiles. It appeared that Brother Tiger had gained the most from the teacher's exposition. Once Brother Tiger selected one of the towering peaks, he could, like Little White, transition directly from the Torch Realm to the Green Mountain Realm. At that moment, he would become the fourth great demon to take on a corporeal form within the small village. Ultimately, the gazes of the great demons converged upon Ali. Chapter 93, Piercing Through This Realm. At this moment, Ali gazed with wide eyes, displaying a hint of bewilderment. Just moments ago, after listening to her teacher's explanation, her consciousness unexpectedly transcended into an entirely new world. It was a vast expanse of pure whiteness, devoid of sky and earth, and absent of all creation. The entire realm seemed to consist solely of this ethereal white. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it, and to her astonishment, she discovered that this white was, in fact, soft fluff, resembling her own three tails. Then, without thinking, Ali looked up. At that very moment, Meng Gun Gun, Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, and the other great demons widened their eyes in surprise as they witnessed the manifestation of ethereal white tails emerging behind Ali. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 9 tails. Subsequently, the 9-tailed apparition soared into the air, attempting to coalesce into a complete form. Alas, the spectral tails, lacking sufficient energy, could not fully materialize and ultimately dissipated into the void. Ali appeared to sense something profound, her eyes welling with tears as she softly murmured, "Teacher, I believe I have seen." Just then, An Chen's voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of knuckles rapping against the blackboard. "Students, what you just witnessed is the profound truth as understood by your teacher. It should serve as some inspiration for you. Now, let us continue the lesson. If anyone has lingering doubts, feel free to voice them." As night enveloped the land, darkness spread across the realm. A thick shroud of ominous clouds loomed over Jingzhou, signaling yet another rainy night. Within the office of the head of the town and division, a breakthrough had finally been made regarding Professor Qin's whereabouts. "You found him in the city of Yudu?" Zhou Yixing furrowed his brow upon hearing this revelation. "Isn't Qingqing Mountain also within the vicinity of Yudu?" Without hesitation, Lu Yaxing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, a sense of foreboding surged within Zhou Yixing. He fell silent, tapping his fingers against the desk, murmuring to himself, what could old Qin be doing in Yudu? After a brief pause, he suddenly lifted his gaze toward Lu Yaxing and spoke in a grave tone. "In Huayang Prefecture, besides tracking down old Qin's trail, have any other anomalies been detected?" Zhou Yixing remained silent, slapping his palm decisively against the desk before rising and moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing pensively into the night. At that moment, the roiling clouds in the night sky were suddenly pierced by a resounding clap of thunder. A flash of lightning split the heavens, illuminating the dark clouds and casting light upon Zhou Yixing standing by the window. His expression was one of grave concern and seriousness as he quietly observed the lightning vanish into the clouds. He then let out a heavy sigh, remarking with a hint of irritation, "Another storm is brewing." Turning to Lu Yaxing, he promptly commanded, "Have the Thunder Squad keep a close watch on old Qin. Whatever happens, they must report back immediately." However, Lu Yaxing replied with a tinge of exasperation, "Chief, you seem to have forgotten. Ever since the battle at Qingqing Mountain, all the members of the Thunder Squad have been injured and are currently recuperating, especially that Captain Shan, who is still wrapped in bandages and lying on the hospital bed, is unable to carry out his duties at this time." Upon hearing this response, Zhou Yixing coughed twice, rubbed his chest, and after a moment of silence, spoke. "Let them rest a little longer. This time, dispatch the Shan Jin team instead." "Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately." Zhou Yixing observed the figure of his female assistant as she turned to leave, coughed once more, and then rubbed his brow, inadvertently remarking, "Surely nothing significant will occur tonight?" After uttering these words, Zhou Yixing found himself momentarily frozen, and the office was enveloped in a prolonged silence. That evening, in the courtyard of a small village, dark clouds obscured the night sky, concealing the stars above. Consequently, the night was devoid of moonlight and starlight, yet filled with the joyous and lively laughter of the great demons. It was a day of abundant harvest for them. During the daytime lessons, An Chen had enlightened them about the concept of the Great Way. It was their first encounter with such profound knowledge, and they each planted a seed of yearning for the Great Way in their hearts, awaiting the day it would take root and blossom. They listened quietly to the descriptions provided by their classmate, Xiao Luo, and realized that the renowned mountains and rivers of the outside world were indeed being guarded by practitioners. Just as the second sister had surmised, this, without a doubt, posed certain obstacles and challenges for their future endeavors of conquest. Consequently, once Xiao Luo concluded her narration, the great demons turned their gazes towards the second sister, anticipating her further commands to formulate the next steps in their action plan. Xiao Qing gazed at the map of Longhua, where a red line connected the famous mountains and rivers visited by the little squirrel the previous night. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Tonight, let Xiao Luo venture out again, primarily to gather information and simultaneously observe which renowned mountains and rivers remain unguarded by those practitioners." Upon hearing this plan, the other great demons nodded in agreement. It was not that they feared confronting the practitioners of the outside world. Rather, the timing was not yet ripe. The little squirrel, clutching a nut, nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding of what needed to be done. However, just as the great demons waved farewell to the little squirrel, Meng Gun Gun suddenly approached, producing a peculiar azure bamboo leaf from behind, which appeared ethereal and translucent, yet emanated an incredibly powerful aura. This aura seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of this realm. When Meng Gun Gun placed the leaf into the little squirrel's hands, the overwhelming aura vanished in an instant, transforming into an ordinary bamboo leaf. Subsequently, divine light flickered in Meng Gun Gun's eyes, weaving into a diagram of Tai Chi. Looking at the bewildered little squirrel, he couldn't help but grin and say, "Keep this close to you. It may prove useful one day." Though the little squirrel did not comprehend Meng Gun Gun's intentions, she understood that the leaf was harvested from Qingshan, signifying its extraordinary importance. Chapter 94. The storm approaches as the great demons Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai observed Meng Gun Gun retrieving a green bamboo leaf from behind. They fell into a contemplative silence, each wearing a pensive expression. After all, this marked the first time Meng Gun Gun had offered a gift. Did it herald some ominous events to come? At that moment, the cheetah, noticing the gravity of everyone's demeanor, waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. "Oh, it's merely a bamboo leaf. Why so tense? Besides, with someone as charming and delightful as Xiao Luo, she is bound to evade any dangers, right, Xiao Huang?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the companion's expressions shifted dramatically, becoming even more somber than before. Xiao Huang duck momentarily froze, then joined the others in shaking his head. Now that the cheetah had broached the subject, they had ample reason to believe that Xiao Luo's outing would inevitably sow the seeds of future peril. Yet, they soon recalled that with Meng Gun Gun as their steadfast anchor, even should Xiao Luo encounter the gravest of dangers, she could transform misfortune into fortune. Thus, the great demons collectively exhaled in relief, casting smiles at Xiao Luo. "Rest assured, Gun Gun, I am quite adept at hiding things," Xiao Luo declared innocently, blinking her eyes before waving goodbye to her friends, clutching her nuts as she prepared to leave the courtyard. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies above Kunlun Mountain, shaking the entire range. This thunderbolt seemed to strike at the very core of the northeast tiger, causing his formidable body to tremble involuntarily. Without a moment's hesitation, he craned his neck to gaze outward, as if yearning to witness the scene atop Longhu Mountain, or perhaps still preoccupied with that elusive white tiger. The other great demons scoffed at his words, finding the tiger brother increasingly brazen. This time, the red-crowned crane was not silenced and finally cast a sidelong glance, uttering a light-hearted remark. Before the others could burst into laughter, the parrot's voice chimed in, "No way, no way, tiger brother is still single." Instantly, the great demons erupted in laughter, filling the courtyard with a lively and joyous atmosphere. Ultimately, The laughter within the courtyard quieted as Tiger Brother, his face flushed and nostrils flaring, dashed into the darkness alongside Xiao Luo. Huayang Prefecture, Yuta City. Before the door of an ordinary household, a boy with a cropped hairstyle sat on the stone steps, gazing blankly at the distant peaks. Lin Qianyi watched as dark clouds rolled in, feeling neither anxious nor irritable. He sat quietly, waiting, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance akin to the stars above, never dimming in the slightest. He held steadfast faith in the 3 words left by the little squirrel, convinced that the little squirrel would come to play with him that very night. Even if the little squirrel failed to arrive, Lin Qianyi would harbor no anger, only concerned that the little creature might have encountered some difficulties. As he lowered his gaze to the collection of nuts nestled within his pocket, a radiant smile illuminated his face even further. He murmured softly, "How wonderful it feels to have friends again, even if just one." Suddenly, a nut soared through the air in a graceful parabola, striking him squarely on the head. Lin Qianyi was momentarily stunned. This familiar experience caused his eyes to widen, and he quickly glanced at the object that had fallen to the ground, discovering it was indeed a nut identical to the one from the previous night. In the next moment, Lin Qianyi supported his pocket, sprang up from the ground, and looked up with a face brimming with surprise and elation. Indeed, he beheld it there. In the same old spot as last night, atop the modest stone wall, stood a fluffy little squirrel, gazing back at him. However, unlike the previous evening, this little squirrel was not cradling a nut, but was tossing one in its paws, catching it with a mischievous flair. "Ha ha, you finally came." Upon seeing the squirrel, Lin Qianyi burst into joyous laughter. He dashed towards the squirrel, presenting the gifts he had meticulously prepared, his delight palpable. "Look, little squirrel, I have gathered a plethora of nuts for you. Knowing you would come tonight, I sat here waiting for you since school let out. Here, these nuts are all for you. Take your time and collect them one by one." Before Lin Qianyi could finish his sentence, the little squirrel's eyes sparkled as it swiftly cleared the stash of nuts. When Lin Qianyi looked down to find his pocket empty, he was momentarily taken aback. He then glanced up at the squirrel's prominent front teeth and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Let us go. I'll take you to the mountain. There are even more nuts there. Oh, and bring my bow and arrows along so we can practice together." Thus, Lin Qianyi spun around, raced into the house to retrieve his bow and arrows, and quickly emerged to join the little squirrel in gathering pine cones on the back mountain. They ran through the woods, collecting pine cones while practicing archery. After Lin Qianyi had released a dozen arrows, only 3 struck their mark, prompting him to turn to the squirrel and exclaim, "I gave it my all." The squirrel gazed at the 3 arrows lodged in the tree, pondered for a moment, and replied slowly, "Your best effort may not even match what others achieve with little care." Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Prefecture, the night sky churned with dark clouds, swiftly enveloping the area above Longhu Mountain. With a resounding clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning pierced through the inky clouds, illuminating the entirety of Longhu Mountain and revealing a figure in a green robe standing upon the bluestone slab. He looked down at several white hairs resting in his palm, then lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. A deep sense of confusion etched across his face. "Why is it," he murmured to himself, "that in these past few days, I have searched every mountain peak and yet cannot find that little white tiger?" The Taoist in the green robe appeared lost in thought, his voice barely a whisper.